gentlemen, we're landing in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, for the World Esports Championship.
In a world where victories can be measured in gold and silver, some things are priceless.
Surely expected, and here, Baron will find him. Can shine for one with a quick trade from Impulse.
Some things are not bought with money.
The base is too open. Now Philippines is now taking the base of Indonesia. Remember their name.
The feeling of standing alongside your fellow countrymen, the emotion, the home crowd, the weight of a whole nation on your shoulders.
Sometimes I get emotional by the fact that I got chosen to be one of the representatives of my country. And yeah, it's just a dream, honestly.
Here, it's not just about the game. It's about the pride that unites us. Every match tells a story.
They need to some missed shots. Sound picking up another one, another headshot. No way! 4 kills! What has happened?
From every corner of the globe. All eyes on WEC 24.
Early 1970s, the world was discovering the boundless possibilities of esports. While esports offered endless enjoyment and addictive allure, it lacked a certain depth and a sense of purpose. It needed something more, something larger than a trophy, something beyond individual gratification. That's when a vision emerged. A vision of uniting the world through esports. The International Esports Federation and the World Esports Championship were born. Its mission was clear: to create a stage where nations could unite and compete for the ultimate title, World Esports Champion. For these athletes and nations, the World Esports Championship was more than just a competition, more than just a game. A chance to make history, to leave a lasting legacy, to inspire a generation, and to represent their nation. Over the years, Iesf started achieving greatness, year by year. Korea, Indonesia, Israel, Romania, worldwide. The World Esports capital changed, each year expanding significantly, getting bigger and bigger. Fast forward 15 years, Iesf was determined to show the world the most valuable World Esports Championship. 140 nations gathered in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The WEC 24 story. 2024. Saudi Arabia prepares to host the 16th World Esports Championship after a spectacle made in Iesf, Romania by Iesf for WEC 23. New president, new challenges, and quite a bumpy road ahead. As the calendar turned to January, the national qualifiers took place, breaking dozens of records. In a wingspan of 3 months in every nation across the globe, athletes competed to get one step closer to the World Esports Championship and represent their nation on the global stage. However, as fate would have it, the road to WEC 24 was far from smooth. Things went south. 2 out of 3 offline regional qualifiers were forced to go online. Even though that barrier occurred, the online regional qualifiers shattered previous viewership records. The hype for WEC 24 was real. Meanwhile, Africa. Iesf showed just how much potential is hidden in Africa. Over 180 athletes, 17 nations, and thousands of fans. All in one place for one specific reason: esports. The bumpy road came to an end. The slots for WEC 24 were secured and everyone was ready. The much anticipated 16th World Esports Championship set sails. WEC 24 Day 1.
Ahlan bikum. Welcome. Bienvenue. Bienvenidos. Willkommen. Benvenuti. Добро пожаловать. Välkommen. Welkom. Bem-vindos. Hwan Ying. Yokoso. 환영합니다. Hoş geldiniz. Καλώς ήρθατε. Swagat hai. Witajcie. Yindit nap. SEF Arena.
Well, there's no problem. If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
This gun was loaded when he was brave, boys. Decided to go for the run. Just to fire it. Just to fire it. This gun was loaded when he was brave, boys. Decided to go for the run. Just to fire it. Just to fire it.
I can't help but these, cause they know they can never touch these. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit. You know I can't help but these, cause they know they can never touch these. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit.
Maria, she's going to be taken out too, just caught in the front. The bat's hitting again, and they're going to jump in. Lunar finds that one. Kuru in trouble again too, as she falls. 2 members left of UAE. They look to end the game already for KSA, even without a Lord. Yuki in trouble, will be able to survive though. Couple minions left, the base is going to be worked on, and that looks like it might be it for UAE as they face a defeat.
And all these players come through. The bomb has been spotted, but the trades come through either way. It doesn't matter. It looks like Serbia can just get themselves over the line.
Probably gone. Will be spotted. Tapped away as well. Funny enough, Dragon's not going to rotate back over there. Here in towards game. Kindo will not be claimed.
It is Championship Sunday here at Iesf's World Esports Championships. 2 semis, a third place game, and a grand final coming up today. I'm joined on the sofa by Hawker and Vendetta, and finally, guys, we're going to see Sweden. 3-day wait, but we finally got them on stream.
Yep, I mean, bonus as well. We're going to get to see Romania for the first time as well. 2 of the teams that we, I guess, all kind of looked at and expected to do well for themselves, obviously. Sweden probably more so than Romania, but obviously deserve to be here in the semifinals. And yeah, really, really excited to see how these 2 teams are going to get along.
Yeah, tournament favourites, Alan. We knew they'd get there. We decided to focus on some of the other teams, but now we get to see the big dogs, the team that should really be taking this in Sweden.
They did have some issues, though, against Turkey.
They did.
Unfortunately, came back.
We're going to hold that against
wasn't
them.
necessarily the best. I'm going to hold them against it the whole way through because Turkey didn't pan out to be that brilliant. Let's bring up that schedule so we see exactly what is coming up today. As said, we have the semi-finals first of all. Those we played concurrently. Portugal, Serbia is the other semi-final that we played off-stream. Then it's the third place. Then it's the grand final here on stage. A very quick word, guys, on Portugal, Serbia. Serbia's winning that, right?
I mean, they're the clear favorites going into it, but again, we've been proven wrong with Portugal on multiple occasions here. Again, where we think they might not have people that will kind of stand up and basically lead the way. Nope has done that for them in a big way. Yesterday we saw TMKJ as well have big games and big frags. So maybe there is something to Portugal in terms of still being able to pull through. But yeah, it does feel like Serbia should win this.
Got to think just raw talent-wise, Serbia have the edge, and then Portugal, I don't even really know what their main condition to win as a team has been. They
played
just kind of
3 times against them, maybe.
Yeah, I guess so. Like they've just kind of scraped their way through games, I feel, to some extent. So yeah, I feel like Serbia should have the edge, but who knows? Counter-Strike is Counter-Strike, and we saw some of the Portuguese players show up yesterday.
Yeah.
They have surprises throughout, and they look great in the female tournament. So a good week for Portugal all round. Let's throw up that playoff bracket. As said, our semi is the top one, Sweden and Romania, Portugal, Serbia down the bottom. Winners play each other, obviously, in the grand final. Guys, one aspect we should mention is prize money and the Valve rankings, because it matters a lot for these teams. Winner takes home $100,000, second place is 50, third is 25, and fourth is 15. These guys are all teams. I assume Partizan will inherit a lot of Serbia's points in the Valve rankings. Prize money dominant is the Valve rankings. Win this tournament, and in 2025, you have a much easier start to the year.
Absolutely so, and I think for metas who have gathered a couple of a few bits of prize money up to this point as well already, could make a pretty massive jump, honestly, in terms of rankings. I'm not sure what the exact numbers would be or where they would end up, but there's no doubt that this is going to go a long way. You don't get the chance really that often to win, $100,000. So definitely an opportunity that these teams will want to make the most out of. Yeah, for so many reasons, really.
Yeah, and for that reason, I'm sure they've put a lot of time and effort and prep into this tournament, and hopefully they are mentally ready for this semi-final, because like you said, Sweden probably favorites, but if their opponents here can get something going, we could have a fun series, I think, in this one.
Highlights coming up. That's for the other side of the bracket. We haven't seen either of these teams just yet. Romania toppled Germany in their quarterfinal. Was that the biggest surprise?
I think I'd say so. Again, I think what we've seen from Germany so far in the tournament looked really, really promising, and obviously they hadn't really let us down up till that point. Having a decider map on Dust 2 looked like a match made in heaven for the German side. Just straight up getting outgunned and outplayed by Romania in the last one. I think it was 13-3 or something. So it wasn't particularly close either, which makes it all the more impressive really on the side of Romania.
Yeah, it's a shame from Germany because they were the team that we were really looking at to challenge Sweden, and we were hoping to get set up for that matchup today. But credit to Romania, especially towards the end there. It must have just been like it was a complete blowout. So it must have just been those Romanian players just showing up and just being stronger mentally in that moment. So credit to them causing the upset. And I mean, if Romania can make it to the final, they've had a very tough route to get there. So credit to them.
Let's focus in though on our matchup, Sweden versus Romania. Let's talk Sweden. Of course, it's the Metisport team. Those that have watched Metisport over the last year and a half might be thinking this lineup has changed a little bit since the teams of last year. So guys, what are the changes and what are the standouts with this lineup?
I mean, you have a couple of changes. Some of them might be playing in NA, to put it that way. Obviously, Wildcard having pretty decent success for themselves with the former members of this roster, but some of the returning players are obviously Adam B, Plopsky. They were here last year for Iesf, winning that tournament. But the new additions since that time is Shine. Nilo is not necessarily a new member, but he's new at this tournament, and then Lumi, who's the Opper on the Swedish side. I think the clear standout for me, and the one who has been a standout really just in the Swedish scene for about 3+ years now, is Nilo. Best Swedish talent we've seen in quite some time. No idea how he never ended up in NIP. No idea how he didn't get a chance when he was on Young Ninjas and still being their best player. A lot of questions really that I don't understand, but it all kind of tracks for NIP. Not obviously going with the right choice, but he's going to have the opportunity to kind of showcase why he deserves basically a shot at the top. He's a phenomenal player. He's well-rounded. He kind of reminds me of a bit of a Stavin-esque type who's just phenomenal in every aspect of the game. And I think he's obviously going to be a massive part of the Swedish roster. But they also have more strings to play on. And I think both Adam and Plopsky have had fantastic tournaments so far.
Yeah, I like this Rifler core really heavily. I think the weakness is probably Lumi on the AWP is not that inspiring. And whenever I have an AWPer that's not that inspiring, I'm always worried. That's especially when you're going up against a Romania
Not
squad.
A problem for Romania at this tournament.
Zello has been incredible. Definitely one of the front runners for MVP right now. And that MVP race could be open if Romania get knocked out here. But if they make it to the final, he is going to be gunning for that. And yeah, the Riflers on this team definitely good as well. But I hate to say it's been a one-man show, but Zello has just been so good that it's almost hard to talk about some of the other players before you give him his plaudits for like a minute straight.
Yeah, no, honestly, again, it's no disrespect towards the rest of the Romanian players, but this has just been such a wild performance out of Zello for the entire tournament that he just kind of gaps his teammates. And you know, I'm sure the four teammates he has are happy about that. They can live with it. If he's going to do all the heavy lifting, that's fine. It's led them to semifinals so far. I don't think they're going to start, asking him to kind of simmer down or anything like that now. So yeah, even though there's quality in this Romanian squad, there always has been. Zello has always been the standout as well. It's not like he's like a new name or something. We were talking about Zello in 2016, and he's still only 24, mind you. So he's been around for quite some time. Never got it to really, I guess, go in the same fashion as he did when he played with domestic lineups, when he had the opportunity in international teams, for whatever reason that may be, which is a shame because he is an absolutely magnificent talent in Counter-Strike, and he's showcased that over so many years that he just plays above the level he's currently at, or the teams he currently finds himself in. But yeah, if you can't make the transition, that's a shame. But at least we're going to see the best edition of him when he plays with his Romanian teammates.
Yeah, and something we did see though in the women's tournament is that AWPers were consistently top of the board, particularly in the group stages. But when we got into the high level, against the high level teams, a better structure, better flashes, whatever, better spacing, better set strategies, it got more difficult. Is there a fear here for Zello that maybe comes into this game and he's just facing a quality of team that he hasn't just yet?
Yeah, partly, but I think it's more like his stats have been so insane that I wouldn't expect them to continue more than he's going to get shut down completely. And you can't expect your AWPer to be posting like 1.5 ratings or whatever he's been posting in some of these maps. I think it'll still be good. The problem is, how much is the support going to be there? And even just in general, in a more competitive series, he might not get the AWP all the time, and then it does feel like that's a massive weapon taken away from this Romania team. So you're right, we shouldn't expect the absolutely absurd stats he's been having so far, but he is the main thing I can point to say that is the one area I am 100% sure Romania have the edge in. Everywhere else, I don't even know. I think these Sweden players, in terms of the rifle core, are also actually very talented.
Yeah, no, absolutely so. I will say, though, that from what we've seen out of Loomis so far in the tournament, I don't think that's necessarily indicative of what he is capable of. So while the op gap kind of seems significant right now, and I think, again, yeah, Solo is going to have the upper hand, and he is, for now, the better opper without much of a question. I think Loomis has a decent chance of kind of closing that, or not having it be as much of a difference maker as we might expect. And yeah, kind of what you alluded to as well. The support system around Zelda kind of needs to be there, because if they fall flat entirely, it is just an impossible task for Zelda to take on the entirety of Sweden. It's just not going to happen.
Here we have the map veto. First map of the series, Dust 2 picked by Romania, of course, inspiring Dust 2 performance yesterday to get them into these semi-finals. Mirage for Sweden, Inferno as the decider. Romania seems to love Dust 2. No surprise they've picked that one.
Understandable, for sure. I am a little bit, I guess, not disappointed. It doesn't surprise me all that much that Sweden goes for Mirage, but it doesn't feel as inspiring when your set lineup and everything. You feel like you might want to go towards something that's less buggy, but it works for them, right? And we can't really argue with the results so far. So that tracks. Inferno as a decider, again, it feels like we're a broken record, but it's always going to be, you know, a level playing field, something that both teams feel comfortable on. That's really all there is to it. Not necessarily surprised to see that Sweden are going to veto out Nuke when they're left with those two options at the end there.
Yeah, I mean, Romania get that Inferno in there, which is one they beat Germany on yesterday. So I think they're actually pretty happy with this. I think on the Sweden side, yeah, the Mirage seems like they're going for it as like a punish pick in an extent, because it's a map that the Nexus core of Romania are not that good on. But at the same time, Mirage is your pick. Like, against this Romania team, I don't know, man. They've got a lot of talent. I think that veto is one Romania will be happy with, but I still think Sweden should be favored.
Okay, let's get this semi-final underway. Sweden versus Romania. Naokai Paladin, let's get into it.
Welcome to the final day here, Super Sunday, as we bring you a semi-final, third place, a playoff, and of course that grand final later on today. So it's a jam-packed day of Counter-Strike action. And we're starting with a really cool best of three. I mean, this for me feels like it's got a lot of different storylines behind it. Sweden, reigning champs, wanting to go back-to-back, and arguably favourites to go back-to-back. But Romania, it's about revenge. Last year, in the Ash, home soil, it was Sweden who eliminated them 2-0 in that quarterfinal. Had a little chance to speak to BTN yesterday. He wants revenge.
I mean, he was just clamoring for it, and you saw how much it meant to them to just dominate against Germany in that final map on Dust 2. And he's trying to carry that confidence in here today. When you look at the veto, you see Dust 2 being picked by Romania. I mean, that is purely just trying to carry that momentum onwards.
Yeah.
And I admire that about BTN. I like that he's kind of taking that into his stride.
Yeah.
Especially against a team like Metasport, now Sweden. There is a lot riding on just trying to surprise them, trying to put them in situations where they feel uncomfortable, especially with a caller like Plopsky, who's still trying to learn that role, trying to figure out how his system wants to be. I feel like a lot of it right now is still a lot of the remnants of what ZTR had previously in this five-man unit, and so I'm hoping that he can kind of learn in this trial by fire on this LAN stage.
Yeah, exactly. There's two distinct advantages for each side. When we look towards Romania, absolutely is the AWPing department. Zello, best player at this tournament so far.
0.40.
I know. Yeah. Expect the lights up performance coming through from this guy. I mean, he's been ridiculous all the way throughout, and it shouldn't really stop. I mean, it goes without saying he is I mean, yeah, he is the best AWPer here. Like, it's not actually really. I don't think even
at
a
this
close
point,
comparison.
Yeah, Kindo and Rafa.
But even if you look at the teams that have been eliminated, I'm trying to think, like Germany, I would still say it's probably a little bit better than the hype in terms of his ceiling, right?
Yeah, for sure.
It's just the only issue that sometimes is consistency problems. But on the flip side, the Death Touch, that rifling core is really, really good over towards Sweden, right? They have a lot of different facets of firepower, and without a doubt, the main man we're looking towards is Nilo. If Nilo plays the way we know he can, I mean, throwback to those, of course, who were following at the start of the year, back at Blast Spring Showdown, when they beat Falcons, it was a bit of a Nilo masterclass. This is a guy who really made a name for himself. The only issue is with this Swedish side, or I guess Metasport, is they've probably made, I think you hate to say it, but they've probably made some of the worst transfers of any team this year, right? Some of the players that they've lost who have moved on have gone on to bigger and better things. I think ZTR is probably the main one. I would like this team with ZTR and Plopsky, but then ZTR obviously calling, right? And then Plopsky just being a standard rifle in this team. That team's incredibly strong, but it's not what they've got. And then, of course, the other one being Adam B's twin brother, Susp, who's now got 3-0 at the RMR with wildcard. So gets dropped, goes on to bigger and better things. You've got to give them credit, and it does make you question for this Metasport side, some of the decision-making they've made behind the scenes. Is this now still a team that is championship worthy, right? You know, I feel like with ZTR and Sus, I would probably say yeah, but you know, I mean, Lumi and Shine, I think there's still definitely reservations there.
Yeah, no, 100% I'm with you. I mean, when I looked at Svenska Cup and we saw their pretty dominant victory over NIP.
Yeah.
Sure, it's NIP, you know, they have their struggles, and that's on their whole kettle of fish, but genuinely it shows that they're learning how to play on LAN as a 5-man unit.
Yes.
You know, Plopsky is getting some more experience under his belt. That youngster of Shine also feeling a little bit more comfortable. But I'm completely with you. I think both Lumi and Shine are the weak links of this team. You don't have an elite AWP.
Yeah.
You don't have an elite anchor. And that could come back to haunt them when you look at how Romania have just been stomping out cohesive teams in this tournament. And I've got to give credit to BTN there. So I think we had that big IGL head-to-head when we looked at that, the Germany-Romania previously, and now when we move over to this one as well, I'm looking at how BTN can try to outcall Plopsky in this one.
I mean, even the outcalling, we spoke about it yesterday, or the IGL diff between Kazakhstan and Portugal, right? Nealon versus Snappy, right? I think that's we kind of spoke about that, but in the end, it was sort of firepower that let Kazakhstan down when it sort of mattered most. We are live here. And I'm looking forward to this. I would probably say left in this tournament, BTN is probably the best caller here. He has a very cerebral knowledge of how the game is played. And he does have the right facets of this firepower of how he's going to make this a scary tournament. It's just a question of can the player step up? Keep an eye out for Chikardao as well. This is a guy who played in Pro League with Pera. And he was there as a sort of a standard. He'd only been there for a couple of months. But he was pretty damn good, man. John, the new boy on this team once wrapped in towards CT, but it's Raga who is low. He'll get his kill. Shine will answer with one of his own as he comes back, but it's these trades back and forth that are going in favor of Sweden. But still in that 1 versus 2. Raga, he got tagged down to 12 points of HP in the first engagement and now has to pull off a quad clutch. The first two are good. Plopsky and Shine both haven't taken damage, and from above, Sweden start really, really well. I like that from Plopsky. Good call to pause when they know they've got the numbers.
Yeah, you know, it's just a simple cat play there from Sweden, and they try to burst through, and they deal with some sort of pushback from these players in CT when they go try and diving through there.
Yeah.
But still, it's the player of Nilo to crack open and break that deadlock of trades back and forth, and that's what's so exciting about him. He's given all the resources on this team, given every opportunity to capitalize, and when he's given the resources, he uses them to that fullest extent. Keep an eye on him throughout this map. He will be everywhere, being a thorn in the sides of Romania. But Zello, feeling a little frisky at top mid, takes out his counterpart in Illumi, brings it down to a 4v4 early.
Yeah, Zello's just one of those guys. If he gets on a bit of a heater, if he warms up, I don't actually know on an individual level exactly how they're actually going to stop him. That it absolutely has to be kind of like the priority number one. That is the main conversation point for Sweden, and probably where they've done a lot of their time and effort. How do we slow this guy down? Plopsky does well for a couple, just making sure that this pistol round doesn't get out of hand. Last man on towards backside, seen off by Nilo, and it will be a 2-0 start for Sweden. Now, of course, in towards this matchup and the rest of this tournament, Sweden are without a doubt the favourites. I think quite heavily. They have a really good chance at 2-0 here. I mean, while Dusty obviously is a very good map for this Nexus core, and one of which they played a hell of a lot, Zello's incredibly good on it. Sweden are going to be happy to play this.
Definitely, Sweden's depth on in the map pool generally looks really nice, and Mirage, even though it seems as though like it's a punish pick, Sweden has loved Mirage for ages with that Metasport lineup. They have done so much good work building up that system, and I think that's where Nilo looks the most dangerous as well. So keep an eye out when we move over to map 2, but this long control initially doesn't necessarily work out for Sweden, so they immediately move back to the B-bomb side. Nilo's found himself an entry, and Nilo also finds Raga being isolated. So if a B-split is on the cards, considering that smoke up in CT, he'll really be under threat here later on.
Good spacing there, though, for Raga to be in that supporting element, right? Just be able to quite quickly get that trade, not give Nilo space on towards B, and now starve them of information with a double smoke over towards the tunnel's position. So they want to move in through mid. That CT smoke now fades, and that actually might just retract that idea, thinking actually our best option is probably just try and pug out through shore.
It's going to still be difficult. There are still a couple of Molotovs up for the CT side, and they can't stall this up, but they're going to go for re-aggression instead. Shine finds the necessary kill to go 1-for-1, and I mean, you're thinking to try and re-aggress, but that Molotov will stall him out instantaneously. And now it's Lumi and Shine that's going to have to kind of dig themselves out of here. 30 seconds left. They still have a CT smoke that they can deploy. Zello should be cut off, but they're going to go through it, and before it, they find the necessary kill, but now it's all up to Shine. 30 HP, and Raga never gives up space. I really admire that about him. No matter what, never kind of shying away from a gunfight.
Good work from Raga. He doesn't always play the best roles, but if Raga gets going, he is definitely somebody who actually has a lot of impact just because of those rotate positions that he plays. Bit more of a supporting element. Will try and facilitate players like Chikardao to get in towards a little bit more of an aggressive position. It seems like a drawn as well, is also trying to get in towards fights nice and early too. So we'll see. We're going to get quite an early timeout called here by Sweden off the back of the first gun round, going the way of Romania. And this is probably just them trying to iron out some of the kinks and just saying, okay, we were like a little bit off. I mean, they're basically in most of their fights just half a step behind. Hence why the trades were always favorable over towards Romania. So it's just like trying to like space that out a little bit and just try and hope that that's not a consistent factor for them.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a worrying sense in that sense, just because of how difficult it was to get that Raga trade, because if there's anybody there to help Nilo, I think that round is over. They just explode in through the upper tunnels, and then they plant bomb, and of course, rest is history. But either way, Sweden, they've taken some casualties here and there, so they won't have the prettiest of purchases in this round. Lumi down to a scout and Shine on a Tech 9. But either way, they're still rifles, and Adam B is still absolutely a threat on this Sweden roster. Genuinely so clean with that Galil.
That's a bold decision to go peek and dry there as well. They don't actually even go off the flash. They go off the Molotov and hope they can fight through it. I'm not a huge fan of that. It's a risk. Maybe it's not even really worthwhile. And Raga doesn't want to take any more risks as well. He's going to leave that cart player ice. They're going to re-peek in, but for the most part, it goes one way. That is actually a really, really clean round up for Sweden.
It's really the only way that Romania can get back in, is that if all of these players are blinded, maybe you can have a star just pop up. But unfortunately, they had a couple players playing anti as well. The trades were just immaculate from Plopsky. And, you know, Plopsky has been calling on this team, yes, but I think that he is such a significant factor individually on this team. If you want to talk about the firepower, that third star really does come from him finding some individual prowess as well.
And we know his level. We know the sort of ability this guy can play at. It's just whether the calling hampers him. And it feels like at the moment the answer is no. This is against the low buy round, so they're actually very easily getting minced here as Nilo finds his second. Honestly, pretty simple stuff ultimately, right? Pistols might want to try and get a consolation, try and make it a little bit expensive, and Jakarta will at least get his one. Any more would be nice. It's not to be. Adam B, Lumi, see off the final couple. We get ourselves a 4-1 start. We have another semi-final going on, and we're hearing a bit of shouting, so I'm going to see how that game's going on too. Because that one's also pretty important. Who will be going forward in that Serbia versus Portugal semi-final on the flip side?
And you know, Serbia, Portugal being the other semi-final, it's not one that you would have kind of expected when you looked at the bracket. Of course, Kazakhstan having a flawless group stage and falling at the hands in a 24-round affair on that deciding map. Snappy pushing down mid and just taking the quarterfinal by the reins.
Yeah, 3 quick kills there, right? That basically won it in a matter of moments. This one's on for something. Raga trying to do his best, and it's so close for a draw on that second. Zello, the second one just goes through. It's a bold decision which doesn't pay off. And now Adron's Ice Age, he's got to go huge, and he can't. Gets caught by Lumi. That should be the round hit. Molotov in behind it. They've got the site, they've got the space to work with. And I don't actually even think Jakarta wants to even give this a look in. There's no point.
Yeah, everything works out there for Sweden, even considering there was 3 players on that bomb site at one point. Every trade is swift, and you've got that linchpin in Adam B in middle in case things go awry, in case things need to be split upon. And now Sweden get a dream start here to this opponent map pick of Dust 2. Jakarta can never get involved. And now tail tucked between his legs, trying to hold on to this A4, but he's getting boxed in. They know exactly where he could lie. And as Nilo crunches in, Adam B will get word as well. That Molotov, if it was just a little bit deeper, they would have at least gotten a tick. But now surely, I'm gonna say Adam B would close it out, but he lives.
Get on him, he somehow, I mean, it is like 3 more seconds left on that timer. It probably goes down there, but not gonna be the case. Romania got a call for their timeout. Good opportunity as well. Let's get BTN on the mic himself. Nexus, actually one of the few teams not playing with a coach. So all of this is coming from BTN and what he can sort of bring to the server. Or at least for Sweden, they have Abdi. Of course, he's been the coach of Metasport for well, basically from when they've begun.
Quite a bit, yeah. I mean, it's really nice to see that Sweden still believe in their coaching staff, and it's hard to just create an IGL out of thin air.
Yeah.
Especially when ZTR did so much good work in creating this beautiful defaulting system. And I mean, all these showdown appearances that they had and the upsets they caused, that huge run that they had in that tournament, it really did come down to the calling and just the consistent nature of it. And now Plopsky has got to learn from that. He's got to find his own identity as a caller. And so far, you can see that it's working splendidly.
Lower play coming through here. Plopsky holding for this. It's just, again, the pistols for Romania. So expectations feel quite limited. Jakarta wants to try and punish, and he will be good for 2. Jakarta done so well. Keep an eye on this kid. He's really good when he gets going. He's just going to heat up. That's a wild decision. Through that smoke goes Shine. Bomb spills forward, but Adam B will trade. But BTN then makes his move. And his timing could actually be quite excellent, but they are still so cautious of it. So they're going to be dropping a lot of util and a lot of clearances before they even commit to a plan.
Yeah, they need to just suss out that elevator is empty. They're going to play together and hope that they can find another pick to make this a little bit more doable. BTN doesn't even show a shoulder, and now Jakarta goes through the smoke, but Lumi hits the flick. And now all the pressure onto the captain. And with no gun, I say that, he's picked up a rifle now. But with no kit, he's really going to have to pick his battles wisely, even with the HP disadvantage.
This is tough, but he may as well give it a go because they got money in the next. It's the question of what can he do, and potentially could he make it a little more expensive? Shoulder peek will actually give away a spot on Lumi. That reposition is absolutely excellent from him. Super well played, just to make sure that he gets the preferential angle on that fight. The high ground, so to say. Sweden 6-1 start. Unfortunately, this is sort of expected. That's just how good Sweden can be.
I mean, this team has kept their head to the ground throughout this tournament. They had a little bit of a hiccup. They're one of the teams that
Turkey, I think
took first place, but dropped the map, and it was to Turkey, And very unexpected result when you consider the standings post-group stage.
Yeah, didn't even make out of the groups, Turkey, right?
Yeah, but they still stayed resilient. They've looked great in the best of threes. Dominating against the Huns, that matchup was not even close, even considering I thought that was one of the closer quarters that were drawn.
It's true. I thought they had the potential to maybe bring something to the table, but yeah, not to be for the Huns. At least for the Huns, though, they're in the money, which can help their ranking. We spoke about this a little bit yesterday, just because of sort of how the regional rankings work with prize pool. Even something like a 12.5k can really help them. I mean, they're already 8th, but pushing up in towards kind of that top 7, top 6, top 5, if they can make runs like that, might be exactly what they need. Raga towards double door, and he might as well have one crossing over towards Xbox. They know they're here, right? It's just a case about how to Romania react. Do they want to try and get aggressive like that, or do you want to play a little bit more passive. They do well, and then I'm going to triple stack towards B.
And Zello gets activated as well. I mean, you can lean in this situation when you've got Zello dominating on this end. It's really got to be up to Adam B to make Zello feel uncomfortable. Chicardo has to fall. Otherwise, this round will fall flat on its face for Sweden. 30 seconds left on the clock. Here come the avant-garde smokes, and Adam B activates. He finds his man, and now it's time for Zello to step up. A huge ask, and that's where the superstar on the other end shuts him down. 15 seconds. They've got to get that C4 planted on the ground. And Nilo makes a little bit of a sound cue and backs away.
Oh, Adam hasn't been spotted, and he hears all this information. Will get easy for the first, the second. There's escaping, but not quite job done, but it's really giving them a good chance.
Oh, no.
Oh, hang on. Have we lost Shine? No, he's back. Okay. Looked for a second like he might have crashed there, but he's still in the server or in play as well. They're trying to jump round to find him. He's got to try and isolate, and he does a really good job of it. Molotov won't affect him, but the shot will. Brilliant from Adron. The rotate over from that B side comes all the way via long, and with that kit will give Romania their second. It was close, but no cigar.
Grueling round there for Romania to dig themselves out of, considering how many players they lose to Adam B on long. But that trade from Adron is everything. It allows for a retake possibility. They get enough information for him to piece that one together. And we have a little bit of a tech timeout. I do hope that they can sort out. I think there was some sort of lag or loss there for Shine. There's no reason for him to have his crosshair in that situation, and I don't think he is.
He kind of took his hands off a bit.
Yeah, like, I don't think that's a angle really. Yeah. But either way, made it close. Had a lot of damage put in.
Yeah, it looks like it's done anyway. It feels the time is back, and I can see.
Right, and you know, even with him bringing it down to a 1v1, they're still great in the money column.
Yeah, change the lip pillow, mate. Keep the concentration up there.
The lip pillow. Of course.
There's been a lot of studies in it recently, and it massive helps like concentration and stuff like that.
Shout out Upper Deckies.
Yeah, shout out the Upper Deckies one time. Where am
I? We are not sponsored.
Super popular. I mean, I even see like, he's probably one of the bigger users of it, but like Crims, when he plays Fnatic, he changes it like, he has like one every 30 minutes basically.
He's got a pit stop.
Yeah.
But
it's become super popular in sports because of like, apparently it can really help with concentration. Now this is absolutely me not condoning it. Do not do anything off our
You're obviously the one casting, not the one playing. So,
yes, exactly.
that should tell you everything as to our advice.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. Don't take it, essentially. But for now, well, that tech pause, the little box that says tech pause went away, and now it's back. Yeah. So,
it is definitely the Sweden side of things. I don't think they've really sorted it out just yet.
See them now, actually. Yeah, it must be with whatever happened to Shine. It was like a stutter, wasn't it?
I'm thinking it's lost.
Because he still actually he still did end up like kind of gaining a bit of conscious back in the round. He had that shot, right? That quick flick on towards ramp box, but it's probably just more of a I don't want this to happen again kind of thing. Because, maybe without the loss, he might have repositioned up towards short, he might have gone towards Gandalf, and it could have actually helped him because that bomb was planted open. So
trade might have been more swift as well to the player on site that dies. So
yeah, because you had was it Lumi alive with him? No.
Well, Lumi died, right? Lumi died and Shine picks up his op.
Yeah. Who
it might have been Nilo. It might have been Nilo.
Yeah. So when he fights in towards CT, I think he's trying to take a little bit of onus there and trying to be like, okay, if I'm in a 1v2, I've got to try and bring it to 1v1 and then reposition because I know the last guy's long. But he actually just couldn't get that spray over towards the long player. So yeah, looks like it's trying to be fixed now. We'll see how long it takes.
Do you have an update on the other semi?
Let's check. I heard shouting, but then I checked and it wasn't.
It's real quiet over there.
Yeah, it wasn't live on HLTV then. So that actually might have been, there's a Dota groups going on now, so it could be Dota. But, here we go. We are live. 8-2 Serbia.
Wow.
Yeah, we did predict it was going to be that Serbia-Sweden final.
Yeah. I mean, the thing about Portugal, right, is even after an upset like that against Kazakhstan, it's still a little worrying when I can't pinpoint a win con for them.
Yeah, yeah,
right?
yeah.
Like I'm not like you had great plays from like TMKJ.
Yeah.
You obviously had these like heroics from Snappy, but like beyond that, when I look towards the rest of the group stage, I'm not like looking towards a specific player and saying, yeah, this guy is just going to take over.
Yeah. It is very true, actually. Like, who's the bona fide superstar? I mean,
yeah.
Portugal, maybe you can talk about No Peach, but then at the same time, he's not really been in this team that long, but he's probably the one with the most experience.
Yeah.
And he has played on, like, kind of the upper level of the Iberian scene. But yeah, no, it's tough. It's really tough. I think, you know, when I did the qualifiers, Crazy was the one for me, but then we don't see these lights out kind of performances like he had in the quals.
Well, we're back in game now, and Sweden again want to go targeting this B bomb site. Lumi primed and ready to maybe catch a little bit of a shoulder, but smartly done from Adron, chaining that utility to get the maximum efficiency. They're making sure that there is no extra pick that's valued there.
I wonder whether for Sweden, part of this game plan is like, they know Adron's like a stand-in.
Yeah.
And it's like, let's just see if we can try and make him uncomfortable. The same way we kind of spoke about Choiv on Nuke, for example.
Yeah, and then you had Favin on
Yes,
the
yeah.
Germany side of things, but he stepped up and you know, Choiv had his struggle, so Zello.
That's Zello, that's prime time.
Yeah, that really is.
That,
I mean,
that's going to be the AWP diff, is that I don't know if Lumi's going to hit shots like that.
well, he's not getting that same level of attention, right?
Yeah.
It's all around Nilo, but Zello will be that active player. He does get dinked up through the side of the wall, and now a head been spotted in pit. Chikardow's got to find his impact, but Adam B is just a little bit swifter. That head-to-head is one-way traffic.
That was actually a Romania flash as well. Zello, shotgun AWPing, and he wants to fight. He really wants to fight, but he's actually stuck between a rock and a hard place as Nilo was making his way up in via short. Smoking towards CT, they got the sight. And a tough retake here. They've got a kit to work with, and they've only got one flash. This is tough. They've got to get a kill just as this bomb goes down and they want a chance to
He's
make.
got to leave.
Hence why Adron's sort of like trying to give this a little look in. Flash round. That's that one flash now used. They've got to take raw angels on the back sight. Trying to tap away. They don't know yet about this Goose player. They're trying to see where the third is. But bomb's planted long. And with no in route, I think the leaving is definitely the smart decision.
It feels just like a hands-off keyboard round there for Sweden. Nobody giving anything, not even a glimmer of a head. And Romania will have to give over that 7th round. It does feel as though that even with that long control, not even having the most amount of potency, it's the fact that there is no short control for Romania. It gives Nilo free reign to go charging through. Zello's got to pick between two angles, and even if he does get a shot off, max he's getting one kill before he falls. So he does so much in that round to put out a little bit of pressure, but at the end of the day, he's only one man.
Exactly. I think Zello as well. He definitely feels sort of in this team that he's got to be the difference maker. I think we probably look at it in the same vein that we spoke about, like Hyped on Germany, for example, where he knows he's like the superstar on this side. He knows he has this sort of ability to be the make or break, and I mean, we sort of require him. I think who was the other example we had? Friend. Friend's the best example, I think.
Exactly, yeah.
I think he's the perfect kind of comparative factor where I would definitely say the rifling call towards Romania is much stronger. I think the calling's much stronger as well in a comparative nature. But Zello knows that to confirm rounds, he's probably going to be getting like 2 at least.
Well, back into it. Another Romania timeout. They can feel this half slipping away. And yet again, it's that initial B default to see if Lumi can find himself a pick. Sometimes spawn-based Counter-Strike can just do that to you, where you don't really have to have a complex default. You can just play off of those initial spots.
This. Yeah, Raga. Again, it's clearing out towards long, but just not... doesn't have the eyes on towards Suicide. He doesn't have a player playing in through door with like a scout or an AWP to be able to hold that position. So it's a timing play. It's a timing that doesn't work out for him. The issue is as well that with Sweden, they keep limit testing them on this upper tunnels and B control, is that they're actually forcing Adron to use his util really early. And that's the big issue. This Molotov actually is going to force another fight. BTN, he's a known quantity. They just know exactly where he is because he ticked in that first flame.
I wasn't thinking that was going to spread all the way. I thought BTN had a slight safe haven, but one tick and he falls. Adron still trying to make that rifle work, but both of them have been pieced out in this one.
Picked up though.
Yeah. And
On
armor
Jakarta.
on Jakarta. He'll get to the scene of the crime as soon as he possibly can. Nilo will lead the charge, tip of the spear, clearing out Carr, but Jakarta reigns supreme. Finally a flash to get him off the angle, and Plopsky will do it himself. 8-2 now goes Sweden, and Romania just, I mean, I think it's just the firepower that just can't keep up at this point.
Yeah, like you said, it's that rifling core. They're just really, really good. Like the one, what feels like stark advantage is Zello, just because of how good he is. We're all going to get that double AWP out. Now, Raga likes to AWP. He used the primary AWP on this side before Zello joined, back when he was on like Sprout and all that. It was always Raga with AWP, but I will say definitely not to that same sort of level. It's a bit more of a passive style of AWPing generally for him, but he has a couple of tricks up his sleeve. He's got for his nade breaks open the smoke. They might have actually just spotted a drone crossing towards that right side too. I like this.
Aggression here from Zeller. Try and find that opening 5v4. Still worried about some mid presence, so he smokes it off. But he actually wants to find a head, and Zello hits the no-scope. He tries to go for a third. Maybe a little overzealous, but these double ops are singing to life here in round number 11. Better late than never for Romania.
Just like we said as well, that Zello double, that's what they need. That's how they're going to find rounds in their favor. Get Zello super aggro. He loves this shotgun AWPing style of play. Jakarta makes a move on timing. Pushing out long doors, sees no presence. Catches that player moving out from suicide. Raga in via window. Nilo might want to jump on box here. It's a good angle to play from. He knows he's in window as well. Raga loses his head. And Nilo can win rounds like this though. He has it up his sleeve because he has the time too. And he has the mechanics. Jakarta answers back with a swing on the trade. He didn't expect the second, but Nilo, good effort.
Bomb was dropped lower, so he had to take those gunfights, and good on Jakarta to never shirk back there. Even though Nilo would have to recover the bomb, he's basically giving a chance for Nilo to swing into him. So instead, he plays the aggressive role and immediately trades it out. A little dicey for Romania and way too close for my liking, but at this point, any round is what they need. It doesn't really matter as far as economy is concerned. They need these 4 rounds.
Yeah, basically the worst thing Jakarta could have done there was actually just stay passive.
Like tuck back, yeah.
Gresham still out here, the MP9, gonna be a nuisance. Raga does really, really well. We'll try and expect it. No, his shadow betrays him. Raga gets a second, and he falls back. I like that, that's smart. There's no point pushing through, just keep the numbers in your favor. Don't give needless kills back over towards Sweden. Don't give them an in route back in towards this side.
Maybe middle will be that option for Sweden as they go contacting through. Smoke in, but they're through that, and Nilo hits the headshot instantaneously. There's still legs to this one for Sweden as Adron is stuck in B, and Raga's got a barrel spotted. Blink and you miss it. 5v3 turns 3v3, and now with a minute left on the clock, Plopsky can cook.
There's that sort of needless kill we were talking about. Oh, I love this when Plopsky's made his way through. Nilo going to get a kill onto Jakarta, who was trying to flank in. It worked last round. This time, held 4, and Lumi hits a big one on towards BTN. That should be the round as well. Adron, he's not in a great position to be able to deny this.
Yeah, and there's just no way you're clearing CT. There's no way of even considering that as a possibility. And he'll fall. A sublime T-half here from Sweden. Genuinely, I mean, the macro looked fantastic throughout this game, but in that round there, you also see just how clean they are and how instinctual that 3v5 looked. They hear that AWP ring out in middle, and they don't shy away from it. They realize that they can go 1-for-1 at the very least. And then they just bleed out information. They force the Romanians' hands. And now they're in pole position to just nab away Romania's Dust 2 pick, making them look a little red in the face after all that good work, all that of an upset in the previous for Romania. Now they're already against the ropes.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of a weird spot that they're in. This pistol round is a necessity. We don't find it here. We're probably already talking about curtains on Dust 2. And with Mirage being Sweden's pick up next, does definitely worry us a little bit. Adam, he's holding. He has support of Shine. Shoulder spotted there. Good flashes on the timing, but he's actually completely ineffective. This is a really awkward fight for Plopsky because he gets caught in no man's land.
Yeah, I mean, they were definitely not expecting as many bodies there. As soon as the shoulders spotted, they're thinking that they can just flash through and reaggress, but everybody hitting their shots for Romania, and now Lumi thrust into a 1v4, finds one to make this a little bit more doable with no kit and absolutely no information in this post. He's just going to have to hit some blinders. Double peek is there, and Romania capitalize through sheer numbers. They live to fight another day here on Dust 2, and now they can get that Dust 2 T-side rolling as well.
Yeah, really important pistol round for them. I mean, we have to spiral. We have to talk about Pistol Force first 2 gun rounds to be in for the chance of making this work for them. Whether they can or not, that is the question. Of course, I'm not going to see a buyout for Sweden. I'm happy, but I'm also sad because I'm waiting for that failed force buy to now be 4 times. We've had not a single successful force buy on the CT side after losing the pistol so far this tournament. So low buy, not expecting a lot. The one upgraded pistol of that CZ out of B is already down.
Well, should be an easy time for these SMGs to rack up some cash, but it's the rifles to do a little bit of work. Zella would have liked that extra one, but actually, net positive for BTN.
Yeah.
Gets a little bit of confidence with finding his second kill, and also gets some SMG cash kill bonus as well. Jakarta will finish it off, and Romania have a near flawless anti-eco.
Yeah, money in the bank as well with those Mac 10s, but then also upgraded them to the AK right at the end there for a drawn. So, yeah, simple stuff. Ultimately, Romania now going to come in towards their buy. Actually going to go for the Furia buy. This is, in my opinion, the best way to play these sort of rounds. This is how Fury have been doing it for a while now, and they're actually one of the only teams who've been doing it at the tier 1 level, but it's the right way to go about, in my opinion, CT sides. You lose a pistol, don't force it towards the second, MP9s in towards your first investment, just because of how strong they are and the amount of cash that you can kind of build up. I mean, MP9s are basically broken at the moment in CS2. That's a missed CT smoke, and it ends up leading Nilo into a freebie. Repost up as well. It's a really strong angle to hold from with that scout. Jakarta out. Still gets a kill of his own, but it feels dicey. I mean, John's in that 1 bullet kind of death range, and they're fighting slightly scrappily, and Nilo's going to fall away.
I mean, beautiful shot to pull the attention back for Sweden into middle, but Raga finding one of his own makes it a little bit more difficult, but it's a snake in the grass of Lumi to find one, make it a double, and now Jakarta out. That late insurance policy off of Long has now got to recover the bomb, find 3 players, and has already been spotted out as well. Nilo can really just send pot shots down car if he feels like it, but either way, this should be a lock and key type of round for the CTs.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. Molly comes down. Should make this what feels like a done affair. I mean, the bomb is just in such an awkward spot. Flash is brilliant. Jakarta's back betrays him. His ass was sticking out around that corner. Kyle Lowry-esque.
Kyle Lowry-esque.
And it will be Sweden with that 10th. They're so close now, but again, this is that Fury investment that we talk about, right? Where MP9s is like your primary investment in towards your first gun round. It's so strong because even if you lose the round, you can actually still buy into MP9s again in the next.
I mean, even in that situation, you could buy rifles because if you get SMG kills, you're getting enough, and the loss bonus is built up because it's 3rd stage.
Exactly.
It's a risky one, but there are some pros to it for sure.
Nade could do a decent chunk, but actually get just a bit in front of it. Opening kill to go the way pretty early. Oh, Zello here. T-Side opening on Dust 2 can be a little hard, but he's the sort of the right style of play, which should actually make this incredibly strong. We know he's somebody who's very aggressive, relies on himself, shotgun opening style. This is where Dust 2 gives you a lot of good lines of sight. So Lurks are going to come out towards short, but at the same time they throw it, they're met with a Molotov. So again, just to slow them down for a moment. But Sweden sort of have to get proactive in a minute. At a numbers advantage, they're already getting starved of information. They've got to try and find some sort of idea. Hence why it feels like a double mid play might be where they look into. They might even get good timing on the wrap. I mean, Zello's made a step there, so that might even indicate them to push through doors. And now it's like Utah comes raining in towards a Baron A site. They've got to start going quick.
They hedge all their bets in the middle, thinking that split's going to come through. It's a 50-50 gamble, but they choose incorrectly. And now Romania finding a plant in this 4v5. And how fragile CT economy can be, I would call for a save, but Plopski's gonna have a look in, trying to find a head off of this short side. And finally one gets spotted, he hits the dink but not the frag, and that's when BTN strikes from the site. And now Sweden will have to fall away, and they've lost 2 rifles on top of it.
It's actually a really nice setup as well there in that post bomb by Romania, because they just know that we're going to play off trades. Just play off the fact that we do have the numbers advantage, and play off the fact that for Sweden, that retake is actually really difficult. The good news is for them is that the guns saved for them are really strong. We saved an AWP, we saved an AK, and we are going to buy in around it as well. Nilo's going to have no issues in terms of his investment, and in a kind of a worst case scenario, we can get a drop over from Adam or from Lumi towards like some kind of Shine who's on shy of 3k. So they can make something work. I mean, even if Shine goes in towards like an MP9, if they can get him in towards like lower tunnels, it's still an incredibly strong position to play from with a gun of that kind of caliber.
Nilo will purchase into the Scout, so they'll have double scopes in this one.
They're half buyer here, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, you'll have a guaranteed purchase in the following. There's still a little bit of potency here. You can start pouring some resources into Lumi and try to get him involved.
Yeah.
And straight away, there was a tag through the mid doors, and Zello will have to be a little bit more careful. And there it is, the proactivity, trying to play ahead of some utility there in short side. And Adam strikes straight away.
That's a gun.
Recoverable.
Yeah, he's got Shine in support of him too, so we can actually go and say to Shine, go and get that gun picked up. AK from right saying.
There it is.
Yeah, there it is. AK and a Molotov too, so pretty important set of util. He's now got to wheel. The only worrying thing is she doesn't have armor. Nilo is glass cannon on that Scout. Another spot where for Sweden, numbers advantage. It still doesn't actually feel like they got the advantage just yet in terms of the round momentum itself.
Yeah, they still don't have short presence. They still have that worry about middle with the recycling of the CT smoke.
Yeah, yeah.
And so they're going to have to go for something a little bit unorthodox. Shine gets boosted up. And I'll have some sightlines on a CT, so maybe they can call some rotations. AWP of Lumi does get caught out, though. That flash is fantastic from a drone. And now everybody from the CT side are scampering back in. Adam B finds one, Shine with another, and Shine with a double. Shine has a round for himself. What a play there from the youngster.
Definitely been the reservations about Shine when he got picked up from Eyeballers, but my God, made his presence known in this one. Had a quiet game, but he picks his moment. He picks it brilliantly to give Sweden yet another round on the board and just to deny that pressure that Romania were building upon. Individuality shines out for him, and Sweden get ever closer to stealing away Romania's map pick, and not only just doing it, but doing it actually in fashion, doing it in style.
Yeah, backed into a corner there as well were Sweden. That's legitimately the only way they win that round. Him going nuclear on the retake, and he finds a way to pull a rabbit out of the hat. Magician of sorts.
Ooh.
And now you're getting some spam connecting from Nilo as well. Not confirmed, mind you, but Romania will still net themselves some short control.
I mean, Chicago and BTN are actually in a really, I'm going to say feeble spot. Chicago's on 1 point of HP. He's so lucky that he's at the back there, not in the pack.
Yeah.
If he's in the pack, he's dead. Oh, rotates back over. Lumi with that Scout, may I say. Does get a tag, and he actually finds the body shots, and he looks for a second. Damage dealt by him is so important. Look at the HP across the board. Chicago, 1 point. Down he goes. Zello for a big double. That's actually really important, but Nilo's still here, and he might actually still get them across. He's still alive himself. Both BTN and Adron are in one bullet headshot range. So it's still a real awkward predicament that they're in. And this flank's got a bit of timing from that T side. Plopski could have been a bit of pressure, under a bit of pressure here, but he's holding for it. He does well, and the move from Nilo is excellently played. Nilo and Plopski done so well there just to not overface. They could have easily moved up in towards shore and tried to take fights in through that smoke, and they opted against it. And it gives Sweden now a 12-6. They're on track for an incredibly one-sided first map here.
Yeah, unfortunately, BTN just not there. I mean, trying to lurk in that situation when you've got your bomb stuck on the site. Really unfortunate circumstance in the man-even situation for Romania, but Sweden capitalized that experience shining here. And now they've got a lower setup to try and deal with these pesky pistols. One last attempt here for Romania, getting smashed to pieces here as Adam B and Nilo run rampant in the lower tunnels. It's all up to a drum. The stand-in looking to step up, but how little he has in this round. We're looking at a 1-0 start for Sweden in the series, trying to just manhandle their way into that grand final, and that certainly will be the case. Sweden have themselves a fantastic showing to kick off this best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, credit where credit's due. They actually made that look incredibly easy. I think everybody had their moment in the spotlight, but it's got to be said, I mean, as much as maybe the numbers don't fly away for like the star players or that core rifle, I think Plopsky actually calls really well, especially on that T side. He just pulled them apart so easily. They weren't really under too much pressure. The timing was excellent. They just weren't rushing things. They know that they have a lot of small things in the right place that can work for them. I think we even spoke about that kind of sort of limit testing that they were doing. Upper B control being taken constantly, putting a lot of pressure on the stand-in as well of a John, and actually just forcing Raga to over-rotate in towards that B side. So it was really, really uncomfortable at times, and you could just see how really Romania never got going. So an awkward map for them, and the fact that it's their map pick does not help as Mirage is up next. But of course, before we get to any of that, we've got the desk and the boys to break it down.
Yes, indeed, Sweden one map to the good after a stellar T-side. And guys, we need to talk about Nilo. He was stunning on that first half. He's meant to just be the B-lurker, the tunnels player, and he's getting ridiculous amount of kills. This kid is a star of the future, no doubt.
Yeah, he's the best player at the tournament. And again, we talked about Bora's individual skill. I think the one guy who you'd place probably number 2 on that list in terms of just overall ability is Nilo. He's been fantastic for quite some time already now. Again, I'm baffled by the fact that he's still not being picked up by a more tenured team, but you know, all he can do is do what he's doing right now, which is dominate his opponents at whatever tournament he goes to. And I think we got to see that now. Yeah, doesn't really matter where he plays, what role he's meant to have. He's just going to be better than his opponents in most situations, and that's a massive benefit from Sweden. And I think that's why they're running away with Dust 2, which is Romania's map pick, in a rather confident way.
Yeah, just so sharp, Nilo, honestly. He's got that really snappy aim, which means he can kind of win fights he never should, and he can get you into moments where you should never have a chance. This was all Team Sweden, though, honestly. And this, to me, looked like a team who have good skill, but also great discipline against a team in Romania who, I've got to be honest, their discipline was pretty awful in this game. I think on multiple occasions, even when they would get advantages, they just continue to fight when they didn't need to. And for me, Sweden were masterful at knowing when they needed to fight and when they needed to just sit back. Romania were the opposite. All they can do is fight, it seems. That's the only way they can win rounds, and that is frustrating. Even that 1v4 that Nilo had the chance in, Romania gave him a few chances to have those one-on-one duels, and for me, that's the big difference between these two teams. Sweden have got that ability to know when they need to fight, when they don't, and that was a big benefit to them alongside those star players.
We saw from Zello that, particularly towards the end of that first half, he was trying real hard to force the issue. He had one round where he pushed lower and it did work. He had other rounds where it didn't. He's trying to be the hero, but as we've said throughout this show so far, we can't expect him to maintain his level from the group stage. It can't be a one-man army when you're playing a team with depth. They need more options, and Zello can't take it all upon himself.
Yeah, but I think that's kind of the issue we run into, the fact that he is very aware of the fact that if he doesn't play well, if he doesn't dominate, they don't beat Sweden. Simple as that. So he's just he's trying to create his own moments, as you said. He's kind of forcing it. But I think you do kind of end up feeling a little bit choked out when you're playing a team versus Sweden, because Sweden are not giving you a whole lot of opportunities to really find openings, etc. I think Neil kind of alluded to the fact that it was patient, calm, you know, methodical from Sweden on Dust 2. It was just going through the motions, and if you go through the motions and you kind of tick off every box that you have on your way to a bomb site, then yeah, there's not going to be a whole lot of opportunities for an opera to really pick you apart in that much sense, unless you do something unorthodox, unless you get a little bit more aggressive than maybe you normally do, or what is expected of you. And that's also how you get end up in dicey situations that you can't necessarily escape from either. And I think we saw that from him on quite some occasions. And I don't think it's helped starting CT side as well, considering the economy, the fact that we see Sweden winning the pistol, they get off to a hot start, you get one shot in an op, you lose the first Byron, and there's not that many opportunities for you to kind of shine from that point on.
Yeah, the CT side start was maybe a little tough for Romania. I think that you could kind of see that they were trying to go for these aggressive moves at times, and all credit to Sweden, they handled it really well on every occasion. And then you saw Romania start to panic a little and go, oh boy, okay, these aggressive plays aren't working. We might be in trouble. And that was a problem for them, because when they were trying to rotate and when they were trying to assist on bomb sites, you saw those nades just not be there or just be too late, and those timings weren't quite on point. And so Sweden, honestly, fantastic performance, and it looks to me like they know exactly what to expect from Romania. They've planned for it well, and they're executing exactly what they need to.
Let's look ahead towards Mirage. We know, at least in a lot of events for Romania, when they're playing as Nexus, they don't like this map. They've only won it twice in the last 10. Medisport do like this map. They'll pick it into many a team. Guys, this is squaring up for a 2-0, isn't it?
It is building up that way. Sweden have already played Mirage, what, 3 times here so far. They've beaten Permita, they've beaten Huns, and one additional team as well. So they're feeling in fine form on Mirage. They have no reason to necessarily fear it. And then especially considering the fact that, yeah, Nexus or Romania, not massive fans of it. So they're not going to be as comfortable. Again, even more so than on Dust 2, I think you're going to need heroics, you know, from an individual on the side of Romania. And I don't really see how that's going to happen when you have a Sweden team that, like, as you said, Romania were trying to get aggressive plays in, finding weird timings to potentially backstab or cause havoc, and you could just tell whether it's Plopsky, Adam, B, Lumi, or Shine, like, didn't really matter. Everyone on Sweden kind of just had eyes in the back of their necks, just knowing, like, oh yeah, no, I should turn around now, because apparently that's a common timing for them. So yeah, there's just no avenues for Romania to find openings, and I think it's going to be a little bit more of the same here going into Mirage. That's just the gut feeling I'm sitting with.
Yeah, had Adam B with the aggressive rifling, getting some good rounds. He was maybe a bit hit or miss, but when he was getting entries, it was impactful. And as you said, even Shine at the end there showing up with an impressive multi-kill. Really, really sharp from him. And if that's what your in-game leader's pulling off, you're in good shape. I still think Lumi for me is the weak point on this team, I'm going to say. I think that the AWP difference is pretty big here, but I don't think it matters at all. The difference elsewhere is just so big that, yeah, sure, Mirage is a map that anyone can play, and you know, Romania can probably at least get some rounds, but yeah, it's not looking good, bruv.
Is the best chance for Romania just to fully unleash Zello? I know they might have lived and died by the sword in map 1, but is it just fundamentally, they've just got to unleash him and let him do his own stuff, because he's their only way to get into rounds and get a big advantage?
I mean, I guess at the very least to try to set up, you know, any sort of openings to rounds, maybe that's your best calling card. If he wants to pick T-Pit, if he wants to pick mid, if whatever he wants to do, just kind of use most of your resources to accommodate for that, see where that leads you at the very least. But it doesn't seem like, again, if you have a 20% win rate on the map, you're likely not having an answer right now. Like you haven't figured it out up to this point. That much is clear. So I'm not sure if they're going to be able to find that magical solution now going up against probably one of the better Mirage teams that they've played against in quite some time.
It also feels different. Like you said, there's something about the way he's doing it today that feels like he knows he needs to do it. It's out of necessity. It feels a little forced at times. Whereas if you know you're winning rounds already as a team and you're relying more on your teammates, you're not going to go for it every single round. You kind of know occasionally I can sit back and it'll be fine. So I do want to see him have the ability to do what he wants, but I don't want him to feel like he has to do it every single round to give them a chance. That's the important distinction there.
Oh, scary times for Romania. We need a miracle on Mirage. It looks like Sweden are set for a 2-0. Quick break, and when we're back, we'll see if this series indeed can't go past second map. We'll see you then.
That was pretty quick, wasn't it? I mean, there really wasn't that much of a competition, unfortunately. Romania, on their own map pick, get decimated quite easily, and it's a worrying sign that we now put ourselves in, because Sweden, we know how good they can be on this Mirage, right? And the real worrying thing for us is that it's the questions of how do we actually get Romania back into this. It's on paper a punish pick.
Yeah. The firepower is an extreme issue for Nexus/Romania, and now on the other side of the equation, I just think the system for Metasport/Sweden looks so comfortable on this map. It's where they really made a name for themselves. When they were playing with it with ZTR, it was a map that they would pick literally almost every best of three
like
that
one
they
of
would
the few
have.
teams picking Mirage, right? Not just floating
Regularly, and they had like an extremely high whip percentage. I think somewhere in that 70 to 80% off of like 30 maps played. So genuinely, it's been a staple for them for ages, and I think Plopsky has seen how well that's worked for ZTR. That he's adapted a lot of those ideas here, and I think this T side is going to get very, very dangerous for Romania to deal with. We'll see what the ideas go for here, but in this situation, I think Plopsky gets even more scary with how he likes to take mid control and individually play on this team, and Nilo with that kind of Rops-ish role in taking care of App's presence. So we'll watch how this T side develops, but get ready for some exciting CS there from the Ts.
Yeah, Sweden look like they're setting up for a pretty standard B pop, all in all. But Zello's actually got a really nice flank here. This timing could be pretty excellent. Wrapping his way forward, but he might go the wrong way. No, he can double back.
Oh.
Raga's timing is excellent. They're just not going to expect it. As long as a drone can just slow them down for a brief moment. No, don't go under. And then also hearing steps on towards ramp. This is awkward. There's two different fights on two different fronts, but Zello gets two different kills. So that'll help him. Nilo then says, you can do it, so can I. As Chicago gets dropped. His flank is still pretty huge though, but is he being held for? He might be now. He's made noise for Raga. He's got to go. Nice shot. The second's got to follow in quick succession, or he could be under a lot of pressure. He's got to buy time for that short rotate, and it just comes a little late. Zello, quad clutch needed from him. First two he found over towards A. The second he needs to drop them on B, and in quick fashion. Doesn't have a kit anymore. Look at his head ripped off his shoulders. It's a big start from Sweden. It was incredibly hairy at one point though, just because of those double flanks that were on.
Yeah, and again, it's Nilo to dig them out of it individually. I mean, genuinely, with how easy Zello was able to get rid of the A-lurk, you start to get a little worried for Sweden. Even if Raga makes the wrong decision and goes down into underpass for that split second, there's still that potency of having to deal with it very early on.
Yeah.
And yet Sweden find a way through. Now you have a chance for them to just run rampant with these defaults with guns as well. And that's where you have to get a little bit frisky with these Zeuses and these close range pistols, but already being dealt with by Shine comfortably.
Ooh. Shine doesn't opt to stick around there. He was just worried about maybe about a bit of too much that precedence was lower. But fights are for the most part isolated with ease, and Shine, who's doubling back now, he's an insurance policy. One spotted, and actually Plopsky dinked in towards top mid, but it's just not going to change the outcome of this round. Sweden not breaking too much of a sweat. Should get the second here. Bomb going to go down, which more or less confirms things, and Nilo, he wants those kills. He knows where Zello is. Just don't go in towards the Zeus is the main thing, but he gets flashed anyway, so didn't have a chance in hell. Only the one casualty. You're not too worried.
A little smirk there from Nilo. He heard that Zeus go off as well. Not too far off the mark, but
just about a meter above him.
Yeah, good flash.
Like
good
a firework.
Flash. Very funny. And now the guns come out for Romania.
Glass cannon all.
And yeah, it looks like a glass cannon out for Zello. Wants to take matters into his own hands.
That's ballsy.
Yeah.
This early on, especially when you know there's a Mac 10 on the other side.
Yeah.
That's a big call to make.
I mean, this is the star calling his own shots.
Yeah.
Backing himself. I admire the tenacity, but can he actually net some impact with said glass cannon up? We'll see. Right now, kind of maneuvering around the map, showcasing a little bit in window, but now moving back into CT. Swapping spots with this captain, and just a B execute right off rip here. Sweden is considering at this point. And with Shine trying to sell something on that A side, players start to get pulled over.
Yo, Nilo flying his way out. He wants to fight, and he's happy to fight as well. But Johnson's actually really well just to buy time. That alone is enough because it allows BTN to rotate in and get that trade nice and quickly, but Lumi's hit an absolute scorcher of a shot. Molotov into his back pillar actually limits a bit of what Zello can do, but he just had a gap. The tiniest gap in that flame puts it all down to Shine. 1v3, it feels impossible. And he's not going to be given the cross. That glass cannon, he's anything but feeble. Really well done from Zello for 2 there. And even without armor, he's so happy to fight.
Yeah, and the superstar backing works out for himself. He backs himself and he finds that level of impact. So now Sweden will have to complicate the default a little bit more now, considering a straight B execute didn't necessarily work. Yes, you had that little bit of a sell factor from Shine on the other end, but it just wasn't strong enough. It didn't really have bodies being thrown at the A site, and that makes it a little bit more difficult. Nilo trying to go for a hero play with that Deagle, but Zello clips him straight out of the apartments.
That's just what he can do, right?
Yeah.
Zello is so happy to fight so early into these rounds. I mean, this is as unfortunate as the non-starter, really. We should, though, I think we should be able to get an AWP in towards this next round, especially if they get a bomb plant, because, you know, Nilo on 3.3, 1.9 loss. Actually, nah, not really.
I mean, if you want to go glass,
yeah.
But I don't think Sweden is going to do that the other way.
It's not worth it as well, just because Lumi has his prevalence on that AK is at the same vein.
Exactly,
They'd rather have Nilo with the full belt of util rather than, and the armor rather than the glass cannon. Shots from BTN. Only he has a couple of pixels to work with, but it's more than enough.
Now Zello getting activated from Cat, and Romania will keep it clean. 5 alive here, building a little bit of a bank balance. And now Sweden, as we said, kind of expected that they bring out 5 rifles here, and they absolutely will commit to that philosophy. But now I want to see that stock standard default that I love so much from Sweden, and how they kind of play around Nilo.
Yeah. I mean, we're actually looking at them now as well with that full belt of utility to actually showcase what they do best, which is these double pump XCs, these fakes that they're very good at dragging rotations over with. That's where they're going to find gaps, right? We saw them do it quite a lot where, because Adron looked just a little bit uncomfortable over towards B side alone, it was forcing him to play doubled up with Raga, dragging him off mid. So these small little things that they were doing so well on the T side, they want to try and do it again. But it's Zello who, once again, gets another opener with that AWP. And that's not going to slow him down. He might actually use that to push his way forward. He's already starting to kind of rotate back over towards B. He might try and take a bit of short presence late here. Plopsky now with ladder room control. It's a good spot that they find themselves in for Sweden. They're not exactly in a uncomfortable map control spot. It's just, how do they utilize this?
Yeah, I mean, they can potentially split into Cat here, and that's got to be the incision that opened things up. But Adron steps up tall. Shine will find another. And now, as we go back and forth in middle, Romania retains the man advantage. 45 seconds left on the clock. Molly up on short side, and they're going to look to kind of pincer into Raga here. The vet of this Romanian side has to step up massively, but he's been spotted. He's only got a flash to stall at this point. Molotov can come in, and he's going to have to get flushed in to that connector side, but he finds a safe haven under balcony. 25 seconds. We've got to go, boys. T-side has to find another little bit of an opening. It's all up to Adam B now in the clutch. 1v3 turn 1v2, and Adam B will close out another. It's all up to Zello. He's recovered a rifle. 13 seconds. Bomb dropped in top of Con. He's got to go for the gunfight, and Adam B clutches up.
Big round from Adam. That 1v3 is actually so well played. The only mistake that Sweden actually make there is that Lumi just got to get that kill in towards the underpass player, but he still does so well. The bulk player, may I say, but he does so well, Adam. Isolating fights, making sure the trades are good, and actually the one thing that Romania that kills them in that round is that they isolate themselves. No trades, no playing off each other. Real tough spot that they put themselves in. Another little pit stop as well for Adam, and he deserves it off the back of that 1v3.
Yeah, a hard-earned upper decky. Well, look, I think the problem there for Romania is that as soon as Plopsky takes contact off of Cat side, you're thinking that, okay, maybe there's an additional bit of T side action coming onto that B side. I think commit a double player, another player there with Zello's AWP on that end. and it sells enough. It sells enough of a play there.
Yeah, it's actually unfortunate. I think the one glaring error for me is the fact that Adam gets that easy kill on CT. That's
that should never be happening.
If the player until CT tucks, the round's won because of timing. They had 19 seconds when he's taking that first engagement in the 1 versus 3, and the bomb's dropped over towards jungle. If CT
they should be aware that the bomb is down as well, considering the bomb planter, the guy that was holding the bomb initially fell.
Yeah. So that's the thing. That the only real mistake that I think Lumi, Raga, may I say, when he falls over
does
towards
his job,
when he falls over towards top bulk, it's whatever. He's already low, and actually he's an information gatherer. He's basically cannon fodder, just to be like, okay, what's the timing on this little 1 versus 3? It's just about CT there because you're buying time for Zilla to rotate over towards jungle. But even then, even if he falls, you've still got the insurance policy. So it's I mean that's the glaring error there. A big round for Sweden, of course. We're still led by. It's a great flash, but he does well for 2. I'm actually surprised he gets away with that second.
3v4 now for Sweden as they still continue this A attack. Zello and BTN will make sure that this stops immediately. They cannot just simplify these rounds. They're going to have to earn them just a little bit more. They try an A contact, they try a B contact, or B execute rather, and neither of them work. Romania showing that they will not get pushed aside on this Mirage.
Yeah, the one actually kind of, the one round where you just want to see them slow it down into a default, they actually go for something a little bit different. They try and punish them off the back of a bad round lost and just try and say, okay, sure, we're now going to step up the pace a little bit. But BTN read into it so well. Great flash from him for a double for Raga. And he just knew that they were going to try something a little bit quicker, hence why he wants to get Raga in quickly, because Raga's actually been playing back over towards kind of back default, front triple area for the most part in these early rounds. So a nice little change up in pace from the CT side to re-aggress. Adam does want to once again fight, but again, the firepower is really rough, and they have opted to buy here, though.
Yeah, they're in a double eco situation. I think they're just kind of forced to. A lot of mid-control taken, late mid-control taken from Sweden. And now, they're going to have to re-aggress the CTs to find an answer, but Jakarta falls, and so cat side has a little bit of an opening. This B side under threat. Adam B could have found another, but not to be. Minute now left on this clock. You've got a player stuck in a window, and I think it's a drone that should be hot under the collar here, considering now the T side have made their way into CT spawn.
Oh, hang on. That tag on towards BTN does make this a little worrying too, where that potential scout could really get a lot of leg room. Bomb going to go down in a, a pretty important round for Sweden just because of that force. You lose this, the economy's broken. Not only the Romania found a 4th, but they probably get gifted a 5th. And now it's anything but. This is difficult, time ticking. We do have double kits to work with, and the belt of util on towards Zello, who's got that full HP. Oh, Nilo has not been cleared. That scout shot is immaculate, but it's all down to him now. The pistol's actually the best play here. He knows he body shot Zello earlier. Smoke goes a little shallow. It's planted 4 short, and Zello might just stick this. Time ticking, he might just stick it. Leg spotted, and Lumi does well. Is Zello a tuck just a little bit towards the left, he probably wins that round.
Yeah, I mean, even then, maybe it gets a little dicey there. Lumi does very well to find that headshot. I know we didn't see the POV of it, but that's a tough shot to hit when you've got a player swinging as quickly as he does. And Nilo just finding that dink, making it a doable situation. If he's not dinked there, that's where the scout has to come out, and I actually don't think he wins the round there. And I think Romania pulls it off, but Sweden with the complete force buy, all in risk from them pays off.
Yeah.
And now Romania have to call attack because you got to look at the issues now. Jakarta on a FAMAS, Braga on a 5-7, and absolutely no utility to speak of across the board. You've got 1 smoke and 2 flashes. How do you stop Sweden from taking mid? How do you stop them from having these crazy extremity plays off of Absent Palace? It's just not possible. You're just going to have to let them play their own game.
It is that sort of age-old question now of how Romania want to try and utilize this force bite. And these are the sort of rounds where I do like seeing a bit of proactivity. Try and actually just catch them off guard, as they did earlier with that Raga double open over towards ramp, right? Something like that where you just change the tempo a little bit. don't allow Sweden to get a default and set it up. They've gone back towards that mid-control that you spoke of. But at the same time, as presence and notoriety of towards mid is known, they're making a move in through B-ups. I mean, look how much information they're getting.
Yeah, they've got to rotate quickly. That fourth player of Raga has got to move back over, but they've advanced his default a little bit quicker. And there's 3 points of attack coming in onto this A site. Raga's got to hustle because this A site is truly under threat.
Yeah, good work. Little 1-2 combo. Adam Smolly. Lumi with a kill. Oh, it's so uncomfortable from Zello there. One of the rare times when you see him just really look mechanically weak. And he gets caught. Jakarta, and he got a 5-7 for him. He is on for a good timing of the flank, but it just shouldn't really make that much of a difference. He can't even get his kill. Flawless for Sweden, all 5. And Adam, great reaction. Quick little flick back over towards ramp. Sweden extend the lead to 2 and shatter that Econ. So they basically should guarantee that on this T side of the second most statistically T side map in the pool, C side map in the pool, they're going to guarantee bare minimum a draw. That for me is already an absolute win in my books.
And every maneuver that Plopsky is going through with here is working for them for the most part. I mean, sure, these set pieces haven't been clean, but the defaults have done all the damage so far. All-out aggression here in middle with these upgraded pistols, and now it's time for Plopsky to get his sweet eeks. Oh, beautiful little flick there onto his counterpart, and it's all up to Jakar now. And it's a nice little eco ace there for Plopsky.
Feed him, and he shall feast. Lovely, lovely little eco ace.
Those are the first 5 kills of the game for him.
Yeah.
He's got 5 now.
And
That's
all
funny.
the people see is the stats. No, it's not how you get them, it's just that you do get them. That's my MO, right?
Oh, I know.
That is the
I know.
Cole X and McHenry special right there. Did you say ecos? Yes, please. 6-3 though, Sweden. Man, what a spot they're in at the moment. It's once again, it puts so much pressure on towards this gun run. If Romania loses gun run, we could be talking about Sweden once again putting up something like a 9-3 half.
Zello playing close up against the smoke, and he finds his man in Shine. Plopsky was still there, but couldn't find him in all the chaos. But now, as that happens, Adam B wants to capitalize on all this apartment space. They find a drone, and they find Jakarta. Zello's isolated here alone. He's got to stay alive for long enough to get a rotation in, and he'll live to fight another day. But Raga goes through. Raga goes through, and Adam B is there to trade 2v2. You've got to favor the T's.
Yeah, and they know where Zello is, right? So this is the really awkward thing, is that they can just hard focus his position. They should plant for sure, because they know that they can sort of play off this. But, Adam, if you're going to go for that, you've got to hit that shot. Now let's get into that 1 versus 2. Might be a chance. Here's Plopsky. Got to lead by example. We know he's got that caliber to be able to do so on this rifle. And he hears them rotating in. He doesn't need to swing. That molly won't spread on towards him either, so buying time is huge. But 2 swings from Sweden, and both of them big misses.
A little overzealous there from Adam B. I think that feels more like a heat check peak.
Yeah.
But he doesn't clear that hurdle. And Romania nab back a 4th. It definitely feels like one that was gifted to them in some senses.
Yeah, I think Adam's thinking he's playing over towards the left-hand side of short, because you see when he comes out, all his focus is on there. So they're thinking it's actually a double rotate that way, that Zello's waiting for his support from BTN, who's the A player.
Yeah, maybe.
He completely overlooks right side.
I think that's definitely. I mean, the problem is though is that you're playing a 50-50 situation there,
and
I would
tag too.
Yeah, I would rather play the percentages there and play some really difficult post plants for Romania to deal with on the site proper. Either way, Lumi wants to forget all about that previous round as he goes fighting for that opener, and sure he's taken out by Zello, but Adam B is there for the trade. And I was going to say Shine as well, but Zello now does it with the rifle, taking matters into his own hands with a beautiful triple.
Yeah, say what you want about Romania. Zello hasn't slowed down even for a brief moment here in this series. Should be a freebie. Then Raga's timing is excellent as Nilo did already sort of look in that spot. Just he double checks back over towards that bench swing. He's Adam all alone. 1v3, which shouldn't amount to too much. And this does give at least Romania that chance of the recovery, that chance at making this, I'm going to say a 6-all game. Adam gets consolation. A nice response back. Romania recovered well these couple of rounds.
Yeah, they navigate through the set pieces, and now they're navigating through these defaults as well. Showing a little bit of an adaptation, finding answers. I think this is Sweden's first time out of the entire series.
No, not the series. They called one third round.
Oh, right, yeah, it was like third round, very
round,
early.
super early.
Yeah.
I'm actually surprised because funny enough, Sweden do that a lot. Metasport
does that all the time.
It's super common for them. The second win or lose on a gun round, they actually like to call timeouts just to discuss what
Sometimes they chain to timeouts at the early stages.
Just to basically say this is what we've noticed. This is where maybe the gaps will open up. They don't do it this time, interestingly enough, because Romania win that gun round. So the same thing happened on Dust 2. They call it and then they responded well. This time they don't call it and they don't respond well.
We'll have a bye here either way to try and nab that 7th. And there are things that have been working. It's mid-control that has been very kind to them. It's these splits into this A site that has been very kind to them. And Romania have just got to find a little bit more success off of that B side and keep trying to take apps late to really put the pressure on Sweden when they do get in these advantageous positions. Zello now with the AWP to try and peer through underpass. Spots a shoulder but can't connect.
It's a hard shot.
Very hard.
Not many Orbals are going to be taking that fight, but obviously we know Zello backs himself. Once again, Sweden, we know we love this mid default. The only issue is we're actually struggling to then move forward from here because the split's just not been strong enough.
Yeah, they're trying to find some cat pressure or that con pressure, but there are resources being pumped in here by Romania. Double setups on either end, and now BTN looking to strike, but Plopsky finds one of his teammates in Zello, and that makes things mighty uncomfortable. Favorable trade for the T's as they want to go charging into this A bomb site, and they've chopped off Chikardau as well. Now things get very dangerous, and that flash is just slightly late. All up to a drawn now, and Sweden at the tail end find a 7th round. Surely their shine to close it out. And that's lovely in the grand scope of things for the favorites here.
It's not quite as dominant as that first map because they had a 9-3 there, but it's actually just the map in which they find a lead on the C side because it's Mirage in particular.
They've got a lockdown CDC
exactly
on this map.
And that's the big thing for us. It may feel like a relatively even map, but actually the way things are right now, it actually isn't. 7-5 on the T side, where we know how strong Metasport's CT protocols are. There is a distinct and clear disadvantage that Romania find themselves in. They've got to be lights out in this T side. They've got to get things started really early here. It was, easy to mention on Dust 2 as they're way back in, but it's kind of the same here where we need pistol force and first gun round to actually even be in for a chance.
Yeah, and that's exactly right. A chance, not even confirmation, right? So we'll see what they can do here. You've got a raid boss P250 on Zello. Romania love to do this. Let him have all the opportunity to succeed, and he absolutely has here on Mirage. 15 and 6 to start things out. That multi-kill percentage is very high.
Yeah.
But it's all to sell a little bit. It's caused a triple lean over to that B bomb site, but he's fallen, and that's the issue. They can re-aggress, they can clear this part of the map out, and with that smoke coming down onto this A bomb site, surely they know where the hit's coming.
They've got to, and they've got the numbers to support it as well. Lumi doing so well at range via jungle. Just be a nuisance. That's all he has to do. Swing coming through from Adam as well. This is actually an immaculate pistol. That is so well played. Even like a small thing there, right? Lumi takes first contact on towards that A-site pop with the 3 making their way out. He gets the Palace player, but he gets dinked, right? So that's information gets relayed over, and then he just swaps positions with Adam. So Adam goes back in towards jungle, and they're thinking, that's Lumi, that's the player I've just dinked. So they're trying to fight him in a pug, and they're trying to body shot him, but Adam's happy to take fights. He's got full HP.
Wonderful round there, even with the triple B lean, finding a way to get to the site as quick as possible. Shows that snappy attention to detail that Sweden have as far as their fundamentals go. Look at this, actually threw the Molotov, and Zello finds his man. Adam B, the A anchor falls, and there's a recoverable weapon. You'd like to think for Chikardau, finding his way to default. Nilo has no idea, and it's a double dink from Chikardau and then a finish off from Zello. Players continuing to drop like flies here on this A side, and that's not even where the bomb is headed. There's a consideration for that B finish, but now they're coming in through underpass.
They are. And Lumi has other ideas. He gets two. Oh, and recovery is actually ended up being pretty damn good. Unfortunately, Jakarta with this Glock. Expectations got to be pretty tempered, and they will. 9-5. Worrying spot that Romania have found themselves in, because the way things are panning out, they've actually basically got only 2 conclusive gun rounds if things continue at this sort of trajectory.
And I'd argue that this one, it feels even more important than that second attempt, right? Yeah. This is where Sweden's purchase has a couple of concessions, considering how Adam B fell and they lost that second player in that full eco. So a lot hinging here on Zello, on Romania, and Zello wants to take matters into his own hands yet again, as he goes charging up the catwalk with no support, and Nilo, the opposing superstar, will shut him down. Instant 4v5 that BTN has to cook up, and I don't fancy his chances here, Neo.
I'm with you. Nade. Brings up that smoke a little bit. BTN gonna drop one on his own. Oh, it still feels just a little shaky. Raga. It's actually unfortunate. The idea is quite nice there, but
you think the reload baits him in?
Yeah, and I think also the other thing is just because as he uncrouches, a pixel of his head pokes above that smoke. I think he thinks it's plumed enough that he's actually got space there to maneuver. BTN will get a very important one. He supports on the second.
What?
Oh, the crunching towards mid has completely killed them. And Lumi has got to go huge here, but it's still a very doable 1 versus 2. The only issue is he does not have a kit. He's the one towards top gone. He just can't transfer. Chikardao. Oh, I like the freeze call actually there from Romania, because they know that they can actually just go on towards A and set up a plan, but they know as well that Lumi's going to try and make a move on a quick timing.
Right, they hear the drop down from window, so they know he's con side, and they toss some utility on the A, like deeper into the A site, more into the CT side onto jungle. And so I'm assuming that Lumi is considering that they're deeper at this point. I can work my way back up con. That's where he has to face both of the Romanian players. Genuinely a surprise for him. It's back to a low econ situation. Silver lining here for Romania as they really can dig their way back in.
Gotta say, it's a really big call in this sort of round for Sweden to actually go in towards that orb. Especially when you could have just gone for
double rifle setup, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. Either double rifle setup to support the double MP9s and actually be a more of a conclusive buy, or even just something as small as just Lumi going in with like an MP9 or a 5.7 and then having the AWP next round on the full gun, or when they have it in towards the next guns. But either way, scratch that. Neither's found the kills. That's all that matters. Or Shine jumping out to his demise. He just didn't expect Zello so far up close. Lumi doesn't want to go for that Molotov, and actually that decision alone probably maybe even course of the round.
Yeah, I mean, they're still definitely going to have a look, and you probably boost up Lumi off short side to see if he can get involved. But in a 3v4, man disadvantage bomb down, you're favoring the Ts, at least just slightly. You've got to have these SMGs, these close-range weapons, hit some long-range shots, or you've got to make this boost sing. Lumi's had a good Mirage so far, and now he's got to find a little bit more impact here.
Yeah, it's time second. I already think that it feels like they're slightly posturing for that save. P9 had to do a lot of work up close, and Kant and Raga, I thought head on a swivel there as he finds Adam. Neela gets one of his own too, but still, Lumi, he's out of there. 1 versus 2 with that AWP, and it's not even really the fact that it's the AWP retake, it's the fact that he has no ult or no kit. So there's just no point giving it a go, and to add on top of it, no armor.
Yeah, there was no way there was going to be space there for him to work up.
And it comes back to what I was saying, the glass cannon decision with the AWP here feels a little weird, because actually in a weird way, having something like an MP9 or a 5.7 which can be a little gimmicky could have actually been maybe a bit more of an advantage there.
Yeah, possibly. Definitely a possibility, but either way, they'll retain that sniper, and Lumi will invest into Kevlar now. So Romania has a chance to cut this lead for Sweden down to 1. It definitely feels as though they're finding ways to punish what works so well for Sweden, and that's mid-control on both halves.
Yeah.
It's really tough to do. Very few teams against this squad can do it successfully, so BTN can hang his hat on that for sure.
Over that other game as well, Serbia took map number 1 incredibly easily.
On Nuke.
13-6 against Rhino. This one feels like a non-starter. It's probably a good time to talk about it. I think Lumi once again is probably going to keep this AWP alive if he can. And he can't. Oh, that flank. That's actually the big issue there. Lumi falling means now doesn't even really have a conclusive buy in the next. So that's awkward.
Yeah.
But discussing over towards the other game, they're in map number 2. It's Serbia's pick of Ancient, currently 6-5 up. So
On
they're
T-side, I'm assuming?
Yes. So on T-side of Ancients, they're actually on track for that 2-0 there. But again, this is sort of as expected, really.
Yeah, and again, it's always going to be a tough ask for them to produce 2 upsets if you're Portugal, back to back.
Yes, yeah.
So we're heading for that final that we were expecting prior to the beginning of this day. But still, job not finished for Sweden just yet here on Mirage. Another solid buy for them, but Romania gaining steam, gaining traction off the back of Zelo's sublime shooting.
Very true. They just set up a really interesting third place playoff match as well. Just checking over there. The star man at the moment for Serbia seems to be Collins.
Oh, yeah.
Good to see it. Good to see it. He actually had a really nice couple of moments yesterday, too.
Yeah, for
He's
sure.
one of those guys who, he's been around for just ages, like a decade. Oh, toe spotted. God, oh no! That's heartbreaking. He does enough damage. That would have killed one player, but there's 2 different ones that fight him. So that's really going to hurt.
Nilo trying to get frisky around that smoke. Doesn't realize that one, it's fading, and 2, that nade appears and bursts it open anyways.
Adam is low. Lumi's not exactly much better. So maybe Jakardao's work earlier might come back as a bit of a saving grace as Raga gets gifted 1, but an IGL battle, it's Plovsky comes out on top. 3 versus 3. The big issue here is the clock, 30 seconds. They don't actually have full coverage over towards the A side. They will plan. Open it, a tap, then a stick as well as Raga does well for his first. They're still not committed to this plan because they're just a little worried of a jungle player. Plovsky going to join Shine via CT.
He's done so much damage, Shine. He's connecting bullets, but it's through walls, and it's not enough damage, really. Now finally he'll activate. He'll find one onto Raga, gets the reload off as well safely, and now his captain will join hands with him from the CT spawn. They've got to find a way to cut the distance, and they definitely are, but with the bomb in the wide open, Zelo will absolutely have a field day, and Romania equalize the odds.
Yeah, no smoke, no kit. It's once again a small thing, because not having that long-term util for Sweden actually sort of kills them in that round. There was just no way they could pull off that rotate, and that retake, may I say, because Romania actually play it so passively. That's the exact right way to go about it. You don't need to fight, you don't need to overface. Even Zelo, he basically knows by the point at which that bomb is halfway ticked, they aren't going to be going for any sort of a play in terms of a late rotate through mid or through short, under, this, that, and the other. So he knows that all he has to do is just keep his head tucked and wait for a tap on towards the bomb or a little bit of a play over there. 9-all Sweden, second attack timeout for them. Pressure's on and they bring Abdi on towards the mic. But unfortunately, not really going to be able to do all that much in towards this round, so it's probably more of a discussion towards the next.
Interesting spot that Sweden's in. And
under pressure, actually.
Yeah, like genuinely. And you're starting to see that BTN calling style actually work out here.
Yeah.
You're starting to see this team look a little bit more comfortable in pressure situations, in clutch situations, these post plants. And now it's up to Sweden to break that deadlock through some individuals, and they definitely have that in them, but they've definitely quieted down.
Double flash round. Up close, Shine has to get one here. That's a ball, but Plovsky goes past him in the smoke. That's awkward, and Shine, who was that last bastion on the site, will fall himself. So B-side execute is pretty damn good here. BTN's got a Mach 10. Out of ammo, I'm pretty sure, so he has to pull off that reload as he had the Glock for a moment. They tap the bomb just to clear the smoke. This will be the round as well. It's not going to make a difference here. For Sweden, they probably actually, more importantly, just don't want to feed BTN with that Mach 10.
Absolutely. And at this point, with keeping 5 men alive and 4 men in the previous, they will be swimming in cash the T's. And I'm thinking that's genuinely enough for 3-4 rounds.
Yeah.
And by that time, max loss will kick in. So they should be okay for the rest of the game.
Yeah. That means Sweden have got to win actual rounds.
It's the hardest kind of comeback, right?
Yeah.
You're going to have to earn it gun round after gun round. And with mid control not being as established for them, in this game, they're going to have to find another way to win. They don't have that guaranteed win con that's done so much for them.
And the guaranteed win con on the other side for Romania of that Manzello is proven his worth. 22-12 at the moment, looking really, really clean. It does make you think, though, like, without Zello, they probably aren't even close in this map, but you really can't feel that because that's the beauty of this exercise, that they do have him, and he's a guy who can completely take over a server, and it sort of helps when on the other side, maybe Lumi's not looked as impactful, but I think more importantly, we're not seeing that rifling core, and in particular, kind of Plopsky and Shine have as much prevalence as they would hope. I mean, Plopsky, bless him, he's been trying, but it's just not working out.
Yeah, and he's been neutralized time in and time out.
I mean, he got 5 of those kills against an eco.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you're basically saying, what, like 3 and 12 or something like that, and if you don't factor that anti-eco.
Yeah.
So, tough situation there for the captain, but
I think another one was on the pistol too.
Yeah,
so I mean 2 and 12 in gun rounds.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Real driving force in terms of how strong this rifle core looks, so it's really got to be down to him. That's unfortunately the way the cookie crumbles. And now Romania slow down to a crawl in terms of this default. Trying to see if they can punish any little bit of aggression. They go trickling out of middle, and that's where Raga hits the deck. Finally a 5v4 for Sweden to rest their laurels upon.
Yeah, good timing is on that position coming through from Nilo. He just avoids a drone. He was holding for him, but now actually, oh my god, he got the bomb. That's a bad misplay. Romania have left the bomb, and it's in Nilo's grasp now. He doubles back, and he's in trouble. Yeah, he will. He didn't want to stick around because there's about 3 different angles that you have to fight from, so he tries to just fall away and say, I've got this information. We know that timing-wise, they're actually in a really problematic space. Bomb is now picked up. They've got to take a long rotate over towards A, but Sweden should realize this, hence why Shine's coming over to join them, and he's the one with the kit.
And now Plopsky can't even duel because how much damage he's taken on his initial engagement. Sure, there's 9 seconds, but they've got to respect this. They've got to let it go down. Sure, Shine finds a trade, but now in the 2v2, the question is, where's Lumi gone off to? Well, they found him out, and it won't matter. Lumi will hit the dirt, and Adron is there for the next. Romania are 2 rounds away from forcing a third. Who would have thunk it?
Yeah, maybe we are going towards that side of Inferno. Sweden, this has always been a good map for them, but it's just not looking that way. The CT side in particular has been pretty dire. No 2 ways about it, right? They've not got a single gun round, Sweden, and they've really looked uncomfortable. Only 2 rounds with that pistol and that force, and everything else has fallen apart for them. The second the investments come through, it's just been one-way traffic.
Yeah, I think they've been just very timid.
Yeah.
You haven't had that same amount of pressure being exerted. No apps push, no palace push, no aggressive mid control. It's all been dealt with by Romania, and now things are getting a little hot under the collar for the favorites. A-Smoke's being deployed. They don't have to commit off the back of it, but they'll flash in. Bait setup for Adam B. He'll find it on the SMG, and Lumi will actually be the one to find it on the dual Berettas.
Oh my god, that was for a moment a little bit hairy. Tried to transfer and just damages both kills neither. 11-10. Sweden know this game is still on, but we said if Sweden want to win this, especially in regulation, they've got to do it in the hardest way possible because there's gun rounds every single time, where on the flip side, their economy is permanently on the brink.
I think this is a misstep here from Romania, just calling a set piece against a low buy like that. I mean, straight into that bait and switch setup, but it's actually the bait that reigns supreme in Lumi's dual Berettas.
Yeah.
I mean, that weapon is useless beyond pistol rounds. Genuinely never supposed to happen if you're that T side. And does that fumble kind of haunt them is the real question as we get into that witching hour here, round number 22, as BTN still wants to dig this team all the way through to Inferno.
That's a really nice mid-exit coming through, actually. But it's Raga. He thought he was tucked, he wasn't. After smoke plumes, he thinks it's a brick wall, and down he falls. 4 versus 4. One going to be dropped over towards the share player as Zello. He'll reposition. Where actually do Romania want to finish here? Because we've got mid-control, but we've just got no idea about either short or com presence. So the split is not really on at the moment. Feels like where they're posturing at the moment is a B finish. A lot of pressure on the IGL. Plopski's got to go huge here. He is isolated. All three are stacking A for Sweden, leaving Plopski alone.
Oh, they're moving back now, though. I think they're considering the lean as Nilo will clear out the bottom of A main, but can those rotations get there fast enough? Plopski still has to find a little bit of impact. He's been flashed, and he's got players coming with him, but a drone flying through apartments will find his man. And in the back of the site, it's Shine's turn to have a round, and he can't muster up anything.
Bomb goes down, and the really unfortunate thing, they just don't have the util set to deny it.
I think you've got to save, man.
Smoking a flash, I think you're right. They're in a really awkward spot. I mean, Nilo has enough to drop over towards 1, but then with that lost bonus we've got for Sweden, Adam and Shine can pick up. Plopsy takes a drop from Nilo, and it's workable. It still feels like they're sticking around for a brief moment, but they just don't have any in-routes here. As that bomb hits 50%, they're out of there. So Lumio keep out of the AWP, and now Sweden are playing for overtime, and it just doesn't feel very likely.
This is that Romanian tenacity that we've seen in this tournament. We've seen it with this Nexus lineup when they play online tournaments on a regular basis. They will not go down quietly into the night. This is the team that if you find the win, you've got to earn it 100%. And now Sweden are going to have to dig deep with a lower purchase yet again. You put a lot of pressure onto players like Nilo, onto players like Lumi, who have had good maps, but have to go a little above and beyond here to find overtime at a bare minimum.
Yeah, it's very true. Doesn't feel... I mean, it really feels like all throughout this map that Sweden have just been completely out of ideas. They've just not had the right protocols in place like they did towards map number 1 to make this look as comfortable as it probably should have been. And, you know, it's something that Hawker on the desk mentioned. Mirage being your perma pick is a bit of a worry at times, right? Because
it's a risk.
You're playing a pluggy team, right? They're happy to fight you. And BTN, he's looked a complete different shade as he did towards map number 1. He was so underwhelming there. Single-digit kills for him in that first map, and finds himself having a lot of impact here, but still a 1-for-1.
And you've taken down the danger man of Nilo. The shock factor of Sweden is now 6 feet under. And Romania at this point, they've got a lot of time to work with. Not a whole lot of map control, but they're going to go marching together as one through the underpass. Plopski might be able to spot out ahead here if timing favors him. But so many bodies now have gone beyond, and a player's getting boosted up in a window as well. If Plopski's not careful, oh my god, ships into the night. Neither player checks, but I think Plopski is seen a little bit mouth moving. And with 40 seconds, where did Romania end? It looks like the B-bomb site.
Yeah, Shine knows though. Shine should get this one for free. Should is the word. He will. Then line up for 2. That's big from Plopski.
That's a bomb.
So maybe an oversight in one place, but a reposition from him as he moves out from ladder and he catches those 2 players in shore. I mean, not that it really makes a difference financially that much, but Zello just saves here. There's no way. 1v4, 20 seconds, no bomb control. And it's going to take him about 20 seconds to get towards the site via shore. Just call it.
It's
really well played.
It's a couple of pixels that ends that round, right?
Yeah, I mean,
if Plopski doesn't see him, if Plopski doesn't see him, there's no way Shine is watching market at that point. He's going to be trained and honed in on the B apartments.
Yeah, it's 2 big kills, but a 3rd in spirit, right?
Genuinely.
That Shine one is a freebie, just because, I mean, he must have only spotted, like, the backpack, right? Like,
yeah.
The smallest amount, and it was nearly, I mean, obviously, we say in hindsight now, it's a really good call, and he's basically won this round for his team, but if he is half a second late re-peeking back in, he probably loses the round for them, because that sets up the B split. Shine gets caught off guard, and before you know it, that round falls apart. Romania, these contact players have been getting a lot of favorability in a lot of these rounds, and Sweden just keep getting caught off guard by them.
Cat jump missed by Lumi. He wanted to go for a gunfight straight away, and like instead, he's just like me, for real, and has to fall back to Khan. Smoke up in the entranceway, and he'll hang back a little bit more.
Deep smoke,
it's a little too deep, I'd like to think.
You can actually play in front of this. I don't know if Romania will. It might still commit to a short play, and, well, Monty holding for it, and he falls flat on his test. Same copy set for Nilo, but he has to get 2 here. That feels like a necessity, or a reposition as well. Don't have to fight. We have seen these sort of little bit of audacious plays from Sweden where they're trying to force it a bit. He's moving his way forward. Adam B doesn't want to fight. He's tucking and calling that rotation over. 4 versus 4, kits across the board. Utility still in the belt for Sweden, so they're in a bit of a strong spot. And Nilo him now holding that rotating towards Con. I mean, honestly, if they were to go for a short contact play here, they get a lot of space.
Yeah, but it's going to be an A split instead. I mean, Nilo
moves away from it.
Yeah, he would have liked it. He would have gotten a freebie right there. Genuinely, another timing, this time going against Sweden, but he reaggresses. Head spotted, and Zillow goes down. 30 seconds left on the clock. Romania have no choice but to explode onto the first letter of the alphabet.
Yeah, they've got to go A here. Tap on towards the site. They actually have no idea. They're thinking there's a ramp play. If they swing from CT, they can kill a drone. The Molotov will do it alone, and the spam is just a little bit too late. So retake coming through via that CT position for the most part, but Nilo might have a chance on towards BTN. He's tucked up close. Flash is absolutely excellent from Chikadao. And BTN gets gifted over one to bring the numbers level. Maybe a chance, a hefty tag on towards Adam, and they're buying time, but it still isn't going to help them in the roll. Gun duel, a drawn, nearly gives them a chance, but Adam pushes this to overtime.
Whew, I'm thinking that flash won them the game for Romania to push it to a third. I mean, it was well called, but after that point on, you just don't have enough active play, and the CT players find a way to dig themselves out. They basically cross into triple, they put some pressure onto that default player, and then the rest is history. The trades are effective, they play that man advantage wonderfully, and now Sweden, they get to slough off all the mistakes that have happened on the CT side. They can put it behind them, and now they look forward to try to continue to close this series out in 2.
Yeah, full reset now has to come forward for them, right? I think it's about kind of Plopsky just saying, okay, we've been given a bit of a lifeline here after a really lackluster, I mean, half. I think probably the best, but that CT side was very underwhelming.
Very not them. You know? Like, I don't necessarily see that level of CT side for them very often.
Normally their CT sides where they do their best work, right? When we see Metasport take down, scout big teams, Falcons a great example.
Just getting massive CT hauls and then just kind of rolling over with that T side momentum.
But I think the big thing for them is that they never got momentum, right? And
no.
Credit where it's due to Romania.
They've just hung around. That's the main thing, right?
But they did pull off what we said was the near impossible task, because they had to do that rerun against the full buy each and every round. The chunky nade on towards Raga. He's still going to move his way forward. First fight doesn't go well. New angle by Adam does well for him, but a John quick on that trade and actually getting a lot of space in towards the site. And a John, as he gets a second behind it, he might be in for the chance of the third. Will he consider this close comp player? In the flames, he pulls away. Maybe the worst time is Plopsky dead. Will pounce through that smoke. 3 versus 3, smoking towards jungle. Nilo's on a timer here, and the timer looks like it's going to work in his favor. They think that they're all coming over from B. He might be able to line up 2 here. Zello's close left, another around that corner, but he takes a shot, and actually the ding and the slight whiff costs them. Plopsky pushes forward, down he falls, all onto Lumi on this retake. Nade as well, hits the curb to make matters even worse. A stairs player and a back default player feels like this is impossible, and it is. Romania, the 13th round that eluded them in regulation, they find to kickstart overtime.
Oh, Nilo will be kicking himself there that he couldn't convert that kill cleanly.
He needed this discipline is what he needed. Because if he actually moves his way forward, he actually gets the back
again,
default
there's
player
nobody's checking main, right? I mean, that default player is holding jungle. So in that situation, I'd even potentially look for a rifler to confirm. I mean, hindsight's 20/20, but Romania claimed the first in OT, and the T sides have been kind both ways. Leg actually found from Raga. He had that mid spawn, and straight away, Nilo will be hamstrung a little bit here in the second round.
Yeah, we know Romania liked the secondary ult because Raga used to be the primary on this team, but it's interesting to do it on that T side, but it's one of those
I think it's
that,
purely spawn
Yeah,
based.
Nexus like to do this occasionally, and they leave a rifle in spawn. He goes back and collect it. I actually like this, right? They've got a leg, they've got confirmed damage on towards 1, and he goes back in towards the rifle. You can use Zello to do his best work. Him and Lumi have had a really decent head-to-head throughout this game. Zello, for the most part, has had more of this highlight plays, but Lumi's sort of just been doing his job. Just 1 or 2 kills here or there that keeps the pressure on.
Yeah, I mean, mid has gone into Romania's favor regularly, but Lumi has still stayed true to hold that position at some point or another. Misses the flick onto that Apps player of Adron. And meanwhile, this A side goes 1 for 1. We stand still at 4v4 as now mid control is being taken late.
Yeah, the unfortunate. Oh, that's unfortunate. But the real uncomfortable thing is that the player who falls in that first engagement for Sweden is Shiner at full HP. And now you're left with 2 riflers who are barely alive, and Lumi who's anchoring over towards that B site. So it just feels like it should be under lock and key here. Molotov ticking. Adam, a known quantity, and a double nade towards the position. Nilo good for a second, and that might give them a chance. A brief moment of respite is Lumi now called upon. Angle posted, Molotov actually goes deep, so it's a good position for them. And a reposition out from Lumi gives time for John to get that bomb down and playing the post bomb. But where does he want to go? He knows that he was playing over towards B earlier in this round, but it's a long a while ago. That'll give away the ruse. He's coming through connector, and John just going to play via Tetris. Lumi has to go loud here. He can't really afford to try and piece the puzzle and slow things down. He's got to try and, I say, fight. He just doesn't check behind him. And Adron, little labored, but he sees off the kill nonetheless. 2 for 2 for Romania. And on track to taking this towards a third.
Nilo's trying his hardest to kick and scream his way for rounds into Sweden's favor, but just cannot convert enough. I mean, he finds a double. Adam B even finds a nade before he falls, but Lumi, when you have an op in a retake, especially on that A side, it's so uncomfortable. There is a level of luck involved as well, and he's just trying to lean on the information he gets from where that bomb has been planted, and it's just not enough. Adron has done so much in terms of the impact. 20 kills deep, and now Romania looking for the clean sweep here on the offense. Of course, Sweden still have that good offense in their side of the books as well, but you don't want to have to try to run it back. You just really don't.
I like this bit of aggression coming through. Adam pushes forward. Then he doubles back. 1 minute 10. No commitment being made by Romania just yet. It does feel like an ever so slight B lead.
Yeah, they can't split up through Cat if they can clear out Khan, and they've definitely flushed out Nilo for the time being. So the possibility is there. Plopsky and Shine, who have had a struggle bus of a game, will have to step up big before any sort of reinforcements can arrive. And they've gotten all the way up. Neo, this one looks dangerous here for Sweden.
It's an okay nade, I'll give him that, but Shine, I can overlook, but he does pay the discipline, so that should cost him his life in the trade. And he actually needed a double behind him, but still had to open the quick rotate. So Lumi, good work from him. Oh, that's a bad way to fall for Nilo. He gets caught in that last straggling bullet that was intended for Lumi. And it gives this 2v2 a chance for Romania to go flawless on their T side. And once again, we know in these post-bombs, they don't like to peek. They're more than happy just to chip away at the clock. Lumi creeping his way forward. Zello finds such an important kill. And a one-tap from Jacardo to see off a flawless T-side for Romania. That is immaculate.
Oh, I mean, this grind back, this run back from Romania has been sublime. Where has Sweden gone off to? Where's that flair that makes them so exciting?
Yeah. There's a side who just don't look anything like they did towards map number 1. It was so easy on their opponent's map pick of dust too. And I mean, maybe I guess credit where it's due on the other side, where because we expect them to go in towards the barrage, you'd assume that BTN's obviously done his prep for this, and he's got the right reads. I mean, we kind of have been talking about how Sweden have never been given this ability to snowball and get the momentum that they usually do. Now they themselves got to go flawless, 3 for 3 on T side. The T side was better than the CT, but it's not saying much. Shine had a slow game, but a good way to start things off. 2 important kills, most importantly on towards Zello, and now BTN's got a call from the grave.
Yeah, very important kills there from the newest edition. And now you just slow the pace of the round down. You pump the brakes, you force Romania to make some risky calls. And Jakarta will be the next player up to bat. Makes it down the ladder quickly enough and finds a beautiful burst to a second. Hold on a second. Romania might be able to close. The drone goes through market window, but Adam B will quell it straight away. Still a doable 1v2 here for Raga though.
Where is Raga? That's what Sweden are asking. He's actually got great timing here. Might be able to get at least one towards backside. It's just about, can that market player pounce on that trade? He's clearing everything. This is good spacing though. They might not expect him on this time, and they might even think he's the apartments player coming at this sort of space. The bench player pops up, he's in trouble. And thankfully Adam B recovers that round. There was a moment with the 1 versus 2. Had some legs behind it. Sweden stay alive. And thank God, because it was a 5 versus 3.
Yeah, skin of their teeth. I mean, great proactivity from Adron to try and sow some seeds of chaos charging through that market window. And Jakarta really tried his hardest to find as much impact. Beautiful shots there through the cat side, but at the end of the day, Adam B pulls him over the line. They've got to find 2 more to force double OT. Zello couldn't find that impact with the aggressive opening gambit initially, but now goes aggro into apartments, or A apartments rather, and will get a whole lot of space to get a lean off of that B side if they want to.
Slows down, goes a little quiet. Tentative round here in Sweden. Oh, that Molotov does actually get extinguished by the smoke. Shine trying to make something work in towards mid. Getting out the front. Adam trying to go quick here. He's diving out of his own flash, and he will get caught by Jakarta. Maybe a little bit audacious because he had no support. Those apartments players hadn't pounced. Neither had the short ones, and Nilo only going 1 for 1 still keeps Romania in this distinct advantage. But other ideas, 1 versus 2 and a chance here for Sweden.
You can leave.
BTN, the IGL, got to do it all. The one good thing to kind of work with is that, at least on the other side, Sweden, they only have 1 HE as the U-Tour in this post plant.
Great call to leave, genuinely. I mean, the only way BTN can piece that one together is with all that info on the B site. You'll still give it a crack here, but Lumi's got the angle, and Sweden cut that lead down to 1. They're inching their way for that reverse sweep into double overtime. It's tough to cause this level of a comeback on the offense as well, but Sweden are just getting through by the thinnest of margins at this point.
Yeah, and interesting as well that both teams, at the moment, been doing all their best work on the T side, on a map which is statistically heavily favoured towards the CT. And at one point, this map was like over 60% CT sided in rounds 1. So again, like we're setting up for a bit of a B play here. Leave 1 out lurking towards mid, but a quad stack in towards apartments. But Plopsy's just going to retract the troops.
No reason to explode here. I'll completely bring this one to a standstill. See if Plopsy can get some mid control without all the utility that they've been tossing in. And Romania also just don't want to make that initial move. Zello has not had that crazy opener to start. He had an underpass play, he had a palace play as well, but this time around just honed in from the ticket.
Yeah, well, you know, he obviously had a great map, but he has been a little quieter.
Hey, slowing down.
Yeah, in towards the tail end of regulation, in towards overtime too. They've actually found ways to make Zello feel a little bit uncomfortable. Same can't be said for Jakarta though. He has actually ramped up a little bit, and 2 fights taken on 2 different fronts, which don't go well for Sweden. And it doesn't help when Nilo only goes 1 for 1, and it's all down to 1 man. He's spotted through that smoke. We call on Zello, and we will get him. Oh my, Romania pushed this towards a 3rd. And in a way, that was unexpected.
Oh, genuinely not. I mean, before this map even started, I was writing it off. I was saying that this is a done and dusted situation, but a bit of an unfamiliar looking Sweden in this map specifically.
Yeah.
Didn't see that same level of potency on their defense. Saw a little bit of timidness, tepidness as far as that defense goes, and it really cost them at the end of the day. The Romanian side seizing that kind of potential, seizing every opportunity. You've got to give Jakarta that MVP performance in overtime. Genuinely so much impact with those multis.
Yeah, especially with Zello sort of quieting down a little bit. I think they actually needed that rifle to step up. And this is why we were saying before this series started, keep an eye out for Jakarta. This is a guy who's played, you know, tier 1 events like Pro League, for example, and actually looked pretty comfortable playing against top level opposition. He's happy to roam. He's happy to sort of float as a rifler and just be the supporting element and allow other stars to shine, but still have his impact. So really, really good map out for him, especially right at the end there in towards overtime. Zello in particular, he was fantastic. 27 kills he finished on, and while it was a little quieter in overtime, he is the reason they got there, if we're being completely honest. So you give them credit. I think BTN called really well, especially those T sides. He looked very, very comfortable at breaking down Metasports. So we've gone towards a 3rd map, and it will have to be all up in the air. The Desk have got a tough job of breaking it down and maybe setting up what is going to be a pretty interesting basic best of 1 on a 3rd.
Yes, indeed, the miracle on Mirage does indeed transpire. It looked very scary going into this map. 2 wins in the last 10 to make that 3 of the last 11 now for Nexus, aka Romania. Let's talk positives first for Romania. We'll give Sweden a smackdown in a moment. That first half, for me, Zello kept his team in that game. They could have got smashed on that first half, but he took the mantle upon himself, got aggressive, and made some rounds work.
Yeah, basically where we saw him getting shut down on Dust 2 in those kind of aggressive moments and moves didn't really happen to the same fashion here on Mirage. He got much more in return for it. In addition to that, we also saw, again, an actual team around him. He wasn't alone for the better part of it, at least once we got into the second half. So yeah, Zello might be the reason why they have a game to play, really, once we get further into it. But he did actually get the help he needed when they really needed it the most.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Coldplay have changed the lyrics to their song, Alan. It was all Zello in that one. Yeah, listen, it's not my best song, okay? I'll try better for the future,
Are you sure you don't have like a runaway kid or somewhere? Like, the dad jokes are on
Who
par.
knows?
Yeah,
Who knows? But honestly, yeah, he was just everything in that first half. And this is why we said that Mirage as a map is not a scary pick for Sweden. They should have still won, let's be honest. But it opened up that possibility to have those individual moments, and that's exactly what Zello wants. That's exactly what he wanted on that first map. You could see him try and force the issue consistently. Mirage is the map where, as an individual, if you want to take over, if you want to fight, you can. And so Zello got to play to his strengths, and maybe surprising that it was able to come out on top entirely here, but still credit to Zello. And honestly, he's kept them in so many maps in this tournament. He was probably a big reason why they beat Germany as well.
Yeah.
If they make it to the final, they've got him to thank.
Oh yeah, 100%. And again, yeah, like hindsight is obviously 20/20, but this is why after the veto, I was kind of sad with the feeling like, oh, maybe you should have picked Ancient instead. That's a solid map for you as well, Metis. Like, could have gone that route. But no, Mirage didn't pan out. Didn't pan out at all. But yeah, I think, as you said, it's a lot due to the efforts of Zello. Again, it feels fitting that he should have a map like this in the semifinals at the very least too, considering how he's played the entire tournament. And who knows, he might do it on Inferno as well. I'm not going to put that out of the realms of possibility. But for Sweden, it was just disheartening to kind of see how they played. Their CT side felt extremely uninspired. It felt just brittle from start to finish. I didn't think we saw a single scenario where we actually had a favorable Swedish trade once Romania had decided where they wanted to go to a bomb site. It was best case scenario once, let's say, they contacted up A, would be a 2 for 2. That's going to favor the Romanian side once they get into afterplan positions. And same thing, like in this scenario, it's like 2 for 2 trades, 2 for 2 trades constantly. So Romania are always getting that space that they want. The rotations aren't necessarily there in time, or it's just like the individual side of the Swedish players not doing enough in their initial site holds to give them a fighting chance, or at least like a favorable chance in these late round scenarios.
Let's talk through that CT side, the second half for Sweden. They had 3 5-on-3s. One of them was on the half by where they were already stacking, so we can give them a little bit of leeway, but 2 of them were just straight up gun rounds, nothing out of the ordinary, and they lost 3 of them. I don't know the exact stats, but it's probably something like 90% win rate for teams in a 5-on-3. It's above 80%. They lost 3 of them. 1 of them would have been enough to win this series, and you'll know this, Vendetta. Losing those scenarios is communication, it's fundamentals, simple, more passive CS, especially on the CD side in the 5-on-3, is all you need to do, and you're going to win those rounds, and Sweden, for the life of them, couldn't do that.
Yeah, no, something just felt off, really, about Sweden. Sweden
Pressure,
as a whole.
maybe? I mean, what the heck happened?
It could. I mean, in my head, I'm thinking it shouldn't be pressure again, because you do have probably Nyla's going to do well regardless. He performed as he should have. Lumi, who we had question marks for, he had a pretty decent game. The people who kind of went missing are the ones who should be the best under pressure situations. Like Plopsky had a rather forgettable appearance on Mirage. Again, I think a lot of the frags that he did get was predominantly eco frags, or not necessarily impact frags, outside of the 1 round on Catwalk on CT side. Shine as well, just kind of obviously playing a little bit of a Yankee position, having to be the rotator from B, etc. So you usually get to like pretty unfavorable situations once you're over on A, playing retakes, etc. But those two players should be pretty well set in terms of dealing with pressure and actually being able to perform, and just something felt off about Sweden, and it's hard to kind of pinpoint, because as you said, yeah, one thing is to lose 1-5v3, one thing is to lose 3 of them. Like, and one is enough to kind of just slightly tilt your team as well, in terms of being like, should have had that, should have converted, should have probably been in a better state economically speaking, should have had twice the gap that we're sitting with now, and so on and so forth. But no, hard to say really what went wrong with Sweden here, except for a whole lot of things.
Yeah, it felt to me like there were some rounds where we just wouldn't see them take enough information for a good portion there. And then finally, towards the end, there was that round where Plopsky made that move from ladder room up into mid. He took a bit of a risk. It paid off. So I got the feeling that at times they were just not going for enough information plays when the round would go late. And then one of the issues for me was that A site, they were fighting it pretty hard. And with Plopsky having a bad game especially, the rotators coming in, you've got Shine and then Plopsky who's having a bad game coming in for the retake. I'd almost rather you just play for a 5v4 and just get that 1 kill initially, because Plopsky wasn't having a good game, unfortunately, here. And I also wonder whether that was part of what got in their own heads, because as that B anchor, there were a couple of rounds they'd lose B a bit earlier on in the half. Then sometimes you can overcorrect and suddenly you get a little stressed, a little in your own heads. So yeah, disappointing on Sweden's side. And again, we've said they haven't been flawless at this event. We've said that they haven't looked at their best. You would think that they'd be fine in a third map, but we thought they were going to be very fine on this one. So who the hell knows?
Yeah, again, Inferno hasn't been an outright success for them so far in this tournament. This is where they dropped a map pretty convincingly to Turkey. So fair enough, they've been able to come back. They beat the Huns, or Mongolia, obviously in their quarterfinals, but it's not a given that this is going to be a strong map for Sweden by any means. And again, judging from just how they've played in previous matches prior to this tournament as well, because again, we can kind of look to that because they're a roster. It hasn't been their CT sides that have been fantastic. It's been their T sides where they've gotten most of the work done. We've seen plenty of CT sides look really, really ugly so far at this point, and it's been punishing. And Sweden might find themselves in a situation where that is the case, especially if they're going to be as timid as they were on Mirage here as well. Another thing that I felt was a little bit alarming is Nilo, who is by far the best player on that side and is the best player on the server, it felt like he kind of took on the role that Zello had on Dust 2, where it's like, okay, at CT side, I kind of need to get something done early, and we saw him dive pretty early on in rounds around connector quite a few times. And it's not necessarily that he does something wrong with it, but I think you can't necessarily have your best player constantly die in early stages of the round, or like being the opening frag that loosens things up for Romania time and time again, because again, you're kind of meant to make up for the fact that other players on your team aren't having the best of times. If you absolutely want to fight, have Plopsky kind of be a sacrificial lamb for you. Have him take initial contact, and then you can trade off of him, instead of you just kind of dry peeking in up mid where Zello's standing with an op, or trying to fight through smokes where you know Romania have been congregating with like 2, 3, 4 players at any given time. So I want to see that not being that not happening, that Nilo seemingly needs or feels the need that he has to kind of push the limits in order to get Sweden off to a good start, at least on CT sides.
I also felt like Nilo actually got caught off guard a few more times than I would have wanted. I'm not sure if that's communication or if he was just uncomfortable in a very active position, but that concerned me. That's something I'll be keeping an eye on. At the same time, though, Inferno is a map that should just make a lot more sense. He should have many more fights where it just makes sense where the fight's going to be. He's in control of it. And also, you can't imagine Zello's going to take over on Inferno, right? You can't imagine it.
Who knows at this point? Again, like, he's done it every time. But yeah, it should be the map that's hardest in this series. Inferno's the one that's least likely for him by any metric that we've seen so far for Uppers, right? So you'd imagine it would be harder for him. But he did showcase, here on Mirage as well, that, the man can shoot with an AK as well.
Yeah, still taking Sweden, Alan, but slightly scared about it.
Feeling the same, Vendetta?
Yeah, I got to side with the assumed tournament favorite here. And yeah, I think Sweden should have too much quality to fumble this.
Okay, all great series end on Inferno. Can Sweden tighten up those loose ends and win out? Because it feels like they do have the better team. A quick break for us when we're back. Third and final map of the series. Time to send a team into this grand final.
is, cause they know they can never touch this. So they let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit. You know I can't help but this, cause they know they can never touch this. So they let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit.
Well, there's no problem. If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
This gun was loaded when these brave boys decided to go for the run. It's the fire. It's the fire.
We're getting ready for that map number 3. And as they say, all good best of 3s are decided on Inferno, apparently, right? And that's where we're going.
You don't believe that, do you?
Hell no. Hell, screw that map one time. But not quite Vertigo, but it's definitely up there. It's definitely an interesting spot they're in now, though, because Romania have been able to claw themselves back in towards this series. it feels like the lifeline extended, right? And this is maybe where this Swedish side potentially have kind of succumbed to fatigue a little bit. It could be that they're falling into a little bit of a couple of these traps and these kind of worries that we've had with Metasport throughout this year, where we see these moments of brilliance, but it's not consistent. And now as we go towards this map number 3, it's interesting. We've just heard that Romania won the knife round and have picked CT side Star. On Inferno, if they can get out the gates flying the way they finished in towards map number 2, nice.
And now there's no advantage in terms of the map that Metasport could be excited about.
Yeah.
You move towards Inferno, where it's a pretty even battleground. And actually, I kind of even side a little bit with Romania, just considering the amount of tenure that a player like BTN has on this map. You can now put the ball in your experienced IGL's hands and say, okay, let's shoot for the stars. Let's see if we can gun for that grand final. They can believe in that idea now.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, we're on the way. We had a bit of an extended break as well, so I wonder how much that helps or hurts either side, right? Yeah. You know, it's about 25 minutes or so in between map 2 and 3, and that potentially could ice out a couple of plays, but also could help some others too to just mentally reset.
Yeah, we'll see. Very slow-paced round from Sweden to start off this offense. We'll see what the game plan is for Plopsky. How does he call in a high-pressure situation like this, a third map decider in the semifinals? Talk about, I mean, it's pretty much the highest pressure you could ask for as a newer IGL. Never really had to break a sweat in their previous LAN at the Svenska Cup. And now they really do.
Yeah, that's very true. That other series as well has gone to 3. It was 13-8 to Portugal on map number 2 to push it towards the third. So both series go in the distance. Lumi gets that first. And with Nilo helping and support, dropping BTN, it puts a lot of pressure on this man who's getting absolutely pincered. John, he had no chance there.
As soon as the incision comes through on that arch side, the split was always going to happen. And unfortunately, Romania, I think they're way more behind those pieces of utility that they just don't get it off in time. They get surprised, and every kill goes Sweden's way. 4 unanswered kills, and now it's all up to Raga to see if he can do a little something, but he wants to keep all of that Kevlar, get that $350 investment in case they force buy for a helmet.
Yeah.
And kind of look towards round number 2 straight away.
I don't even blame him, honestly, in this spot. I feel like, you know, it is kind of the ultimate thing of what is the point, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they're all out of there as well, making sure that basically going to take such minimal damage on that bomb. It's only really Shan takes any sort of damage at the tail end there. The rest of them actually went for a bit of a hunt in via second mid. But, of course, never going to find Raga. I doubt we see a Romania force buy. They don't have the funds. And with only one person saving armor, it feels for the most part that's just not really worth it.
Mm-hmm. Well, they won't actually go through with it. So, instead, Raga will invest into a P250. You know, we've seen a couple of dangerous plays with that weapon in this tournament, but no real backing beyond it.
Yeah.
4 stack here on the sandbags, and Plopsky just gets stunned. They're gonna go charging up the middle. You'd like to think he spotted 4 players, but they want to recover that AK. Mac 10 confirmed there for Zello, but if he was just a second earlier, maybe it would have been a rifle.
Yeah. It shouldn't make a difference at the end there, but any damage is good damage, I guess. And you do overwhelm for another one. So even in a 3 vs 3 and a Galil now scooped up, the only issue is lack of armor, but still making it expensive and actually forcing rebuys coming through for Sweden. And with Nilo in a bit of a precarious spot, they might not even just go give this a go. It's more could just be about exits.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't mind getting that SMG a kill. Does significant damage, and I mean, Lumi and Nilo are both low. They've got to get the hell out of the dodge. Inferno bomb radius is actually pretty large, and they're still holed up here. Zello gets one, a drone with another, and okay, I was gonna say maybe Nilo's dead, but he just lives. They won't be able to save any of those guns, but there's a weapon purchase available here for everybody on the CT side, no problem. So Sweden get a second round, but at what cost?
It actually makes this round completely even, basically, because it's a full buyout both ways, but the real kind of thing is that we see so much of a reinvestment from Sweden. That means that they have no long-term econ either. So this is a big swing round. Romania go for that glass cannon AWP once again. We know that Zello absolutely loves this. He's doing it time and time again, and to very good success. Last time he had this glass cannon, he got a double kill with it.
He's backed himself throughout this series, and while the results have been 50-50, I admire that kind of tenacity and the confidence to make that work as often as possible.
Yeah. Swing and a find for Raggett. Drops an 8 as well to try and bait another fight. There's a lot of damage there. Pretty healthy, but he's running low on ammo. Has to conserve. And he just gets the James Harden fadeaway of a one-tap there. And he puts it into a very difficult 2 versus 4 for this Swedish side. Romania could be about to get their first round and get it actually in a spot which could be considered very comfortable.
Crossfire, very long crossfire between these remaining 2 players. There's a smoke up, but he's not aware about how close they can be. It puts it all on the AWPer of Lumi playing close to that smoke. Zello misses his shot, but where one falls, another one arises, and BTN will win the first gun round for Romania and immediately put the pressure on Sweden post-pistol win.
That's really big, actually. Just having, I mean, it all comes on the back of that previous round, doesn't it? Just how expensive they made it means that Sweden have a lot more pressure towards that round. The bomb plant is good, but it's not good enough for a buy. So I think we're going for a lesser investment here. A couple of upgraded pistols, but more or less an eco for Sweden. Romania should have that chance to tie up this game 2 apiece. I mean, maybe see Sweden go for a little bit more of an unorthodox, kind of quicker round, bit of a gamble stack somewhere. Advantage Romania to tie this game up.
Again, it's that determination, that resiliency that has been working so much for them.
Yeah.
And again, strike while the iron is hot, get a nade kill to start things out here. Things are looking good for them, Neo, and it does feel like they're turning a corner. They just get better with time, it feels like.
Yeah, it's true. Already, Oplopsky getting double naded. They start this round out before they even see anybody at a man disadvantage. And I'm going to creep his way forward, and Jakarta going to give up that space. He knows he just doesn't need to play that close. Oh my god. Quick switch on towards Yuto, and then he cost his life. Thankfully, he had that support of Raga. As they go what feels like it's going to be a B finish, they've got to go dry, and it should be easy. It is BTN for 2. Adron sees it off. And only the one casualty once again.
Yeah, there's been a lot of pressure on Adron throughout this series. They really wanted to go at this stand-in a lot of situations, but I think for the most part he's done his job. I think he's found enough impact to allow for players like Zello to do his damage, and you know, same goes for Chicardo. So I got to give him his flowers.
Yeah, and he plays all these like really hard roles, just anchor positions, right? So he's doing quite well. I guess he plays the better of the 2 anchor positions, being over towards Banana is, but Nero did a bit of an article talking about it, but it's like statistically the best place to play for your ADR. Obviously, because you can just pepper nades down.
Yeah. Zello this time a little bit more tempered in his aggression, but still has a sight line into the brackets. Meanwhile, Romania still stalwart here at the top of car, not willing to give it up as easily with the drone, and he'll get flashed through, but doesn't actually go off the back of it.
Waiting. That's a very, very tempered play coming through from Sweden as Popsky gets his double. That enough should be the round, if I'm being completely honest. It's a 2 versus 4 in this retake. And with that AWP in play and the lack of kit, I don't think we're giving this a go at all. They've already basically called it off. And now it's the attention changed to trying to save it. And that in itself is not exactly the easiest, because there's a bit of a hunt play coming on here. Nilo's close to the action. He's going to start to look around to see if he can find a bit more damage dealt on these 2 players trying to save.
It's a false sense of security. It's a honeypot of sorts at the half wall. And at that point, if you're just seeing a sliver of Plopsky before you go down, you have no idea that that 3-man setup is there.
Yeah.
It's a tough situation for Romania, and one that you will never be able to suss out. So fold hold your hand and see if you can have a better one in the following. But Sweden, they're not going to simply slump over. Yes, you had this hiccup on Mirage. They go a little bit missing. But at the end of the day, they are still considered the favorites in this tournament, in this series. And that round kind of proves that they've got the experience to slow the round down and learn how to work around it.
I mean, as a map goes as well, we know that this has been actually pretty good for a long while for Sweden. This is a map in which they've been utilising as a strong part of their pool. They've had a lot of success on it too. But Nexus plays so much Counter-Strike. You've always got to be a little cautious of them. I mean, when you look at it statistically, it's relatively even. The only advantage Metasport have, I mean, both of them don't exactly have the best win rate. Just the fact that Metasport have just, I think it's 3-4 reps on it. That'll help them. Chicard out, good for the first. Rag is playing inside, he just peers out of that smoke. 1 for 1 there's job done enough. All playing towards cold zero. Zella holding for that rotate. They have to be a little careful now, because that smoke might block the cross. As they make their way in, this is super dicey. He gets the leg, he gets the support. It's only good for 1, and Plopsky, another double kill for him. Might be enough. He tries to get that bomb down, he's now thrust. It's a post-plant 1 versus 2. He needs a quad clutch to his name as well. Doable, potentially. He's tagged up the 3rd player. Or the 4th, may I say. Reposition IGL versus IGL, but you would say Plopsky arguably have the advantage when it comes towards firepower.
BTN. Yeah, I mean, he's figured out where Plopsky has fallen into. And still Plopsky's not giving them. He's rotted off so much time off the bomb. Keep in mind, there's no kit here. And BTN, even though he gets the kill, round is over. Sweden just absolutely battled their way back in. What a clutch there from Plopsky, spamming the smoke to spot out both of those players. And with that info, just bleeds off the clock.
Yeah, he gets a sort of in spirit 1 versus 4. Oh well, big round to be had there. Seems like we've lost Adam B, and I can tell you that because he's sitting next to me and his screen's black. So hopefully we get the game back in. I don't know if it's the tab bug or a crash.
Uh-oh. They're going downstairs.
Yeah, when you start kneeling down to start plugging and unplugging on the PC, it is a little worrying. Thankfully, he wasn't alive, so it doesn't really affect the end round. And Plopsky does his job.
Yeah. We're trying to figure this one out.
Oh, he's logging back in. It's logged him out of Steam.
Oh, that's what it is. Yeah, it's the QR code and everything, right?
Yeah, I can see him logging in with his phone right now.
Yeah, there you go.
This is the great thing about sitting next to them. I know everything. Nothing can be hidden from me. He's logging back in, but where are we at? Is he opening to see us? No. He's got Steam up. We're getting there. This is the play-by-play of the
This is riveting. This is what they've brought you in for. That play-by-play of the sidelines, actually.
Now Counter-Strike is not, it's opening, but only in his top right corner of the screen.
Okay.
So he's got 1/4 of the monitor having Counter-Strike open.
Sure, so he's got to change the res.
It's like the opposite of windowed. It's like, not a window, opposite of stretched. It's like minimized.
Yeah.
But he's got 2 pixels to work with. It's like 16:9 but much harder.
Fair enough. Let me take a look at what's going on that other semi.
Yeah, it has started. They're in towards map number 3, and there we go. It's 4-all.
Ooh, on Dust 2 as well.
Yeah. I do know that Serbia do like a Dust 2 though.
Yeah. It's not gotten as loud as it was before. I felt like when Serbia just like cruised through map 1, it was it was a bit crazy over there, but it's kind of turned into a library on that end. Obviously, when we were actually outside between maps for this game, and they were also outside for, I think the map 1 had just finished, and Portugal were getting loud. Like they were like I think it was Snappy that was kind of just like yelling at them.
Yeah, he was. It wasn't exactly friendly chatter. He was.
Well, look, it's the kick up the butt they needed to pull it back to 3. So you know, a couple of really important speeches I feel like Snappy's given to the Portugal side. I mean, we had that in the other game as well.
Yeah, 10-7 at that point when there was a bit of a cosmetic comeback happening. It was him who rallied them, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we were trying to figure out who it was because he was sat second from the left, not in the traditional IGL spot of the middle, as you can see kind of where BTN is. And yeah, he was getting real loud. I can't tell you, Adam's back in the server. I think he's just applying his config, but I think he's good to go. He's just typed ready. Yeah, they're good to go. This tech pause should be done in a brief moment. There we go. Nice and easy. Keeping you updated here. What we can update you on as well, that Romania do not really have a lot of money to work with. We've got one rifle, 4 BTN, and that is it. Everything else is the upgraded pistols. Yeah, it's tough. It's really tough, actually, to spot the Romania in. Sweden should get a 5th here without actually having to work for it too hard. The good thing is, though, for BTN, with him having 4K, he should be able to drop an AWP over it towards Zello in the next round.
Yeah, that'll be key. Sweden again going for car control. And being as methodical as they possibly can here in this anti-eco. They don't want to let any of these unforced errors come back to haunt them. We saw that happen for even some of the best teams in this tournament on this map. And Sweden don't want to fall into that. And now, holding on to car, the minute left on the clock. They can force Romania's hand to make some hard gambles, and that they will. 4 players now on this B bomb site that continue to recycle through smokes. But now, they're going to flash through and go straight at this T side. Very similar to when they had guns, and very similar with the end result as well. Oh, you got to jump there, folks.
The jump bite don't work anymore. You can type that in your config as many times as you want, Adam. I'm telling you for free. It ain't going to work. Still shouldn't be a problem with a round here, but there is the rifle up close. Nades, and BTN does well for one, but he's now left on an island and isolated. He cannot deliver. This round's done, and the flank gets no leg weight. It's already the 1 casualty. Sweden are pretty happy with that.
Yeah, they'll be very happy. And now they add a little bit of conditioning on that B end as well. Recycling of smokes. The bluff was called. But either way, Sweden stay out on top. And as we talked about before that, Zello will find his sniper, so keep that in mind. Has been so active, and looks like the other semi's getting a little loud. I think a pretty massive moment might have happened.
Let me go and check that. Something's just happened in the other game. You guys, fortunately, you guys can't hear it, but we can. Even with the headphones on, and they're on the complete opposite side of the building. I'm going to assume that was Rhino, the Portuguese guys.
I
think I heard Famos. So
always a good sign. Charging up the A site now are Sweden. They find some solid kills with Lumi and Shine's flashes. And now they have to break past Jakarta, who's done well to find another. But this 2v2, a flank is very fast approaching. This bomb player's got to get his gun out, and Shine will find it. And now BTN, the straggling CT behind, cannot trade. And the captain has to step up tall, and will find it and even it back into a 1v1. Picks up a Molotov as well, but no kit. And again, has to cut down positions as quickly as possible here.
Tough. In this 1v1, BTN, a lot of angles to clear, not a lot to play with. Does have a kit, does have a smoke. Doesn't clear Coldzera, but he wraps his way around. It doesn't make a difference as Lumi plays that position perfectly. And Sweden extend the lead once more, go 4 in a row to get a 4-round buffer. And once again, shatter the econ over towards the Romanian side.
I think now it's Plopsky. Is that a little bit of a hitch?
I'm trying to see his monitor, but Adams is in the way. He's tabbed out, I can tell you that.
Sometimes these stop-starts can really mess with a team. I'll be very curious to see if this has any remote effect on Metasport/Sweden.
It feels like it has helped them, you know what I mean? Because
in a little bit of a way, yeah.
We've had, in the previous 2 rounds, 2 big tech pauses, and both times Sweden have come off the back of it and won multiple rounds in a row.
Yeah.
So I actually think it's hurting Romania more.
I think it's giving them like mini resets, basically, just to kind of clear comms for a while.
And it feels like Sweden are a little bit more of a disciplined side, but that actually helped them more so than Romania. Because obviously, I'm not sure. I mean, it's kind of the rule set's different for every team, but every TO may I say. But for the most part, you can't talk in those tech pauses. So even for Romania, they can't build an idea of what they want to do heading back in towards the game. Looks like tech pause is over. Yeah, it is. There we go. So back on the way. Yeah, like we mentioned, it's not really going to be a buy to work with for Romania, unfortunately for them. So that definitely will hurt things a little bit. I'm trying to get an update on the score right now, but it's yeah, it's not updated.
Yeah, it's tough to. We don't have a dedicated score bot, so it'll be hard. But as soon as we do get word, we'll give it to you.
I'll try and find it elsewhere.
Shine kicking things off here with another opener. Very impactful game from him so far. I've got a lot of really hard roles on this team, but given a lot of responsibility as young as he is.
Yeah.
Having to fill the shoes of a player that's now qualified for a major, it's a big ask.
Chicard out. Close. And he will do well. That 5-7, guess what, gets out. That's basically all he has to do in this sort of position. The issue is, Nilo, he gets smoked out, but Plopsky and Shino combine to break open B. There's no one there, and I mean, unfortunately, it's just going to be a foot race in which Romania lose. And it might even get worse as well, as here, Chicard out, falls to a position he won out earlier.
Yeah, Zello's made it, but he's a little too late. Sweden will get the bomb down. And what looked like a potential dangerous situation there for Sweden, nearly committing to that A play off of the shortened app push. They find the solution gifted right to them with some last-minute aggression from Romania. And, you know, if you're them, if you're the CTs, you're going to take that risk pretty much every day. You want to give a little bit more info to your A anchors.
Yeah.
And you've got pistols as well.
I hate to say it, but every time I've spoken to a certain player or a certain team in the breaks in between maps, they've then lost the map.
Yeah, I think you've just got to get locked. I think you just got to get locked away.
Yeah, yeah.
Before the game.
Literally every single time. Did it with Mongolia, did it with Poland, and now did it with Serbia as well at one point. And unfortunately, I had a little conversation with Romania before this map.
Oh God. Oh God.
I'm sorry, fellas. I may be your demise here. Or maybe the fact that their star player of Zello's 1 and 6. One of the two. Chicard out. Doesn't need to fight here. Drops a smoke. Gets information and just limits the kind of control that Sweden have. Zello's on the move. He actually gets given the luxury of getting away. And now they take very good control. Chicard out. Pounce on towards Nilo, who tried to re-aggress.
Adam B will still surge forward confidently, and he's found a little bit of a gap. They've given him the respect. And with that, he can potentially cut off rotations if he wants to. That flank will take a little bit of time to transpire, meaning it's up to these banana players to find a solution on their own. 40 seconds left on the clock, not a whole lot of utility. They're going to have to commit to this idea of the B play, and Adam B has found another.
It's only a lurk, though. They haven't actually fallen for the bait. They've kept two over towards B. One playing, plant pot. Draw, and he has the chance. He's spotted one moving in towards water. This should be a kill for him, but it's only a trade. He does get his. It's actually Plopsky with the team damage, but John and Zello combine well. Tap on towards the bomb. Quick shot and a quick miss from Lumi. Well played from Romania.
Adam B just a little too slow on that flank there. And he finds his man, yes, and onto a deep brackets player, but I think you've got to extend on through and see if you can get CT spawn control. I think maybe in that situation, maybe he's thinking that once he gets that arch play, that a B anchor would move back, but they were all in on the site proper. And good on them. The boost works out splendidly, even after the Coffins player dies. And now, Romania again, just hanging around. You don't have your stars awake just yet, sure, but you're making it competitive, and you're making the T-side comeback a little bit more probable.
Yeah. Good early damage. A good early fight as well. John finds one, and with Lumi still looming on the brink of death, doesn't exactly instill you a confidence here for the Swedish side. They're basically playing a 5 versus 3.5.
Maybe Nilo can be that answer for you. Make it a little easier to mid-round call if you're Plopsky. But a smoke on the half wall and nobody showing face on the A side means that Sweden have to go in dark. You've got a Drun shoulder peeking here from the CT spawn. That could be an angle that Lumi wants to capitalize with, but now that the recycled smoke is in again, Sweden just drowning with no information.
Re-smoke down. Util being set up and a Dron. He is isolated here. The rotate's coming back over. It might be a tad late, but there's a massive flank on the cards here by Raga. I mean, he alone could be the win factor in this sort of round. Reload has to come forward for that M4 over towards Coffins. BTN making his move as the smoke starts to plume. He just gets a quick little fadeaway, and that's when Raga then pounces as he gets both, leaving Nilo in what feels like a nigh-on impossible situation. We caught on Zello, and there he is.
Yeah, they cut down that that map so quickly. They found out once that aggressive mid push comes through, there's no real pushback from the T's. That it's a B play every day of the week. They see the utility flying through the air. The crossfire is immaculate. And yet again, Romania pieced together another round. 7-5 CT Hall would not be the worst in the world for Romania. And if you're Sweden, all that good work that you've done in stringing your campaign on the offense might just get undone.
Yeah, it's true. Swing and a find by Plopsky. Lumi falls to HE. Plopsy's not exactly healthy either. With Sweden going with this full investment, but lacking quite significant firepower. They're in a bit of a problematic spot. The one thing they've got as a lucky factor for Sweden, there's no more HEs, so Plopsy doesn't have to be worried about one of those, but still, through that smoke, down goes Nilo, and it starts to dwindle in terms of the chances for the Swedish side.
Yeah, things are getting real worrying for me. If I'm a Sweden fan. And now, again, another contact situation where utility is low, and they've just got to break a crossfire, a dangerous one at that, one of the toughest ones to snap through, and you've got an apartment players out, but no kills coming their way. Raga and Chikard out, string together a third in a row for Romania, and it's anyone's game, Neo. Genuinely.
This has the potential of actually being really, really hairy towards the end. This pistol could be everything. If Romania found this pistol, game on, but also a good way for them to kickstart momentum on this T side. We know that they can spiral well. We know they have that ability to be able to snowboard in such a positive way. And it does feel maybe just a little bit more tense and tentative over towards Sweden than we have seen, especially considering how map number 1 was and felt. Oh well, pistol on the way. A lot of people say these pistols are generally a little kind of 50-50 coin flippy. I'm not fully with that. I think if you have a good idea, you can really have a very solid protocol. And Zello will start well. They're not going super quick out the gates. They actually want to see what the aggression's like out from the Sweetie side.
Yeah, they wanted that 4-1 lurk as they've done time and time again, hoping that there could be a significant rotation, but Nilo will not back down. I think they've spotted the bomb out as well, so Sweden know that their stack is one that can be continued upon. That's a smart smoke there from BTN. They're thinking that they can cut off rotations, and that they shall. Adam B and Lumi hit the deck, and now Romania have themselves a 4v2. Zello has pinned a player to the wall, and now he just got to complete the kill. Shine also 6 feet under, and it's all up to Nilo, the superstar of Sweden, caught between 2 players in this long-range engagement, and that's definitely where you would want a USP or maybe even a P250. Romania looking to equalize here, and that they shall.
So well played. I mean, Nilo had absolutely no chance. With that bomb down, they are suffocating him in towards top mid. And he was actually super cautious about some flank coming through from brackets. So he was constantly sort of a 180. That is a huge round for Romania to pick up. We see sort of what the effect it has. We are getting the first force buyout on the CT side of this series. Sweden are taking an incredible gamble here. If we lose this, we don't only lose the lead, but we actually then give it over towards Romania.
Yeah, very dangerous situation here. Sweden living life on the edge. And Lumi straight away goes for aggressive mid-peak, gets eradicated by Zello. Sure, the tag comes through from Nilo, but it doesn't matter. The damage is already done, the advantage already found. And BTN in these 5v4s tends to make the right call. They slow the pace of the round down. They find car control as well. There's a lean from Sweden here. Could be dangerous in the late round, but again, Romania could pump the brakes here and have a slower default.
True. Numbers, of course, not favouring Sweden, but they gamble stacking via B. And it does feel like that's where Romania are sort of posturing to finish. Actually still could be on for something. Plant pot smoke going to be thrown in a second. And Adam B actually makes a move. That's good timing because he gets a kill and he doubles away. So there's actually just no information on death cam for Romania to work with there.
And now they go straight into the stack.
Big swing. Good for the first. The second as well behind them. He gets that trade coming through from Zello. That's B-side taken. There's one more player here, but he's Adam all alone in a 1 versus 3. MP9, full HP and armor. No kit, no util. Surely no chance this post plant is very deeply set up.
Oof, a little nerve-wracking there, especially with Adam B getting that MP9 kill, cutting off information and suggesting to Romania that this B bomb site is clear. But they still overcome the odds. And now Adam B would love any sort of a SMG frag to maybe scoop away a rifle. And he was looking for a defusal. Hold on.
No time.
I mean, yeah, the round is over in that sense. Done a lot of damage and gathered a lot of cash, but at the end of it all, Romania should claim themselves a lead here.
Yeah. A little cosmetic in terms of that, like in a retake, but either way, just keeping the financial pressure on towards this Romania says more or less what that really matters. Triple Mac 10 is what we're going to get. They know that the buy is going to be slightly lesser coming forward. That is the first force buy on that CT side for the pistol today. And it doesn't work, so we still yet to see a successful one.
Another one locked into place. And we stay locked at 7s here between these two sides. Sweden considered the favorites in this tournament to capitalize on a weaker bracket after Germany got eliminated at Romania's hands. And yet still, this BTN-led side have really clawed things back in this tournament, have shown so much resiliency and some firepower from Zello as well. And they're looking to just cause another massive upset here at Iesf.
Would be huge. Romania could book themselves in towards that final. I mean, they've already gone one step further than last year, but it would be about revenge as well.
Yeah.
It was Sweden who knocked out Romania on home soil last year. BTN, the IGL. No one over towards Big Pit, no one towards Baug in the first. Mac 10 drops the first domino on the site, but you have to be a little cautious of the 5-7s, but it's only going to be the one consolation kill. Romania have stolen a lead here. And Sweden are now starting to run out of chances just a little bit. You know, we haven't got that many gun runs left to work with, and Adam's going to come in with an MP9.
Abdi getting a little loud behind the boys over there with Sweden, trying to rally the troops, make them realize how important this round really is. It really would set the tempo for the rest of this half.
Is he allowed?
I don't
I'm going to assume
know.
yeah. If he's done it.
I'd like to think so. I mean, it is freeze time.
Maybe
freeze time is a little bit kinder.
Yeah, maybe it's just like, come on, boys. You know, that's the kind of thing. It's not common. He doesn't have headphones on, so. Raga.
Oh.
He has his headphones on. He has his mouse in the right place as he rips Adam B's head off. That's the MP9 done.
I think Portugal are ahead.
I think Portugal just won.
Wow.
Portugal just beat Serbia. They're standing up and celebrating. Yeah. We don't know the score, but Portugal have won. They're jumping for joy over there. So that snappy talk after that map #1 loss, where he was going at his team, has fired them up.
Tough love, man. Tough love sometimes can be the solution.
And again, I curse Serbia because I spoke to them after map #1.
You need to be locked away,
I know, man. I actually feel bad. I love those guys. Dragon, Choi, Kinder, all lovely, lovely guys. And of course, still in chance for a medal. He's got that third place playoff game against the loser of this one. But that's a heartbreaking loss for Serbia, has to be said. They were the favourites in my books over there.
Yeah, and another favourite over here on the ropes too. Yeah. What a weird semi-final Sunday.
If we got a Romania-Portugal final, no one would have predicted that.
With teams like Poland, Sweden, Germany,
Kazakhstan,
all falling by the wayside.
Yeah. Yeah, man. And even like teams in groups who underperformed. Ukraine is probably one for me. That Kono team, I thought they got a hell of a lot of talent for their own right. Who else just missed out? I mean, the Turkey team weren't bad, to be fair, when we called them.
USA, of course.
Oh, yeah, those guys were
I'm sorry.
Yeah. You're allowed to dog on them, they're your boys.
Yeah.
I mean, they are actually, in the last 2 tournaments, 1-11.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We've had quite a number of conversations about them, and
yeah,
I hope they can put forward a good roster moving forward, maybe next year.
It was, going to be Nouns at one point, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That would have been cool. They would have definitely been a top 4 team.
I think they would have been in playoffs. I really think so.
Then obviously, they're the RMR.
Which they didn't do well
and then 0-3 in the RMR.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
who knows?
Financially
really
speaking,
it would have been better to come here.
It would have been better to come here.
Yeah.
Because at least they'll have their ranking points next year.
Yeah.
Yeah, in hindsight, obviously, it's better to go to the RMR and be for the chance of stickers, but in hindsight, after the back of a lackluster RMR from the Nouns boys, then it's like, damn, we could have got what is it, anything in top 4, you're getting 5 figures. So.
Yeah, and with how few lands there are in NA, it's very similar to the Hun situation, right? They just climb ranking points, but that's neither here nor there. Sweden will still have another purchase after saving 3 rifles, and Romania knocking on the door of double digits, inching their way closer to a finals dance with Portugal.
Can't believe it's Portugal as well. Well played to those guys. What a step up. This is bold and bad. As BTN of a beautiful double does give them some control, and a missed shot by Lumi. The second is pretty nice though. He's going 1 for 2 in those attempts, but he's still isolated. Break open that smoke, and it actually will drop the bomb. That's important, give it a chance.
Still smokes up though. That plant can be confirmed. You don't have a Molotov to necessarily bleed out these smoke timers.
They haven't picked up the bomb.
No, they haven't. They're really playing their time here, and Nilo will capitalize as the smoke fades. All the pressure now on BTN and Jakarta to find an answer.
They might try to pump the brakes. A triple church setup. Nilo holding. Jakarta out, waiting for a swing that might not even come his way up, if we're being completely honest. There it is. Very, very big round for Sweden. Without a shadow of a doubt, they needed that, and they needed that more than they even know.
Wow.
Because it keeps the pressure on towards Romania, but they still do buy. But at the very least, it's given them now a clear path of how we actually going to take this third and final map.
I mean, it's so well played from Sweden there in that man advantage. Nilo finds one in the smoke fade, but instead of pushing the issue and trying to search for duels, they know that Romania has to find the equalizing frag. And as soon as Jakarta, or the bomb is tapped, Jakarta offers up the peak. And Sweden capitalize.
It's tough that was, basically a raw 3 versus 5.
Yeah.
Because BTN got that double opening towards Banana going untraded, and they still let it slip away. That's a real concerning factor for me.
But Romania will try to rinse and repeat. Boost up now for Zello. And Jakarta finding apps control early. A lot to like about this initial gambit for Romania. But Sweden now have the firepower. I have a little bit of info that top brackets is clear for the most part.
Nade was a little early, hadn't quite moved up. Zello will pose, but met the smoke in towards Deep Banana, and that's a good timing on the smoke, just under the minute mark. They've still got another one as well in the back pocket of Shine over towards B side, so they can just replenish that smoke when we get just under 30.
But now Lumi has to do some heavy lifting here on brackets as Romania realized that they don't want to continue to go at this recycled smoke. They don't want to go gray screen. And Lumi actually aggresses all the way. Clips off Raga. And now Romania are flying dark. They've got to find an answer and quick. With Adam B still stuck into the pit. This round is so difficult for the T's.
Lumi. Backside. Adam falling. Needs his rifle of Nilo to probably step up for a second here. They can't deny this bomb going down. Oh, he might be able to. No, he can't. Zello does so well. Oh, and the spam through the smoke is brilliant as well. That is a heartbreaking way to lose this round, probably. It's still not over, but a very difficult 2 versus 3. Plopsy's got a kit. They got 1 molly, no smoke, no flash. And 2 rifles to try and do it with. This could be where Romania pull this one back in their favor. A graveyard player who's given away his position now. Gonna have to spend time clearing him and BTN and Zello. The AWP and IGL combine in a monstrous response out from Romania.
Listen, I don't want to be the guy to say it, but it felt like Lumi was a little too overzealous there.
Yeah.
I think when he goes for that aggressive play, you've got to find a way to find your impact on the A site, but he stays out in the open when that bomb is being planted, but he's still a complete unknown factor. They don't know where he's gone off to. I would have rather him tuck in a cubby there and see if you can play for another kill, maybe stall for a little bit longer for your rotations to come through art side. Again, it might be a hindsight situation, but either way, a little nerve-wracking as Lumi is still in the negative, and Romania have found a very important round to convert upon. I mean, that's a man disadvantage situation where you still got 3 players on the A site and no util to flush them out.
True.
That's like a 70-30 type round for the CTs, I'd say.
Well, with 1 minute 10, quietens down very, very quickly. And what's the play here? Smoke out towards long from the T side. It's going to give them the opportunity to move up in towards that short position. The flash is excellent, apart from the fact that Romania responded with one of their own. Zello doesn't know it, but his flash timing was absolutely excellent there. He still doesn't deny Lumi getting one of his own and chips to the night on the reload. Nilo going to get 2. That is so well played, but so damn lucky to get away with it. Adam B will answer with one of his own, leaving it all down to 1 man, and Zello got to put the team on his back, needs a quad clutch in this round, and it feels unlikely, but will be given the chance. 30 seconds. If anyone's going to have a way with this team, it would be this man. And he's going back. He wants to catch his mid-rotate. The timer is there. He spots him, and he doubles back over towards long. 20 seconds. He's got to commit towards an A play. This is nervy, but actually, he can't afford to wrap in towards B. He has to commit towards the A site tier and in towards shore. Nilo, he has had a monstrous round.
I don't know how you find that kind of a timing where 2 players are reloading, or you've got 1 player on low bullets and 1 player reloading. I mean, that is such a small percentage chance for Nilo to pull that off and walk past another player like that.
Yeah.
That is completely, I mean, he's not blinded at all. He just has to stare at him and try and calm. And it nearly still happens for Zello. If he hits that shot onto the mid player, I mean, it puts so much pressure on Anilo, but confident as ever, going ahead of the Molotov, knowing that's still flying through the air. They still get that 9th round, keep this game just 1 round the difference.
Well, attack forsaken. And a brief moment of respite. 10-9. It's the scoreline we willed here. Romania still in for that lead, but ever so slightly. The big thing here, Paladin, this is a monumental swing round.
Yep.
Whoever wins this breaks the other side's economy, as simple as that.
Oh, and that's a great start for Zello, making it a double for Romania. A drone ripping another head. And yes, there's Shine in the back of the site, but he's going to get traded, surely. You'd like to think, but there's no spacing. How is a drone going in alone like that?
Hang on, look at A.
It's wide open.
Sweden have ever rotated. They've maybe panic rotated, and they're panicking back, but it might be too late. Oh my god, Raga hears all of this. He hears 2. He noted her 2 steps. And he might just get the perfect timing. Raga, this is an experienced player right here. He is the win factor. He should be able to get at least 1, if not both. But 1 might just gift its way over a late shot by Zello. But still, Raga, he still has to pounce. And it's Zello and Raga who combine it. Perfect timing, Shines all that's left. And he probably has to save.
He absolutely does, Neo. And now Romania lock in an 11th. Surely. Oh, and he misses the shot as well. I mean, you can just hear how much it means to Romania at that point. They understand what that has just done to the CTs. They are knocking on the door for the most unorthodox final in this tournament possible.
Yeah. Nobody predicted this. I predicted Sweden, you predicted Germany, and they were easily the two favorites in this tournament. And we can see neither of them make it their way towards the final, which would be, in itself, absolutely wild. Well, another Sweden timeout. Third and final timeout as well for Sweden here in regulation.
Do you give OT here?
This is, I mean, I actually do. I play for overtime, personally.
Yeah, I mean, it's 3 rounds. It's doable. Oh, my goodness. But with how much money that Shine has, they are going all in. This is for the game right here. And up for Lumi.
Wow.
4 MP9s and just a little bit of utility. They're putting it all in the hands of one of their newer additions in Lumi, who has really struggled in this game to find an impact. Talk about pressure.
Yeah, that's a bold call. It is a pick your poison situation, right? But
100%.
If I'm here, I'm playing for overtime. I'm trying to chance it. Who's taps through the wood? Doesn't get too far away from Lumi, as we said. He gets very close. Yeah, he just tag him, doesn't he, once?
Yeah. And it looks like he doesn't want anything to do with it. He falls all the way to Balk. He had much more of an aggressive line down to the entrance, but smartly doesn't want to give away that prized possession. ETN, meanwhile, on the other end, joining hands with the Drawn, who has been successful at finding car control. And they're thinking about going all the way through, considering there's no smoke right in front of them. Finally, one plumes in their face. And with that, they'll pump the brakes just slightly.
Yeah, that'll slow it down for a brief moment.
It still caused a rotation. That one CT smoke. Lumi has been pulled. What's the call here from BTN? What's that sucker punch play to catapult them into the grand finals?
The freeze feels really good here.
It does. It's causing so much concern now.
Yeah.
And Lumi is pretty committed to this B site. He cannot leave.
No, he can't. Oh my god, he nearly gets caught there as well by Lumi, but he doesn't. A drop will fall. The MP9's up close, doing so well. A lot of presence here, and it seems to be delivering, but the spam through confidence is good. The flash, it was a team flash that cost Jan his life, but Plopsky trying to lead by example. 2 versus 1, and Zello got it all to do, but if anyone would do it, would be him. We're jumping through the smoke, and Zello might be dead. He is dead. The forced buy is such a ballsy call, and it works.
That was a full MP9 mag, dude.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, there was a chance there for Zello to pull off the impossible, but Sweden, with the triple site gamble onto the B site, pull it off. And Lumi finds just a little bit of impact. He finds a necessary kill, and he re-peeks a couple too many times, but it causes enough commotion that double setup on First Oranges plays enough of a role.
Look what it's done to Romania as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's the last round that they'd want to lose, right, at this point in the game.
Hero AK Zello. Upgraded pistols alongside. It's not a full buy though, I guess that's the main thing. This is a half investment. And if you want that gun on anybody's back, it would be Zello. Who's going to be the difference maker? Who's going to be the one to put this team in a winning position? Every day of the week, you'd probably assume it to be him. That smoke will go deeper towards Banana. Same with the Molotov, they're going quick. Tech 9, good trades going 1-for-1. Gun picked up, and Zello delivers with the AK-47. We might be on for a chance here. Shine, isolated. A weaker game from him as well, and Zello's trying to cut off rotations. Trying to be this insurance policy. 2 will cross. 1 with the bomb. Zello, there should be a kill here. Oh, shoulder spotted. But then he repositions himself. This is good. Zello can now just play banana. I don't think they can give this a go.
Look at Zello just won this round just by existing in brackets.
They haven't got the money to get this a go. They've got to save this. They're pulling away.
Oh my goodness.
So Romania are going to find map and series point, and just as Sweden found an eco round, Romania do it right back in their face.
It's that small timing that they just walk up the half wall, and Plopsky has no idea that they've cut that much space down that quickly. And for Romania, they see utility flying. They're thinking, we know that Plopsy's got util out. We can go for the aggression, and those pistols just cut it all loose onto that B site. Map, series, and grand final point here for Romania. Who would have thought at the start of this day?
My God, revenge is going to taste so sweet. Knocked out on home soil last year in the quarterfinals to Sweden, 2-0 as well. And they're on track to win a 3-map affair, and without a shadow of a doubt, an absolute marathon. Might be able to get the sweetest of revenge a year on from when they lost. Booking their spot in towards that final. Obviously, it's not over until it's over, but Nilo tried his best snappy impression from yesterday, and it works against him. Adron was waiting for it, and he will get that kill. So an opener, and a massive opener coming forward for Romania. When you look at this buyout for Sweden, we've got an MP9 for Shine with no utility. Plopsky, no utility either. 2 kits. It still feels like it's in a very strong position for the T side.
Yeah, and look at how timid Romania are. In this situation, I kind of favor it. They know that it's the next move. It has to be for the CTs, but nobody giving that gunfight at this point, and Romania will just try to trade effectively. 4 players creeping up banana. And Plopsky, sure, you've got some stall utility, Molotov deployed there, and now smoke thrown in too.
Okay.
But Sweden's just got to make a gamble. They're literally starved for information. They don't have any idea what's coming through. And here comes the B execution. Plopsky, if there was ever a time for you to come up big, now is it.
What can he do? Well, the first step, he'll take it every day of the week, and he gets a second behind it, so it gives them a chance back into a 3 versus 3. But there's still a lurking presence. The only issue is it has absolutely no effect. Jakarta's not going to see anybody, so this bomb will go down. But it's actually a numbers advantage retake for Sweden here on this B site. And they're moving their way forward. Zello, good for one, but a shot through the smoke from Lumi. Has no right to get that kill. And Rag is left all alone, but Jakarta on for this flank that we spoke of. And 1 versus 2, Adam B got to step up in a big way. Tap on towards the bomb. Flash goes over. He gets caught. He doesn't get dropped. Another tap, this time might be a stick, has a kit, and he has to make a move. Jakarta has to go, and he can't.
No
Oh my God, he gets it. Jakarta, 2% on that bomb, and Adam misses by the finest of margins. Romania, revenge is a dish best served cold. And here in the flames of Inferno, they deliver it and move forward towards the finals.
The last laugh for Romania here. BTN sends his regards, as Romania will be your second grand finalists. And what a story for these guys. Battling back through the groups, a tough one at that, to get second place there.
Yeah.
And then to battle through this bracket, through Germany after destroying them on that decider of Dust 2. And then grinding out a win here against one of the tournament favorites in Sweden.
Yeah.
What a story for these guys.
Yeah, that is the BTN masterclass right there. I mean, a lot of different things to like over towards that Romanian side, right? You have to look at the calling of BTN special all the way throughout that series. Even in dark moments, he was able to bring them out of these kind of slumps, right? Zello, Impact, I mean, without a doubt, the best player of the tournament so far, right? I mean, he was statistically, and has now just proved it with an on-pressure, first time on the stage, stepping up all the way throughout. And Jakarta as well. Impact as a rifler really looked clean. So, I mean, there's actually a lot to like over towards this Romania side. And, yeah, it sets up for the unorthodox final against Portugal.
Yeah, it's crazy that we're going to have to see Sweden, Serbia in the third place decider at this point,
We thought
right?
they were going to be the final, yeah.
Yeah, oh my goodness. I mean, what an opportunity for both Romania and Portugal to have just a crazy land victory, right? I mean, for both of these teams, they've been struggling to find a cohesive fifth.
Yeah.
You know, Romania losing 7kick, and Portugal losing Agil, who are both very key components for their respective squads.
Exactly.
And with all that being said, a chance to lift the trophy. at the end of 2024 would be just a dream start when you look towards that circuit opening up.
Yeah, and especially with kind of how the circuit is looking as well when it comes to kind of how our prize pool is such a big difference maker. Getting that lion's share, 100k, makes a massive difference. For a side of both Rhino and for Nexus, that could be incredibly important for them heading in towards 2025, and it might even start to net them things like wildcard invites coming forward. So, it's these small things, but it makes an absolute massive difference. I've loved what I've seen here. You know, it is commiserations to Sweden. They still are in for a chance at a medal. I think it's probably the main thing.
Yeah, I mean, we were going to favor them against Serbia or Portugal.
Yes, yeah.
Regardless, right? And so I think for right now, they should be favored to get that third place medal. But for now, we have to discuss about the winners. It's the captain of BTN, and we've got an interview ready and waiting for you.
And I'm here with BTN from Team Romania. How do you feel about this win?
Well, I'm feeling amazing. Long time no final in Iesf, so I'm feeling great.
I can totally see that. So it was an incredible match, honestly. But in the second game, I mean, you guys just stole the overtime. Tell me about that.
Well, we started really bad on our map pick, but like we usually do here at ISF, it was warm-up. In second game, we didn't expect actually to have match points after first half, but we did it. So I don't know, we had an amazing T side. We choked a bit because we had like two map points actually. But we ended in overtime, so yeah, I'm really happy, really happy.
I mean, I even saw Lawrence back there pretty much was stressed out to the last minute. I mean, I felt the energy coming my way as well, but you made it happen. Grand finals, this is it, right? Between either earning 50k or 100k, right? Yeah. Against Portugal.
The medal is more important.
The medal, of course, yes.
I'm missing the gold medal.
Against Portugal, how do you feel about that? Any preparations set for them?
Not yet, because we had really short time since quarter yesterday, so we only prepared for Sweden. So I don't know when is the final, maybe in 2-3 hours. So we're gonna have 3 hours to chill and maybe prepare the game.
Chill, prepare, and make it happen. But anything you want to say back home to your friends, family, and fans?
Yeah, hi Romania!
Simply hi. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we cannot wait to see what's going to happen in the grand finals right here. And it's back to you guys.
A pair of underdog victories sets up for a very unlikely grand final, guys. Let's kick off by talking positives for Romania. We said coming off the group stages, we're leaning too much on Zello, but we saw in this semi-final, there's more depth to this team. Zello's still in good shape, but it's not just the Zello show. There's a system here, there's a format, and it's just won them the semi-final.
Yeah, and talk about a throwback game really for BTN as well. At 35 years old, being kind of the leading factor on the deciding map in a semifinals versus the big tournament favorite. He had an absolute baller of a game, a baller of a time. Basically led Romania in most important categories. Incredibly influential in terms of finding openings as well for them and just kind of getting them, yeah, across the finish line. Fantastic.
I still can't get over 35 years old, the man. Wow, impressive.
It shows me it's still not too late.
I know, we can all cling on to that hope. But yeah, seriously impressive from him. And this whole Romania team, like we said, it wasn't the Zello show. And that's a really important thing for them because we were concerned that they didn't have the depth. But a couple of the other players showing up in this one, Raga having some big moments. And, I mean, I kind of can't get over the Team Sweden side of this. Like 7-2 at one point. Yeah. How do you lose this?
Second and third map, I mean, frankly, the semi-finals was theirs to lose. They snatched defeat from the jaws of victory twice for my money, especially, of course, on map 2 in Mirage, with those huge advantages they dropped in the second half. We saw them getting off the stage, guys. They look frustrated. They look very disappointed. I'm not remotely surprised because they really should have been in the grand final, and I can't paint it another way. Romania played good, but I'm sorry, Sweden, they'll know they should have done better.
Yeah, they dropped the ball, no doubt about it. Again, I think for the final map, there was something like an opening frag advantage of +8 or something like that for Romania, and that's obviously not a recipe for success. And you could tell, like, towards the end as well, like, Sweden were forcing it. They were trying to get opening frags, you know, do or die, and in this case, they died more often than not. And I'm a little bit uncertain as to why they had that kind of pressure on them in many ways, because again, as we saw to start the game, they just play like a pretty standard calm Inferno that's getting them up to a 7-2 lead. Again, from that point on, you've already kind of done a lot of the heavy lifting, at least in order to get yourself situated on the CT side, right? And again, you should have the individuals to kind of win this out, but we see so much just confusing and pressured mistakes that are happening from the Swedish side when it at the point towards the end of the game where they break the Romanian economy. You have Plopsky and Banana trying to play outside of the site by himself while Shine is still playing from pool opening or pool entrance. And there's like no connection between them. There's no opportunity to trade. There's no opportunity to do anything. Plopsky's in a position where he can't necessarily get any sort of assistance from utility either. And they end up just getting, ran down by a half-buy from Romania's side. And round after, you have Nilo pressuring down mid. Yeah, it worked for Portugal, sure. But again, like, this is another situation where I felt like Nilo kind of just wanted it to take it a little bit on himself too much and kind of force the issue to get Sweden into a solid position, because their CT side was just a bit of a hot mess, in all honesty.
Yeah, it was a mix of them sometimes seemingly going a little too aggressive and not having the backup on that aggression, I guess, and sometimes just playing incredibly passive. And as you pointed out, Nilo did not have the map here from him, and it's a shame because on the first two maps he was brilliant, he was great. This map he was quiet, and we said this is a map where it's more important to have a reliable core and all your players show up, and we thought that would benefit Sweden, and it just didn't. None of them had a really good map here. It was actually the Romanian riflers that stepped up, so fair play to them.
Let's bring up that playoff bracket whilst we keep talking Sweden. They haven't got that much offline experience. Shine reasonably new to in-game leading, at least at this sort of level, under this sort of pressure, especially this sort of prize money. Could that be a factor? I mean, Plopsky is the only man here that's played on a lot of big stages. The other guys, this is a brutal lesson, I think, in terms of their career and learning and growing.
I mean, it's definitely going to be a loss that sticks with them for quite some time. To me, though, I don't think I can put like a lot of the CT side on Shine either, necessarily from a colors perspective. Again, a lot of it comes down to not necessarily well thought out, just individual battles.
But who takes control when it's going wrong? Because we saw it on Mirage.
Apparently no one.
That's the point, is Shine, he can't be that old, can he? He can't be more than...
No, he's not the oldest of the bunch.
Maybe it's the coach. I mean, we don't have necessarily the best setup here for a coach to get involved, but somebody needs to take control and just say, guys, calm down, breathe, communicate better, because we know they're capable of such good CS, yet in the closing stages of second and the third map, nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, but I also think it's an instance where you could also just have, instructions or messages kind of falling on deaf ears, because we saw so many just individual duels being taken without any sort of setup from other teammates or necessarily having a backup plan or pushing forward into space with teammates, unless it's like the move out of freeze time, and that's the biggest worry for me. So, like, regardless if you tell them to kind of calm down or play together, if it falls on deaf ears and someone just has it in their mind that they're going to have to, force a move, it's difficult to lead from that, from that scenario. So I think this just has to be like a collective failure, and you kind of have to share the blame across all five, really, if you're Sweden at this point, because, yeah, you're not supposed to fall apart like that, and that's not on one person.
Yeah, I'd agree, and I think on the other side, again, Romania are a team that you kind of don't expect to feel the pressure. It just seems like these teams where it's almost like the fact that they don't, I guess, over-prepare. I don't know the word for it, but like Sweden are a team that feel like they want to be a little more methodical. And so it just seems like these teams throughout this tournament are actually the ones that are really struggling to perform under the pressure, whereas teams that are kind of relying a little more on just loose play and individuals, it kind of probably sets the tone that, okay, we actually don't need to feel the pressure because it feels just like pretty natural for us. It feels like, not quite pugging, but kind of close to it at times. Yeah. So yeah, I think for Romania, definitely think they've got a chance in this final, honestly. And listen, credit to them. With the wins they've got to be favourite.
I mean, they couldn't have had a harder bracket. Yeah. And of course, they came second in their group to Kazakhstan, so that never helps either. Other result on this bracket that stands out, Portugal 2-1 Serbia, just so guys understand the result at home. Rhino Picnuke lost it, which we know is far from a strength, let's say, of Serbia. Yeah. They only got 6 rounds, and then from there they play 2 fabulous maps to win the series. Another massive upset Serbia presumably dropping the ball. You can't win Nuke and then lose that series. I mean, I can't believe it, honestly.
Yeah, obviously without having seen the match unfold, it's hard to believe. Again, we saw Serbia yesterday. There was no way they should have anything to do on a map like Nuke with how they played CT side. Sure, they could have done better, but the fact that they results in that kind of a dominant win, not to be expected. And from then on, lose out on a map that they actually looked pretty decent on, you know, in reference to Ancient, which was the second map, and that just didn't hold out. Then they get Dust 2 as a decider, a map that, again, we've seen them do well on. Again, like, Kindo's been good with the op there. Colossus has been great. Dragon as well, in terms of finding out opening and being explosive with rifles. So it just kind of took me by surprise. And I'm not going to be, like, again, without having seen it, it could be a case of them dropping unnecessary, you know, after plants or just not taking advantage of retakes, whatever it may be, but definitely a surprising result. But I guess that's kind of been the tagline for Portugal throughout this playoffs. They've just continued to surprise, and even though through the groups it was labored and they kept just kind of like scratching by and getting wins by the smallest margin possible, it's taken them to finals.
Kind of feel that way with both the teams that have made it to the final. They've had to really scrap their way through it, and not winning that many maps convincingly, but that's a quality that you need in tournament Counter-Strike, in playoff Counter-Strike, and it means the final, I think, could be very fun. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a lot of rounds that end up being very tight and intense because of that. It seems like these teams, they don't win too many rounds that clean, so I think that'll be a lot of fun to watch for. I think we'll have a lot of back and forth rounds and very competitive maps, so can't wait for that.
Okay then, third place game is up next. That will be Serbia, Sweden. A little bit of time to collect themselves before they play for that bronze medal. A bit of a break, we'll have a food break, but maybe 30 minutes max, we'll go with that. We'll see you then.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gents, to what we like to call the Circle of Champions here at Iesf. Day one of this show day just finished. I'm joined by some lovely guests here for just a little conversation about what is Counter-Strike, what is Iesf, what is international Counter-Strike as well. So first up, to my left, I've got
BTN, captain of Romania.
There we go. Next to him.
I'm Paul Bandana, player of the Team Ukraine.
John Marin from USA, but I go by MDS in game.
And I'm Paladin. I'm the co-caster of Neo. I'm not a player. So.
There we go. And I'm Neokai as well. So joining Paladin, of course, for the next few days as we commentate Iesf. So I guess that's probably the first good place to start is Iesf, right? We've been to a couple last year. Now we're here in Riyadh. How are you enjoying it so far?
Well, I like it very much. I don't have my own people to cheer for me, but it's okay. It's okay. It's a lovely city and lovely weather.
It's true. It's very nice. And for you too, it's both your first times, right?
I guess for me, yes. I don't know for
this is my first time too.
It's like kind of enjoyable. Yeah. So because of the situation in Ukraine, you can free cross the borders. So we are super excited of this tournament.
Yeah, for yourself as well. Obviously, we've had America at the past, but a different roster. Now for you playing with this lineup, what's it been like?
I mean, it's been great. Like, I think this is like this group of people that we have here. Like, we have a very tight bond, and I think it's just been like a great time playing with these guys. Like, results haven't been what we wanted, but like, with that being said, we don't have very many opportunities in NA for Counter-Strike, and like, this is my first international tournament. I've never traveled outside the US to play a tournament before, so I'm just grateful for the experience of getting to play against, like the European region, see how they're playing, learn from it, and just, I've learned a lot, right? I've learned a lot. And then on top of that, just the city itself is amazing. I love this place, and the people are great. The culture's awesome, the food's good, so I'm just enjoying the time here, really.
So what's that feeling like for the two of you, where you genuinely have to, I don't know, you have to disassemble the schedule that you have when you play at home. You've got a certain routine. Now you've got to set up at a new PC in a completely different environment. It's loud in there. It can get very loud in there. People are shouting in your face. I know you're definitely experienced the life at Frag when people are yelling at you in your face, but I'm sure it's kind of a different situation when sometimes it's in a different language. Sometimes you're on this loud stage, so it can be a completely different situation. What's it like?
I think it's in terms of the noise, right? It's it doesn't really bother us because again, we deal with in Fragadelphia's and NA lands of people literally screaming obscenities in our face, right? It's like it's a lot different than how these guys act. You know, these guys are very cordial. They're really good people.
You should see him though when he's not on the server.
Oh yeah,
he's
on the server they're they're just a different.
You know
beast.
better.
Yeah, like on the server they play like they hate you, but it's, but in real life, like they're great people and all that. But I think for us, I think we actually had like a good chance in all of our games, but I think that honestly our inexperience in this sort of environment, like as far as playing against this better competition that is honestly ahead of the meta, right? Like they're way ahead of the meta in terms of the way the game's being played. But I really think like our inexperience is what kind of was our downfall, because I think we had a lot of good situations, a lot of good chances to win games, but we just couldn't close them out, right? So I think that was like for us maybe the biggest difference is just the way these guys play. It's it's insane. It's so hard to play against. So just props to you guys for real. Like you guys are really good, and like we don't have these type of teams and players in NA. It's a whole different beast.
So for you, it's like it's very new now to be at this kind of like level of LAN where it is a lot of international competition. How has that felt for you? And do you feel that kind of difference at all when you're in that kind of environment?
Yeah, for me personally, it was like first, like for John, first experience, like that international tournament.
Yeah.
So for real, I was excited before our travel, and we expected like a lot bigger results for us for Ukraine, but our results was not so good as we expected. So, but however, that's what CS is. So we like being here. We like people who is sitting here. Like for me personally, I have a lot of new friends. I got a lot of new emotions, from this travel. So I don't really care, like because of the lose. I care because of the emotions I have here.
That's what it's all about, bro.
I feel that. And then got you, sir, looking towards playoffs. How was groups for you, and how does it actually compare this group stage, this setup, being here in Riyadh compared to last year where you were on home soil in Romania? You spoke about kind of having the crowd behind you.
ladies and gentlemen. We're landing in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, for the World Esports Championship.
In a world where victories can be measured in gold and silver, some things are priceless.
Surely expected, and Vladden will find him. Can shine for one with a quick trade from Impulse.
Some things are not bought with money.
The base is too open. Now Philippines is now taking the base of Indonesia. Remember their name.
The feeling of standing alongside your fellow countrymen, the emotion, the home crowd, the weight of a whole nation on your shoulders.
Sometimes I get emotional by the fact that I got chosen to be one of the representatives of my country. And yeah, it's just a dream, honestly.
Here it's not just about the game, it's about the pride that unites us. Every match tells a story.
They need to some missed shots. Sound picking up another one, another headshot. No way! 4 kills! What has happened?
From every corner of the globe. All eyes on WEC 24.
Early 1970s, the world was discovering the boundless possibilities of esports. While esports offered endless enjoyment and addictive allure, it lacked a certain depth and a sense of purpose. It needed something more, something larger than a trophy, something beyond individual gratification. That's when a vision emerged. A vision of uniting the world through esports. The International Esports Federation and the World Esports Championship were born. Its mission was clear: to create a stage where nations could unite and compete for the ultimate title, World Esports Champion. For these athletes and nations, the World Esports Championship was more than just a competition, more than just a game, a chance to make history, to leave a lasting legacy, to inspire a generation, and to represent their nation. Over the years, Iesf started achieving greatness, year by year. Korea, Indonesia, Israel, Romania, worldwide. The World Esports capital changed, each year expanding significantly, getting bigger and bigger. Fast forward 15 years, Iesf was determined to show the world the most valuable World Esports Championship. 140 nations gathered in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The WEC 24 story. 2024. Saudi Arabia prepares to host the 16th World Esports Championship after a spectacle made in Iesf, Romania by Iesf for WEC 23. New president, new challenges, and quite a bumpy road ahead. As the calendar turned to January, the national qualifiers took place, breaking dozens of records. In a wingspan of 3 months in every nation across the globe, athletes competed to get one step closer to the World Esports Championship and represent their nation on the global stage. However, as fate would have it, the road to WEC 24 was far from smooth. Things went south. 2 out of 3 offline regional qualifiers were forced to go online. Even though that barrier occurred, the online regional qualifiers shattered previous viewership records. The hype for WEC 24 was real. Meanwhile, Africa. Iesf showed just how much potential is hidden in Africa. Over 180 athletes, 17 nations, and thousands of fans. All in one place for one specific reason: esports. The bumpy road came to an end. The slots for WEC 24 were secured and everyone was ready. The much anticipated 16th World Esports Championship set sails. WEC 24 Day 1.
أهلا بكم. Welcome. Bienvenue. Bienvenidos. Willkommen. Benvenuti. Добро пожаловать. Välkommen. Welkom. Bem-vindos. Hwanyin. Yokoso. 환영합니다. Hoş geldiniz. Καλώς ήρθατε. Swagat hai. Witajcie. Yindit nab. SEF Arena.
Well, there's no problem. If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
This gun was loaded when he brave boys decided to go for the run. It's a fire.
It's time to start handing out the medals here at the ISF World Esports Championships. We have Sweden and Serbia setting up on the stage behind us at the moment. Chaps, before we get into the analysis itself, I think for both of these teams, just calming the minds, relaxing after what will be some really tough losses for both these sides, that feels like half the game here.
Yeah, I think both these sides sitting at the computers right now would have expected to be here about 3 hours later. They were probably aiming, setting their eyes on that grand final spot, and I think most people outside as well of the tournament would have expected the same. But got to give credit obviously to the two other teams that made it that far and actually knocked them out. But there's no doubt that this is going to be a tough game to kind of reset your mind into. Even though there's obviously a lot at stake for both sides, they're going to have to be disappointed. But it's going to be a good test again, because we've seen both teams kind of, I guess, falter, obviously, especially in the case of Sweden, when it matters the most. So are you able to kind of bounce back from that immediately? That would be an important trait in terms of how you kind of recoup from that, going home after the tournament. How do you continue on, life post today, really?
Yeah, I'd hope that they, I don't know, I don't know if, take this, I don't know how to phrase it. They obviously want to take this game seriously, but also, not put too much pressure on it at the same time. Just kind of say, okay, listen, we didn't make the final. Let's just come into this one and play what we can and play our best. But, they looked a little stiff and a little concerned at times, so I'm hoping that they just loosen up a little bit. I guess that's the way to put it.
Well, there should be less pressure on them going into this one. Let's pull up that Sweden roster. That's here is on the server, of course. Nilo, the standout at the tournament. Plopsky as well has had a great event too. Adam on the side as well. So, no lack for individuals here on Sweden. That wasn't why they lost that semi-final.
No, but I will say that the decision-making at times felt kind of questionable, and that's a little bit, again, maybe that comes down to the pressure. Maybe in a third-place decider, they're going to be more capable of just kind of playing fluidly on the side of Sweden, which I would like to see. I don't think I want to see this Swedish side necessarily play looser. I'd rather see that being the case for Team Serbia, but for the Swedes, I'd probably want to see them rein it back. And when I say rein it back, I don't mean obviously camping it out on sites and never doing anything to find information, but I mean playing more together, not having one player get out and early, being aggressive by themselves without any sort of plan B or any sort of retreat plan if your initial move doesn't necessarily pan out to perfection. I want to see them play more together is essentially what I'm looking for, because it felt like that was a lot of what cost them the semifinals just a few hours ago.
Yeah, definitely want to see, again, Nilo step up. We did see a maybe weaker third map from him, and I think in general, you've had Nilo step up throughout the tournament. He has been very good. Just that one map that was a little weaker. Adam B, I think, has been good on the entry roles in general. I think he's been solid. Sometimes a little hit or miss, but you expect that from your entry player. Yeah. And then Plopsky, I was maybe a little disappointed, but the third map, yeah, he had his good moments, and then he had moments where he did look a little lost, and that was concerning because I want him to actually be, weirdly, somewhat of a veteran voice on this team. He's not really a veteran, but he's got a bit more experience than some of the others. So that was a bit of a shame to see, because I think up until that point, he was doing all right. And yeah, definitely would hope that Plopsky can step it up into this matchup.
Let's take a look at that Serbia roster on the other side of things. Collins played a fabulous semi-final. He did everything he could. It was Dragon, really, who throughout the rest of the event has been superlative. In that semi-final, he didn't have his best showing. He'll want to make up for that here.
Absolutely. So, and Collins was someone also in the quarterfinals that looked really, really promising. Again, probably their best player on Ancient when we got to see them on stream as well. And I think Kendo's just been a reliable source of output, really, even though he is playing with an opposition isn't necessarily his specialty, but he's doing really well for himself in that sense. Also been positively surprised by Choi, which I kind of expected to be more or less your dedicated, supportive rifler, which this is kind of a term I hate because you usually just put it to whoever has the lowest fragging output, regardless if they actually do supportive roles or not, or if they actually set things up for the other teammates or not. But I didn't expect much of an output really from Choi, but he's shown that he can definitely hang as well on multiple occasions. So it's a more well-rounded Serbia team than I even expected, and that goes a long way because, again, we know that at the very least 4 of these players have been very, very strong individuals for quite some time. Again, curious to kind of see how they managed to drop the ball versus Portugal. That's something that we haven't been able to fully see with our own eyes, and judging off of what we saw versus Poland, right? Like everything looked dandy. Like this would have been a team that I expected in the finals pretty much 10 out of 10 times in that matchup. So for them, if it's a mental thing or whatever it may be, they need to come correct, obviously, going up against Sweden. Because even though they've lost to a team already, I think this is going to be a bigger challenge in terms of what would normally be the case in terms of how strong these teams are.
The real problem for Serbia is those player picks. 4 of them had their arms crossed, and then no one gave Emmy the memo. They can't even get the team play right in the player picks, Alan. Everyone knows this is the esports pose, the arms crossed, it's the classic.
Which team was it? Was it Germany who had the miss-height players?
They did,
Because
yeah.
that was even worse. So at least they're
No,
doing,
I would respect that if
at
you
least
asked for it on purpose, just to, rib your team.
that would, yeah, that
I
would be pretty
respect
good. A question though in this matchup is the roles are more figured out for Sweden because we know we've got essentially a stand-in AWP. Choiv is filling into the positions of Kindo. It's working, it's passable, but at least contrasted with Sweden, there will be more issues for Serbia in terms of the roles.
There should be, but again, it didn't seem like Sweden were that like effortless machinery that just kind of had things going or understood. It's looked that way at times throughout the series we've been able to see, but again, like their CT sides have not been all that great, and I'm thinking about that like across all maps that we've seen them on so far, and that is a worry, especially when you have solid individuals on the other side that can easily find opening frags, which is going to cause you to have to make rotations and actually take active decisions. And if they don't have that clear voice, which we were kind of alluding to after their semifinals loss, then those problems are going to rear their, they're going to show their face yet again, and it's going to be a continuous problem for Sweden that they're going to have to deal with. And I'm not sure if they're, in the right headspace to really sort that out.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I think a lot of this tournament, it seems like, has been us expecting a certain team to be better in that aspect, and then just like, for whatever reason, it doesn't happen.
Yeah.
I have no idea why, but it has been a bit of a shame to see because we expected more from this team. But yeah, just some timings off. I don't know if that's just not having the experience playing as a 5 like this on lands as much as they wanted to, but it can be different sometimes. It can be a little disconcerting. So I hope for Sweden they take this as another learning opportunity and say, okay, listen, this is still a really important game for us. Let's make sure we come through because we had them as favourites for the tournament. We've got to still have them as favourites for this one.
I think we blew all of our expectations energy on Poland female when they came through. We lost it there. Here's the veto here for this third place game. Map pick is Mirage for Sweden, Inferno for Serbia, Decider is Ancient. Why didn't Sweden pick Nuke?
They don't really play it all that much. I guess, yeah, if they'd seen Serbia play yesterday, they probably should have considered it. But I think similar to the women's team, they just feel comfortable on Mirage. And I will say, again, what we saw of them on Mirage was the best out of, obviously the map that they won in their series. So they have that to fall back on. It's the one thing that kind of they can take away from the semifinals that felt okay and positive. But yeah, no, again, I would love for a team that comes in as a full 5 to have a more, like a bigger differential on a map than, let's say, Mirage. Because it's like you said, right? You're going up against a PUG team, right? You might run into issues. And we saw them run into issues versus Romania as well.
Yeah, maybe they also looked at the Serbia result and saw they got the nuke win against Portugal, right?
They smashed it. I think it was 13-6 or something.
I don't know how that happened. I would love to have watched that map. I have no idea how that happened, but maybe they were just
that is the best feeling, by the way. If you're in a team and you have a map you hate and you have one game that is astronomical and then everybody just doesn't pick it or ban it against you because they think you can actually play it. That is the best feeling when you're in a team. And maybe that sort of energy, I guess, here for Team Sweden. Right, what are we looking at then in this series? We're not looking at anything because the cast is ready. Let's get into this third place game, Naokai Paladin. Let's get cooking.
You're going to be looking at me, Alan, just me, as we get this best of 3 started. It is a little bit different maybe than what a lot of people would expect. We're not doing back-to-back semis, but this is for a medal, right? And while some people would argue that bronze is second in a line of losers, it is still a medal on the board. And I think primarily the biggest thing that we always talk about in Counter-Strike at the moment, the way the circuit is prize pool. I mean, that is something that even a small addition of like 5 or 10k can actually make a massive difference heading in towards 2025. So for both of these two sides who are kind of a cause, you got Partisan over towards Serbia, you've got Metasport over towards Sweden, just getting a little bit extra prize pool could actually have a mammoth effect in towards next year.
Yeah, I'm completely with you. I mean, especially for some of these teams that are kind of like the lower echelons of the ranking. It's like what, maybe like the 50 to 40 mark.
Yeah.
If you want to nab some tier 2 LAN invites, if you're in the top 30, you would be in conversation. So this could mean inching closer to that ever important mark. So even if there is no chip at the end of this, that little bit of cash might make that trip home a little bit sweeter.
Well, Kindo playing up on box, boosted up, and he actually just struggled to get involved in the kills. How is he still alive? He's been the first person spotted. He's still going. How? How does Kindo even get away with 1? Never mind 2, and no one dying up towards Serbia as well.
That's ridiculous, man. I mean, that crossfire is very easy to break, especially once that surprise factor of the boost box player is dead. But unfortunately, Sweden just don't have any potency there. And I will say, I want to consider fatigue on both ends.
Sure.
And see just like, now that Emmy and Plopsky have lost the best of 3 already and have to play into this one, how do you dig yourselves out playbook-wise on either end?
Yeah, I feel like I'm actually more concerned about Sweden, if I'm going to be honest.
100%,
Just because they, I think, would have sort of had this thing in their own mind of, because reigning champs, favourites go back to back, and the favourites in sort of every best of 3 they've been facing. Oh, Choiv does very, very well there for this 3. But yeah, it's one of those where they would have come into that previous game and they would have had this mindset of like, yeah, we're the best team in this tournament, we're the highest rated team in this tournament, we're the #1 seed, being the reigning champs, but also just being the players that we are. So we have the absolute, we have everything needed to win this, and actually, in a similar vein, win it the sort of way they did last year. But we had a brief conversation about this. And obviously it's hindsight sort of proved it, but I do think the Sweden teams last year was stronger than this year.
Oh yeah, no, I'm completely with you. I think that team had a better caller in ZTR, and you had a better anchor in
Bobsky. Also Bobsky as well.
Yeah.
Bob XD, sorry, not Bobsky. Bob XD. I was thinking as a support player, he, for me, maybe if we're talking about kind of the direct changes, I think Nilo's a direct upgrade.
Right.
But Bob XD was incredible last year. I don't know, out of nowhere, his impact was ridiculous.
Yeah, and he's still doing good work over in Sweden, so.
Yeah, and Sus too, right?
Yeah.
You're spot on.
Yeah.
That twin dynamic, man. You never know on
I
LAN.
think genuinely had so much chemistry, as you'd expect, right?
Yeah.
So, well, we'll see what Sweden can do here in the purchase. Aileen, initially, you've got a late con lurk, but it's got to be Kindo, it's got to be Emmy to see if they can find anything. The MP9 comes up with nada, and now Sweden can scale in pretty comfortably. Easy gunfights, all T favored. And Sweden look poised to find themselves their first as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and honestly, there's probably even a notion here for Dragon and Choiv actually just to save.
Oh yeah, not even bothering to look into this situation.
Yeah, that's what you considering that Choiv doesn't really have any long-term cash. Just keep on what you've got. You're going to rebuy fully in towards the next round. Kindo's going to have the AWP out as well. Kindo, we've seen some really nice moments out for Kindo on that AWP. He's looked really, really good. So I'm wanting to get this guy activated as early as, see what he can sort of bring to the table. But a really good round nonetheless from Sweden. Don't really break too much of a sweat as they barrel in towards the A site. And they make it look pretty simple. And this is the sort of mirage that, we wanted to see it towards the first series, first series of the day, we just didn't.
Well, what I want to see is not, from Sweden specifically, is not right now. It's when they flip over sides.
Yeah.
Because I feel pretty comfortable with how they've been calling their offense. Nearly had that reverse sweep to make this a competitive mirage against Romania. But it was the defense that significantly looked worse than it usually is.
Yeah, because he had a 7-5 half on T-side, didn't they? And then it kind of drifted quite rapidly out of contention. It looks like pause of a technical nature as I'm looking at whoever's sitting on my left-hand side. That is Choiv, I'm pretty sure. Yes. Yes, it is. That is Choiv. Because he's the only one who wears glasses.
Good on you.
Oh, what can I say, man? I'm just
You're on it.
I'm that
You're
guy.
on it.
You know what they call me? Himothy.
That is what they put as a nickname in your Wikipedia. If I recall correctly.
You be damn right. Will I though?
Timothy Kane.
All right, we're back underway, round number 4. And I think that as well, with that all button play, this is where we can actually get to see Kindo do his best work. I would assume he normally, when he plays Mirage, 1 or 2 positions generally. Either out through corner, they want to make a little good play, or he plays it for his window position and actually likes to boost up on that. 1 or 2 places. The standard places for that all, but Kindo, very strong when he gets going. Nice shot for him. Up close, Emi has to support a Kindo, and Emi was there as a supporting factor, but Kindo does the job.
Yeah, very active right now from Kindo. Taking the top mid fight, taking an A main fight as well, and winning both of them. Puts Sweden in a precarious position. I mean, you've still got Nilo as that factor in apartments, always ready to strike, always able to find an incision back, but right now, he doesn't really have the inclination of going out just yet. He needs that A main contact. He needs at least one pick to come back one way. But right now, Serbia are locked into place. Beautiful little triangle of doom that'll have to be disassembled by Sweden. I don't fancy their chances.
That's a good volley. It should spread. No, it doesn't. So Emi actually stays afloat there, and Dragon and Collins, they combine well. It actually ends up being a very, very easy, flawless round. In that previous series against Portugal, the main man in the first 2 maps in particular was Collins. So keep an eye out for what this guy brings to the table. He as well, you know, I think for me, I always bring up Kindo when I look at this side, and Dragon's also a name that gets thrown around quite a lot, but Collins maybe gets as a bit of an unsung hero at times, and he can put up some serious numbers in his own regard.
100% agree. I think when I think about Serbian riflers that I want to be excited by, I definitely put Collins at one of the higher ends of that list. He's done a lot of good work over the years. And still hasn't had that breakout land just yet, so
sure,
this could be that opportunity to celebrate Serbian CS and have a 3rd place finish. But A posturing here from Sweden again. Leave a top mid lurk later on, but look to just have this execution. Jungle smoke in, Molly down on top stairs, and here comes that hit.
Kindo. First time doesn't go so well, but he will dip away, just a little bit worried over towards that Palace pop. They're creeping their way forward, and they will work for that first from Nilo. Spam is doing a fair decent amount of damage, and ooh, hang on. Yeah, I'm gonna say Money's running towards top con. He's getting close. Dragon eventually dropped. And Kindo, who's meant to start this round, probably, unfortunately, can be left in not a lot. Misses his shot. Should get punished. Stop what is happening. Finally. That was a little awkward, a little weird, but a flawless round nonetheless. Good response, actually, out from Sweden.
You're not putting that on the highlight reel.
No.
Not at all.
That one's not getting clipped and shipped on Twitter, we'll say that.
No.
That's not getting 2K upvotes on Reddit.
Well, it might, but
for the wrong
reasons.
Yeah. CS unfortunate or whatever it is.
Yeah. Well, that's Twitter.
Oh yeah. They're all the same.
They all blend together at this point, right?
It's the brain rot of Counter-Strike.
Weird buy here for Serbia, but they're still going to go aggressive. They're going to still have their opening play here. Collins trying to get active, involved, but doesn't find anything just yet. Instead, shirks back to Khan. And now it's Sweden's turn to find an opening.
Good timing on that smoke as well, because Adamy was just starting to move forward in towards that apartment's position, and that immediately plumes just as he starts getting the idea about pushing for a bit of a peek into his window. Still, it's just Choiv anchoring here. Of course, Choiv is the stand-in in this side. They traditionally, of course, as part-time lineup play with Roga, who is from Croatia.
Croatia, yeah.
Yeah, if I'm right saying. So, of course, can't play for Serbia. But Choiv has played with these guys many a time. And anchoring here, flashed, made up close. Actually, a double setup that's pretty scary, but gets pulled apart by a Nilo dissect on towards that B site. I don't think really much is going to change here. And B adds yet another to his tally. And it's actually a really simple round in the end.
Yeah, those flashes are just so good. I think they're catching a player in transition, moving into E-box, and as that's happening, you know, they just get caught square in, and you can only guess at that point where your movement's going to take you. And Nilo hits a banger of a headshot onto the backside player too. All in all, for Sweden, getting rid of this econ, forcing this low buy / force buy for Serbia into the dirt means that I can reclaim the lead no problem. And again, I'm not worried about what Sweden provides on offense.
Yeah.
At this point, I'm looking at them to have a buffer for their defense, you know?
At this point, I don't even give a damn about this first half.
Yeah,
It's all about that
seriously.
CT side. And actually on the flip side as well, we know that Serbia have a pretty decent protocols on their T side too,
And
right?
he's not a bad caller, man. He's not.
Yeah. And Kinder doesn't mind T-side AWPing on Mirage either. So
Yeah.
that's one of those things where you look at it and say, I don't know, that's going to be the real make or break, the real tester.
But of course, Sweden won't say no to rounds either way. Imposter again at this A site. They've been wanting it quite a bit when the going gets tough. Oh, and Adami was considering backing off, but he'll go through anyways. Believes in the flashes from his teammates. Nilo deals with the apartment presence, and Shine will spray down 2 more. Mischief managed.
Great work. I mean, that's a round that we weren't too worried about. This one, we go back in towards that investment. Kindo on the AWP. This is what's feeling like a little bit more of that scarier potential of a round. I'm just wondering, I'm going to wonder about how much util they're actually going to get out here. Because nobody's taking a hit in terms of the firepower, they actually don't really have a full belt across the board, and it means they can't even afford to waste too much utility either.
Yeah, we'll see if that turns into something that Serbia should be worried about later on. But for right now, Lumi has gotten all the way up through mid, in through connector, trying to find something early, but nothing being offered up just yet. Dragon's considering the idea, but he's just not giving it to him.
Not smoking window, but opting for a top con smoke is an interesting little change up. Somebody's got to keep their attention drawn over there. Look at this crab walk out. It's a good trade. And it's actually a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Sweden. Plopsky could be in trouble. Back turned and he will fall. So numbers brought back level is 2 players towards a site. And this just feel like has potential behind it because of Adam B being tagged up. Ships in the night. They're walking past each other. They don't even know.
No, there's no way. I don't know how Collins gets up in there, and nobody is going to react to this. And with that, Shine also falls, and now Collins can strike. It's all on to Lumi. He hits a beautiful little flick over, but now in the 2v1, he's just going to get double swung. And Serbia answer back in kind almost straight away.
Good work. All recovered too.
Yeah.
Which is all the positives you want. Oh, it was Kindo's hands. Pretty simple stuff. Back and forth. If we're being bluntly honest, this is a series which feels like it's just destined to go 3 maps and actually be a marathon as well, just like the previous.
Yeah. And again, we'll continue to harp on that conversation about stamina when we get to that inevitable third.
Yeah,
I can just feel
in
it.
particular.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
We got a final as well to follow this. Just throwing it out there, guys. A 2-0 would help us out massively.
I don't know who you're telling that to in particular, but
God, I don't know.
Yeah, just into the ether.
Yeah, into the void and hoping somebody can hear it.
Yep.
Okay, Serbian timeout concluded. And back on the way. We've got all up both ways. Kindo is the only one who takes a little bit of a hit in terms of just lesser utility across the board, but for the most part should be fine. This is an important round, though. Sweden, they can respond right back. They break the economy again over towards Serbia. If Serbia fight it, they don't break it, but they hurt it.
I feel like the Serbians have won every top mid-cross this game when it comes to the buy rounds. I don't know how that's possible, but it's giving them an easier time about. Either way, B anchor down. Lumi with some aggression in apartments will equal things out. And now yet again, mid-control being established later on in the round. meaning Serbia will have to tuck tail and kind of lock in. Kindo making sure that Nilo's opening doesn't spiral this round out of control.
Kindo might have been hurt there, though, rotating in towards jungle. But again, will he even make a difference? Yes, it seems. As he misses a shot. Emmy still not clear. The Molotov does actually go low, or not until too late. It's spread wrong. It's meant to bank down the ladder, and it doesn't. Emmy moving around, and he repositions so well. It's cat and mouse, and Emmy might actually be the prey turned predator, but he will get dropped eventually. 2 versus 2. They know Kindo's over towards CT. And actually for them, it's about where is Dragon. There he is, and he misses the opportunity at both. All for your Lumi should know. Well, he only can be 1 or 2 positions. Flash comes over. Kindo does avoid it. A bomb going to be planted for him. He might have been spotted. Yeah, I think so. But Kindo peaks perfectly. That's a big round for Serbia.
Little risky there. Little risky there for Lumi to try and make that crossover planted front triple. But Kindo sticks to his gun. Doesn't swing off that first tap. Doesn't let that pressure get to him. And it gets a little close for comfort for Serbia, so they're going to call a timeout. Get Emmy on the mic, make sure everything is looking good.
Their second one.
Yeah, that is true. But again, if they can win like the defensive half and force Sweden to fix whatever happened in that Romania game, I think they're satisfied.
It's true. And I guess a moment for us to take a break as well and listen to some scatty tunes here in the arena. Got the, what do you even call this? Like techno?
Drum and bass?
No, I think not drum and bass. I think it's like more like, this sounds like early 2000s, like a, how it feels to chew 5 gum, kind of like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or like Matrix-esque.
Oh, that's actually a way better comparison, yeah. Love me some Matrix. I watched it for the first time like maybe a year ago.
Yeah. Just to clarify, I get asked this more or less every time anyone meets me. I'm not named after it.
Shame, really.
Dragon. At nade, oh yeah, just enough. Just enough fragments off the HE to see off a very low Nilo Collins. He doesn't even realise. Plopsky was creeping around that smoke. So still a 3 versus 3, still anyone's game. And I mean, Choi only has an MP9.
Yeah, well, keep that in mind if they do decide to end B. But right now, it's Dragon to search for some information off of Cat. And with Shine having the bomb, Sweden consider this B bomb site a little bit more. But minute now, as time continues to rot, I think Shine makes the decision as to where they want to end up very simple.
Yeah. He's already got an advanced position here. He's grouping up. There is a Molotov for Choi and a smoke. I wouldn't mind him using just one of these now. Obviously, he doesn't really know.
Yeah, they're just going to go dry.
Yeah. Dragon, he's close enough that he can potentially help out. But they're already going to be on balcony by the time Choi spots him. Bomb, found. Molly actually comes out at a perfect time. They're going to have to go out the window or through the flames. Choi might just die in the flames himself, but it's a great shot by Lumi. Dropping down, 1 versus 1 rifle of Emmy. IGL versus Lumi, that AWP. Where is he? Tap on towards the bomb, and it might just be a stick. He has no idea. Down he goes. I think he thought he was still rotating.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, completely silent to get through the window like that. And usually, I mean, if you're going to make that jump out, you're making a very loud noise.
Yeah.
Just trying to get to the scene as quickly as possible. But Emmy plays it very smartly there. Completely pantses Lumi in the clutch, regardless of that incredible shot. And now, it looks like Serbia are destined for a 7th. And now you've got offensive problems too, man.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. Sweden. Where are they? I mean, as well, we were kind of joking about it and saying, this feels like it's got 3 maps written all over it, unless they lose Mirage, that of Sweden.
Serbia won on Nuke against Portugal. A map that they looked horrid on just before.
True.
This team is also in a very precarious position, and in this 3rd place decider for a very different reason as well. So who knows? Genuinely, everything's irrelevant until that 13 13th round is locked in, you know?
Yeah. I guess you're not wrong. But also round of the half. Dragon is going to try and fight up here. Got some Choi with 2. Full blind basically for both as well, but who needs eyes? He's just got a feeling, and he avoids the nade for the killing blow, but it's enough to really leave him limping.
He's done his job in spades.
Yeah.
At that point, oh, okay, yeah, all right. He's gone, long gone. And now, Sweden look to Plopski to find something back, to open up this map a little bit more. And there's his opportunity, but Emmy shuts it down.
This one feels done here. I mean, Lumi and Nilo have so little to work with, for being completely honest. What do we even do?
You just gotta walk out apps and just pray.
They've got to contact this because they don't have the U-tool, but even if they did throw U-tool, it would beckon over the rotate, but then they've got to try and get past an orb without U-tool. And Kindo, 9 times out of 10, he's quick enough to hit this shot. They're hoping that by pumping the brakes, it stops them for a moment. He shoots on the flick, but there's 3 players here to meet them. Still one in balcony, and the bomb is dropped. So only the 1 casualty. And a small consolation in what is actually a really dark situation for this Swedish side. They could be going 8-4 down at this half.
Can you imagine they come in 4th after all this? Genuinely just shocking results.
Yeah, absolutely.
After all that excitement building in the group stage, overcoming a hiccup against Turkey and the best of ones, you're thinking they don't look back until they lift the trophy. But now, a couple of chances squandered here in this 3rd place decider as well, has you wondering what is going on.
Flash. It will allow Collins to really well adjusting towards taking both of them, and he doesn't need to stick around. Again, brilliant. Drops a smoke in front of his own feet, and he's just going to play behind it. But his just presence alone is enough to cause a bit of a ruse over towards Sweden. Elo going up on high. Will he clear below? No, kind of, but as supporter Plopski does a lot of the information gathering.
Lumi has the bomb though, and they can't really play off of that pick too well. So what's the game plan here? I guess it is just trying to get him back over, but the CT reinforcements will be here by then. Plopski will defend it off his cat side. He should be able to plant front triple. But this is still a doable round here for Serbia, especially considering now that Plopski falls.
Luby, reposition. And waiting. 2 via ticket. Deep flash comes forward. Emmy's holding. He's holding. But gets traded. Luby puts into a 1 versus 1. Giving them a chance here. Orb collected. Bomb planted for him. Tap on towards it. He's looking for a scalp. But Luby hits a flick. And it's not even a smile, it's a sigh of relief there for Lumi.
Yeah, I mean, they can have a little bit of respite, but at the end of the day, I feel as though Serbia will be very happy with what they've brought through into the 2nd half.
Yeah. A forlorn face there towards Adam. You can even see Abdi trying to sort of rile him up a bit and say, man, we're not out of this and we have a chance at a medal here.
It's real hard for the coach at this point, you know, like trying to...
Probably the worst job in the arena.
I know. trying to pull these youngsters into a confident position.
Yeah.
And with that, to me, it feels like Mirage is just that necessity for this team.
Yeah.
To say checked in.
Has to be said for me, for this Serbian side, it actually really felt, I mean, I want to assume that if they did any prep for Sweden, it was prep in terms of expecting to meet them in the final.
Yeah.
There's no way they would have had time to already prep before this game. It would have been just resting up and having a conversation. But it felt like they read that default in towards mid really well. They understood that's what they like to do and want to do. Nilo the Julies moves his way in towards Palace, but they fall back. The good thing is that I'm 90% sure the bomb wasn't spotted there. It was only Emmy, so it's fine.
Yeah. And they can always pull back. Dragon finds a key opener here to start things off for Serbia. They're going to take ladder, they're going to take apartments, and they're going to go crunching into Plopski. He's had a troublesome Mirage in against Romania, and he's kind of lagging behind here against Serbia as well, but he'll find one, and he'll find a second as well. He's done his job in spades, but Collins and Dragon still pull more into the T-side favor.
This is difficult. Swing. Not a find as well. And Lumi now being tested from 2 different angles, so he actually can't even afford to go out a door. At the moment, that's a misplay though. Dragon doesn't need to get aggressive there. Their crossfire was so strong, and now so weak. Kindo, an AWP on a pistol is normally very good. And oh my god, he gives it a chance. It's so close yet so far.
Why are people using the burst as much as they are?
Yeah.
Very bizarre. I mean, it's two
Yeah.
times that I've seen the burst being used in this tournament, and that's 2 times too many.
Too many, exactly.
This isn't 1.6.
The real Glocks even burst.
Genuinely. Huh?
The real Glocks even burst.
I don't know.
I swear, okay, this
Look, Hollywood suggests to me that no is the answer.
I swear I've seen like a, you know, like a YouTube reel where it's like,
yeah,
you're like shooting like a watermelon or something. It's like these testing these different guns. So those kind of whatever those kind of videos are called. And all I've seen is either like obviously the semi-auto or the full auto where you can hold it down.
Interesting.
Yeah. But that might be like a mod or some shit. I don't know. I don't know anything about guns. I live in England. We're not allowed them.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
You
See,
are.
yeah, I would have to give you the answer, but unfortunately, I don't.
Someone can let us know. I thought Glock. Maybe you can't. I'm assuming maybe Counter-Strike probably wouldn't add it if you couldn't.
Yeah. I mean, then it wouldn't be a default pistol, I guess. I guess you think about it as a CZE or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, who knows?
We've got a force buy now for Serbia with that bomb plant and a couple of kills, so...
I want to Google it.
Yeah, of course you are. Galil's up. Tech9's mid-control established for Serbia. At least the base of it. Top mid still unchecked. Dragon trying to find something, but as the smoke fades, they're going to have to take some duels, and Nilo comes out on top. Plopsky's there to help out from the window as well. And this force buy looks to fall flat on its face. Shine now will have to get his one. Maybe even a couple. As Collins and Choi have no other choice but to walk out of apartments here. Sees one. And calls for some reinforcements as well. He'll find that aforementioned one that he needed and leaves Collins in a 1v5 that will never happen. And now we're tied back up at 7s.
From what I've Googled here, there is no mention of an actual like real Glock burst firing.
So then, like, why Valve?
So it seems like full autos. It does full auto.
My immersion is ruined.
I know, man. This is really ruining it for me. Either way, the more you know. Or
That's
don't
what
know,
we're here
I guess.
for. That's what we're here for.
It's a learning experience. 7-all, and a low buy for Serbia. So, I mean, it should be a pretty easy 8th on the board. It is weird though, I mean, while there's still a medal on the line and a very good amount of cash, it does feel like quite a muted series. We're not seeing anyone shouting, no one's really smiling, and I think maybe the results of that previous
it's still
game
lingering,
is
right?
lingering. Yeah, absolutely, because they you know, feels quite sad here. Feels like we're playing like a
funeral of sorts.
Yeah.
Aboard.
Pretty weird. There's like, yeah, no real celebration. It's just, all right, on to the next, I guess.
Yeah, at this point it's
vibes were very low.
Yeah. You use the V word, I guess. Vibes.
The V word? Oh.
Vibes.
Yeah.
Get your head out of the gutter.
It's 4 in a row for Sweden. Like we said, that this is actually the half that we really care about, right? Because it is about how Sweden had real distinct issues on their CT side, and that's what made things so costly and made things so questionable when we watched them. I mean, so far so good. This gun round is going to be a real tester. To be honest, that's a great shot from Emmy. Might still be more here.
I mean, you've spotted 2 players in through middle, but either way, so much pressure on Shine, and Shine steps up to the plate. 3 beautiful kills from him. And And I've had a lot of question marks as to how he handles anchoring on this team, and he steps up massively, genuinely.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because for Shine, he's had a bad day, right? I mean, none of the maps have been kind to him, really, and this one still isn't, but at the very least, that's a good moment.
Yeah.
So you take that sort of every day of the week. 9-7. Now 5 on the trot for Sweden. And Serbia back to a real awkward economic state. AK, Galil, and a few upgraded pistols. They're really struggling. As to said, Plopsky, he gets one, but Choi will be able to get both behind it. That's really well played. They use his hero AK well.
And now that all silences Sweden as far as their game plan goes, Troy is thinking about some more. Playing the fade here with his teammate. Surely Adam B is not prepared for this. Crosser in the right position though, and both of them hit the deck, so Collins and Kindo will contact their way out. A and Adam B's got himself a third. Make it a quad. Beautiful work there from the A anchor.
It's a real interesting decision in double fading that smoke and none of them looking left side. One's looking close right, one's looking straight on the right hand side by jungle. So they both just fall with these and they can't even react in time. But also at the same time, you've got a numbers advantage and that smoke's only got like 10 seconds left. Why are you even fading it?
There's no need to, right?
Yeah.
There's like 50 seconds on the clock. You could probably flash in and try to take a double peek in. Definitely room for that, but either way, Serbia will have to forget all about that.
It basically felt like a really unnecessary gamble.
Definitely.
And one that, of course, ultimately ended up being quite costly. Flashing towards mid. We will get a bit of control here. And a slow one once again for Serbia. Bomb not committed. I don't even know where it is. Oh, it's dropped over towards just by mid. Mid outside of T-Abs. So that might indicate that that's sort of where the lean is. Because we're only leaving one in towards Palace via A.
Collins is perusing through apartments, waiting out this smoke, waiting out for potential A main aggressions as well. And all the while, Sweden will continue to hold on to top con as well. But here comes the play from Serbia. It's a meander through to this A side. Oh, the spam hits. Nilo's caught under some severe threat. They're going to go try running him down. And Kindo's found another incision on the A site. But somehow...
How is Nilo alive?
Yeah. And Lumi finding two. Genuinely, just confusion all around here.
Lumi might have a chance at another as well, but it's Adam B who does so well. How Nilo stays alive in this round, I don't know. He gets tagged by 3 different people. And it's a team damage on towards Choi, which leaves him low, and Shine will clean it up. Sweden 2 away now from taking their map pick. And, well, while the first half wasn't all that comfortable, the seconds look pretty damn, well, it's absolutely flawless.
And now, all the good looks about Sweden's mid control have been looking good. Their adaptations for late mid control or just mid responses have been much better. Lumi feels a lot more comfortable on that AWP.
Yeah.
It's a very clear upgrade in that sense in comparison to the match against Romania. And now Serbia are in desperation mode as they go for an ace set piece to try and break this streak that Sweden has been building.
Emmy. Trying to pull his way forward. It's Collins who's going to get the first. As Adam drops, they're quicker than rotates here. We've got 3 out of 4 out from Sweden, ready to fight. And they just don't ticket. Not often we see a reverse boost come through, and it might get a bit of information. He spotted at least one. And they should hear the second round this corner. It feels good, but maybe a bit of over-fighting and over-facing. As Nilo gets that drop on towards Dragon and gives them a chance. They've got decent legway when it comes towards this retake. They might just have a little bit of an idea about how we make this work. Time ticking, good, fine. As Plopsky drops Choi, even leaves Collins all alone. And it's not even planted for him too. So he cannot make a difference. And no scope. It's just a cherry on top. That's a bad post-bomb from Serbia.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why you don't see that reverse boost. You know, like, it's not very good.
Yeah, because it's terrible, I think, is probably the main one.
Yeah, you can maybe get 1 kill, but at that point, you're giving up two spots or two players' positions at that point, and it's very obvious. The sound cues were clear as day, and at that point, it was hook, line, and sinker for Sweden.
Yeah, for sure.
They do get a bomb plant though, Serbia, so they'll have one more buy to defend their honor. But time is running out here.
Look at this,
map number
Plofsky.
1.
Hang on, Nilo needs to be careful, but actually, maybe the other way, Emmy should be scared of Nilo. He'll get that first. Shine playing close right. If he can play a bit of trigger discipline here as well, he might even be able to get all the information that Choi's actually alone. But both are just going to wait for a moment. He's holding for that window jump. The nade for Nilo too. If that was the bank, he could do a lot of chunk damage towards Choi.
Choi would love to find one here and maybe sell this rotation a little bit more, but Adam B has found a very key kill here.
They go early actually on A. I think that's the issue.
Yeah. You wanted Choi to take that first contact, but still, Dragon and Kindo haven't necessarily been spotted out just yet, and Adam B has given a lot of respect to these players. They want to keep this man advantage for as long as possible.
Now, Shan will swing in, no one's there. Relaying over, and it's a race for Nilo to get back in support. Or Lumi should be able to catch the cross, but it's Plofsky who does the damage on towards Dragon. Last man, that Akindo. 1v5, ace clutch needed, no scope misses, round, and map lost. Sweden start off in towards this series, this bronze medal match, actually really well. That's a flawless second half.
Much better from Sweden's CT side. Again, adaptation to the errors that they had against Romania, but showing why Mirage was their home map to begin with. Solid protocols on that C side, good enough to get themselves 5 rounds, and then switching back over to that CT side, showing constant mid control, showing more confidence from Lumi in particular, who can be that difference maker, and no signs of life from Serbia as soon as you switch for that offense.
Yeah, it's very true. I think the really unfortunate thing is that level of play we just seen from Sweden, we actually just needed that in that previous series.
Right?
Yeah, it's tough. I think one thing that really worried me for ages was actually just how sort of forlorn the faces looked over towards Sweden, despite them not being in a bad predicament at all. It sort of felt like they were, like we said, sort of lingering on that previous result. Thankfully, with a flawless second half, this should really help them head against towards Inferno. It's a map, of course, we've just seen them play on it. It's a map, of course, in which we know they play a hell of a lot too. And at the level that the individuals are stepping up to the plate, it feels like they might even be able to scalp it away from Serbia, right? And deny this even going towards a third. So it's all up in the air, but Sweden, that is a much cleaner showing. It's sad that it's taken until the third place matchup to get it, but it might still be a bronze medal for them. They've got one map more needed to get there on the desk to break it down.
Yes, indeed, a blinder of a first map from Sweden. Flawless second half, guys. They said it there on the cast. Did this performance come on series too late?
It did. But I will say also, again, I think their job was a little bit easier this time around than what it was versus Romania. Definitely felt like the individuals on the side of Serbia didn't stink quite as hard as we saw some of the Romanians do in that semifinals bout. So that is bound to have helped as well. But yeah, clean affair from Team Sweden once they got over to the CT side. It seemed like also on their T side, kind of found some pockets of space towards that A-bombs that they wanted to take advantage of. They managed to get quite a few rounds on it to stabilize. So overall, a fine performance from Sweden, but I don't think we can necessarily like clear them completely just yet.
Yeah, Nilo back to his best, which was nice. Nilo, I never know how to say it. Yeah. But either way, he was at his best, and I actually think the AWPing was there on the server as well, which I was a little concerned about coming into this, but Lumi did a solid job. So, yeah, nice signs for Team Sweden. I think for Serbia, Choi showing up at least. He was someone coming into the tournament we didn't really have the highest expectations for. He slotted in and done an absolutely fine job. But some of the stars for Serbia didn't show up in the way we were hoping, and it seemed like that was kind of an issue for them a little in that previous game they played as well. So that's a shame for Serbia.
Yeah, again, it's kind of do or die at this point now, and I think Dragon has had two to three rather quiet maps in a row, so time for him to get back on the horse, because again, he was kind of the leading figure for the Serbia team coming into the playoffs and even in the quarterfinals as well, doing a really good job. So I think Serbia are kind of relying on having at least 2 to 3 players really showing up, and by that I mean of the trio that we've kind of outlined in Collins, Kindo, and Dragon. So can't be as quiet as it was on Mirage right now. I do think they're going to feel a little bit better about going into their own map pick, obviously. And I don't think, again, like I said, Sweden shouldn't necessarily feel too confident about their chances to take this into either, because their Inferno did look shaky by all means. Even though their T side might have been fine and dandy and all that, their CT side definitely left something wanting.
Yeah, I can on the Serbia side, I can let Collins have a game off. You know, he was so good for them in the semi-final they lost. I'll allow him a map off. Some of the other guys maybe could have stepped up. I do think on the Serbia side, yeah, I'm not too worried. I think Sweden showed a much better face here, basically. So it's not the end of the world, but at the same time, as much as it's not the end of the world, I think the thing that's most concerning is that Sweden actually played pretty well here. Like the team play is looking much better, and if that's the case, we had them pegged as favorites for a reason. If they play like that, they should have a really good chance here of getting that bronze medal.
You remember after the Poland game between Poland and Serbia, we felt that the Kindo AWPing situation was just fine. Are we going to revisit that? Are we a little bit more concerned now? We're seeing more games being played.
I think he's going to have the opportunity to kind of swap away from the AWP if need be, and especially going into Inferno as well. So I don't think it's going to be something that necessarily weighs him down all that much. I think it's worse for Lumi in a situation where you're obviously more dedicated to the AWP, so when you get into more difficult maps to play with the AWP, that's going to feel like a rougher time. Kindo just has that ability to flex in him, and he's allowed to do so within his role in the team. So I think that's going to be fine for now. Maybe it's going to be a little bit more of an issue once we get into Ancient, all things considered, if that is the case at all. But I don't think that's going to be like a game-changing factor really for them. I think Kindo's more than proficient enough with a rifle to still be useful and serviceable and obviously important for Serbia on a map like Inferno, even if it doesn't feel like he wants to off.
Yeah, I think that's the main thing. Getting him on the rifle here will probably be quite nice, actually, for some of this. I think the comfort should be there. And again, I don't think it's been bad enough on the AWP that it's a concern for me, especially because I don't know if Lumi's been that consistent on the AWP. He had a good map here, but Mirage, sometimes as a primary AWPer, you're going to have that ability and you're going to be way more confident. So we'll have to see if that is something that continues throughout the rest of the series. I think coming into this series now, I'm just curious if Sweden can keep it up, because we were kind of seeing them in that previous series. Like, Sweden were really good to start off, and then for some reason, once it got into their opponent's map pick, they start to struggle, and then you get into the third, and as the game goes on, I don't know if they fatigued or if they felt the pressure, but whatever it was, we saw them fall off a little bit. So I'm curious to see if that repeats itself here.
Yeah, I am a little bit worried about it, because it seems like it has been a bit of a trend in terms of getting off to pretty decent starts and then slowly tapering off. Yeah. And it's not necessarily just series-wise, but also map-wise. So the fact that we can get off to a hot start and then, like they did on the third map in the semifinals, right? Up 7-2, and then you think that this is in the bag, Sweden are just going to coast all the way to the final spot. And just before you know it, you're looking at 11-10, everything's chaotic, everyone's panicking all over on the Swedish side. You don't want that, and they can't have that. But like you mentioned, the teamwork seemed to be working out better. Again, they had a flawless CT side on Mirage. That's definitely better than what they showcased versus Romania. And again, CT sides were the big issues in that semifinals, both on Mirage and on Inferno. So if they got that together, if they can eliminate those silly mistakes that they had on their CT sides on Inferno as well, I think it's going to be a very, very tough task for Serbia to kind of break down that Swedish side.
I wonder if it is a position for Sweden where we need to see them learn how to reset mid-game and take those pauses effectively, because that's the mark of a really top team and a really tenured team, is knowing when to take the tactical pause and very quickly resetting yourself. Yeah. And also actually understanding if you're not having your best game, there's still plays you can make and still ways you can play that can be effective. You don't have to keep on going for these wild aggressive moves when you're having a poor game. Maybe you're better off taking a more conservative approach instead.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Again, like, instead of forcing the aggressive move time and time again, like, get creative with your teammate. Like, play off of your teammates to kind of allow yourself to have that, let's say, half a second extra of time for you to kind of adjust and get into the groove of things. Like, play crossfires, play like flash pop positions for each other to make each other better. Like, that's going to make you feel so much more in tune with the game, and something that, like, sometimes you just get off to a rough start and that can fester and it just ruins your entire map. Sometimes it's just a matter of getting that one round that kind of loosens you up a little bit, makes you feel like, yeah, no, I can actually contribute here, and then things turn around for you. So instead of forcing it, yeah, let the game come to you in a more natural way, explore more options, and I think, yeah, getting timeouts and using them more often is definitely the way to go about that, because we've seen I'd say like on average a pretty severe lack of timeouts.
Yeah.
I
I don't remember those.
Yeah, which is like again, it's understandable again, especially like for certain teams that don't even have a coach with them here. But and I can understand from the coach's perspective as well. Like it's difficult to kind of know when to intervene. But I'd rather see it happen more often than not enough. So I think that's something that both sides here can definitely take knowledge from. And for Sweden side, if they get off to like if you start on the CT side, take a pause, kind of like talk things through. Take 2 if you need to. Like you're not gonna have them build up in excess and bring them with you to the next map or anything like that. That's not gonna happen. So you might as well use them while they have them.
Okay, Sweden's map pick in Mirage in the bag. And next up is Serbia's of Inferno. Done in 2, or will this be free? We'll find out soon.
Welcome back. Heading towards map number 2. And for the most part, actually a pretty easy game for Sweden, right? And this is the sort of Sweden that we were expecting into the entire tournament, into our previous series that we just didn't get, right? But the good thing is, better late than never.
Yeah, I mean, it does give me a little bit of confidence, but now we move over to that Inferno where I think Serbia just feel much more confident in it.
Yeah.
When they were Partizan, when they were playing under the Serbia banner, they've been undefeated on that map in this tournament.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
genuinely a little bit of cause for concern, especially that collapse from Sweden in the Romania game. So it's still feeling to me that we're going to 3 maps, but Sweden definitely have that little mental edge for them as well. And when you think about these third place deciders, you really think about is that little like resiliency factor for the team that goes 0-1 down, is that still there even when it's just like a third place medal, you know?
Yeah, it's true, it's true. I mean, we were talking about it, right? And about the vibes and how things felt because it just felt like both these sides were slightly underwhelmed of sort of what was going on in this game. But it does still have a lot of precedence behind it. Even just getting a third place gives you that extra chunk of cash, which could be incredibly helpful into next year. We're live, map 2, Sweden Star CT side. Let's get this show on the road, really.
Oh yeah. Collins looking to take that first point of contact, and he absolutely does. Takes a dink. Player here to try and defend him for as long as possible, but he also takes significant damage.
No.
And Lumi finally completes the kill. Adam B and Lumi will chime in as well. Choiv and Emmy left up in this one. And Emmy's been spotted and he's been dealt with. He does take one down with him, but you start to hear, I think, probably the first bit of noise in this series.
The first celebration, the first shout coming through from Sweden there, from either side in this series. Lumi does really, really well. I mean, the second one is just, again, like instinctual. He takes a tap, it's a pre-fire as the guy is just peeking his head around that ramp corner. For Sweden, we've got to talk about the win conditions in this first half. Minimum 6 rounds, but probably want to make Serbia feel uncomfortable more than anything. Don't allow them to get any sort of momentum, especially the tail end of the half.
Absolutely. Really stamp your authority if you're Sweden. They're thinking about mid control, or banana control rather. They toss in nades. They try to have bodies as well, but Emmy is the one that finds the first kill. And he's still got an A1S that he's picked up, and he'll transfer that one into a couple of kills for himself. Shine is still here, he's still available, and does well to find another and keep it an even kill at the 2 and 2.
Yeah, he's done very well, and they're not committed towards B either, but Lumi needs to be careful and gets overconfident and cost him his life, and probably the round 2. Adam B, 1v2 on the retake. It's not even like he has any sort of advantages here. There's a rifle on both sides, and he doesn't have a kit. So how are we actually going to make this one work for him? No util is the main thing that he would probably try to hope for. Just to be given so a chance, like I said, to fight. The good thing he does have, though, is timing. He is up on shore as this bomb is going down, and he starts to move forward. He might actually just get gifted one over. No, he just doesn't look towards Graveyard. 4x3 costs him. Good response from Serbia. Very good response, especially considering what they had. And it really feels like it's all done by Emmy.
Yeah, I mean, him finding that double is so massive. I mean, credit to Shine to find 3 there. I think that's also equally as difficult, if not more so. But after all is said and done, it does just come down to that Lumi 1v1.
Yeah.
On short side, and Adam B can only do so much.
He didn't need to fight there, Lumi.
Yeah. Or, I mean, he could have completed the kill. Either would have worked.
Yeah. Either way, we go back towards the force. For Sweden are going to start as Lumi, and that scout gets caught by Dragon. Oh, and a good predicament to be in. 1 and 4, and a few upgraded pistols, and that is about it. Well, the M4 will start well, though, on towards Collins. And I actually get flashed around this corner, but it's trades that can't come by. It's a T-side flash that does more damage to the T-side as Nilo gets both. They might not even commit towards B here. Same thing they did towards last round, where they get top and on control, but actually just double back towards the A side. Bomb collected, and now 2010, the decision. What are we going for? Fight Adam seems to be what we're going for. Running out of ammo. Adam has gone huge. What a fumble. What a crumble from Serbia.
He's grinning ear to ear. He knows how ridiculous that one was. It's so unfortunate there for Serbia and having a player run out of bullets like that, but you've got to be a little quicker on the trigger to switch to your pistol.
Yeah.
That's just that little instinctual thing that needs to be done, and it costs them. They toss the CT smoke, and they kind of pause, making and hoping that Adam B makes the wrong decision and swings back in after he hears nothing, but he sticks to his guns, he sticks to that instinct, and it pays off dividends.
Oh, Serbia, it's really not going to help the mental losing around like that. That's where tilt can start to take over. That's where, you know, these forlorn faces get longer.
Long way to go before Sweden can truly feel comfortable in this game, as another force buy is out for Serbia. Galil for Dragon, that primo weapon for them. Already in the boiler here to get activated. A lot of room given to Serbia until Lumi decides to strike with this MP9. Gets a little bit of info on another in middle and very smartly backs away. Doesn't want to give away those advantages like he did previously.
45 seconds, we've got to make a move. Just a question of where. Bomb is going to group up with the other four, or the three, I say, as the four of them want to look like a finish towards A. The thing is the right
Two
call.
players are leaving.
Yeah, because Lumi's left, it's all down to this fight. Shine spots one. And he will just fall back in towards the side. Adam B fights through the flames, and he does well. And he actually gets another behind it. Isolating, cracking heads, but Tech9's on the move are so damn scary. Nemi and Kindo give themselves a chance here, clearing it towards Cold Zero box, and an incredibly laboured spray by that Ayanka. Maybe even lets them down. Nilo spam the smoke, it's so good. And the flames plus the MP9 put Kindo into a really awkward spot. So even though Shine did fall flat pretty poorly, it thankfully gets bailed out.
Yeah, that's specifically what I was going to point out, is him going killless there. Makes you think maybe round over in some senses, but great on Plopsky, I think, throwing in that Molotov.
Yeah.
Stalling out the plant with 10 seconds to go. Forces Serbia to start taking duels, and all of it fails right before them. And you can consider a force buy again, but with no bomb plant, I think they're a little more dissuaded. Instead, we're just going to go for a hero AK for Dragon. And I don't even think this round is live, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Everybody returning to spawn. I think we might have a match medic on our hands.
The question is who?
Detective is on the case.
Or the alternative, this is a tac pause without calling a tac pause.
It looks like what it is now that they're all moving back up again.
The existence pause, some people call it.
Yeah, that's what I call it, actually.
There we go.
Were you around then?
Hell no. I'm still in the womb.
Oh.
That was when was that?
Like 2012.
Hell no. I didn't even heard of Counter-Strike in 2012. I started playing 2016. And I started like watching in a loose term 2014. But it wasn't as much pro Counter-Strike, more what are they called?
Streamers?
No, there was a group, I forget the name. Like similar to, like, you know, like Vanos, those guys. Remember those guys?
Like a clan, I guess?
Oh, what were they called? This is gonna really annoy me. G18. I'll find them. I'll remember them. KYR Speedy, that's what they were called. KYR Speedy was like, he's massive. He's got like 8 million subscribers on YouTube. But like, he was basically like an American group of YouTubers who used to play CS, and they would only ever play Nuke as well. And it was really funny. And they were like absolutely horrible, but they were pretty good. If anyone wants a real throwback, go watch KYR Speedy's old CS videos. They're pretty good. Or as well, an English guy, a guy called Cyanide. And the English guy, what's the English guy called? The guy who used to do the videos, they were called like the mockery videos or something like that. Oh wait, I'll find it. They're also really good as well. I used to watch them back in the day. They were also really good. But yeah, basically start watching with YouTubers, and then
you have time to search it up.
Yeah,
now,
exactly.
So.
What is his name? Soviet Womble.
So Wombat, Soviet Wombat.
No, it's Womble.
Womble.
Yeah, Soviet Womble.
Yeah, I know that logo. Yeah. With the little like.
Yeah, and he
Soviet
used to have
the strat roulette. Did he do that?
Yes, yeah. It might be me as well. Yeah, there you go. Random CS:GO bullshitteries. That's what they were called.
Yes, that's
really,
it.
really good videos.
Yes.
They were there. So yeah, back in the day, it was like KYR Speedy and his group. There's like, I think in total like 7 or 8 of them, but they were like 5. Like one of the players, one guy called G18 was like actually good, and then the rest of them were like hard stuck silvers.
Oh.
But they're really funny, and they only played Nuke. So then when I, for like 2 years, like saved up like pocket money, and I got a PC in 2016, and then first thing I did was play Nuke. And that's all I've still played since. It's still the best map as well.
It absolutely is, man. Genuinely so much fun.
But now it's the best map for a different way. It was the best map then because it was like the only one I knew via watching YouTube. Now it's
Yeah.
the best map because it is the best map.
Yeah.
Like tactically, the depth of it.
It's like that bell curve, you know?
Yeah,
like
exactly.
The one with like the super like monk guy.
Yes.
And then like the nerd on the left.
Yeah.
It's the best map. It's
Exactly.
the best map. I was gonna say, did he have an upper decky there?
Nah. I thought he might have had a double kick, but it looked like he just had seconds stuck in his teeth. So dinner is served.
How was your lunch? Good lunch?
Yeah, I had a pizza. It was great. I had a pepperoni pizza.
Uh-huh.
And can't really complain, honestly. You know,
I had,
Mongolian chicken. What is
yeah.
Mongolian chicken? I was in Mongolia and I don't think you
It's got like a little bit of sweetness initially.
Right. Because I've got that for dinner, so I don't know if is it good?
Yeah, no, I really enjoyed it.
Nice. I was gonna say the food here has actually been really nice.
Yeah, no, we had that pigeon.
If you
that
like
was really
meat,
good.
that is.
Yeah.
I don't know how. I'm not vegetarian, so I don't really know.
Falafels are all the
falafel
rage.
was crazy, dude. My favorite thing to get for lunch ever is falafel and halloumi wrap. Unbelievable. With like red pesto.
Yeah.
That's what we're cooking.
Oh God, is it a third not live?
It might be a third time out. Yeah, I think it might be.
Please.
Please. Sabrina,
save me.
Save me, Sabrina. Yeah, this one's not live. Everyone's in Spawn, so yeah, this one is...
Favorite Sabrina Carpenter song? We're going to just do an AMA.
Espresso.
Yeah.
100%. I'm working late because I'm a caster. Yes,
Yeah.
please. Yes, queen. I'm low-key, I actually only know that one and the Please. What's the Please one called? Is it called Please?
Yeah. No, that's what it is. Please,
okay,
please,
I didn't know those two. I can't lie.
Yeah.
But they kind of slap. I'll give her the credit.
It's a good song.
How is she famous? Like, not in that
So-
way. Like, where did she come? Like, it was kind of out of nowhere.
She
It's like-
came from Disney Channel.
Oh.
So I don't know if you've heard of Girl Meets World at all.
No.
So there's Boy Meets World, like way back in like the 90s.
Okay.
And they rebooted it.
Sure.
And it was
Who was
Girl
the boy
Meets World.
in Boy Meets World?
Did
he not make the same level of stardom?
Well, he's the dad in Girl Meets World.
Let me look it up.
I forget his name. He's a famous. He
Would
was
I know
pretty
him?
famous. No, I mean, you wouldn't. He was famous for that role specifically.
Oh, okay. Boy Meets World. Damn.
Yeah.
Ben Savage?
Yeah. There you go.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
it,
recognize
that's
him.
it, Yeah. But basically, she was like the best friend in that show. So she had like a big role in the reboot.
What's Sabrina? Oh, in the
yeah,
reboot, right,
Sabrina.
yeah.
So
when was this? Like
a while.
Like 2016?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
sure.
And so then she did the classic Disney thing of like the Disney actor to musician pipeline.
Selena Gomez did that, right?
Yeah, very Selena Gomez-esque.
Yeah.
And then I guess she just like
apparently
she has a really good PR team, I guess.
Yeah, apparently she used to be an opener for Taylor Swift.
Yeah, that tracks.
Is where
I mean,
like,
she always released like music and stuff, but she wasn't like pushing for
Right,
it because
sure.
the TV stuff was doing so well. You
Yeah,
know?
yeah.
And
Credit to him.
now she's dating some cool actor and
Barry Cohen, right? Yeah.
and like going on world tours.
I only really know him from Saltburn.
Oh, he's the Joker actually too.
What?
He's like the Joker in like an upcoming like in
Oh,
the
is it?
Batman. Yeah.
Ooh,
Really cool.
that's big shoes to fill.
Yeah. Well, it was really good. Well, he had a deleted scene and stuff. It was
Oh,
awesome,
is he? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Because most people who've tried to fill Heath Ledger's shoes have not done as well.
Joaquin did okay.
Oh no, sorry, no, yeah. But I'm thinking like Dark Knight Joker.
You're thinking
type.
like Jared Leto.
Jared Leto. That's what I'm
Yeah,
thinking. Jared Leto. Yeah. It's Morbin time.
It's Morbin time.
Which actually just came on UK Netflix. I think I have to watch it now for the culture.
Oh God. That's what casters do in their player break time.
Did you hear about how they like re-released it because of memes?
Yeah, and it
Did you
just
hear about this?
failed.
Yeah, just
terribly.
failed the first time. So many memes about it. It's Morbin time, and they're like, "Oh,
More
people,
$1 billion.
Yeah, people must love it. Let me re-release it." And
Yeah.
it bombed again.
Truly beautiful.
The power of the internet, man. Memes are so strong.
I know. Well, there's also a game happening right now.
Finally.
And yeah, we finally got it back into it.
Yeah, I kept the jokes going because it could have been a fourth one. You never know.
Yeah, you never know, right? We need like some damage to actually happen.
There
it
it
finally
is.
happened. Louis finds his. Molly in the new box though is feeling a little hot under that new box. He'll go back for a reswing, and that's a great bait and switch setup. Shine can, or Shine, find one of his own, but the trades are good. Kindo is there, and plant should be confirmed.
No rotate either via Banana, so they're going to be fighting out via CT and Coffin, but it worked well for the first as Nilo will pounce. And there might be more behind there. Skindo is playing on the edge. He's got Dragon in support too, and it does feel like this retake's starting to fall flat as Kindo's posted. Is Popsky pulling away? Or is he trying to join up with the CT play? He might be. Yeah, it looks like he's going to go join up with Adam. That smoke is on to anticipate. They haven't got time, but they've got a kit. They've also got a bit of util to work with. They've got a clear pool, and they do it well. As Dragon falls all onto the orb, but he blocked for another sky. Duck hunting for Kindo. As he's feasting. And Adam B just does not want the fight. That is going to be a big round for Serbia. And it felt like a lost round off the initial bit of contact and the bait and switch that you spoke of. But I think we just needed one more. Just one more on the B side.
Well, they're not going to get that one more because of Kindo. He finds 2 trades swiftly. Yeah. And as soon as he gets that bomb down, it's panic stations for Sweden. And he hits that necessary flick. That one flick secures it all. And they hang on just a little bit in round number 6. Back to it with Sweden's purchase, but we're getting to the end of the coffers. Lumi on a 5-7 will not have the effect of the sniper. And with that, Serbia have a chance to pounce and to equalize.
If we can get this round out for Serbia, they break that Swedish economy and they basically tie this game up, which gives them some stability on this T side. However, you just can't discount 5-7s because Sweden have already won a round off the back of a 5-7 double from Adam B in a 1 versus 2. So I'm not even going to discount Lumi. And there's just something about snipers playing on pistols. They're so clean. Even though with a sniper you're like not meant to aim for the head, they're just so crisp. Well, util set will give Choi that coverage in towards top mid. He gets both short and long control. And Serbia, off the back of that control, don't make a move. It's probably the right decision because there's 4 players towards A.
Popsky will spot a leg, and that should be enough of an indication. He doesn't have any stalling util, though. He's just going to have to stand and deliver. They're going straight through. Popsky drops in a burst, but he can't find anything. Great effort from Serbia to just push the issue there.
Oh, there it is, 5-7.
Still finds the impact. Still a difficult retake, though, even with this flank coming in. Nilo does make things a little bit more possible. Flash through. And that banana player is completely blind, but Lumi can't connect.
Oh!
And once Emmy regains vision, he's right back to it. Oh, God. I don't know how Shine falls there, and I don't know how Nilo does as well. And just as Sweden had an opportunity, it gets squandered.
Yeah. Adam's going to save it. This is a 1v2 which he's not going to be able to find, and they do go for a little bit of a hunt, a look in, and he will get an exit at the very least to keep that T-set economy at bay. But they're fine. A round 1, a broken econ set. Big position that Serbia put themselves in now. Emmy does so well, gets so fortunate that Lumi can't just get the pixel for his head. He spotted him out, but he basically couldn't swing. So it kind of kills him there because they're so cautious of if he swings into a sandbag, there being a player onto his corner wall. And it will be in that. It's a 1-round game. No bye for Sweden, so all the onus is on Adam B. Can he make this rifle sing? Gonna boost him up. All right, I like this. Oh, you got stuck on the ledge.
A little less than desirable, but either way, Serbia want to continue this pace towards banana and towards this car position. And why not? You know that you're going to get stock pistols, and also helps that Kindo's hitting shots like that.
Molly or bank round. It did actually tick a little bit on towards Nilo there, so they will know that somebody's up towards confidence, and now there's the confirmation as he did peek. Try to spam. They're here though, all of them are here. This actually could be a bit messy, a bit more of a bloodbath than I think Serbia are banking on. They've called for a double pump on this execute. The flash does catch Adam B. He's talked, and he will get some damage, but he's the one who gets caught. Lumi, unfortunately, the gun's just not good enough. And it ends up being a flawless round for Serbia, despite the problems that they had kind of looming above them.
Yeah, Adam B had one opportunity and one only. Had to capitalize on an instant kill, but didn't come through. And Serbia navigated swiftly, equalizing this score at 4s. But the guns finally do come back out. They have one more chance here to maintain possession of this game.
Yeah, if Sweden gets 6, I'm actually still pretty happy, though.
Yeah, their offense wasn't too bad.
Yeah. Oh, it's a great shot, though, from Collins. Again, that's instinctual. Off the back of the Utah and the flash, he just takes a pop shot, expecting a swing, and he gets it. Unfortunately, really, Shine just continues to have a little bit of a poor day at Counter-Strike here.
He's really been struggling. It's unfortunate. You want these early experiences on land to be a little bit better for him, to give him that confidence moving forward in his development, but he's got to learn it the hard way against some great players.
Oh, Adam is so lucky. That has not spread, and he stays touched. He plays anti, good for the first. And he's given the luxury of getting out of it.
Wow. But he's going to re-aggress. He's going to go forward into Dragon's crosshairs, and maybe that's a little bit overzealous, but either way, he's been given a little bit of information as to where they could have gone off to.
Three versus 3. And Lumi is barely alive. But Popsky is doing quite well as he gets both coming through mid. Dragon back turn, fair enough, but Kindo just can't trade. And sure, Collins, you've got so much room as he's crept through in towards CT, but bombs dropped, and time, I don't think he can even pick up the bomb and run, even if it was knife out.
He can get one kill silently, but at this point, I don't even think he can get that one now that I think about it. Once Lumi sees or hears one player, it's over. And I think Collins realizes that this is an impossible one, and time will expire. Sweden will get themselves their 5th, and now you just don't want to die after time. You'll still find one, shave Lumi off, but job finished for Sweden. They stay ahead. And Serbia, is this their first time out?
I think so, yeah. First non-technical one, at least.
Yeah.
There's a brief moment to sort of get that conversation flowing over towards Serbia. A lot of different people that can kind of chime in. Obviously, Emmy, the experienced man, a leader, but you know, you've got different ideas that can come through from players who've played for a long, long time. Collins, of course, himself, Choiv too, in a variety of different teams and lineups, and they can all sort of chip in. Triple M4, double MP9, as they prioritize utility. We look at the buy on this side. Kindo's got this orb, so the firepower is better over towards Serbia, but it is just one of those where you can never discount these MP9s in the right position, in the right place. They can come live. This is so awkward. Ships the night. They've walked past him, but Shine will do so damn well as he gets his first to keep the numbers level, and they basically get banana control here.
Splendid there for Shine to actually find one. Surprising that he does, that spam is so on point, but either way, it forces Serbia to go hunting through arch side. There's a little bit of a hole, and Nilo gives it right up. That was going to be a freebie, but he's still gotten the information. He still has his life. He's going to go surging forward, thinking that maybe Serbia wouldn't expect this, and they absolutely wouldn't. Trigger discipline now, ready here for him. He's just hoping that he can get that second player, but he'll confirm the first, and now swings it at a second and wins it anyways. Beautiful work there from Nilo. And now a 2v4 for Sweden to rest their hand on.
What do you actually do here for Serbia? It's a 2-2 split being called here by Sweden. 35 seconds. Again, creeping our way forward. They do have a little bit of Utah. One smoke, one Molotov. Have to be used excellently. They're going for a contact play, and Nilo wants the fight. He's third in the round. Too early when the trigger this one was great, and Nilo Gets 2 more. It's a fantastic 4 from him. And he gets a couple of smiles coming through. Sweden, get what I asked. Can we get them towards 6 rounds? I'm pretty happy.
Hey, they could have a little bit more too. Look at the purchase on the other end. They're actually going to fully invest here, Serbia. And that could mean even 8 in some senses.
Oh, hang on. Uh-oh. Oh, no, it's okay. Oh.
Oh. Oh.
Looked like a tab bug for a second, but I think we're okay.
Dude, I gotta say that tab bug is so frustrating.
Why do we not have this in Go? We have it so often in CS2.
I know, right? Volvo.
Please fix. Looks like it's okay though. Tech ball's done. We'll have 2 rounds to work with. A big decision here to be force buying. Do you agree with me?
I don't get it. I don't get why.
Yeah, I'd rather just play half buy here, full buy next.
It's not even like you've got Galils and like Mac 10s. It's Tech 9s.
If we had like maybe 1 more Galil in Sport Collins, I could sort of understand it.
Yeah. But now it's all on him to find everything. And he does get some advanced positioning, but there's the retake utility, and immediately that opening style that they wanted to go for has to be switched up. They're going to go back in through brackets and hope that they can find a little bit more success there, but now I doubt that it'll have that same sort of kick to it.
It was quiet before they posture up for an A hit. Got to get Nilo rotated over sooner rather than later. As that Utisek comes down, that's when he starts to make a move. But he's smoked out from both that off brackets and from live. That Molotov is expertly timed. Smoke in the face of Adam, and he'll play on just on the edge of it. It's a great shot from Lumi, but it's only good enough for 1. He's trying his best, Adam, but he just can't do enough. And here's where this force buy ends up looking like it's very, very strong, because it might even call an early save here by Sweden.
Now, all of a sudden, Emmy looks like a genius, right? Like
he is.
Getting up through Arch. Yeah, you're right. He gets all the way up through Arch. Gets through apartments. They get every little bit of map control that they could ask for. And there's only 2 players on the site, so you don't have that truly dangerous crossfire. It's one that's beatable.
And even now with the saves coming through, I mean, Lumi, actually no, they probably can't go into an AWP, can they? Because of loss. So they're only at like
1400.
Yeah, they're only at 1400. Yeah, so yeah, they actually can't even go in towards an AWP here for him.
And they'll still have a buy.
Yeah,
a pretty
exactly.
good one.
They're not rifles across the board. He only gets it if he wants to go glass cannon, which has been pretty popular today, weirdly enough, though.
Yeah,
but not for Sweden. Sweden have maybe one of the few sides that actually haven't done it.
I think they've been just a little bit more smart with their economy.
Yeah, and he's been good in the rifles as well.
Yeah, I mean, he tends to gravitate towards it if the economy forces him to. He's not your Searson, you know, your old Searson, but hey.
He's going to go for it.
Time to buck the trend, I guess.
He's going to go for it. Glass cannon AWP coming through. And I think maybe as well for him, it's probably more of like a self-confidence thing, and also because he's had a bit of a slower map, he's like, right, I haven't been able to use the AWP too much. Yeah. I'm going to just try as best I can to make it sing here.
Oh,
a lot of damage though, Adam B. And also, Lumi all going to get tagged up. Dragon is stuck. He's pinted in here. Oh, it's a great swing from Kindo. He had to go for a huge one there, and he finds it. So that's the AWP down. And that was the, not the win factor, but the one real helping in this. Already eradicated, and Kindo hits another absolute corker of a shot.
God. His opping has looked solid in this game, but so is his rifling. So much impact here from Kindo. And now Troy will just sell a little something here on this A bomb site as Serbia look to close this round in B. And this is just icing on the cake, really, for the DAR. And now, surely Serbia will equalize here.
No one towards B. So that'll confirm it. 6-all at the half. This retake, obviously, going to give it a go. It's final round, but expectations are very tempered by us. 2 versus 4 with Nilo barely alive. Popsky in the M4. He's the one with the molly. and the smoke. So at least they do have a bit of retake utility, but it's going to be very difficult. They're both now going to come in through church, and they're both mollied off, and the molly doesn't even get extinguished by the smoke. So Plopsky goes down to sub 30 before he ends up fighting, and Serbia makes sure that there's no questions left unanswered at the tail end. Pretty decent recovery. It was looking a little shaky at one point.
Yeah, if I'm Plopsky there, I'm yelling at Counter-Strike. I'm yelling at Gabe. I'm saying, how is that not extinguished? Where did it go? Where did the smoke go?
Yeah, interesting, just a weird little side note, but another team that don't have the IGL in the middle.
Yeah, you're right.
Because they got
on the
Nila, right?
Yeah.
Is Nila sitting in the middle?
Your guess is better than mine.
I'm pretty sure it's Nilo.
And I guess Emmy isn't doing it either. It's Kindo.
Yeah, Kindo's in the middle here. Emmy is sitting second
left to him.
Yeah.
Well, I guess
no,
to
he's
the right. Technically.
yeah, he's his left, our right.
Yeah.
Maybe this is the new meta now. Either way, pop flash over. Pop flash on the other side of the T-center so well, but it's a massacre. Kindo, Emmy, Collins, all clean house. Flawless. Talk about a statement.
Stared out there from Collins.
Yeah.
I
Too
love
right,
it.
son. Too right.
Look, if I was on the other end, I'd be a little scared.
Yeah.
If I'm seeing these big Serbian guys like look at me like that,
Bro,
you know?
Dragon is absolutely
Dude,
massive.
these guys are units.
Dragon's like,
Genuinely.
oh, what, 6'4" maybe?
Yeah.
He's
yeah.
huge, and he is built as well.
Yeah. I mean, look, I always hear stories about like Pasha and Snacks at LAN, way back in the day, where they would kind of just like stare down their opponents before they'd play. And you hear like accounts from like the NA guys, and they just talk about how scared they were before they even get in the server, you know?
There's
Same
a guy in Morocco. He played PUBG Mobile. I can't remember what the country was for, but he was 7'2". Yeah. But you know as well, if you're in America and you're over 7 foot, you have, and if you play basketball, you have like over an 80% chance of making the league.
That's not bad.
Yeah,
I like
know.
those odds.
It's just because, so like, obviously, it's just those who play basketball, but like that height alone, they just know how much of an asset you are.
Yeah, you just gotta like force them to get good at it at that point.
I was saying, I'm gonna become that guy's manager, and I'll get him in the league. I'll take 10%. Even at what's a min contract in the NBA, like 900K a year at least?
Sure, yeah. You're just gonna have your own hustle, I guess.
Yeah, my own hustle, yeah. Because I remember actually, Adam Sutherland mentions it. The minimum contract in the NBA, $900,000 $900,000 a year.
Career change.
Yeah.
Actor, player manager.
What can I say, man? Agent, I guess, at that point.
Yeah, a man of many.
I'll
many
negotiate.
trades.
Hey guys, we'll take the bare minimum, right? Let's get him in the league. Adam B. Nice shot of that deagle. And Collins falls further back. They could get a plant out here. They should get a plant out here. The rotation's a little slow. Now they will get that bomb down. So already, we're taking a pause of it. There's bits of chip damage that's coming through the smoke, but this is still actually a really scary setup. Because Sweden are trying to play close towards these smokes, it makes the kind of prevalency of the Tech-9s all the more important. Surely we're not posturing for a save here, though, Serbia.
No, they are.
They're putting it away, aren't they?
Yeah. I mean, look at Choi. If he's still on A. I mean, I'm thinking that the reason why is that that round right there is like a 50-50, even with the weapon disadvantage. And you don't even want to bother coin flipping it if you're the CTs, just considering you're probably going to have to give away the lead.
Yeah.
And you'll have a weak buy after as
yeah.
well, right? So.
And also, they didn't have any retake util.
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, it's like one of the worst calls to make as an IGL because you've heard what the buy is. You know what the buy is 100%, but you just can't do anything about it. It's just the nature of this map as a whole, you know?
Oh, Jame, what have you done to our game?
What happened to the game I love?
What happened to the game I love? Jame happened to the game I love. Serbia going to call for their
That was not even good, man.
I know.
Come on.
You've ruined the game, now you're washed. Come on, man.
Real talk, though, I do hope he comes back.
Yeah. Interesting, though, that when he did an interview like a month and a half ago, and he was saying anybody's right for a change on Virtus Pro, especially me. I did wonder, like, who would they even pick up if they were to go to Jame?
Well, I think Electronic would call, and then they would just get like a different rifler.
Not again.
Yeah.
Please.
Or an opera, I guess. Monacy.
No. VP wishes.
Well, look, dude, they spent a boatload of money for Electronic.
True.
And I remember when that interview happened, like after he got signed, they were like, "We're willing to make big money transfers.
Yeah.
We want to win championships."
Shame they don't even get close at the moment.
I know a lot of viewers are very excited about that because they just don't like how slow they are. But
yeah.
Look, sometimes I do really like watching them when they work good.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if they're going to gamble on youngsters. The only young IGL I can think of that's Russian is Alpha. But obviously he's so young, he's so unproven.
They've just walked out A here, Sweden. They've literally just walked out, shifted all the way up. And Serbia have got no answer.
And now they're so scared of a flank still as well.
Oh my goodness.
Popsky does peek in and lose his life. Moto smoke and a molly down. Lumi has to reposition.
Right? Surely.
They've got to give this a go. The only thing is they actually don't have a kit. That's going to make it a little bit more awkward, but they can still hit the shots. Kindo still doing very, very well by his own regard. He's on a fantastic map, but we need a little bit more from him. Dragon, Julie's pulled out. It's scrappy, but it's working, and Lumi gets deleted.
What just happened?
Yeah, that's Counter-Strike, baby.
Well, look, I think this is like the CS2 change, right? Is that there's no graveyard anymore. If there's graveyard there,
yeah,
that player that's available just tucks in, and it's round over. But now, that crossfire is a much more doable one to break.
It's true.
But still, how does that Apartments player not hear
anything?
Anyone? Like Dragon jumped at the top of apps and then ran.
Yeah, it's true. And
So
still, it's a massive oversight. And wonderful, but should be a freebie of a 9th here for Serbia. Maybe, just maybe, that map 3 is Lumen. And it felt like we were actually on track for Sweden, especially when they won that sort of round of nothing. It felt like, okay, maybe we're dispelling this seeds out of Serbia pretty easily, but unfortunately, at the moment, not to be. It's a good tag, though.
Yeah, nice. It actually garners a little bit of space here for Sweden. If they want to take mid, Kindo is still that looming threat.
Yeah.
Dragon now searching for something on long side. Just a little bit of info would go a long way, and he does spot a shoulder, goes in for the swing, and he'll find his man. Make it 2 for him. And Kindo will shut down the short aggression.
It's lovely
looking
work.
Mighty clean here for Serbia.
I don't think we're getting even a kill here, to be completely honest. And, well, Kindo and Colin's going to make sure that that is the case. 9-7, 2 rounds ahead. 4 rounds away from taking the map, pushing us towards that Ancient. Would be an interesting decide if we get there. That's if we get there, of course. Sweden not out of this just yet. We saw them sort of pull things back off the... the back of some weird and awkward rounds in map number 1, and they recovered well there on Mirage. For Sweden, nothing to spell their dream just yet, that 2-0. This is still feeling pretty good for the most part for Serbia. The Seeds had a lot of leeway, a lot of leg room they've been gifted over, and they've been utilizing it extremely well. Nilo, wow, he spots one, but both sides decided not to fight.
I'm stunned that Kindo doesn't even bother taking the shot. That's so smartly played. If he gives a shot away, I think that's where a swing comes through and that whole setup gets just disassembled.
Ooh.
And Shine has actually beaten out the timing. Luckily for Emmy, I say luckily, I thought he would have still just deployed that smoke instantly, but he thought he still had a little bit of time. Shine and Luby capitalize. Blink and you miss it, Sweden's got their 8th.
It's actually a genius move there by Shine.
Yeah.
He's definitely been told by Popsky, go ahead of the smoke, because you've already got the timing on it. Even as it plumes, he's going to be 2 steps in front. That's where it just completely rolls on towards Emmy. Super well played there. Very fortunate on the periodic jiggle peaks that Emmy's going for. He misses seeing Shine. That is quite simply just a timing play. But, Sweden will take anything they can get at the moment.
Yeah, they need something to rev them up because it does feel like that excitement, that fervor that came from the beginnings of Inferno has very quietly been muted. Starting to hear them a little bit more now, though.
Yeah. I think that little nice was Abdi, which is good. I mean, he's probably the first line of, like, again, sort of rallying the youngsters.
I think he's done a decent job. But, I mean,
in a really horrible predicament,
yeah,
right?
it's horrid, really.
Guaranteed you're not going to be winning this tournament, but you still have to play a game for... Because obviously a lot of tournaments these days don't have a third place match, which, first of all, with how important prize money is, I'm so glad we do have a third place match. I
think moving forward, I think we're going to need them
I think we have to, yeah. I wholeheartedly say that third place matches are incredibly important in Counter-Strike. And he's done a good job. Warchoy had the opportunity at 2, and he gets the damage on towards Nilo, but it's not enough.
Oh!
Kindo! What a shot! Gets both, but he sees none of them, basically. And he gets one more behind it. Kindo's had a round here. And it's Nilo who got tagged up earlier, who's left with nothing.
And
wow.
There's Emmy to close. A miraculous shot there from Kindo. He's given the up back and forth in this game so far, but when it matters most, he steps up 23-9. What a map from this guy. Impact and then some, Neo.
Yeah, and they're going to call a timeout off the back of it as well. Partly for them, their third and final timeout, just to say, right, we're so close here. One or two more, well, one more gun round, and we're basically 99% of the way there. Or at least towards guaranteeing overtime.
I feel like they've made like every correct economic decision on this defense. There was a questionable one with that force buy, but it worked out for them on the T side. But
yeah, it's a hindsight
here,
thing.
Yeah. But here it's like, I don't know. I really liked the save calls in a lot of these like 4v4s or like the 4v5s where the bomb goes down without them knowing.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, you know, it went out of our favor. We can't really do anything about it. Let's just make sure that we're ready, set for the next one.
Yeah. While we've got a tech pause, I want to change the subject once again.
Yes.
Speaking of economic decisions, though.
What stocks have you invested in?
In a game like Mobile Legends Bang Bang, right, which is getting played currently.
Great name, by the way. I've got to say. Look, I'm not involved with MOBAs all too much, but seeing like esports charts and like seeing Mobile Legends Bang Bang as number one,
it's great.
Will be always.
I just love the addition of Bang Bang. Like Mobile Legends is probably one of the.
There's no need. Yeah, there's no need for it, but of course it.
But
it,
the Bang
just
Bang's
makes
brilliant.
it so much funnier.
Was it phonetic that was called? Like just like a little phonetic.
Onomatopoeia.
That's an onomatopoeia, right at the end there.
Yeah.
I love it. But what I was thinking with MLBB, right, is there like a what do you call it? Like a top spec phone, like like one phone that's like,
God,
do you know what I mean?
right,
Like,
yeah.
do they min max the phones?
Dude, that'd be so funny, right?
Like it's like a tier list where it's like, I don't know, maybe
if you're using an iPhone user playing this
best.
game, I don't know. I'm like spitballing.
Yeah, I kind of like, I don't know, like you kind of like could be like where, I don't know, like iPhone might be like the best or whatever, but then like
you play on
like
an Android, really?
Yeah,
really?
You're on Huawei. But actually, no. In all fairness, I feel like they have like.
Well,
mad...
some teams probably have no choice.
Oh yeah, sponsors, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
I know. I was speaking to Naisu, one of the commentators, and he said like, in the long time that he's worked there, he's actually been sent phones by sort of companies.
Wait, that's so cool.
Mirko's just walking past. If they weren't about to commentate, I actually would bring them over to answer to ask that question. But yeah, is there like I'm actually trying to look now on screen what phone they're using. That one's got a charging port in the side, like the top side.
Interesting.
What's that one there?
That's not an iPhone.
No, that's not an iPhone.
I feel like there are some gaming phones now. I know like Razer did something.
Oh, dude, I used to have a gaming phone back in the day. It was like I forget what his name was, like a Sony something or other, and it was basically like a mini PSP. It had like a little.
That's actually so cool.
It had like a joystick on it and stuff.
It must have been heavy as hell though.
Yeah, it was useless too.
Couldn't actually call on said phone.
Yeah,
but,
when I played, it was sick when I played like not Gran Turismo. I forgot what the mobile one was called. Asphalt.
Oh,
Yeah,
dude.
throwback one time.
People that sweated in asphalt, me, obviously. But love those guys.
Yeah.
The music was so good.
Exactly, it was sick. Did you ever play, not a mobile game, but did you ever play Burnout Paradise?
It was like the same vein, yeah? Like that arcadey type racer?
That was one of my favourite games. Every time you'd open up the game as well, it'd be, it played Paradise City by Guns N' Roses.
Oh.
Yeah, it was good. It was good.
Look, I have a game, a mobile game that you might remember.
Is
or
it
might
Pokemon Go?
No, no.
The Go.
Have you heard of Infinity Blade?
It rings a bell, but I don't think I played it.
It was like one of those paid games, like early iPhone days.
Yeah.
And basically, it was like you had to pay like $1 or $2, but like obviously, like for us back then, that was like super expensive
like,
because you didn't want to touch it.
Paying for a mobile game?
Yeah,
Excuse
but like
me?
it was like that game where you would have like a sword, obviously.
Yeah.
And you would go up against like bosses.
Okay.
And you would have to like parry their attacks and then like
Right.
attack them and stuff.
What did I play? I played bad mobile games. I
You've definitely seen
I
it.
had an addiction to this one recent, like not even that long ago, called Dragon Quest or something.
Dragonville?
Yeah, like Dragon City.
The one
or
where you like
something.
breed
merge
dragons?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, I think I actually still got it downloaded. Wait, Dragon. What is this one? What's it called?
Dragonville, I swear.
What is it called? Open. I mean, what downloaded? Oh,
Fraud,
I had it
actually,
downloaded.
I think.
I've deleted it. That's unfortunate. But I probably because I was addicted to it. That's probably why. But I played that game so damn much.
Because it pings
No,
you
Dragon
like
City. Yeah, it
okay.
pings me every 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Dragon City. That one. I was addicted to that for a while. I've got back into Pokemon Go recently.
Yeah, you had me walking to the edge of the venue for your stupid gym.
Man, there was a Pokestop there, man. I need to spin it. I hadn't done my daily spin.
Okay, look. Here, I got you screenshots.
Yeah, another.
Look at this.
Whoa, that looks like high quality.
Yeah, because you're paying for it.
Oh yeah, true. That looks really good. Weirdly
Yeah.
enough, that looks like that looks better than Bloodborne.
Okay, all right, hold on.
Another one just.
You're lucky we don't have console viewers in here.
Yeah.
Because they'd be mad pissed.
Yeah, watching this on like 144p. Guy.
Yeah.
You're 60 FPS. None of that here. Another side note, one that I started playing again recently for like aeroplanes. There's two. Score Hero, you might not know that one. But that was good.
I love
you know that
Score
one?
Hero.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Banger. I got that because that's just you can play it offline. And then the logo quiz. You know, we should guess logos.
Dude,
It's so fun.
I love logo quizzes.
It's so,
oh my
it's
god.
so fun just to like go through them. So that was actually what I did a lot on my 6-hour flight here.
You know what? It's time to kill 6 hours on the way back.
Yeah.
I'm gonna download it.
That's fine. Collins does well. So back in towards the game. And an incredibly important round for Sweden. Doesn't start well, but the response isn't exactly bad. Nilo could have gone in front of that Molotov. But we'll have to see whether it's a smart or bad decision that he decides not to. There's still a move elsewhere, and a long play is on the card. Shine comes through as he finds an important one, and Dragon backside. Got to go big. Still, these 1-for-1 trades benefit the T side, but Dragon has given them a chance, and that's where that long play pounces, and a smoke in towards short gives them a plant here.
I thought Adam B would have taken a little too much time there, but he gets his act together, pushes through his own moto smoke, and finds the necessary kill. It puts it all onto Collins. A doable 1v2, but that smoke is one where he's going to really make a hard decision. Does he want to go through? And that gap suggests that he will, and maybe it gives a little bit of a false information, and Adam B will close. 2v1. Confirmed for Sweden, and a little bit of pace off of the tech timeout, and Serbia can't keep up the tempo.
The real issue, though, is even though Sweden win that, they still take so much damage, essentially, that their bye's actually really awkward, right? They get a bomb plant, but it's still, we've got to bring Galils to the play, right? And that's probably the one thing. I mean, even Lumi's probably going to go in towards a Galil here at the best. He can't go for an AK, so it actually means that even though Serbia lose the round, they still have the advantage in towards round number 20.
Well, we'll look at the bye now for Serbia, because they were also in a very weird spot.
But
You've
4
got
out of 5
an
premium
MP9.
rifles.
Yeah. I mean,
Lumi's
Lumi's actually
like
selling
Deagle.
for utility.
Yeah. That's what I mean, right? This is where...
This might be for the game. Just straight up.
Yes, you know, exactly. This is an incredibly important swing round. Winner of this not only gets this round, but the one after it. So you kind of get a 2-for-1 special.
Yeah.
And in Serbia's case, that could more or less be the game.
Interesting situation. We've had some weird buys in this game. Oh, that must be a little bit of missed utility. But either way, they go charging up Banana straight into Emmy. The captain deals with the boost, looks for some more spam. And that's, I mean, it's really ballsy to have your in-game leader play that up close and personal, but it nets them a lot.
Goes quiet, off it. Did make noise there falling off. So, gonna play out front. Anti-flash is actually really good, but the shots behind it are so shaky. There's still a CT player, and Dragon can't pounce the noise that he wants, but his nade does a hell of a lot of damage for him. He's still got the sight. That is ultimately all that Sweden care about. Molotov deep in towards Church too. Will deny a rotation, a bomb planting. Right side fountain. Adam B through the smoke, spams down Dragon. 2 versus 3 in favor of the Swedes. They're in a good spot here. They might go for a new box boosters. They double up, but it's a pretty mean crossfire of a dark player as well. And there's no molly to clear either of them. They've got one smoke, and the smoke might even end up being used over towards Banana as it's planted for Banana. But it looks like Serbia's going to pull away. And that will be Sweden walking away for a round. Now, how much they save here is the question.
Weird bounce on that smoke,
Yeah.
but it lands nonetheless.
Oh.
They're trying to get a gun away from these two, but Kindo and Troy will stay alive. Sweden equalize at 10s. And that's a really tough round for Sweden to get over the line.
Yeah.
I mean, just the amount of chaos going on in that bomb site, and I honestly thought with how well Serbia played it, that it'd be okay, but we've still got a little bit to go, and we've got another tech timeout, so I guess now I'll pose another question.
Go on.
I need another underrated mobile game. Because we're basically in like the Mobile Legends Bang Bang stage. But they graciously allowed us some space here.
I got another one. One that I actually played again recently, but I used to play when I was like back in secondary school. So
yeah, okay.
It's called, I think it's Hungry Shark, I think it's called.
Oh, that's a good one.
Where you can upgrade your sharks as you get more.
Yeah. And you could like
fish and stuff.
Jump onto the beach and then, like eat humans and then go back in.
Yeah, and you can like get people paragliding.
Yes. Yeah, but you gotta have a good shark.
Yeah. You gotta get a couple upgrades for that one.
Yeah.
But that one I started playing again for a bit. However, I mean I must not have realized when I was young because I had the attention span of a toddler. But there's only one map, and it's not even that big.
Yeah. I mean, if you get a good enough shark, eventually you're just like kind of just like messing around for
Once
a
you
while.
play like 2 hours worth, you've kind of done your job.
Yeah,
really, you know what I mean? Like,
at that point, I'm not grinding in for like, I don't know, like the Jaws or whatever. Like,
exactly.
I'm not
Or like a Megalodon. You know what I mean? Like I'm not doing that.
You can have that.
I think what else I used to play.
Have you played head soccer?
Oh, of course.
Of course, right?
Big head soccer fan.
Dude, I remember we would have like tournaments.
Competitive.
Bro.
Yeah,
we would have tournaments at school. It was so fun.
It was like really competitive in school.
Oh yeah.
We used to really go head to head in that.
Who is your country? Who were you going for?
Just England.
Okay. Fair. What was his ultimate? I forget.
I actually don't remember. Oh, did we freeze them? Might have freeze them.
Okay. Yeah. Fair.
I feel like I remember them being an ice block.
Legitimately, I only remember the Korea one.
What was the Korea one?
It's just like a blue like Hadouken type thing.
Yeah. I remember like I want to say it was like Japan was like a meteor strike that you couldn't do anything about.
No, that was Ghana because I remember him going meteor strike.
Yes, yeah. It was so dumb. You couldn't do anything about it. They would just score. It was a guaranteed goal. Or at least like some of the other ones, like they weren't always a guarantee. You like get knocked out. Or
you could like block them sometimes.
Yeah.
If you like timed it right, it would be like a parry.
Yeah, but the Ghana one you just couldn't. Like
yeah.
You get a meteor strike. There's nothing you could do.
What a good game.
What a good game. I never really was like inside the PUBG mobiles.
Dude, I would never have a phone that was good enough for it. And then at that point, it's just like, well, I just want to play it on PC anyways, you know?
Yeah. Probably runs just as good.
Yeah, at this point, genuinely.
I did play PUBG, actually, for the first time in about 4 years. A couple of months ago, I was in a layover in Dubai.
Oh,
and,
okay, fair.
I like a 4-hour layover. I played a bit of a... Is it Black Myth Wukong? Is that what it's called?
Yeah, that's the one.
Didn't enjoy it. Can't lie.
Know.
Not my type of game. But I've never been into, what are they called, like Souls-like
games?
Yeah. I've never played one before, and that was like it, and I like died immediately Also, like, when you're in a layover for like 3 hours.
I think that's the worst way to handle a layover. Yeah.
So, I then played like a bit of CS, got called a cheater, which was, you know, really good for the ego. And then, yeah, a bit of PUBG, which was actually like, you know, it's pretty fun, but it's no Fortnite. Fortnite no build. Fortnite OG no build.
This player break's gonna go crazy.
Me and Paladin, like, we'll run it up.
You guys in NA better be scared.
Yeah, we'll go band for band. I don't even care.
Well, it's a little bit of a save here for Serbia. A1S's for Kindo and Troy that was saved from the previous, but this is the conversion and the lead looking to be taken. Unless Troy has something else to say. Nobody watching from Sweden that for a lane push. And that may cost them now in the 4v5.
Moving up towards B. That's where we want to finish here. On a re-aggress, it's really good. Kindo gives them a chance, but it's not enough, and it's 2 USPs on the site and inside of a Molotov to make matters worse. Burning to a crisp, a team dink, but the site more or less taken. It's Emmy, who is a fleshy being with no armor, and he's getting a kill. How? He's still alive. He's trying to buy time for the rotation. Thankfully, it doesn't happen. And they start asking, where are they? They're actually so close here. It's a 1 versus 2, and we might actually be on. Shine, he's in a poor day of Counter-Strike. He's got to hear them coming their way forward. Has a molly, and he opts not to use it. He wants to fight. The first eludes him, and they're going to lose to what is essentially eco. 2 save rifles. That is a really bad round to lose for Sweden.
Yeah, there's the explosion as well for Serbia. They felt that one. It's been a grueling inferno for both sides. And at the end of it all, Serbia stays resilient. I think you're exactly right. I mean, that is a bad round to lose if you're Sweden.
Yeah.
That's the one that you're supposed to convert. You look at the buy. You look at the mistake in how they took brackets as well. Very lax in their approach.
Yep.
All in on Arch. Nobody watching for any sort of lane presence. And then just a quick reroute to B, which definitely felt like a Hail Mary call at that point, just hoping that they have enough info. And now look at their purchase into this one. It's their turn to be questioning everything. 2 Tech 9s and a Galil involved.
Yeah, they need incredible amounts of luck here, Sweden. Oh, it's not easy. It really isn't. Nilo. One of the few upgraded AKs to work with, and Choi plays the angle perfectly. So he just doesn't get spotted in from that boiler peak.
Missed Molly. So
Yeah,
that means
true.
car control is free here for Sweden. And they have very lackluster utility. They've got to just go with this flash. Here comes the smoke, and here comes the attack.
Firing in the way in. One in towards Dark. In towards first orange as well. Emmy's running out of ammo. But Collins still trying to keep the level alive. It might still be super awkward, but Emmy gets his reload off, and he gets his kill. The Tech 9 tapping and not doing enough. Lumi should get spammed, should get dropped, will. And it's all down to Nilo. He's in a great clutch on this map in the past, but it's not going to be the same today. Serbia give themselves map point and the potential of going towards Ancient. Sweden may have let this chance slip.
They had them on the ropes there. They really did. And unfortunately, just fumbling in a situation where you've just got to get that conversion through. You've just got to be diligent with how you're taking the map control. You can't skip steps.
Yeah.
You can't skip steps against a team like Emmys, where they've just got things very well in order. They're going to have something a little bit unorthodox here and there. You've got to be expectant of these ideas. And now what do they have to defend their honor in this second map?
That was the all-in call,
Pots
right?
and pans.
That was the gamble, and it doesn't pay off. Nilo with a deagle. It's just upgraded pistols to work with. It's such an unfortunate situation that they've put themselves in. Something miraculous has to go wrong for Serbia, for Sweden to even be in for a chance of winning this round. Flash Evans was long is good. Gets info on the AWP, but they're not going to kill him, they're not going to overwhelm him, so still a 5-on-5 in the reset. Molotov is good, and it will keep them at bay, so they can't even dive out in towards shore. And that is confirmed information for Serbia to work with, hence why we're starting to swarm and put the numbers here. Deal getting close, but no cigar. A lurk smoke on the T side as well, and they need Adam B to do something. pretty miraculous himself. That smoke will at least keep Choiv at bay. They start flooding their way forward. Tech9's can be scary at the best of times. Bouncing an aid. Kindo does so well. And Choiv, as he falls, Kindo responds. All down to 1 and not 2B. Kindo does brilliant work in towards backside, staying alive there.
How do they stay alive, Serbia, man? I mean, genuinely a grueling map, but they hold on just long enough to pounce in that 11-10 situation that Sweden had. And from then on out, it was no turning back. They knew exactly what they needed to do to shut them down. And it was just very smart Counter-Strike. Nothing too abrasive.
Yeah.
And it really just comes down to bucking the trend of these defaults a little bit, and kind of really making them think. And Plopsy, unfortunately, just couldn't come up with that game-winning call to kind of close it.
I agree. I think they really felt incredibly flat. It honestly just seemed like Sweden ran out of ideas. You know, we've seen them have problems on this map, and that's now, what, 3 for 3 in this tournament for Serbia on Inferno. They've looked really good in it. It's been a strong part of their pool, and it did feel like an inherent punish pick. And of course, in the server, it was exactly that. It's not game over. There's still a map number 3. Ancient is where we are going to be heading for that one. But the way we're looking at things now, it's actually about the mental recovery and the reset for Sweden. We'll see if they can do it. But before we get there, of course, over to the boys on the desk.
Yes, indeed, Serbia even the odds. Felt for a long time there that it was going to be a 2-0 affair, but Serbia intent on keeping us here for one map longer. A better performance from them, of course. Mirage, not really much positives, I guess, for Serbia, but Inferno more so. That's the team we expected to be in the grand final, frankly, the team that just won that map.
Yeah, well, I guess the same can be said for the one that lost the map as well. But yes, that was a much better showing from Serbia. Got to give massive props immediately to Kindo, obviously. That first half of this really set the tone for Serbia, and yeah, they couldn't really match it on the Swedish side. In that sense. And again, I feel like we're seeing a Swedish team that, again, are meant to have more to play off of. They're meant to have more things going for them as a team, and they're still the ones coming up short in a lot of ways. They've been stagnant on multiple maps now, both on T side this time and CT side, which has me worried. Again, I think we can kind of, you know, safely proclaim that Inferno is not a great map for them, but it's still not an excuse to kind of be out of refreshing IDs, to put it that way, or a different approach to what you can do on your T side 4 rounds in.
Yeah, it felt like for me the first half was okay for Sweden. Adam B got going early on that A site, which was important to get them off to a decent start. Nilo started to grow into the game on that CT side, and you thought, okay, yeah, you won the pistol, which helped, but you got into a pretty good position. And then, yeah, that second half, I mean, there's obviously that round towards the end where that B site just crumbles against the pistols.
Yeah.
And that's just a really frustrating round to lose. And it felt like Sweden didn't have just the protocols there to deal with that play when they should have. So
Which shouldn't happen, right?
It really
for a
should.
team.
It really
shouldn't.
Yeah.
And it's not the first time we've seen Sweden lose anti-A, because more often it's after, you know, winning a pistol and not converting that second round, which happened here as well, but they do fight back immediately to reset Serbia again. So I guess that much damage wasn't done overall. But again, it's a bit of a trend of a worrying theme, or a theme of a worrying trend, if you want to put it that way. To you know, with Sweden not necessarily crossing their T's and dotting their I's when they need to, because they're going to get punished for it. And it's such a silly way to lose games. And they've now been in a position where they, you know, this could have cost them a way to the finals, and now potentially also a bronze medal.
Yeah, definitely. And on the Serbia side, having a couple of other players step up, definitely nice. Still a little concerning maybe that some of the big names haven't exactly showed up in some of these maps so far, but yeah, very close one here. And Sweden on that T side, I felt like they were going for a lot of these quick plays early in the half grouped, and they were working pretty well, but that was the moment. 10-10, losing that round, the USP's in there. It looked like there was a team dink in there. Nilo got down low and had to go back to Banana in the 2v2. He goes down. And also credit to Emi on the Serbia side. He, in the second half, I think, stepped up after Kindo was so key in that first half for them.
It just feels like today's been a brutal day for Sweden. They are so good on the first half, and then the second half comes along, and for whatever reasons, just the mistakes go through the roof. They've had so many opportunities to win these maps. That will take its toll mentally. There is pressure on the leadership of this team just to stay calm. I mean, it's only one more map. It's what I would say to the boys at the moment. Just one more map, guys, before we fly out. Let's give it our all, but that is easier said than done.
It is. One thing I would like to see, obviously, a bit of a bounce back as well. Going into the semifinals, we had 3 players, I'd say, who performed very, very well in the likes of Nilo, Plopsky, and Adam B. And I think for what we've seen out of them so far, it's been 1.5 players who have shown up, and that would be Nilo. I can give him all the excuses in the world in that sense. He's done his part. He's working hard. He's trying his best. Adam B have had good maps and good impact for the most of the times so far in the series we've seen. Plopsky have just kind of disappeared, and that is a worry. Like, you can't go from being a 1.3 rated player, leading into this, and then just not have any sort of impact to really write home about once you're done. So that needs to change before map 3. I think Ancient is a much better suit for them, I'd say. I think obviously they're going to feel more comfortable. I was a little bit surprised by why they didn't pick Ancient in the semifinals as their go-to pick instead of Mirage. Because again, they've looked good on it. They beat Norway pretty handily in the group stages. So yeah, I think that should be a good stage for them to kind of right their wrongs and for Plopsky to have a bounce back game at the very least. I would also like to see more out of Shine. Again, like, if the calling's not necessarily seeming to be on top, etc., we need to have something that we can kind of show for, and that needs to be individual in this case. So you can't necessarily miss out on both aspects of it as an in-game leader.
Yeah, it's tough to say on the calling front whether it's his fault or whether it's just the team play between the teammates is just not on point here. It seems like that's the case on the LAN. I also did want to bring up that Plopsky point. From everything we've been told, your time on NIP is not meant to count, and you're meant to bounce back and then be better on any other team you go to. Well, Plopsky, you've got to prove that, because we're not seeing that here. And Plopsky, I was hoping, would have that resurgence, be a star on this team and say, hey, I'm coming in here, I'm the big man, I was on NIP, let me do my thing. Well, if this is his thing, I'm thoroughly disappointed, Alan.
Ancient to come, one opportunity remaining for Plopsky. We hope he can, not disappoint Hawker anymore. That would be bad. Anyway, yes, one more map. Winner of this takes the bronze medal. Quick break and we're back. We'll get into map number 3. We'll see you then.
Well, there's no problem. If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
This gun was loaded when you brave boys decide to go for the run. It's the fire. It's the fire. for the run. Just a fire. Just a fire.
Well, no surprises that we're going to a map number 3. Every single series we've had here on the stage has had a 3-map affair, and this one is no different. We're going towards that ancient. It sort of is anyone's game, but I think the way in which Serbia played at the tail end there, they might come in towards this one with a lot of that confidence.
Yeah, now we got to call into question fatigue, right?
Yeah.
It's been a very long day for both of these teams.
Yeah.
There's not even a championship at the end of it. It's prize money. It's how much do you want it? How much do you want that win? How much do you want that placement at Iesf is the real question now.
Yeah.
And it's really got to get you to think about how much is that 5% extra going to matter.
And what sort of players are you, right? Are you one of those ones who, because it's not a trophy, is it a little bit less of a thought process for you? Or is it one of those where it's like, understanding that long term, the ramifications of just an extra 5 or 10K could make a big, big difference to invites next year, and especially for teams, I think primarily like Metasport, right? They need that extra 5 or 10K. This is a side that at one point were inside of that top 30, they've lost that, they're now just shy. I mean, they're like just inside of the top 50 now, I think like 47 or something like that. So they want to be getting back in towards kind of at least the top 40, even not top 30 to replacement, if they want invites. So prize pool like this, as much as it's not the first place 100K, it still makes a big difference getting in towards third.
I was thinking about like 9 when we were talking about RMR qualification. I think we were like 2 or 3 points off from making it through.
It was one best of 3. I actually spoke to an analyst at 9.
Yeah.
They lost a third map in a best of 3 and that cost them the RMR. How insane
and
is that?
genuinely, like, I mean, that is for like a random CCT tournament or like a qualifier, right? This is a chance where it's either it's 5 to 10K more, which is a heck of a lot more than like one of those like measly like CCT best of 3s, right? So,
and even if we take it out of the context of like, you know, the prize money for next year, man, that's like, you know, a new watch or something for somebody. You know what I mean? Like,
surely,
like a PS5 or something of the sort. So you're kind of going to take that in some vein. You know what I mean?
Right,
like, at least be like, oh, okay, cool. I'm going to get myself a double Big Mac, not a Big Mac this time. You know what I mean? I can afford
well, for gamers, you know, that is the kind of mentality, right? I got a couple more DoorDashes in me.
I got a few more in me.
I don't have to get the DoorDash sub. I can just I can go full send.
Yeah, I'll pay a 10% tip. Yeah, there we go. Tipping's big in your culture, not really so much in ours.
It is.
So it is one of those where, you know, even the small things, it could just mean, you know, a little bit more. I mean, I think third place is 25K, I think it's second's 50, 100K for first, I'm right in saying. And then it obviously kind of drops off a little bit kind of after that, but you still get decent money. I think it's even for finishing inside of the playoffs, you're still getting like 4K. So this one map will be the difference maker. Questions, of course, of who will take it and he'll be crowning themselves with at least a small little personal victory of a bronze medal.
The medal match here at IESF WEC for Counter-Strike 2, and Sweden getting to start on their defensive side as Serbia go barreling into an open A bomb site. Smoke up for Donut, meaning that's going to be a 5v5 retake here to kickstart this decider.
Not easy. They're ramping up for it as well. Waiting. They had a player in towards Donut who still remains there.
No kid.
And it's all down to 4 of them coming through Temple and CT. Molotov, as it pops open, 3 players spotted around that corner. It's a big Temple play in the post blonde. And they come numbers swarming out. Trades are actually pretty good. Tap on towards that bomb as well. And swing around that corner. Lumi's got to hit a couple of crispy shots here. And we sort of need him to. They've got to get going. Time ticking. We don't have any more time. Even if he gets the kills, he cannot defuse the bomb. So Serbia are going to win the round off the clock alone.
And you know, the reason why I'm calling no kits so early is that when it comes to the A bomb site, having to suss out that many angles and not having any utility either to cut down the number of angles to clear, it's going to have to be a squeaky clean retake. Genuinely, you have to guess every angle as to where all these tees are going to be, and you have to hit the shots pretty much instantaneously. And obviously, it's a very low percentage, so...
Yeah, instantaneous timeout by Serbia, too.
Yeah, interesting. Interesting call.
Don't see that very often, really.
Yeah. In fact, I mean, honestly, I'd say Metasport do that.
More than anyone, yeah. I'm trying to think, there's another side. I think Sinners are the other one, off the top of my head, who do this all the time.
Sinners will, like, take all 3 timeouts.
Yeah. I remember casting them recently, and they won 2-0, and in 3 out of 4 their pistol rounds, win or lose, they call a timeout straight away. It's an interesting thing, but honestly, it kind of works. They picked a win earlier in the RMRs. They beat Saw, started things off.
They got battered by, I think, Navi or something like that.
Yeah,
it was a good team.
Fair enough.
One of those good teams.
But Oscar ball is still flowing, and that's all that matters, really.
I will up Oscar any day of the week. I'll tell you that much.
This round, a non-starter, really. We haven't even got like 1 pop flash. Now, shout out my goat one time. This is Anders' pet peeve.
Yeah, he loves the one flash purchase. Yeah.
He's like, why not? Because look, imagine a flash here. That could have been a lot better of a fight. I mean, it wasn't even terrible in the end, but
yeah.
Anders loves just a little pop flash there because, hey, I mean, that could have actually been pretty messy if there was a flash over. That could have been 2 or 3 kills before the trades.
There's enough time that even if they get out of that gray screen effect faster, and you've got players that are dabbing as well, so it would have been better. Shout out Nothing for the one time. I miss Nothing, man.
Does he dab?
Well, he does the flashbang dance, right?
Does it have a dab in it?
Yeah, it's like the whole...
Oh, yeah, of course.
I wish we could have like a picture-in-picture of me. Like,
I remember I had to watch that at the Stockholm Major.
Oh, right.
Yeah, that was painful.
Yeah.
That was really painful.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. That was our warm-up to the final.
Well, at least it was a good final.
Yeah. Then he ruined it for me, though.
It's not as bad as the DJ Khaled Overwatch performance. I don't know if you've seen
that
before.
I've heard so much about it, but I've never actually took time to watch it.
Well, after this, between games, I'll show you. It's truly hilarious. He has no idea what's going on, and neither does the crowds. It's great.
It's like, that is definitely just not... They're not DJ Khaled listeners, let's be honest. Like,
yeah. And he's like, who are you guys? Why do you have... why are you dressed like Junkrat?
Oh,
I guess you wouldn't know what Junkrat is.
Yeah.
But, like, you know.
But they dress as League of Legends characters, like a cosplay.
Like the Overwatch character.
Probably didn't even know what cosplay was, right?
Yeah.
It's, just, it's like, damn, that's a funky outfit.
Choiva just got one through the floorboards like that. I mean, I don't know how you get that locked down, but they'll take it every day of the week, and they want to catch these players in transition. The trades look good, and Emmy will make sure that looks even better. Lumi chimes in, and Lumi will chime in with one more. It's all up to Collins. He'll take a fake tap, but Lumi swings into the angle. What a play there from the Swedish Opera. 7-1 to start out these first 3 rounds.
Yeah, safe to say he's not doing too bad.
Not bad at all.
You know, obviously, for Lumi, I think in basically every game that we've spoken about from kind of just prior to playoffs onwards, unfortunately, it's got to be one of those conversations where it's like, he is the weaker AWPer of his opposition. Like, even in this game, I would still actually say Kindo is the better AWPer. But Louis keeps proving that he's got a hell of a lot of talent on his own side, right? And he's in his own respect. And especially in just the kind of a micro scale of Sweden, I would say for the kind of that Metasport side, I would probably say he's a bit of an upgrade over Jaquinho.
Yeah, he definitely is. I mean, he's still a very fresh player. And I genuinely think his ceiling is very high.
Yeah, because I've seen some lights out games where...
Yeah.
But, credit to Jaquinho as well, he's also calling, because it's not always the easiest thing to do both.
Well, he wasn't calling it.
For a little bit, yeah, true.
Yeah. But I'm with you. I think that if you can harness that ceiling a little bit more, I think it could be a real threat. I think Metasport could be a real threat. Sweden, that is.
Yeah.
And I hope that we can see that. You've seen a little bit of those flashes in this series and in this tournament. But right now, the story is being written by Dragon as he finds 2 entries into this A site. Smoke should be up for CT, and that bomb is a little bit a ways away, but should be getting here just in time. Sweden, either way, are wanting nothing to do with it and to save these 3 guns.
And a good time to kind of continue discussing about kind of Sweden. And it does feel like the only thing that we need out of Sweden, and probably even to have made them potentially kind of a championship level team, is probably just like a little bit more out of shine. He's obviously had a really, it happens, but he's just had a bit of a rough day, simple as that. He doesn't play the greatest roles, which, you can give him sort of the benefit of the doubt with, but he has really struggled to kind of showcase his impact in his numbers.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you. I always look towards, like, how can you improve these teams? And I just think about the good work that Eyeballers are doing with some of their players.
Dude, that Poi kid,
yeah.
like 17 or whatever, I might have just turned 18, whatever, he's talented. He looks
so
really
much
cool.
fun.
I caught his debut with Eyeballers and a couple more games after that. And granted, the Eyeballers team themselves, no offense, useless, right? They're not a good team. But Poi is a good player. He has a lot
Well, look,
of
I think what they're doing in the scene is so important for Sweden, and someone's got to do it.
Yeah.
And I would much rather it be like JW and Flusha to do it rather than
Flusha. Rest in peace.
Well, he's still involved with Eyeballers operations,
I think he
I
owns
believe.
part of it. I think.
Yeah.
He doesn't play anymore.
Yeah, he
though.
doesn't
But
play anymore.
He actually tweeted interesting. Did you see this? He tweeted like, I think just another week ago, that he wants to start coaching.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah. He said streaming's not doing the competitive itch for me, so I'm open to coaching offers. Which that'd be cool. I mean, Golden's obviously started doing it again, so we'll see how that one pays out. Lumi, 1-4-1, but the numbers trade go in favour of Serbia on this T side. They've got decent mid control, and they now don't have to commit really here. They can actually call for a brief pause, and they can creep walk their way up mid.
And that they shall. You do still have a late lurk in Collins. But that's been spotted out by Plopsky. He's got to win this fight. The flash is a little late, and Plopsky plays ahead of it. Evened out, but instantly traded back for Serbia as they retain the man advantage. Trading has been effective, and now they want to scamper into this B bomb site. It's a walk-off between both of these teams as neither wants to give away a sound cue, and Sweden will actually get there first. And now that Shine sees a little bit of utility, he'll commit to the site proper. He clears out the center of Cave. And now he should be there to at least take this first engagement, but he's been spotted. And Kindo will chime in as well. Great mid-round there from Serbia as they claim a fourth.
Serbia looking really, really hot at the moment. This is now where we're seeing consistency across gun rounds, pistols. I mean, it's exactly what you want to see out of the Serbian side. And how wild would it be as we head into this map number 3 that we can legitimately discuss the potential of the reigning champs not even finishing top 3 in this tournament?
I mean, 2 reverse sweeps, bro.
Yeah.
Ugh. And coming in, I mean, like I remember when I first saw them on like day 1, like these guys were like locked in. They got like, the whole kit out. They're all like, listening to their music and stuff. Like they're just here on a mission, and it all just comes crashing down right in front of them.
It's true. It's very true. To get double reverse sweeps, man, I can't even imagine sort of the mental side of that.
Yeah.
And I think especially because of sort of expectations of Sweden too, they are the favourites, or they were the favourites in this tournament, and sort of every match that they played, they've been expected to win. When they picked up a loss towards the groups, it was like this big kind of shock and horror, but with the understanding from us, like, okay, they picked up one best of one loss, but they're still the clear favourites in towards playoffs.
You think about it from like a veto perspective as well. They should be winning every BO3 veto, but they've just not had that killing blow, and it looks like Kendo and Dragon definitely do. They just go smashing their head into middle and find everything to go Serbia's way. Bomb plant should be secure on that A side, as it's all up to Shine here in the 1v4. He's been spotted, and sure, he finds one, but he can't transfer on to the second, and he's being pincered in, whether he knows it or not. Colin should have this round under lock and key, and they're going to confirm that B bomb plan as well, just to make matters worse.
What does Shine actually even do here? Yeah, I think he just has to save. Again, unfortunately, there's no two ways about it. There's just no point giving a 1v3 a go. He got no kit, 21 points of HP. This isn't worthwhile. Kinder's having an absolute cracker of a game. 10 and 4 so far.
Doing it on the rifle, man.
I know. He's so good with both, though. And this is the thing, you know, we were talking about this yesterday, actually. This is how rifle, this is how AWPers actually get to the top level in CS2. Because you've got to be a hybrid. You can't, you're no longer going to be good on the AWP and then, you know, feasible on that rifle. You've actually got to be solid across both. And that's something which is what makes Kindo so damn scary.
You think about just T-sides at top level, like you go down like tier 1, you think at, you think about like Wonderful, you think about Zaiwu, you think about Monacy.
Yeah.
These guys all have elite rifling ability, right? And you see that on their T side, they don't have to rely upon post plants having a sniper. They can do so much work in the clutch with rifles.
It's very true. It is very true. Sweden going to go for a timeout. It's weird to go for a timeout now rather than towards your next gun round. I mean, I guess it's probably kind of where you can sort of have the equivalent of a back-to-back timeout, because you can use this next one as sort of just in itself, a kind of existence timeout.
It's just so much harder to do on CT side, considering, you know, Serbia can really just exert how much ever space they want. So very weird scenario, but we'll see what Sweden want to do with it. You've got some armor to boast, which means that if you do get a gun, you might start taking this one a little bit more seriously. And you actually get up close and personal with this 5.7.2, so...
And do you know what? Credit to them, they actually got a little bit of armor in the investment, right? So
yeah, exactly.
They're actually giving this, it's like a soft look in, you know what I mean? The only issue is, though, the one man who's not got armor, not got any sort of upgrade of weapon is the one who's about to be pressured. Flash into a CT, not close. It's a little dicey, but they do a very good job of isolating those two fights. They just make sure the donut player can't swing out and make sure the backside player can't trade. I think an arm might be spotted here. It's the bomb. But Choiv wants to fight. Dragon will go in. He wants one of those ecos. Feed me, he says. Aim down. Look down, Kindo. You're so close. But so far. He gets it in the end. And a flawless round. Don't really break a sweat.
Yeah, I mean, they're chilling for the rest of the half, I'd like to think. Again, one of those situations where they've got 2 to 3 buys and a boatload of momentum to go with it. I mean, now at this point, at least Lumi has got a sniper back out. Maybe they can exert a little bit more pressure in middle, but I think Emmy has been calling a fantastic game right now. Learning when he wants to go for those A-main contact plays and when to aggress into lane. And this time around, Dragon has been doing so much work in middle. To go 1-for-1 is fantastic, and he stalls just long enough for Collins to go charging in through shelf. All of a sudden, Sweden again in a man disadvantage, again with very little utility, and have to just kind of scratch their head and think of a solution as quickly as possible, because Serbia are running away with this one, Neo.
They are, man. The thing is with Serbia, they're actually playing this quite like a pug, and it's working. Like, this is sort of, you know, the calls themselves are actually relatively simple.
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah, but it's just because when you've got players who are consistently hitting shots, I mean, Dragon, even though he's sort of level in terms of his KD, he's actually just really, really relentlessly aggressive. The spacing has been excellent. Kindo continues to be an absolute menace. And it's a lovely another shot from him. 1v3, Lumi. I want to say save, but he may as well have a look in.
Yeah, at this point, you kind of have no choice. Serbia call a freeze here just to see if they can maybe get a little bit of contact. Collins nearly finds it. Oh, there's the shoulder peek.
It's close.
Very lucky to be alive there.
Well, now we just go B, right?
Yeah, surely. And then you've even got Emmy cutting off the rotation if he wants to go for it. This is crazy that he was willing to go into spawn, but either way, it won't be punished. And Serbia should get this 7th. Nice and easy.
I wonder whether Lumi even remotely has a look in Red Room. Like, obviously, the idea is you don't want to go anywhere near there.
Yeah, he doesn't even want to bother at this point,
The
right?
thing is with like how CS2 is these days and the way in which is sort of saving has changed, we now kind of call it proactive saving because you always want to stay on the move, right? So I wonder whether, yeah, as you can see now, he's moving around because you never want to be in that weird spot where you're caught off guard or you're caught with your pants on your ankles. Hence why he's keeping things going, but yeah, he was getting suffocated in. Whether it was Emmy who was going to find him there, even if he didn't, Collins would have come through from main, so it wouldn't have made a difference. That is 5 rounds in a row and 7 out of the last 8. This is very quickly already getting very problematic.
I think the damage has already been done. 7 rounds on this T side is not too bad, and it's a Furia buy, but it's so late that it's not even a good one.
Furia by round 2 or 3, maybe not round 9.
And that really just shows you the situation that's at hand right now.
Yeah. If this was like a 2-1 scoreline to Serbia, I'm all for this for Sweden, but 7-1's a different kettle of fish.
Collins has gotten up shelf so many times at this point to make sure that they've got mid control, and Sweden try to switch things up going aggressive in A main, but Collins, or Dragon rather, spots it. So every little opening move so far for Sweden not necessarily working. They've got 3 players stuck with fire at their feet all across. Somehow they all live to tell the tale. I say somehow, and now finally one falls.
You kind of jinxed it there for a second.
Yeah, of course.
The classic. I actually made sure not to jinx anybody. I didn't speak to any of the teams outside. I didn't want to be held accountable because... Actually, no, in all fairness, I spoke to BTN and they won, so...
They did, yeah, you're right.
So the curse actually broken there.
BTN really fighting against all odds.
Yeah, fighting against like the devil himself, i.e. me. You know what I mean? Like, that's when you know you're a good IGL. If you're out calling the curse of Counter-Strike, like, that is credit to him. Milo, no looking. I mean, part of me already wants to say this might be done.
I know.
I
have not heard a peep out of these players on Sweden. I think Abdi has gone silent too, and that's like even more worrying, considering how important he was, you know? And for me, at this point, I don't think Emmy can make a wrong call because every individual is digging him out regardless, especially Kindo.
Dragon boosted up over towards elbow. And do you know what as well? For Serbia, they are so consistently given all of shelf control. Polsky, he's in a lot of trouble. Molotov at his toes now. He's just going to burn. Even if he goes to the right, he should die. No, he doesn't. The nade banking round? Yeah, that'll do it. What do you even do there? Like, you literally can't do anything. The one thing you've got to say in hindsight is that Polsky shouldn't even be pushing there because he's actually not got the right spawn for it.
Yeah, or you should ask for a second player maybe to help double peek, like kind of how Shine did there.
There's a second and third player.
Yeah, it took a little bit of time, but we got the job done eventually. 4v4 now, and Serbia puts the pressure.
The one thing that worries me, actually, we've always seen this map, for Sweden, everything's reactive, none of it's proactive. And that's actually where they're always just 2 or 3 steps behind.
The thing is, previous iteration of this lineup was very proactive. Like,
yeah,
they
exactly.
were very in
that's
your
what,
face.
That's why they were so fun to watch when they were like upsetting Falcons and stuff, because they were like doing things that were considered dumb at tier 1, but it was actually just genius. But how much of that do you have to akin to, you know, like ZTR's calling, for example?
Oh, on the switch up from Shine as he runs out of bullets, it gets punished. But Lumi's there to make sure they can't get out into A, and he'll capitalize on Akindo as well. And now you start to hear a little bit more out of him, finally.
Yeah. Just a little nice, you know.
Yeah, something to get it started.
Yeah, exactly. It's better than nothing, right? If we can get an A4, it's workable. It's not impossible.
On Ancient these days, it is. It absolutely is.
Yeah. 9-3, that starts to get to the realms of being a little dicey, let's say. Again,
Pistol or GG type situation.
Not impossible, just sort of highly, highly improbable is probably the way we'll lean there. But yeah, you're right. It is pistol. I mean, even with 8-4, it kind of feels like pistol or GG to a degree, right? Just mainly for kind of the confidence and mental state.
3 players looking to aggress down elbow, but 2 Molotovs dissuade them from that idea. I think they're still stuck to it, still married to it, and just give them a little bit of time and they'll go, but they all eat a nade. And Collins, if he can get one before he goes down, that'd be fantastic, and he absolutely gets one.
Oh. Yeah, bye-bye.
Yeah, see ya.
He didn't actually know there, but the best thing he could have done was actually swing because of how blind Shine was.
That's
Both
true.
of them in ramp were full white. And they were full white for like a solid 6 seconds. But yeah, not to be. Shine's 1 HP. Nilo's not exactly healthy. So still very much a chance here for the 3 remaining Serbian players who've all got full bars of HP and full belts of util as well. But it looks like they want to go for this classic partisan play of contact, and contact is successful for 1. Not for the second. Molotov, Adam needs to be careful. Flames on both sides, he's down to 9 points of HP. Barely even double digits between 2 of them. The flash doesn't go deep enough. But Kindo, probably his first big mistake, and Dragon thrust into 1 versus 3. Now turn 1v2. Shine is barely alive. There might still be a chance. No kid to work with. Time ticking, pressure on as they start to move their way forward. Dragon starts to try and isolate angles. He's open to it. Spots 1, looks for the second. He's got to realize he's also in short, but Lumi bails them out of a bad spot. And gives Sweden just a bit of success to work off.
I mean, it's genuinely, Kindo hits that shot, the round's over, and you don't have any look in, but
How did
Shine
he miss
doesn't.
it?
Huh?
How did he miss
I
it?
know, right? It was 1 bullet.
Yeah.
It was basically 1 bullet.
So Adam's got 9 points of HP?
Yeah. You know, I have to
It's
give
harder
credit.
to miss than to hit.
Yeah, no, I know. It looks like you actively have to move the mouse away. I have to give credit to Shine there on 1 HP, not playing any bit selfish at all.
Yeah.
Just sending himself to the wolves and giving Lumi an easy trade.
Yeah, it's the right way to go about it.
Yeah.
Basically, just be the human flashbang, because you want to drag that spray control a little bit off kilter. Here's what happens. Towards mid, Molly over towards Shelf, but Long gets out in front of it. Yeah, that's how Nilo comes alive, but because he ticked in the monitor, they knew he was there. Oh, let's be careful here, Adam. They're spamming the smoke that he lurks in. The nade breaks it open, and an AK trying to tap away. He'll get there in the end. Oh my god, a little bit of a messy fight. And Collins needs to be careful himself because he can't afford to take any sort of damage.
5v3 instantaneously now, and mid-control established. Dragon near Red Room. You've got an A main lurk as well. You've got so many options here if you're Serbia. And Sweden have absolutely nothing to do but just let the play come to them.
Yeah. Under a minute now. We still got so much util over towards Serbia, and the same can't really be said for Sweden. We've got just enough to facilitate a retake. 1 molly, 1 smoke, 1 flash, and 1 kit in the back pocket of Plopsky. He's got to lead them out of a dark spot here. This could be that 9-3 that we were incredibly worried about. Spam, close but no cigar, and it all sort of give away the idea of where they're trying to head. A smoke comes down. Collins, who's low, who's trying to be that man to make the difference, as Shine did in that last round. Dying for the cause, as they say, hey, we're walking into each other, we walk past each other. Oh my god. Look at the information Collins is getting.
Yeah, he's going to think and say that the B bomb site's open potentially, but they're still going to get the plant, and now Collins can be a late lurk at the very least. Emmy's dealt with Plopsky, and now surely, even if Shine finds a kill on this site proper, there's no way he can win this round. It doesn't even have to come into fruition. 9 rounds found for Serbia at the end of the day. They are now just 4 rounds away from medaling here at Iesf.
Yeah, exactly. And getting, what, $15,000 more? I mean, it is a
cool bit of cash,
sizable chunk of change. You know, I went to Serbia start of this year. It's Belgrade.
That amount of money would do a lot.
Beers were like about $1. So
yeah. Couple of vendors
1
on the
million
cards.
beers right now, please. We'll be going back to Belgrade as well for the HCV Awards again in January.
Yeah.
That'll be cool.
That'll be fun.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one. Going to be with all the boys. Trav, Scriv, Alan's going to come as well.
Yay.
I think we're going to get an Airbnb, all of us, on the river, floating house.
That sounds lovely.
Yeah, should be good. Should be good. It's always good as well, just kind of, you know, for a rarity, dress up.
It's always fun. I mean, the amount of confidence that a suit can give you.
Yeah.
Truly nice.
That's swagger right there. Adam B. Oh, drive by, but Kindo still gets a kill on the fadeaway. That was so quick, I didn't even realize he got it. And Emmy, his flank is huge because he dropped a bomb. Oh no, last man. Lumi's been pulled into clutch situations before, and he's done pretty well before as well. And now he knows where the last is. Emmy doesn't have armor. He does have a smoke. And he also has the better gun at range, but there's something about all players on pistols. Oh, Emmy! Big from him. It felt like pistol or bust for Sweden, and they don't get it. And in a nail-biter of a 1 versus 1, well, Sweden bit off more than they could shoot.
They both didn't have armor.
Yeah.
That was the craziest part. I mean, you don't get 1v1s like that all too often. And somehow, Emmy pulls it off. And that should be it,
Yeah.
I think, genuinely. I mean, I hate as a caster to call things like that, but that's just a matter of the situation.
Should I get the stats thing up again?
Yeah, well, so far it doesn't really look like anything's going to change. Force by starts with Adam B falling 2 and 12 here, Neil.
Yeah.
2 and 12.
It's a shame because he's actually been one of the more consistent, better players over
Yeah.
Sweden all throughout this tournament. And I really like Adam B as a player.
That
For
tells
me,
the big story, right,
yeah.
of Sweden at this tournament.
Absolutely. I think it's spot on. It's really just been, unfortunately, a real kind of poor day out towards map number 3. All right, 10 to 3. What percentage do you think that they have to turn it back on their head, Sweden?
I'll go 3%.
Double it. 6.
That's so awful.
Yeah, I know, yeah. But actually, weird enough, more than I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, the reason why I went 3 is because last time we did this,
It was like 2 or whatever.
Yeah, it was 2. Yeah.
But I think it's probably just because of how T-sided Ancients become.
Yeah. What was the map we did it before? What, Nuke, maybe?
Yes, I think so. And that was like a 9-3 as well, maybe?
Yeah. Something
That
like
was a 9-3 T-side. That was what it was. 9-3 T-side on Nuke. So yeah. Can Sweden be part of the 6%? Not looking too good so far. And it gets worse.
Has it dropped down to like 3 now?
11 to 3. Yikes. According to HLTV, in terms of their map stats, an 11 to 3 has never happened.
Wow.
0, but it's never
0%.
happened. Yeah.
Okay. Let's witness history, Neil. Up on your feet.
Never happened in the history of Counter-Strike on HLTV. According to the map matrix thing I'm looking at, 0%.
I'm so excited to witness history is all I'm going to say.
I
believe.
I'm so excited to this be 13-3 in a moment because it's not going to happen.
It's like that taco story, or is that
Oh
Fallen
yeah,
story?
where what was it? We were like,
if you want to show them how good we are,
yeah, we do it
we
now.
have to beat them 50. We have to come down from this 15-3. What was the score?
16-4. And then there's the other iconic one. We have 5 fingers on one hand.
Hey, but they actually won that.
They won that one. Yeah, exactly. That was iconic and it worked.
Yeah, don't sleep on shocks.
11-3. According to what I'm looking at on HLTV, never happened. Will this change? Choiv says no. He gets the low. It's a 180 there. Kindo, only good enough for one, running out of ammo. Plofsky's low. The 180 is the back and forth of maybe giving a bit of a chance here towards Lumi. The Eagles got 2 hit. They just don't have the numbers. And this feels like it's probably done and dusted. Adam actually takes his headphones off. Not done just yet, mate, but I'm telling you, it feels like it. And I think it definitely feels like it by the vibes over towards Sweden. It is, you could hear a pin drop over on that team.
Can we do -%? Is that a thing?
Feels like it.
Oh, every clutch, every equal situation has gone Serbia's way 100% of the time. And, you know, I really did feel as whoever came on top on Inferno would just win. I mean, obviously, like if Sweden won, the game is over. But like, you know what I mean? Like it's just like the mental aspect of how tough that was.
Yeah.
Really, I think kicked Serbia into another gear.
Absolutely. 1-for-1 trades as Emi shuts down that cave presence, then overfaces himself. Kindo had to go for 2 and he can't. And then Choiv also gets traded, so maybe a chance potentially for Sweden to keep the dream alive. Run back they've got to pull off is something short of legendary. I'm not going to discount Dragon here. He's got a flash, he's got a kit, he's got full armor and a kit and full HP. So definitely not going to ride him off in this one. And I was going to say he may as well give it a go, but he seems like he's toying with the idea a little bit. Now he starts to make a move forward. He does still have time to go for this, and a lot of angles to clear and not a lot of that time. He's 30% on that bomb. He's got to make a move. There's that smoke coming down, though. There's that first kill. He's got a kit. Just stick it. He might be able to do this.
Oh,
can't find it, though.
He's missed it.
Ah, he couldn't find the bomb. That is the painful way for that round to fall flat, but Sweden will stay alive for a brief moment. Still, more needed to be done.
So would you say 12-4 is also 0%?
Well, yeah, I think it's just like from 11.
From then on, it's just like anything.
I think it's how the Matrix works. Where are we at? Oh, there's not even 12-4 on here.
That's so odd.
Yeah, look, 11 to 3, 0%.
Damn.
Why is it not 12 on the T side bit? I don't know. But either
well,
way.
then it's got to be 0%.
Yeah, it's got to be 0%.
Surely.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Well, Serbia's taking a timeout now, which I don't even know if it's necessary. Honestly, I would just save here. But I guess they're thinking, you know, we killed everyone on Sweden in the round previous.
Yeah.
Their money's still a little shaky. Maybe we could just get it here.
This is
the
definition of a confidence buy. It's
yeah,
like,
yeah.
Like,
why not?
We are all over them here. Why
Right,
not?
yeah.
You know what I mean? Even like Choiven towards the 5-7, you kind of still back him a little bit. He hasn't done like a hell of a lot, but he's still has remember that previous one in towards elbow, for example. Kindo has an absolute blinder of a map here, 23-10. We're going 4 out early over towards B. That doesn't seem to be where the bomb is heading.
Yeah, they were kind of anticipating another pacey play there, but once that fails, I would like to rejig the setup as soon as possible, but they're sticking to their guns straight away, and that gives some room for Nilo to slink through into the red room. And at a minute 19, that power position is definitely going to cause some concern. And Shine spots quite a few players in front of Jag. That's when Nilo can start moving. He's starting to find a little bit more space, but Dragon has sussed him out. He's whittled him down to 16, but he's also taking significant damage, and he'll get the hell out of dodge.
Yeah, now a foot race as well. Back over towards his A site. Dragon's got a good position, but he's so low, and Collins isn't exactly much better. So bomb will go down. And there's a world in actually where, especially those 2 rifles of Kindo and Collins, they might actually just save it, or even maybe all of them might just save it. They haven't got a kit.
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, it was all in, right?
Yeah,
so
just reuse this buy towards the next round, give it another go.
Yeah,
You've got
and
so many rounds spare.
If that fails, then you've got a full buy in the next, and then by then you've got max loss going, and you know, yada yada yada.
Exactly, exactly. This is one of those rare rounds which I've been told is called a unicorn round. Yes, no one dies.
Unicorn round.
I remember that was done on some weird social media post where it got flamed for that, but that is the one that stuck, I think.
No, yeah,
it is.
It's been
Yeah,
one. Yeah.
unicorn round. So one of the rare unicorn rounds. No one dies, and Sweden will get a 5th. But like we said, Serbia just reuses buy-in towards the next round.
No!
Oh, Dragon, man. The bomb radius is so big, but not so much of a unicorn. Also just annoying because it's 1 less MP9.
Yeah.
And then also we now can't buy. And then now we get a tech pause too.
Classic.
Classic. Who? I don't even know who it is.
Our detective has failed.
Well, the normal sort of thing that is a bit of a gimme is like any sort of admin. Does not.
Yeah.
So. Oh, there you go. No, it's Kindo.
Ah, there's your answer. You couldn't spot him, could you?
Yeah, he sat behind the monitor, so it's Kindo.
Okay.
But a quick one, whatever it was. Maybe like packet loss or something. Something simple. Either way, 12-5. I feel like we're already kind of posturing for the end show here of this.
Yeah,
rest
yeah,
of
we
the-
kind
you know
of
what I
are.
mean?
We kind of are, right? I mean, it'd be genuinely insane if
It'd
this
be
was
dishonest of
really
us
come back.
to say that we believe.
Yeah.
I'm telling you now, I do not believe. This
Yeah.
is not
Yeah.
happening. It is statistically never happened. So I don't believe. Oh, beats 50. Dragon has given themselves a chance here because Shine or Fall. The best thing Dragon can do is just go and get that gun. Go in the smoke. Oh, he gets it. He gets the Mac 10. And he gets a dink as well towards Plopsky. Oh, surely not losing around in this sort of fashion. Where it's basically a PT-50 that gets damage, assists on a kill, and then gets a dink on towards Plopsky. And actually quite a lot of information to work with as well.
Yeah, so they know that there's at least that lane presence, so they can't have the map necessarily. Actually, they can. Emmy's pushed all the way through A main, and that's given the suggestion that, well, look, Sweden only has one route in, B, but they have to also account for the fact that they've lost mid, so
yeah,
A split is a possibility too.
The one thing that worries me is actually the fact that Choi is actually completely given up red rooms. They can actually split in donut and red room and converge on the A site.
Well,
And I know Emmy's position's really strong, but yeah, they're going towards the stack here. Got a rifle to work with. Two of them, in fact. And two slightly off angles. Plopsy's going to be the first in, and the first to die with ease, right? At no HP. That one's an easy one. The trade is good. Collins even going 1-for-1. They gives themselves a bit of a chance. Bomb goes down. An MP9 and a 5-7. Not exactly impossible in this situation. 5-7 of Choi spotted. A cave player and a ramp player. And it's all about buying time here, Choi. He's trying to sell this ruse to give Emmy a bit of space as he creeps his way forward. But Lumi's holding for him. He turns his head at the worst possible time. And that'll cost him his life. And leaves it all down to Nilo. A hero for this side. Time and time again. And called once again here. Spam not good enough. The first is great, but the second is not. Serbia, a mammoth map 3. 13-5. They take down Sweden. And they gain themselves a lovely little bronze medal.
They went through like 4 tech timeouts, multiple comebacks on Inferno, and ever since then, they look like a phoenix rising from the ashes.
Yeah.
Serbia looked dominant across Ancient, and it was just a matter of time before they put pen to paper, before they claim that 3rd place prize, and they get a little bit of a cash injection to write home about moving home.
Yeah, do you know what? Credit to them as well. This is a Serbian side who have played multiple ISF events, and they've always made playoffs, but they never made deep runs in playoffs. They had a top 4 finish last year, but they got eliminated to Sweden, 2-0.
Yeah.
So this is two sides who have back-to-back got revenge over them. It was Romania earlier today, of course, who got that 3-3 mapper, and Serbia here too, who lost them in the semis as well. So a really, really interesting revenge story for both of these two sides who've got a bit of success under their belt. But I mean, a real credit has to be given to them, but I think there's two people in particular for me. I think Emmy's calling was fantastic, and I think his impact as well was really solid. He was so selfless in a lot of these situations, but let's not beat around the bush. What a performance from Kindo. This kid is ridiculous, and I think probably now, I would say bar Zello is the best AWPer at this tournament.
I'm really excited to see this guy's development. I want him to get that big step up, that big call up, or at least have the opportunity to play more lands.
And I'll say as well, his English is sick, like super fluent, so he can play an international team easily.
Yeah, I mean, genuinely solid rifling, fantastic opping when he had to do it, and that
Pistols are
shows
clean
to
as
me.
well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, that shows me that you've got a very complete player in your hands if you're Serbia, and that's a guy that I want to see a little bit more of moving forward.
He's young as well, right? He's young, but he's playing alongside like, very, very experienced players. I mean, you know, for Kindo, it's these sort of tournaments where people have a bit of a breakout that can sort of make their name value blow up, right? So I feel like people might start looking towards him. He's incredibly talented. What a performance coming through from Serbia. They booked themselves a 3rd place finish. A top 3 here at ISF is absolutely massive for them. They go one step further than last year as well and get themselves a bronze medal. So they're going to be very, very happy with that. I think we have Jazz ready on the stage alongside none other than Kindo.
Thank you very much for that, boys. Congratulations on the 3rd place victory for yourself and for Serbia, of course. Talk to me that Ancient map, 9-3 half, 6-round win streak on your T side as well. How do you think it was that you boys were able to find so much momentum?
Honestly, we just after the break we decided that we wanted to play our game, and that was it. Like just focus on our game, because previously, like on the semi-final match, we weren't playing our game. We were focused too much on what they were doing, and this is like a common mistake in many teams. You know, many people make this mistake. So we're just gonna play our game, and that's what we did. We played aggressive on mid, which is how we feel comfortable. It worked for us, and that like it brought us some momentum, getting the entry kills, whatever, and then it was pretty easy after.
Well, after that Portugal match that you boys had, obviously losing that one, heading into this series now, talk to me about the specifics of how you kind of address a mental reset.
Yeah, well, honestly, it wasn't easy. It was very difficult. We were really down because we were the favorites. I think everyone expected that we will win. Then we didn't. We lost it in such a bad fashion. We were so disappointed. And then also we started bad on Mirage, so it was very hard. But after that, I just said, guys, we don't care if we lose. Let's just play. We're gonna play our game, and that's it. And that's how we basically won.
Well, you know what? You boys should certainly be proud of yourselves because you walk away with $25,000 as well. Is there anything you want to say to your fans, your family, friends, everybody that supported your journey?
Yeah, just thank you for everyone that was cheering for us. Hvala svima na gledanju I eto, valjda smo opravdali očekivanja. Delimično.
Thank you very much, and congrats again. I will see you boys for the medal ceremony that we'll have up there on the main stage, and it's over to Alan.
Bronze then it will be for Serbia. I thought I was muted, but you guys do that, not me. At least we're live on air. Bronze medal then for Serbia. They topple Sweden. Let's just think about this tournament overall for a team like Serbia. As said, semi-finals, I think quite heavy favourites, we'd all agree. They fall to Portugal, they come here, they have a good series against Sweden. They look good in the groups. They beat Poland, another team who maybe had hopes of going deep in this tournament. So all in all, last 4 days for Serbia, what are we saying?
I think definitely acceptable performance. I think it is on average very well played, just that hiccup at the wrong time. That's kind of how it was. You'd rather have this performance happen in the group stage and then being able to bounce back from it. Sadly, it happened in the semifinals and it cost them a final spot. And I think that's the feeling they sat with as well. I think that's what he was talking about, obviously, when talking about, mentioning the fact that they had a bit of a hard time resetting coming into this third place decider. And I can understand them. Again, if I have that team with me and I'm going to a tournament like this, I'm expecting finals. That is my goal, and maybe even beyond that. So the fact that they don't fully reach their goal, that's going to be a little bit disheartening. But I think capping off the tournament with honestly kind of just demolishing Sweden here at the end, that's got to be a nice little caveat.
Yeah, I think if they had had a harder semi-final draw and not made it to the final, it's a little easier to stomach. But yeah, we heard even in the interview there, it's nice to hear actually from Kindo that he said they kind of focused too much on their opponents and not playing the way they wanted to play. And even here he said at the start of this, maybe they weren't quite playing their own game, and then finally they come into it and they just abused mid in a lot of these rounds against Sweden. And I mean, we'll touch on Sweden in a second, but they did not adapt to it, which may be a common theme for them in this tournament. But for Serbia, yeah, I think overall, no complaints. I'd say coming into this, it's about where I'd expect them to finish. Definitely could have had aspirations of making a final, but not meant to be. But at least they adapted here into this important match.
It's not the full Partizan lineup. Roger isn't here because he's not Serbian. Shoiv is playing. Kindo picks up the orb. There are reasons to believe it's not just going to be Partizan showing up and being in the final form. So I guess with that caveat, it gives them a little bit more leeway, but nothing will detract from the sting of losing that semi, I think, because they know a final was on the cards. They know the title could have been theirs. So, yeah, mixed emotions, I guess, for them, but it's still good prize money. It's still good for their rankings. It's still been a successful 4 days.
Yes. Again, I just think they need a little bit of distance from it. That's all, before they can be happy with what happened. And again, if nothing else, it's good motivation, obviously, for next year. Use that to really, really hammer down, and obviously, I guess stay true to, if in the words of Kindus, stay true to kind of their own style and play their own game. As cliche as it sounds, sometimes it is the way to go. And if they lose out on that aggressive kind of push to find openings and whatnot, if that was the case versus Portugal, then I can understand why it went awry. They definitely didn't have that issue now versus Sweden. So they definitely managed to have that shift, which is great to see. So now it's all about working or doing continued work, obviously, going forward. But overall, I think they don't have any reason to necessarily be disappointed, or they shouldn't be ashamed of their own performance. They can be disappointed, but they shouldn't be ashamed.
Yeah, I think in the playoffs, Dragon maybe slipped off a little bit in general. I would say on that map, he was actually really good. So that's a nice thing for them to have there, to be able to secure that bronze medal. But maybe was a little disappointed that he couldn't continue to be that standout. Collins actually ended up stepping up though, so it didn't really massively matter who was going to step up. We just knew they had the players that could.
Yeah.
No complaints for me on the Serbia front.
On the Sweden side though, they don't have an excuse. They have their full lineup. They had quite a good bracket for them as well, coming into this, especially with Germany being knocked out. They fall to Romania, obviously, in the semi-final, one they probably should have won. They come here. I think it's safe to say they played a deflated series. They didn't look like the team that they did earlier on in the tournament. Tough outing for Sweden, guys.
Yeah, they kind of had the worst, I guess, progression of any team that made it obviously this far, and it kind of just became worse and worse and worse. And they obviously end on a bit of a low note with getting trounced entirely by Serbia here on the third map. It was disheartening again because we have high hopes for them because we know how good they can be. We've seen it in the past as well. I mean, they just came from a tournament beating NIP 3-0 in a final, so you kind of figured the form would be there as well. Even though they had a slight hiccup versus Turkey in the group stage, they shook that off, looked great all up until the semifinals. And it's kind of sad that it's such silly things that end up being their downfall. Like, how do you not play, or like, how do you not have more to offer on your CT sides as a general, like at this point, at this level? Kind of baffles me. And also, yeah, seeing the pretty significant downfall in terms of just player form from group stage leading into playoffs from some of the individuals on the Sweden side is not great. Is not great. And I understand it's obviously not fun for them, obviously, to have to take part in it and be in the middle of the storm, but we kind of have to expect more out of some of them.
Yeah, maybe having had an event somewhat soon just before this one, maybe that plays into it in part. Maybe it's harder to prepare. I don't think that's enough of an excuse, though, for me. And the main disappointment for me was I can't even say they were slow to adapt in games. It felt like they just never adapted in some games. Like in that last map there, they just get run over at mid time after time, and it's not working. It just keeps going against them. And I think we keep saying it. It doesn't feel like they have that strong voice on the server that can perk them back up again. And I felt like I was in Groundhog Day with this team. Same thing happening over and over again. The same series here over and over again, where we say, oh, they normally start pretty well, and then it tapers off, and then suddenly we get to the end, and it's like, oh man, what has happened? Where did this team go?
Yeah, this is the team that's meant to have, I guess, the widest array, and at least in my head, they were the ones who were able to have the combination of teamwork and individual skill to kind of bring them forward. So if one is lacking, maybe the other one is going to carry, and we ended up in a situation where none of them really functioned whatsoever. I mean, they got outgunned something like 12-3 in opening kills on that last map. Like, they're not shooting back at a certain point, right? And I think the only one who can really come out of this tournament saying that they did whatever they could is Nilo. Outside of that, I think everyone knows within themselves that they probably should have performed better.
Is it somewhat of a slim silver lining that a lot of their mistakes seem quite obvious to us, and they will be to them when they watch these games back? I mean, if they use these demos and reflect on these games correctly, there is potential to make some pretty big gains off the back of this tournament.
I mean, sure. The problem is that you had them in the semifinals and you didn't necessarily do anything leading into the third place decider. Like, it's still a lot of the same things, or just like from one map in the semifinals to the second one as well. Fair enough, like they're different maps, but it's the same core of the issue that reappears. So yeah, it's going to be easy to identify, but there's a reason why it's happening on repeat. And it's not because it hasn't been identified. I think they would happily admit to themselves that their CT sides are pretty down in the dumpster right now. So that has to be like an underlying reason or root to this issue that's causing it. Hard to say what it could be because it could be a lot, but again, it could come back to the fact that they don't necessarily have, maybe it's not even the fact that they're missing a main voice. There might be the secondary voice type of thing as well. Whatever it may be, they need to figure it out because they should be better than what they've showcased today.
Yeah, it almost feels to me like it's a captain type thing. It's not necessarily the in-game leadership side of things. It's the overall actual personable leadership and having an actual person you can look to. And I don't even think we got that from the coach in timeouts. I don't think we got timeouts from this team. So if they are an experienced squad, that's what I was hoping was going to help them. You know, Plopsky, sure, he has experience. I don't know if he's going to be that kind of guy to come in and pep the team up and give them ideas and get them all on the same page again. So yeah, it's tough. I hope that they can reflect on this and realize that, because, yeah, as you said, they'll watch these games back and be like, what were we doing? How do we play like this when we play so much better in other tournaments?
They did just look kind of muted on and off the server, just let themselves lose, frankly, in the end. Okay, that is our third place decider wrapped up. Grand final, they're setting up behind us. Romania versus Portugal. A bit of a break for us, and when we're back, we'll build up towards that grand final. We'll see you then.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're landing in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, for the World Esports Championship.
In a world where victories can be measured in gold and silver, some things are priceless.
Surely expected, and Baron will find him. Can shine for one with a quick trade from Impulse.
Some things are not bought with money.
The base is too open. Now Philippines is now taking the base of Indonesia. Remember their name.
The feeling of standing alongside your fellow countrymen, the emotion, the home crowd, the weight of a whole nation on your shoulders.
Sometimes I get emotional by the fact that I got chosen to be one of the representatives of my country. And yeah, it's just a dream, honestly.
Here it's not just about the game, it's about the pride that unites us. Every match tells a story.
They need to some missed shots. Sound picking up another one, another headshot. No way! 4 kills! What has happened?
From every corner of the globe. All eyes on WEC 24.
Early 1970s, the world was discovering the boundless possibilities of esports. While esports offered endless enjoyment and addictive allure, it lacked a certain depth and a sense of purpose. It needed something more, something larger than a trophy, something beyond individual gratification. That's when a vision emerged. A vision of uniting the world through esports. The International Esports Federation and the World Esports Championship were born. Its mission was clear: to create a stage where nations could unite and compete for the ultimate title, World Esports Champion. For these athletes and nations, the World Esports Championship was more than just a competition, more than just a game. A chance to make history, to leave a lasting legacy, to inspire a generation, and to represent their nation. Over the years, Iesf started achieving greatness year by year. Korea, Indonesia, Israel, Romania, worldwide. The World Esports capital changed, each year expanding significantly, getting bigger and bigger. Fast forward 15 years, Iesf was determined to show the world the most valuable World Esports Championship. 140 nations gathered in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The WEC 24 story. 2024, Saudi Arabia prepares to host the 16th World Esports Championship after a spectacle made in Iesf, Romania by Iesf for WEC 23. New president, new challenges, and quite a bumpy road ahead. As the calendar turned to January, the national qualifiers took place, breaking dozens of records. In a wingspan of 3 months in every nation across the globe, athletes competed to get one step closer to the World Esports Championship and represent their nation on the global stage. However, as fate would have it, the road to WEC 24 was far from smooth. Things went south. 2 out of 3 offline regional qualifiers were forced to go online. Even though that barrier occurred, the online regional qualifiers shattered previous viewership records. The hype for WEC 24 was real. Meanwhile, Africa. Iesf showed just how much potential is hidden in Africa. Over 180 athletes, 17 nations, and thousands of fans. All in one place for one specific reason: esports. The bumpy road came to an end. The slots for WEC 24 were secured and everyone was ready. The much-anticipated 16th World Esports Championship set sails. WEC 24 Day 1.
Welcome, bienvenue, bienvenidos, willkommen, benvenuti, добро пожаловать, welcome, welcome, bem-vindos, Huanying, Yokoso, 환영합니다. Hoş geldiniz. Καλώς ήρθατε. Swagat hai. Witajcie. Yindit nab. SEF Arena.
Well, there's no problem. If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
This gun was loaded when he was brave, boys. Decided to go for the run. Just to fire it. his gun was loaded when he was ready for him. Decided to go for the run. Just to fire it. Just to fire it.
I can't help but these, cause they know they can never touch these. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just go another feed. You know I can't help but these, cause they know they can never touch these. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just go another feed. Cause they know they can never touch these. So baby,
Romania versus Portugal will be our grand final. $150,000 to be divided between these two teams. 100k to the winner, 50k to second. I'm joined on the sofa by Hawker and Vendetta. And guys, kind of goes without saying, not quite our expected matchup, I guess, for the grand finals. But at least in the playoffs, these have been the most consistent teams. And it's been the teams that have made mistakes, that have got over-eager, overconfident, and have let the ball drop. These guys have played consistent Counter-Strike, and that has got them to this grand final.
Yeah, essentially they're the ones who have eliminated, you know, the most mistakes from their gameplay, whereas we've seen some pretty egregious stuff from the teams that we saw in the third place decider. For the two teams here, it hasn't necessarily been something explosive or something that's wowed us to no ends, but they've just been, yeah, as you said, been reliable, and that gets you far, as shown. I mean, I think every Portugal game has been extremely scrappy, but they're the ones sitting here in the finals. So who can really, you know, say they've done anything wrong?
Yeah, they've just found the ways to win. I guess the one thing that has been standout or exciting is on the other side, Zelo for Romania, just incredible, very good, true. Very consistently. So that's the one aspect to this final where you say, okay, he's had an incredible performance. But yeah, outside of that, I think these teams have just, as you said, consistently just got the job done and basically allowed the other teams to make mistakes and falter to pressure. And that means we've got the two most pressure-resistant teams in the final.
It's not normal that we come into the grand final already handing out the MVP award, but I think Zelo, frankly, it would take a huge underperformance not to win it. Let's bring up that playoff bracket and see exactly what transpired earlier on. Of course, Romania toppling Sweden in a blockbuster series in their semi, and Portugal stunning Serbia off air in the meanwhile. Reflecting on these teams' roots, guys, especially for Romania, it doesn't get any tougher than Germany into Sweden.
Yeah, I was about to say, they probably beat, let's say, favorite number 1 and favorite number 2 of the entire tournament. And they did so in pretty impressive fashions. Obviously, deciding map versus Germany, that was a bit of a stomp, so they clearly show that they were the deserving team to go to the semifinals. And then I think more of the same, obviously, versus Sweden. A little bit closer, truth be told, obviously, but still, Romania just been impressive from start to finish. And what was really cool in the semifinals as well, for as how much we've talked about Zelo, and for good reason, that third map was a lot about all the guys around him. BTN, Raga, everybody really chipping in to secure this final spot.
Yeah, absolutely. The rifle is stepping up towards the end there. Oh, we have to say, like, yes, we've been praising Zelo, but obviously you can't get to a grand final without your riflers performing to some extent. They've been solid, they've been good enough, but sometimes you just have those players that get all the headlines, get all the plaudits. Zelo is that. He could probably play at a very high level, I think, with his just raw skill. There's always just been the questions of maybe other aspects of his game, but at this tournament, it feels like that skill is just being transferred onto the server perfectly, and especially with some of the other teams not having as good a cohesion as we were expecting, or as good a team play as we were expecting, he was able to take down Germany and Sweden, the two teams who we thought would have great team play here. So credit to him, and showing again that sometimes having that one standout player can take you so far.
On the Portugal side of things, we saw that Kazakhstan game. Again, similar story. Portugal kind of maintained a constant level. Kazakhstan still a new lineup, stuff to learn. Now, of course, we didn't see the Serbia-Portugal game, but that stands out as the shocker. That is the big win that has got them into this grand final.
Yeah, huge scalp for Portugal, obviously. I think all of us here kind of expected Serbia's basically individual prowess to be too much for Portugal to handle, but the cool thing about Portugal is that while they didn't have anyone kind of standing out going into the playoffs, I feel like during the playoffs, at least from what we've been able to see, someone like Nope, for instance, have really, you know, taken a bit of a shine and actually led by example. I think TMKJ has also, again, had very solid maps, and there's been more profiles, I guess, or more positives coming out of the Portuguese team than what we were expecting, really. And I think that's one of the reasons why we're sitting here now, because their group stage performance probably wouldn't take them all the way to the finals, to put it that way.
Yeah, it's funny because I was looking at the stats just before this final, and if you just literally solely look at the statistics, this team almost has the stats of a team that like went out in group stages, genuinely. Like, they are the 14th highest rated team at the tournament, and they've made the final. Like, they are lower rated than some of the teams that went out in group stages because they've had so many close maps, and I feel like they've had a couple of blowout loss maps as well, even in these series. And then I was wondering, okay, well, maybe it's the team play or the nades. No, their trading percentage is also below average. Their nades are also below average stats-wise, so it's like, okay, they're kind of just getting their way into wins, which I think deserves props in itself. But they kind of remind me of, if you want a football analogy, like an Everton or something. They just kind of sit back and they try and scrape their way to a win. And hey, it's working for them, and they might actually win the whole damn thing.
I mean, at a minimum, they've won $50,000. They've climbed massively up the rankings already. They will be in a great spot going into the next year, whatever happens from here. Let's focus in on that Romania roster. We do feel like this one is packed with a little bit more talent. Of course, Zello leading the way. But I think the big surprise has been that, actually, stats-wise, it's BTN that is next in terms of the pecking order. I feel like it should be Chao Cadal, but at the moment, BTN is playing his heart out to win this tournament.
Yeah, he's doing it for all his retirees, really. 35 years of age, apparently no issue whatsoever. He's had solid series. Had very good maps versus, or at least a very good map versus Germany, which is obviously very contributing to the fact that they're here. And he was also very, very good on the deciding map versus Sweden. So the man knows when to kind of pick his moments, even though you might not expect him to be lights out on the server the entire time. Definitely knows when to shine, and I guess experience plays a part into that, which is really fun to see. But yeah, definitely didn't have BTN on my, I guess, bingo card for who's going to be the top performers for Romania together with Zello. I probably would have picked one of the younger guys or potentially Raga. Basically, what I'm saying is BTN was last on my list for the Romania squad. But that makes it all the more cooler, the fact that he is proving us wrong, or proving me wrong at the very least.
Yeah, we also, obviously, on the Zello point, we've been saying he's been so good, and we've also been saying there are moments where it's felt like he's been having to force the issue a little too much. Yeah. But I hope now he has the faith in his riflers, because they have been performing throughout here. It just seems like once they get off to a bad start, that's when Zello's going to say, okay, I feel like I've got to take the game into my own hands. But no, we've seen Raga perform well. Even Adron has had moments, and I didn't really have many expectations for him coming into the event either. So yeah, the Riflers have rounded out the squad well. It's just hard not to look at Zello, you know? It's just hard not to.
Yeah, you said it there. I mean, this is obviously the Nexus team. It's no longer a matchup where I need Nexus and then Zello on his own to go above and beyond to create openings and opportunities. This is a game where Nexus being Nexus can win it. And that's all they need to do. That won them the semi-finals. They're favourites for me coming into this, and they, I mean, we don't like to say it, but they can just play their own game, I think, and be in a very strong position.
Yeah, no, I guess, like, for once it feels like Romania has more than one win condition. I think we've kind of prefaced it the other times we've seen them, especially versus Sweden, is they kind of need Zello to be Zello, and then a little bit more, and then hopefully get some backing from his teammates. Here I feel like Zello can be okay, and they're still going to be pretty good, considering, you know, with how the four others match up versus the Portuguese lineup. So it's kind of a unique situation, I guess, Romania to finally be favorites in a series. Maybe that's going to be their downfall. Who knows? Maybe they just prefer being underdogs, but remains to be seen. They've been promising so far, though, so I'm not going to assume that they're going to falter at the very end.
Team Portugal, of course, Rhino, we know them more so as in the regular circuit. Nope has been the highest performer here, TMKJ a little bit below, but as mentioned, the stats don't jump off the page with these guys, would be the nice way to phrase it. I think they have 3 players under a 1 rating, which is, I don't think I've ever seen that for a team in a grand final. That is absolutely bonkers. And we came into this playoffs and we said, who are the star players? Who leads this team? And I still feel like that's an open-ended question that might need answering in this grand final.
Yeah, no, again, like up to this point, it's been nope. That's not who we expected. I guess, again, it was hard to kind of pinpoint who we were expecting. Crazy had the best form coming into the event, and he hasn't necessarily been that guy for them just yet. So maybe we're going to leave here without really any sort of solidified answer as to who is going to be the star player of Rhino or Team Portugal. But it doesn't really matter if they end up winning the whole thing, right? I'm sure they'll happily share that, you know, award of being the most impactful across all 5, because they've really done it by committee. Again, this is a team that's gotten to the finals more so than one man taking them on their backs and just kind of carrying them through it all. So that's, you know, not something I would have expected unless the the quality, I guess, on average was higher. But somehow, some way, they've managed to scrap their way through.
Yeah, these two teams, they technically have played in the past, but the rosters were pretty different. And Zello wasn't even playing in that series. He got subbed out. I think he was having internet issues
like
or something.
Six rounds and then
yeah, so that's tough. And even then, they scraped to win 13-9, 13-11. And that's when they had Agil on the roster, who was probably one of their more talented players at the time. So, yeah, I think for Portugal, it's impressive that they've got here. Again, it feels like it's by committee. It feels like it's hard for me to give you much analysis on this team because I don't really know what to expect map to map. It just seems like they're pretty good at slugging out rounds, at constantly hanging on in there, and that makes them a really interesting prospect in and of themselves because I genuinely think that alone has allowed them to go up against other teams and kind of make other teams feel pressure more so because they're just constantly hanging in there, constantly winning maybe a round here that they shouldn't, and then suddenly your opponents start to get in their own heads. And that is the one thing we've got to give the most credit for. This is a team that clearly have been able to reset mentally, and we've said that's been such an important factor and that a lot of the teams that haven't made it here haven't had that. Well, clearly that's not been an issue for Portugal.
And another thing that you actually brought up during the Sweden series, or before we got going with the Sweden series for Romania, etc., or in the semifinals versus Serbia, is the fact that some of these teams have a better track record of actually breaking. They're not necessarily winning all of these pistol rounds, etc., but Portugal have actually been one of those teams who, A, convert when they actually win pistol rounds, but they also have, you know, actually broken teams and actually gotten rounds back to reset them. So while they're not necessarily wowing us in many categories, they're not making mistakes either.
It's like they find all the small advantages. It's like they don't come out, they don't blitz a team with massive stats or the craziest executes. It's like they make small decisions right here and there. They have a little bit better team play. They're slightly better in the afterplants, and they just scrape through and win these games.
They're like this weird Moneyball team because Moneyball is obviously like based on obviously very clear statistics that nobody really looked at before. And while the statistics here aren't necessarily blowing us away, they're doing something right that just seems to like eke them by each and every time, which is really cool. They're never going to be our favorites on paper in this tournament, just given the teams that we've had here. But, you know, it doesn't stop the achievement that they've been able to accomplish by actually making it to a finals.
If this was the Moneyball movie, then we'd be the guys that are like, oh, this roster's never going to work. Oh, it sucks. And then we'd be the guys where at the end of the movie, they come back and just laugh at us and say,
I will say the Astros never won the World Series.
Oh, that's true, actually.
So, but they didn't make it to the playoffs.
Yeah.
So, I don't know if we're going to go full circle with this storyline, but remains to be seen.
Yeah.
All right, let's throw up that map, Vito, and see where our grand final will be played. Map 1, Inferno. Seen plenty of that. Picked by Portugal. Dust 2 comes out for Romania. Decider in Nuke. Any surprises, guys?
I guess Nuke wasn't what I really had pictured in mind, but that was one of the maps that they did play a few months ago. So there's familiarity. Both teams play it, obviously. Inferno and Dust 2 doesn't feel as surprising, really. Again, I think both teams have had good results on Inferno. I have good experience at the very least. Romania and Sweden versus Sweden, obviously, that's going to be nice for them. But for Portugal as well, we remember Snappy running down mid to kind of get them through Serbia, right, to end up in the finals. So they're going to have fond memories of that map as well. Dust 2.
Did Romania not just get smashed on Dust 2?
Yes, but
Am I missing something?
But they did also smash Germany the day before with even bigger numbers. So I don't know, maybe this is a kind of ordeal where they feel like the Sweden match was a bit of a whatever. That's not normality. That's something that they can kind of adjust for. But yeah, that's probably the more curious one out of the two, because it's not like Portugal had a bad experience on Dust 2 either. They beat Serbia 13-11. So they're going to be fine with this kind of a pick.
Yeah, a little interesting on that front. And then even the pick for Portugal, Romania have beat Sweden and Germany on Inferno. So
true.
Like, it's kind of curious. I think these maps can go either way because of that. It's a really weird veto for me because we've had weird series where it seems like a lot of teams are losing their map picks. And so you're like, okay, well, do you stick with that? Do you switch it up? It's hard to tell. So I almost don't know what to take away from this
Or
veto.
just pick a map you're not expected to win in the first place.
Yeah, that
maybe that's
also
the
works.
solution.
Yeah. No, like in this one, it just kind of feels like both teams have presented opportunities for their opponents to steal their map picks to a bigger degree than maybe what we've seen in the past. But yeah, like this is very much like Romania is not going to be mad about having to play Inferno, and by the same token, Portugal are not going to be upset by having to play Dust 2, and both of them clearly fine with playing Nuke as well. So it's a curious dynamic in that sense. None of them feel like they've won the veto, although I feel like that has been a little bit of a theme. There's only a very slight amount of teams that they've been able to pick certain maps where we say like that's a massive advantage going into the game. So yeah, I guess it kind of makes sense. These two teams have gotten here against all odds, so kind of tracks that they should be pretty evenly matched on the maps that we get in the finals.
I think the interesting thing for me here with Portugal is if they were on the other side of the bracket, I think they might have been in trouble. But I wonder if against some of these teams that try and play loose and aggressive, maybe they just do those little things that really annoy them. Maybe that's part of it. Like maybe they're just like not fighting you. And this Romania team, I think, if that were to happen, they could get frustrated. It wouldn't surprise me. We've seen Zello have to try and force it in the past. That's maybe the one way that I see that Portugal, if we're framing them as this team that try and eke out all those little edges, that's maybe the one aspect that can go their way here. Because, again, on paper, we keep picking against them, but clearly either we're missing something or they are just having all these little moments that are just frustrating their opponents, because they do seem to be making their opponents play worse. It's just a question of whether they're doing that or whether that's just happening by chance.
Drag down the level of your
level. Like, it seems like that's what's happening. That's the only way I can explain it.
Now you say it. There's something cooking there, guys. Even so, when I look at this grand final, Zello's the best player here.
Yeah.
Nexus is a more experienced team. They have more LAN experience, which is a factor in this sort of position. They've played better teams in playoffs and beaten them. I do find it very hard to give Portugal an advantage going into this final.
Where's your heart?
But also, I was supposed to say,
in the bin.
Do you feel like you've been in a similar situation when talking about both both Portugal and Romania, even just today?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. So I think what we're learning is that not a whole lot of stuff is making sense right now. But I completely agree. It feels like so many things should be in the favor of Romania. It's hard to see where Portugal are going to find an advantage, and apparently that's their strength. They find them.
Yeah, I still think Romania win this, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know anymore.
We don't know anymore here on the desk. Can Portugal again pull off the impossible in this grand final? Neokai, Paladin. Let's see what happens.
Welcome. We're looking forward towards this one. Two sides who maybe nobody even expected to be here find themselves with the chance of taking the lion's share of $240,000, which for both of these countries, but also kind of their representative organizations, Nexus and Rhino, this could mean everything heading in towards the 2025 season. This could be huge. 100 grand alone for first place. That can shoot you up, especially in the middle of the pack of tier 2. That could be like 15 ranks.
Both of these countries have had an incredible, story within World Counter-Strike.
Exactly.
Within the top levels. You think about Ime from Romania. You think about Saw from Portugal.
Yeah.
And now you have an opportunity to build on the legacy of those stories.
Exactly.
To carve a conversation about what they can do beyond just the best in the world. It's an opportunity for Romania and for Portugal to lift a LAN title in representation of their country. I'm so excited to kickstart this grand final between Romania and Portugal. Let's have a good one.
Yeah, the desk kind of were and ahhing about who is the favorite. For me, I'm all on Romania for a variety of reasons. First of all, kind of how close they were last year. I think, this is the exact same side. And it's about kind of continuing to push your way forward. And the other side is, just obviously a bit of bias, right? BTN is somebody that I've known quite well for quite a long time. Zello as well from last year. Both of these guys had the chance to hang out with, get to know, and I know they're mined for the game. So all support. Not my brother BTN, but we're looking forward to what is probably going to be a really, really good game of Counter-Strike. We've had 3 maps in every single series we've had on the stream, and that's not even just today. That's so far this tournament. And the expectation, this might be no different. Early present. Oh, with a big flank though, and there he is. Big man BTN in from behind. We'll get TMKJ, and he wants to stick around for a little bit more, but he doesn't have to fight here. This is the beautiful thing about it. They have pincered them in. 2 towards the site, 3 on the flank, and they're going in towards a meat grind. They're getting suffocated in, and Jolies are good for at least a couple from a drawn. That's massive. Down goes Rafa, up goes BTN. He opens and closes this round excellently.
Yeah, that's dominating in terms of the kills for Romania. Finding a way to split in through middle as soon as possible, taking the fight to Portugal. This is one thing that, you know, Portugal really liked on this map, and it's just a all-out aggression on the defense. But now, when the hit comes towards them, they find themselves completely confused and bamboozled. Of course, there was a stack on the bomb site for sure, but to have that extra added insurance of the flank as well made things look so damn easy for the CTs.
I love that pistol gamble because they actually pushed through second mid.
Yeah,
right? And they realize there's no presence here, so they have to be lurking, posturing for that B hit. Swing. Deagle can't do anything. Azello gets a bit of a freebie there, in all honesty, and there's no one even close to Rafa to trade him out. They want to fight at range, and this will always favor these rifles, and you can't shift walk away from Raga and the FAMAS. A flawless round. Just to add insult to injury, what a start for Romania. They are not pulling any punches here on Portugal's map pick.
Yeah, I mean, they want to claim this map as quickly as possible and move on to Dust 2, which has been a very kind map to them when you think about, you know, that alternate attacks victory where they just bodied them. And I really equate that to them just thinking that, okay, look, we've got so much confidence from what we saw there, and alternate attacks have looked great on that map in their own right as well, that maybe this is the pick for us. It's a risk for sure, but as we continue to see Inferno develop, I for right now, I feel pretty confident in Romania taking that.
Yeah, I'm with you. Well, of course, that previous round for Portugal, there was not much of a buy, so we can't even really say it was the end of the world type scenario. Gotta try and make this one in some way stick. EK's out, across the board, Bart. 1 Galil for Rafa. He was the one who brought the Deagle, in all fairness. That's why he has a Galil in this round, not an AK as well. But he also brings a little bit more of that utility. However, the worrying thing is that Portugal don't have a lot of utility. Already, you know, we've got a minute still left on the clock, and we're talking about them having a few smokes to work with, sure, but 2 flashes, no mollies, no HE, so they're not going to be able to really push people out of certain positions. It's going to make this just a little bit awkward. I saw a crossfire. 1 long, 1 short. And there's something that Portugal don't. A Molotov dropped in towards top mid.
And now 45 seconds. They've not cleared out anything. They know there's Brackett's presence, but they have got to know that there's also Banana presence. And a drone will get 2 on that MP9. It forces Portugal's hand back to this A bomb site. And that's where 3 players are available. And that's where a 4th player is also coming into this site. This should be a lock and key round for Portugal, for Romania rather.
Yeah.
And Portugal get that. They know that they have no avenues in. They have been just destroyed in this round, even with just 2 kills.
The only issue is, look at it. They're leaving Adron alone here.
No, they're saving.
Yeah, they're going for it. Yeah, they are. They're falling back. I mean, I don't know what this play at the end here is for Rafa, because
you want to keep 3 alive. Genuinely.
Yeah, exactly. 3 alive means you can at least sort of buy around this, but the only thing I was worrying about is if they actually made that quick reverse back, Adron was in a bit of trouble. He's alone there with like 11 points of HP, but even at the end, I'm a bit perplexed as to what Rafa's even doing. Why, 9 seconds? Where's he actually trying to go? Unless it was looking for the AK upgrade, but I don't know. That felt very weird.
But then you're getting greedy, right?
Exactly.
Either way, in that situation, I'm tucking tail and following my teammates.
Yeah, we're into the 4th round of this game, and still only got 1 kill so far across all 5 players for Portugal. Literally nobody stepped up yet.
I mean, these CT setups look very solid. They look very... They're playing like favorites right now, Romania.
Yes.
And I admire that about them, that they're playing to really stamp down on Portugal. And, you know, Portugal have had their own fair share of tough situations throughout this tournament. And now they're looking to claw it back, and that's a great way to start things off, but Jakarta, cracking headshot to silence Portugal initially.
He's lightning fast, Jakarta. Like we said, when he played at Pro League with Para, he had a really nice couple of moments. Over on the B stream, I got to catch him a couple of times, and a bit of a joy to watch when he gets going. 4 versus 4. And of course, we still do have some level of a buy around what was saved, but you've got Mac-10s. It does make you feel a little bit uncomfortable. BTN delivering so well as Snappy falls. That IGL battle's only been going one way, and Raga and BTN want a little bit of a taste of more. Raga does well, but over faces from both BTN and Raga give this 2v2 a chance. There's no Peach. And Rafa with that bomb down. Give the best opportunity for Portugal to get around on the board that we've had so far in the start of this map. Re-smoking towards CT. That'll limit where they can go. Pop flash in, but actually does more damage towards Zello and Jakarta than anyone else. And they're already starting to chip away at this clock. They do have a kit. They have a flash, they have a smoke, but they've got to fight. And they've got to utilize this smoke pretty effectively as well. Going to be on towards the bomb. So it's all about what Rafa can do. No, Peach, he will get one of his own. Tap on towards the bomb. He has the kit now as well. Zella might just try and stick this. He might just stick this, but no Peach. Knows his lineups, his angles. And he will get an important kill. Portugal, thankfully, get that round.
You know, we talk about the win conditions for Portugal, and we were always, you know, denying them that success and saying, you know, maybe just the team that they played was just not good enough on the day.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I think what the Des touched upon is just how they do the little things, and the little thing there is just playing that post plant and believing in the crossfire for as much as possible. Having a player coming through and staying on the site, giving enough information to the player on banana, and they just get it over the line. And now you've immediately put pressure onto Romania to respond, to give them they have to give a little bit more respect now, these CTs.
It's true. I know they can't just kind of play this super simplistic, raw, puggy style. It might just work. Bit of damage dealt towards those top banana players.
Well, Portugal
really
now at this
quiet.
point, yeah.
Portugal actually haven't got any information about either setups. That's the thing that worries me a little bit. Are they going to come down? That'll stop them wrapping in towards short quickly.
Neither do Romania, genuinely. They've smoked off Halfwall multiple times. They have car control. But now Portugal start to give a little bit of info and say that they have brackets. They're not making it any secret. 45 seconds left here, and Romania will send in a third rotation. And I think that Romania are also considering if they want to gamble a fourth. I wouldn't mind it. Once this half-wall smoke clears, they'll have an inkling.
This is aggressive, but I like it. But Chicago gets caught on the overextension. Or needs to go huge. Oh, it's a big shot on that scope as well. Zello has no right to get away with a second kill. Maybe not even the first, if he's kept alive. And the chance, he's brewing. He opts for the AK-47. 3 versus 2 numbers advantage. And a whiff spray from Crazy surely gives the advantage back over. Zello trying to pressure, and he has put up an absolutely ridiculous round there. And he gets the AWP as the cherry on top to once again push forth in towards the next. Zello, what a player.
Mobile turret from Zello, swinging between so many different angles, and it's only given a mere minutia to connect, and everything lands for Zello. Highest rated player in the tournament, and continuing to show that much dominance here for Romania. Obviously, there's so many things to be excited about this team, but of course when Zello is reaching these highs that we knew he was capable of, it just makes it that much more exciting.
Absolutely. I mean, we kind of even spoke about it in that third place playoff where we were saying, Kindo, incredible game, beautiful series, best player on the server, second best player at the tournament, second best AWPer at the tournament. Because you just can't discount Zello. That's just how good he is. What a player. And you kind of fancy him on any sort of a jiggle peek here. I think Crazy is a little bit insane to try and test this. It's a bot flash over, he gets forced off the angle. And they do need to be a little careful here, Romania, just because he's isolated. And it's Tech 9s, Mac 10s on the other side, bar TMKJ with a hero AK. Those Tech 9s can get up in his face. And again, shotgun AWPing, you still kind of favor him.
Yeah, I mean, literally the round previous, right? So we'll see what he can get done on that B bomb site, but they're not going towards him. They've got Snappy that has made his way into brackets, and he wants to go charging in to split into this A bomb site. But again, Romania still have that 3-player setup. They still have that kind of manpower to shut things down. And I don't know what inkling Portugal have here to suggest the rotation, but they're going to swing back towards the B bomb site.
That's a beautiful molly here from BTN. The timing is excellent, but he gets flashed off the corner. And he gets caught on a different corner to make matters even worse. They're going for a B split, and they're going to go late. There's still 2 players over towards B, and we know what Zilla's got up his sleeve. You don't want to discount him. Adron's also probably got to get bare minimum 2 if they want to give this a chance. He has all of these steps. Pop flash is brilliant, and he gets a bit of damage, but it's not going to be enough. They want to try and fight. He can't quite flick. That's the sight, and probably the round 2. In a 2 versus 4, I mean, they might give this a go, but they really don't have a lot of chances here. They get gifted over the first, so that at the very least is something to work with. At range, they've got a new box player now known about. Molotov comes down, but Chicago gets out in front of this. So maybe a chance. The tentative play here as TMKJ has the orb and his head ripped off his shoulders, 6 feet under. Chicago thrust into a 1 versus 2 with a tag on towards No Peach, but it's Crazy who delivers an all-important kill to deny.
Just great tethering there from Portugal. As soon as a little bit of information is given, they hold on to it with both hands and make sure that no matter what happens, there is a trade available. TMKJ has got that AWP and yet still doesn't commit to a repeat. It's enough to get the job done, and Portugal get themselves their second, snap the economy of Romania, and very similarly to their previous bracket games, just live.
Unfortunately, I mean, expectations for us are pretty tempered. I mean, there's no buy, right? We're not expecting really anything from Romania. A consolation kill or 2 would be nice, but it does feel quite unlikely. A nade, Crazy, No Peach, very simple stuff as well. It's clear out Boiler. PTN might be able to get potentially one, but his backpack spotted. And that really feels like it'll be it. They're isolated, it's quite easy fights, and of course it is a low buy, so we don't read into it too heavily. But what we do read into is actually this little bit of recovery. Throughout the last 4 rounds in Portugal, it may have been a shaky start, but they've responded well.
And they always do. That's what we've kind of known and figured out about Portugal as this bracket has gone on. And one thing you have to credit both of these teams is just, again, the tenacity that they've shown, the resilience that they've shown. They've both had tough brackets in different senses, and they've both risen to the occasion. And you've got to give credit to both of the IGLs, BTN and Snappy, again, for different reasons.
Oh, Snappy. Speaking of, he should have got that kill. The fact that he doesn't, actually a bit of a whiff. I mean, Adron's fallen away, avoiding a flame, and also backtracking. He never really should win out that duel. Smoke down, aptly timed. That'll just force Portugal to pump the brakes. But it feels like they want to be heading in that direction of A anyway. 3 players here, and the one with the bomb is also in this direction on the back of No Peach. But they don't have to commit. 1 minute 10, we've got so much time for Portugal to try and figure out what they want to do. And they might even just leave TMKJ here to see if anybody overextends.
Yeah, you don't mind parking him there at all. Car control at this point in the round is so valuable. And they're just going to keep recycling smokes. And if the round gets late enough and they commit to A, you've got that late rotation cutoff point as well. So it's a power position for sure. 45 seconds now. And it doesn't even look like they're going to tech tail. It looks like they're going to commit even after making said noise.
Yeah. And they just re-smoke.
Gray screen.
Yeah, they're going to have to go through this. They don't really have the util to go through this either. They got a molly and they got a flash, right? It's going to make things very, very awkward. The flash does pretty damn well. But the flames aren't causing too much of a problem as BTN finds both. And he looks for a triple behind it, which he delivers. Talk about leading by example. BTN with a bountiful round for him to find Romania's 5th.
Yeah, that's beautiful work there from Romania. Chaining those smokes again and again and making sure that if Portugal want to go through that, they're either going to have to break it open or they're going to have to go full gray screen. And they go for that latter option and suffer the consequences. Great protocols there from Romania to have a player come through that CT smoke and also have the site player fight forward instead of behind in the back lines in kind of like new box or emo.
Yeah, yeah. Well, actually quite a tough time out for Portugal too, because they've got to discuss the ramifications of potentially losing this, right? Because if they die, they get broken, and it probably means that Romania even get to sort of bare minimum 7 rounds. CT side Inferno, on Inferno, which is a map in which last time I checked was like 52% CT side, so a pretty even map, generally speaking. It's a big positive for Romania to start well and finish well. It's exactly the way you want to be going about the first half of your opponent's map pick. Orbs up both ways. But while Rafa, you know, he has his moments. Zello is just lights out. And he has been so far this map, 7-3. Credit to him, it's the new boy of Adron. He's also put up a lot of good numbers.
Yeah, I've been really impressed by him throughout this tournament. Called upon very quickly and has stepped up to the plate. And now looking to claim his first LAN trophy. Very long road to get there, but it's closer than ever before. Portugal now claim brackets yet again. It's been a portion of the map that Romania haven't really opted in to reclaim. But even still, they're still finding ways to win. And now when they finally do, Rafa's there to punish.
Snappy once again in a very far forward position. Up towards B, but still behind that smoke. But even with the numbers now, this does change things. We need to see somebody get proactive towards Romania. I don't think they can really afford to just sit back and hope the fights come to them. Re-smoke going to come forward. Snappy creeps forward through it, but then he actually pulls off the angle. Gets a bit of a tag on a fadeaway towards the draw. But his TMKJ gets incredibly fortunate as that spam connects. Adron was repositioned, and that'll cost him. This is another potentially costly move as Crazy overextends, and BTN delivers, but they were setting up for that B split, and oh, they just got the B site itself.
Yeah, I do like that safety in case things do go wrong and there is a side anchor or a player in CT, there would be a split that's available for Portugal. But luckily, a drone falls to the hands of TMKJ, and they simplify that concept very easily. Portugal find themselves their fourth, and they showcase that they found a little bit of a hole in Romania, and that's that. It's a susceptibility of Archside.
Yeah.
And that banana collapse as well.
Absolutely. Good work from Portugal again, though. Great response, and not only a response, but an emphatic one, right? Only the one casualty. It's a really, really solid round, all things considered. I mean, a little bit of fortune for TMKJ's kill, but you take them all the same. And sometimes, fortune's part of the game, really. You have to be completely bluntly honest. Not something you can factor in, not something you can prepare for, but you got to understand that it will happen. John just gets caught on that reposition. Interesting call to be made here on what buy we actually get out, if any. And they are going to go for that force. And for the most part, it's fine. It's just Chicardo who takes the real brunt of it with just an MP9.
And listen, SMGs on this map feel like rifles in a lot of positions. I mean, so many close range spots that you can make work. And if you got the long lines covered from Zello, you should be good. Late ult mid peak here from him. And definitely falls away knowing that he could really be a dead man if he went and stayed for a little bit longer.
Yeah, that's definitely a bit of conditioning, knowing that if they don't peek mid early, they're not going to peek mid at all. So then maybe I can have a look into a second mid, see if anyone's creeping up on me. And he does it without any support, and he still gets away with it. Granted, no kills, but no information. But in the same vein, maybe the lack of information is hence why we see a 3B stack early. But as they start to move it towards Banana, they're going to realize there's not a lot here. Zello takes a pop shot, gets tagged, gets out. And it will be Adron who gets an incredibly important one. And now they're starting to pounce on towards Banana. And Portugal got to realize that there's the potential that they've lost all Banana control. They actually even could be getting split and caught in via mid. They've got to be really careful of this.
I don't think they're aware of it because now they are taking way too long to commit to this A site. You've got a player already dedicated to a potential rotation and a fourth player that's on standby.
Yeah.
Here comes in the little bits and bobs of utility, but this is going to be a tough crossfire to break.
Absolutely. BTN touches his head, but Zello for the first. And the second with a no-scope as well. BTN will support his star AWPer, as Chicardo cleans up the mess for a flawless Romanian 6th. What can you even say? I'm running out of words to talk about Zello. Just the confidence, the audacity, and the consistency with some of these shots.
Yeah, that no-scope headshot is insane. I mean, thinking that you're going to hit that shot in the first place is like
just the balls
crazy.
to do it.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, the best part about that for Romania is even if he misses that headshot, I think that's still around for Romania every day.
Yeah, BTN's
still,
there.
Yeah, you've still got a pit player as well.
Yeah.
So, I mean, as far as things go, Romania reading this defense, or sorry, the offense of Portugal very well.
Yeah, you're absolutely spot on. They're reading them like a book. It's a complete mismatch right now in terms of, you know, this calling game. And we spoke about this comparison of IGLs and sort of snappy versus BTM. It is one-way traffic so far, but diving Deagles find one onto Raga. Zello did move over to pick up utility, then didn't. Chicano gets one through the smoke, but the bomb will go down here. So already, this does feel like it has a little bit of legs behind it for Portugal. The only issue is just how low TMKJ is, and the fact that he only has a Deagle.
Yeah, that one entry has done a lot of good work for Portugal, and now they've got to hold on in the post. It's been a really good selling point for this team across this tournament. Now they've got to do it one step further. Watch for this lane player pushing forward. TMKJ will find two on the Deagle. It's all TMKJ, and sure that nade lands, but time is ticking. They've got to speed things up here, and there's still a player on site to deal with. Rafa, the thorn in the side, and Rafa steps up. Every post plant seemingly going the T-side's way.
Yeah, honestly, I really like the adjustment, and again, you know, kind of said the call from Snappy, a quicker play. Let's just pounce in towards mid, because the thing is as well for Portugal, in the conditioning they've been setting for Romania, they've actually been getting top mid control uncontested basically every round. They've always been getting there. It's just
they paused a lot.
Yeah, they just struggle to then move forward from there, right? That's always the issue. But this time they're like, let's just go quick. We're not actually getting test skin. No one's fighting us in towards top mid. So let's just continue going. And even if we have to go in towards a flame, we can get a fight on our hands. And they do. And then Team KJ gets a couple more behind it, despite being on 4 points of HP. Credit to him. We highlighted that guy yesterday as well. He had a real nice couple of moments. Hot flash is excellent. Zello, no chance in that one. And neither for Chicano as he gets caught by Crazy.
You know, TMKJ was the reason why they even came back against Kazakhstan in general, right? They had this impact on impact round on Vertigo. And now you've just kept your head above water long enough for players that we were hoping to step up to start stepping up in Crazy and Rafa.
Well, in this final round, Raga's left all alone in a 1 versus 5. Unlikely, to say the least. And they're not even going to go towards a site, unfortunately, either. They're going to do their due diligence and play it methodically, but you really feel like they don't actually have to be perfectly honest. And they don't. No Peach whizzes past his teammate's head as he deletes Raga. Nice shot. And honestly, a really nice recovery from Portugal, too.
I've got to say, I think this I'm seeing the best level of both of these teams right now.
Yeah.
I'm seeing fantastic reading from BTN, but I'm also seeing very good adaptability from Snappy on the other end. So it makes me excited for this series as a whole. I don't think that there's going to be a favored team on either which map at this point with what I'm seeing in terms of the level. It's everything that I could ask for. It's not what I was expecting if you talked to me before we started this tournament. But I'm very pleased with what I'm seeing from both of these squads.
Yeah, I've got to agree. So, big pistol round here. Especially being that we're tied completely even. Zello tries to catch one on the cross. No, Peach gets a good amount of information as he just jumps across second mid. Doesn't need to fight. Doesn't need to stick around. Just get that information, fall back and support. Zello takes a preemptive tap in towards Boiler in case of a swing. But it never came.
Now advanced positioning trying to be found here by Romania, and of course it's Zello to open things up, and before he falls he finds the second, but Rafa, the snake in the grass, trigger discipline, can he find multiple? He sees the bomb planter and he nails the second as well. Would have loved the third, but now he makes this round possible for Portugal into this 2v2.
That's a really bad oversight. Nobody clearing over towards balcony. Might actually end up costing them as Crazy has put it into a 2 versus 1 in favor of Portugal. Raga got to roll back the years. He's running low on ammo, but he might just have a chance. He's trying to reposition because he knows he needs to reload. He can't afford to be caught off guard without ammo. Raga, 1 versus 2, and he steps up. Not always called up to bat, but when he does, it's a home run.
Well, let's not forget how he iced out alternate attacks, right? It was his 1v2 to close out a dominating Dust 2, and now giving a slight edge to Romania despite the hiccup of not clearing Balk.
Yeah.
Commiserations there to Rafa for making that possible, but Raga just a little bit better there in the clutch.
I think more than anything, though, that really does feel like a sigh of relief because of that oversight.
Yeah.
If you lose that round, it's just so tilting, thinking, we lost because of one thing like that. They spotted the Estrada stack. They should just run towards B here, because they spotted 3 of them.
Yeah, I don't want overextensions here if I'm Romania. There's no need to, genuinely. And now BTN will still get flashed in. He hears a lot of dropping bodies there, jumping around, and he may even consider getting flashed through that smoke, but instead he'll play it smartly. He'll wait for it to dissipate and should be able to take contact. They've got Molotovs as well if they want to flush these players out.
I'm baffled we're still sticking around for the fight
No
here.
half-wall control by this moment is insane.
Oh my god, there's 3 people around this corner. BTN is in trouble, and he's dead. And more could follow. Thankfully, Raga gets yet another 2-piece, and Chicago and Adron added a lot of cash to the bank. So all in all, it was a fine round in the end, but it had the potential of being incredibly scary.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have wanted that to become a complete committal there from Romania, but it works out. A slim margin of a lead now for Romania as the guns come out for Portugal, and Rafa, he's going to continue that trend, Neil. Glass cannon AWP.
Well. Rafa. Good shot, good find. Glass cannon, and he makes it sing loud. And it may be feeble in terms of the defense, but the offense hits like a tank. Nice shot from him. Adron's got the bomb on his back. He needs to be a little careful. Swinging a find. Zello. Down he goes. 5 versus 3. Back against the wall, but an uncharacteristic miss for both shots. He should get punished, but he's still alive. And he's still hitting some pretty corker shots there. Crazy not cleared. And that'll be the round. Chicago, surely no chance. 1 versus 4 would require a massive overface, and Portugal won't give it up.
Instant impact there from Rafa on that AWP. Huge risk to go glass cannon. 1 shot and you're dead, but somehow, even with those misses, he reorients to find himself another frag before falling. And it's just so important to make sure that they shut down that A play.
Well, unfortunately, for Romania, investment's not exactly looking favourable. Triple AK-47, Mac 10 and a Tech 9. Bit of Uto, sure, but a close shot by Rafa. He actually gets really unfortunate there. It felt like he shot perfectly on, but he must have just missed. We're getting close with those wall bangs as well. And BTN is relentless in terms of these opening duels. He is single-handedly creating so much space for the IGL.
He realizes how valuable it can be to have it that early on in the round and to put pressure on those B players to either retake Banana or be careful about it. And as soon as they show that much presence, they walk and slink their way up into this A site. How aware are Portugal that they could be in for an A execute this quickly?
Flashbang, banks over, but it won't affect Rafa, and no Peach able to find one of his own. Oh, Rafa again, yet 1 more kill. This crossfire is so good. And it's completely nullified the offense. Chicago avoids the nade, but he's not going to avoid the outcome of this round. It's looking like it might even be flawless.
We sing Zello's praises repeatedly throughout this tournament, but right now, it's the Rafa show. Significant impact on that A bomb side, multi-kill after multi-kill, and it is really causing some concern for Romania because they cannot break through this crossfire because of that.
It's true. They just cannot seem to whittle it down. This is very interesting indeed. The spot that we find ourselves in, if you look at it, maybe zoom it out in a bit more of a macro sense and just look at specifically gun rounds, Portugal have won a hell of a lot more than Romania.
Yeah, for sure. That economic advantage can only take you so far. You've got to prove it when the economy is solid for both squads. And unfortunately for Romania, it won't be in this one. They cannot prove that just yet.
Well, it goes eerily quiet. Of course, Romania, it's just pistols here. And barely even upgraded ones at that. Expectations feel relatively tempered. Nade could do a hell of a lot. Oh my god, does it. Over 100 damage there across 2 players. A second behind it will confirm the kill on towards Zello. It's down he goes. Rafa gets bailed out by Crazy. Be careful of the flank. There's a quick flick and a quick find towards the drawn. One does cross, but Crazy there to make sure that nothing is a problem. Only the one casualty. Portugal take the lead for the first time this game.
Yeah. Better late than never. And again, it reeks of what happened against Kazakhstan, right? I mean, they struggle to keep pace with them for so long. And then they just get that 1 inch. Somebody has a great play. It fires up the team. It gives them just a little bit of energy to get it over the line. And then they start stringing things together. They start to get a little bit more confident in their setups.
Yeah. You know, we've been singing the praises of Rafa, but a bit of an unsung hero, Crazy.
Yeah.
He's actually got a better KD than them.
Yeah.
17-9 so far.
Not dying as much. I
Yeah.
mean, valuing his life in a very significant position of pit as well.
And you know what? This is exactly what Crazy did in the qualifiers for Portugal and why they were so scary coming through. He was really, really good. You know, for me, I mentioned on day one when we got to catch these guys, saying he was the one I was looking towards, just because some of the maps he had in the qualifiers were ridiculous. The impact, we're seeing a lot of it here once again. Molly and a nade. A big find to open things up on towards the drawn. But Zello's still ever present. You cannot overlook this guy. Individually, he can be the difference maker. Jakarta tries to go for a timing peek as the smoke plumes, but falls away from the idea. Zello going to get caught isolated towards short. And Ragger's making a move, and he has a lot of information. He might even be able to set up a wrap towards B if they wanted.
Yeah, he has that opportunity for sure, and TMKJ's really got to have his wits about him. He's holding the smoke, thinking that maybe somebody's going to come through gray screen, completely unaware of this opening that's in the defense. And with Raga getting that kill, this B bomb site is open for business, and now all of a sudden, Romania are favored in the post.
Yeah, especially considering this man's here. Oh, and he misses the shot on towards No Peach. In a weird way for Jakarta. Maybe even staying alive in towards under would have been the play. Snappy goes above that smoke, now goes through it as well. Will he clear? Close right. Yes, he does. It's so shaky and he gets such an important kill. They know where the last guy is. And No Peach can even hold 4 rotations. He's got to get a kill and he does.
Wow.
Oh my god. Snappy does so well. Just the one kill makes all the difference.
And the idea to push ahead and suggest that he's the only player coming from CT, considering No Peach was spotted in top mid, maybe he's coming back through Banana. Maybe that flank is coming in late. And as soon as that swing comes through, he gets absolutely totaled by No Peach.
Yeah.
Just brilliant round there. Snappy has 3 kills right now, but that 1 kill could just save the entire map altogether.
Yeah, that 1 kill alone could be the equivalent of 10. Just put Portugal into double digits. 2 rounds ahead of Romania now on their map pick. Really good to see. Out of control. It's tentative in all fairness from Romania. Just a little worried about the potential util set that can come forward. There's the nade. Let's do a bit of damage, but not incredibly worrisome. We're going to see an early rotation coming through from Rafa. He's going to very early in this round go and support and bolster up this B site.
Unfortunately, right now for Romania, I'm seeing the same strategy being run in terms of the default. They take early card control, they try to burst through this A brackets as soon as possible right after. But 2-3 rounds in a row now where Portugal have found the answer. What is the solution? How do you adapt now if you're BTN? If your initial game plan, if your initial anti-stratting has not worked?
It's very true. I think the unfortunate thing for Romania is that default and the game plan in that previous round is brilliant all up until the post plan. Where it's just it's a little bit of an oversight, a little bit of an overface, and maybe sort of should have been treating those smokes as if they weren't there. They treat them as they were walls and let people walk through. No, Peach has the opportunity, spots one, and the second, but it'll be at the cost of his life. So an information gather, sure, but now they get to suffocate these 2 B players, wrap in towards them, and they all can't afford to miss. It may have been later, but John will get that kill. He gets a dink on towards the second, so TMKJ got to do it all. He's out of ammo to make matters even worse. Round should be won here. It's a 2 versus 3 and an incredibly difficult retake. I don't even think Portugal will give this a go.
Yeah, you gotta save 100%. You've got plenty of cash. Let's not let this game spiral out of control due to economics.
Yeah.
Romania, though, rinsing and repeating and believing in that call, as you said, it was a brilliant situation. It was how they applied themselves in the post. This time, they make sure that there's a second player coming in through CT, as well as a full focus on Banana, making sure that the side anchors are having their attention pulled each way.
Snappy might, unironically, get a chance at a kill here.
Oh.
No, he doesn't. He gets hunted. I like the call to hunt, actually, because while there's still plenty of money over towards Portugal, and actually for, well, in Snappy's case, quite a few rounds. He had like 11k coming towards this one. It's just about putting some sort of thorn in the side of this Portuguese side who've I felt like, for the most part, in the gun rounds, that they've been sort of pulling away. So Romania keeping this game close. We just haven't seen enough consistency on the gun rounds and the full buy specifically, but no time like the present. Zello back in towards that AWP. He's at AWPing. He can be incredibly difficult to play against because of his pace.
Love the adaptability here from Portugal, as they say, we don't want to lose car early this time around. They'll fight for Banana. They'll plant TMKJ down close. BTN doesn't want to give that space for free, so they'll try to nade it open and spam down range, but the damage is already done. They're going to have to take a whole lot more time if they want to clear out bottom B.
Spam. Doesn't connect, but the nade will. On towards Ramp and a jump. Gonna take the bulk of it. Unfortunate for him, last 3 rounds, he's been the only one taking neutral damage in the early round. So always starting them off at like 60 or 50 points of HP. Zello also takes a bit of damage himself, but doesn't really matter on the AWP. We're under the minute mark. Romania still seem a little indecisive.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they would love to do a B split again, especially considering Raga's still alive. But now you're starting to feel like Rafa is aware of this possibility. He's dancing between Library and CT. And it's not going to matter. They're going to speed things up here. Nade up within the smoke. BTN finds an entry and so does a drone. That simplifies a whole lot of this round. And now all of a sudden, you can even have Raga as that late lurk to punish the save.
Well, Raga does exactly that. No P's going to get caught. And the remaining 2 might actually be in a problematic spot as well. It kind of feels like you may as well send them in. I know they don't have loads of money, but any kills are good kills. And we'll have a real knock-on effect towards the buy in the next coming rounds. Maybe not exactly the next one to follow, but the one after that. Raga eventually will fall. And there is an AK then scooped up, so in itself is a bit of a silver lining.
Spot's a little bit of a head there for BTN. And BTN will take out his teammate in Rafa as well. They know exactly where Crazy is, and as an arm is spotting, oh, just one bullet needs to get landed. Crazy tucks in the other way. Oh, that would have been lovely to have if you're the captain, but either way, round 1, and a lot of rebuys asked to come through.
And Portugal gonna call for a timeout, and the coach gonna get on the mic. 2 in a row from Romania is good. These are 2 solid gun rounds, rounds that are replicable, rounds that give us a lot to work with, but it's still a tied game, still anybody's game here in map number 1. It's just looking at that buy for Portugal, which worries you. You got Rafa in towards the AWP, an AK save for Crazy, and then it very quickly drops off. MP9, Deagle, and Snappy just on the USPS for the moment. It's still technically though a half buy because we've got money left over in reserves to buy in towards the next.
Yeah, absolutely, and we've seen what kind of impact Rafa can have on this sniper. He's gonna nade open the smoke. He doesn't know a player crosses to the left, but he won't get punished either way. So I'll back off and reset. But that opening play doesn't net them that opening 5v4. They do get some significant damage on Azello though, and that will, although it's not confirmed, be something that they can hang their hat on.
Yeah, and it might actually end up being very helpful later down the line. Still, the default, top car control taken. We're going to have to commit here because we've still got 2 players over towards A who are having a little poke and a prod. I think you basically just want to try and avoid the AWP. Being that of Rafa. He's had a really nice stalwart couple of moments, but at the same time, so is Crazy. and both of which are playing over towards A.
And it looks like Romania want to go at them, want to go straight at these blooming stars. And no rotation coming through. That third player leaving the A bomb site and forcing these guys to step up where it counts.
Well, Rafa, he steps up where it counts. BTN delivers. Crossfire is so strong. And it's given all the kills over. All the kills for Crazy. And Zella, who got tagged up so much in the early part of the round, has no choice but to save. And they might even know where he is as well. They might have even heard him step in towards apartments. So it's if he can save. I think he might have just slipped the net. But well played. The two premium guns in this round go massive, right? And Crazy and Rafa once again help Portugal extend that lead. It's always been those two.
It's basically a 2v5 with no util to stall, and it's just you've got to stand and deliver. You've got no other choice. Rafa hits every shot needed, and Crazy is right there to make sure that all the attention that he's drawing doesn't go to waste. And look at the performance from both of them. 21 kills, 19 kills respectively between the two of them. And they have just kind of pulled Portugal into this game.
Oh, well. Back into the buys. Both ways, and long-term fun's a little bit more feasible over towards Portugal. They got just a tad more in that back pocket, saving for a rainy day. But it's all sunshine at the moment at 11 to 10. Raga gets silent boosted in towards apartments. And he'll start making his way forward. It's a pretty healthy nade though, just as Zella's starting to cross. He started off last round at 12 points of HP, started like this one at 55 before even seeing anybody. And it doesn't help these glass cannon.
Yeah, that's a good point. Glass cannon when he's got 2,300 in the bank. Might have forgotten, genuinely. But we'll see if that comes back to haunt him.
Yeah, it feels like an interesting decision. Even like just going for like half. Smoke over towards long. Lurk smoke for them. Want to try and fight. The spam in the corner's not bad. Bit of a move that comes through, and Raga delivers incredibly well. So TMKJ, he gets dropped. We don't need to commit here, but time's starting to tick. 40 seconds on the clock. We're doubling back towards B. Rafa wants to fight, and Rafa will deliver. There's that first domino that falls. He sticks around to get that full house. Can't hit the second, though, and that'll leave that B-side barren. This should be Romania finding 11th here, and Jakarta on the lurk delivers one of his own. He's just a nuisance, but a nuisance at the thorn in the side to keep Portugal drawn towards A.
Even though Crazy finds that kill, it's round over. It's a high-risk play from Rafa. If he gets another kill, maybe he ices out Romania, but I would play the percentages there and try to back to the site and see if I can get a couple more shots off. But unfortunately, in the heat of the moment, Romania capitalize, and we go even Stevens at 11. All 24 rounds needed here in this opening map in this grand final.
Wow.
And neither team really yelling all too much just yet. You can feel the tension here. You can cut it with a knife.
Yeah, a lot of conversation there from Snappy. He's getting loud once again.
As usual.
Yeah. We saw this happen. I mean, remember what we saw against Mongolia, right? On this map. When things were a little testy, they needed a hero. And Snappy stepped up to the plate then. They need him and some. Right now, 3-13. Numbers-wise, it's been lackluster, but I mean, you give them the credits due. The calling's actually been quite excellent in a lot of the gun rounds.
Yeah, I mean, the T side has looked splendid. They adapted well. The CT side has looked formidable as well. Having to deal with how pacey BTN has been wanting to call in some of these rounds is very important. And these initial nades also soften up for Snappy, and he'll go to town here. Is it another individual brilliant moment from him? And yes, it will. A double through the smoke. Blink and you miss it, Romania in the 3v5.
We called upon him, and he heard.
Ask and you shall receive.
There he is. Both without even seeing anybody, but instincts alone, give him two. Not the start that Romania wanted. And with 1 minute 15, BTN at half HP, going to try and call this side of Romania back in towards a spot of success. And the good news is there's money left over in reserves as a just in case, but they don't want that. They don't want to be playing for overtime.
No, not at all. And at this point, Romania don't find that necessary kill from Zello, specifically the Molotov, a little off the mark into Cubby.
Yeah.
And with that, I think they're just considering a possible save, unless Crazy gives up his body, and he absolutely will. Now it's a foot race back into this A side to make sure that all's well. Rafa will make it back, and so does No Peach. Do Romania want to consider it and have a go at this?
Yeah, it's a wild decision there from Crazy. It feels, I don't know, not to even go for that. Rafa, he's had so many moments so far in this map, especially the CT side, but there's No Peach up close. He's got to do something, and he misses. So Zello punishes, hits that shot, and Bomb will go down. Advantage, sure, the nade does so much, but not enough. And a re-smoke replenishing towards Moto. Pushes into a very tough 2 versus 2 as Portugal going for the full wrap over towards short. Zello is low. So a lot of owners on Jakarta out here, but no kit for Portugal makes it incredibly dicey. The lack of util going to hurt as well. Oh Zello no scope. It is the easiest thing to predict because he's had about 5 of them. But he does it once again.
3v4, Neo. 3v4 in which the CTs have gotten all of the map covered. Crazy's had an incredible map, yes, but sometimes it pays to just play back.
Yeah.
You've got to put the onus on Romania to make a play, and they were genuinely considering the safe or even a clear out of Banana, which would have been their incorrect decision. Force them to make the play.
Yeah, you hate to say it, and you know, it's a really kind of mean thing to say, but that round is completely on Crazy's shoulders. He throws it in every single way. There's no need to peek. There's no need to go for information. You've got a numbers advantage, and you've got top car smoked, and you've got a mid smoked as well. There's no need to peek there. Even if he was playing just quite simply over towards Balk and jiggle peeking, it's 10 times stronger.
Yeah, and he was alone
and
as
time
well,
was
right?
ticking too. It was like, we were sub a minute. We're at about 45 seconds. The
And he had
pressure was
3
on.
stack on B, right? So
Yeah.
even after that, you could see how much they have to hustle back in
Yeah.
to claim that A side. And yes, they got there in time, but you would have liked to have a little bit more presence to, you know, maybe use them util late. There's so many what ifs, but
yeah,
we'll have to see if Portugal can right their wrongs and take this to overtime, because Romania are knocking on the door of stealing away this map pick.
Yeah, look at the buy as well. Double M4, double MP9, Deagle coming through for TMKJ, and utility is lackluster to say the least. I mean, for the rest of this round, we've got 1 smoke, 1 flash, 1 molly. So best of luck in that sense. Smoke out towards Long, and Zello wants to be that first point of contact, but BTN delivers. Crazy needs 2, and he can't get it. No Peach might be able to keep them in this fight, but a 2 versus 3, numbers favouring Romania as it's starting to now pounce. Cold zero blocks, cleared ineffectively as No Peach gets both, and a 1 versus 1. Zello, the hero, time and time again this time, misses, tagged. Molly down towards short as well. Zello is barely alive, a reposition, and he can't even go for the safe plant over towards short. But the bomb on his back, and he might be walking straight into the trap. Snappy might have read him like a book. He tucks his head in towards Cubby. It's a waiting game. It's 4D chess in real time, and Snappy's double back. Zello doesn't realize it, but maybe even him getting lost in the smoke might have helped him in this situation. But he still isn't committing yet. So Snappy falls back towards B. When does Zello make the decision to commit towards A? He doesn't realize that he has got so much time on his side. The longer he waits, the worse it gets. Now he will. Smoke towards Long. Bomb down as a short molly comes through, and this gives him all the time to position. I mean, think about the amount of angles that Snappy now has to clear. The one thing he's got going for him is the belt of utility. Smoke, molly, flash, no kit. And Zello, with him being low, wants to fight. He wants to play inside this smoke! But it's such a poor decision. It really feels like it wasn't necessary. In the same vein for Crazy, did we need to fight?
Who else would Snappy, Neil? Who
I know,
else
again,
would Snappy to find the impact play? He had 2 kills at one point. Impact on impact from him. And No Peach with the double on the MP9. I felt like he had half a mag in that situation.
Yeah.
And finds so much to make that clutch possible.
It was Jakarta who was the first one who swung around that corner.
Who got dinked behind, right?
Exactly. And he stopped shooting because his teammate swings in front of him. And he doesn't want to go for his teammate, so then he just kills both of them. It's such a
That's brutal, man.
small little misplay. And it really does end up hurting them quite a lot. But again, Snappy, we don't talk about numbers here, but just raw impact. The kills he has got have been so important. The double in towards Banana just a couple of rounds ago, that 1v1 there, kept Portugal in this one. That's a heartbreaking way to lose a round there for Romania.
And we need extra innings. Dueling early through that Molotov.
Of course, it's
Snappy gets, again, a huge hit onto Zello. But he doesn't complete the kill. And there's still time for Zello to have his level of impact. Hasn't been the superstar of note here on Inferno. Still has had impact. But now would be that time. Now would be that time to just sucker punch their way to go 1-0 up in the series.
Yeah, I mean, a 2 HP Zello is still one of the scariest players at this tournament. I mean, it's as simple as that. This is a guy who still has immense amounts of impact, but he gets a flash. Now he's down to 1 point of HP. One more flash. You know you want to. I haven't seen a util kill in such a long time either. Either way. Time under that minute mark, and Adron sitting inside of that smoke, and Zello also gets met with another smoke of his own. We've got to make a decision here. Romania feel a little bit on the fence of actually where they want to finish. They tested top Banana, but then didn't overly commit there due to a CT smoke, even though they threw a smoke of their own.
B-split.
Missed shot from Rafa. Throws a flash, it actually has a lot on towards Raga, but then Rafa misses an absolute sitter, and he's now starting to get flanked. A lot of damage dealt, but that B-split, as you mentioned, starting to try to come to fruition as Zello comes alive. This is so scrappy. 13 seconds, we've got to move. BTN hits a shot, 2 versus 4. This feels like it's falling apart, and it might even come down to the frags alone. Big kill, 5 seconds, 4. They haven't got time for the bomb plant. Snappy again saves Portugal. This man is blessed by Christ himself, as he cannot seem to lose the rounds that matter most.
My goodness. I mean, it was a perfect call. They even caused Rafa to miss multiple times. They had the inroads into that B-split. It's been so kind to them in regulation. And yet still, that little bit of a clutch factor, that little DNA that's in Portugal right now to get them over the line. They live in the first round of OT. And it just feels like it's been given to them now, Neo.
Yeah, I'm not even going to mention Crazy or Rafa. If Portugal win this round, it's Snappy. 3 rounds at the tail end of this just been like the most ridiculous 1 or 2 kills that have had so much weight behind them. Rafa, what a shot though. He's ramped up on the CT side tenfold. Since he's had that AWP in play on CT, Rafa has looked unstoppable. I mean, Zello's obviously had his moments, but he's kept them pretty quiet. Molotov down off the back of the healthy damage dealt towards No Peach. They do call just to pump the brakes. Crazy. Doesn't clear close left. Down he goes. Chicago, a lot of damage. And the HE might just do it. He's going to bank around. More damage dealt, but no kill. 4 versus 4, all goes eerily quiet, No Peach. He doesn't realize he's dancing with the devil on the edge of a smoke as BTN starts to smell a rat, but he walks past him. What? That might even give No Peach a kill here.
Way.
And it does. It gives No Peach 1 for 3 and a second behind it too. 1 versus 1. BTN's going to lead by example in this clutch. And it's Rafa to face him, a man who has looked unstoppable for a lot of this second half.
He's got a lot of time to work with. He doesn't have a kit somehow
There's
in
gotta be
overtime.
one down, surely.
But yeah, surely there should be one on the side. Either way, he's got to get a move on. He's got to start clearing out angles, but he decides to go arch side, thinking that maybe BTN has overcomplicated this. Yeah, okay, there is one here available. But again, bomb halfway gone. He's got to search, and now he smokes it. But BTN's on the side proper, and the in-game leader steps up when it matters and equalizes it right at 13s. What impact from both of these captains.
Yeah, brilliant stuff, man. Again, I've got to talk about that decision to go for the long side wrap. I think the only reason he's probably gone for it is actually because it's been calmed. I had a kit and I died long. That's probably the only thing, because...
But there's players on the site, right? Surely those guys had kits.
Yeah, but it's probably just because they don't know where BTN's playing from. It's probably the only safe kit they can pick up. In real air quotes there, but... Man, BTN well played. And Rafa just was running out of time. Portugal going to call for their 1 timeout they've got in overtime. Utilizing it now. Going 2 for 1 in OT. makes a world of difference. If Portugal can do it on the CT side in particular.
When we hit overtime, of course, there is that extra timeout available.
Yeah.
And I really recommend for these teams to utilize it as much as possible. I feel as though it's not used as much.
The difference is for Romania, and probably the reason why they don't call as many is because they don't have a coach. So they
That's
don't
true,
need
right?
to
But
BTN
at
can
this
just
point,
calm the
I
whole
trust
time.
BTN to kind of rally the troops a little bit
It's
more,
true.
right? There's that little bit of an edge for a vet IGL that he doesn't necessarily need a coach to kind of talk through.
I think probably their thing is like he can just calm all the time, right? So
Yeah,
it's like I guess the end of a round plus the 15-second start of a round is more or less a timeout in itself. That's my only thought process why they don't call as many of them. I mean, most of the timeouts they call just feel like it's to actually make the opposition feel uncomfortable. Good trade there from Adron, just to make sure his spacing was okay. And Raga didn't die in vain. TMKJ. He was on the left-hand side, but because he's isolated, he just doesn't want to die for nothing. Not exactly before Snappy rotates back over, so Portugal opting for a 2-2 split across both sides.
No recycled smoke here for CT, so Romania considered their options as to whether they want to reclaim the B bomb site, but the retake utility is in, and Portugal will reaffirm that for the CTs. Romania now, again, in an awkward situation with 55 seconds left on the clock, want to commit to at least brackets control. They don't have to commit off the back of it. They still got a little bit of time to bleed, but look at crazy close range.
Flash doesn't really affect him. Second one doesn't really affect him. So he becomes very effective himself. At first isn't bad, but the fact that he gets out of dodge there alive is huge. And he gets the support of Rafa to make that play stick. I mean, short is on the lock and key. Zello wants to fight though. He's happy to go head to head. And Adron will find a bit of space himself so they can pinch him in towards his site. Crazy can basically only be one place. And they clear him effectively. Adron on the drive-by. Moto smoke comes down. Plant. All coming towards place. And a timer put above the head of Portugal here in this 2 versus 2. Quite significant damage being dealt, but Zello shot through the smoke. Spidey senses tingling as Snappy gets dealt with. It's all down to TMKJ, who gets deleted. Simple as that. I mean, what a wacky end to this. I mean, it was so kind of timid for like 80% of regulation. The final few rounds in that regulation were insane, and then overtime's been so back and forth.
Yeah, we've thrown the playbook out the window. You know, in regulation, it's let's vie for map control, let's take banana early, let's think about splits, but now we get into the nitty-gritty and we say, look, I will throw you down into the mud and we'll have a biff, right?
Yeah.
That brawl is really showing up, and a map like Inferno, especially when you get into these late stage of the bracket, it gets so exciting. That's why we love it so much.
This is scrappy Counter-Strike, puggy Counter-Strike, and we love it. This relentless aggression that we're seeing. Deep Smoke going to come through from Romania. Just to try and keep Portugal at bay in the early parts. This is a, I'm going to say Rafa. He had the right idea here. It's Rag on the other side, but the opposite just drop a smoke. Met with a Molotov, ticks a little bit in it, so it's information gathered.
Apartment's a priority here for Portugal. It's been a real key aspect of it. And they had a setup built up for Romania, but it has to get disassembled. And it's not really because they wanted to, it's just unfortunate timing.
It looked like they were tempted to push forward and then get caught off, and they're in 2 mines, and it nearly cost one of their lives. Thankfully it doesn't. Good timing of the smoke here by Rag. As we hit that minute mark, he's just going to maybe force Portugal to reevaluate and potentially even force them back towards B, which is now being setting up with a triple stack.
Pure gamble now from Zello, moving back over.
IGL's alone here. Oh my god, what are we doing? No.
Oh my god, he's playing around the smoke at this point. He's got a freebie. Snappy goes down, and with no half-wall presence, they're going to book it. They're going to book it all the way back to A.
Do you know why they're booking it? Because they know Snappy is a lurker. They know he does this every single round. He doesn't commit to these rounds in the kind of early to mid. Jello up close. Doesn't clear close right, so Crazy gets one of his own. This is such a wacky one as Adron will then answer back. What is happening? They know there's a big pit player. Can they clear it? The answer is no. As Jakarta finds 2, and it will be bailed out by yet another of Adron. Standing or not, he is serving up right now.
Oh, how has Jakarta gotten away with 2 there? Perfect timing on the double swing, and there's no trade potential at all for Portugal. only 2 players on the site, but there was a third coming in. The jig was up after Snappy goes down, and Romania have righted the ship. They found a little bit of normalcy in the chaos here and are knocking on the door of closing out Inferno here in overtime.
Absolutely true. They failed to... Oh, barrel spotted! Can't wallbang that, unfortunately, but I like the... I mean... You know,
knife edge,
yeah,
right?
Clutching at straws, I think, is the onus we're kind of dealing with here. Gonna go in towards Banana. Hadron doesn't spot this, but they might hear this. Good timing on that smoke. We still got full belt to util on Raga and Zello. Nade round doesn't do a hell of a lot. Still tentative here.
Full info for Jakarta that all that mid-util is all a ruse. There's nobody there. Adron and BTN have to do so much work here, and they've got to call a rotation eventually. Nothing is being moved. They're going to keep this half-full presence instantly. And then the swing out from BTN. Another kill found, but no Peach with the double trade. The site is open. The red carpet rolled out. Portugal just have to snap it together.
Why does Adron even peek there? It feels really costly, and the flank ineffective as Crazy sticks around. Or might get a bit of a move, and he will. Misses shot in the volley. He's trying to do everything on his own. Jello can't. And Portugal stay alive. What a game of Counter-Strike we're getting here. And neither side can deal the decisive blow.
I'm just shocked that there's no arch rotation there. I mean, you have Jakarta with full mid control, at least just the information. You've got a player on Balk, I believe, as well, that should have some inclination that there's nothing being heard. You've got a little bit of a window to maybe cause a rotation or just go through CT spawn, but it doesn't happen. Portugal, powered by no Peach, find their way to just inch closer to double OT.
Well, we only go one of two ways. It is either double overtime, or it's Romania stealing away Portugal's map pick. By the finest of margins too. And you can see just how tentative it is in the server too. No one wants to make that one mismove.
The tension is at an all-time high here at IESF. All the chips are down, and Portugal want to send it to B through the smoke.
It's big. Adron, oh, he gets another behind it as well. He should never get away with the second, never mind the third, but it might just be enough to put the nail in the coffin for Portugal here on Inferno as they're going up in flames when it matters most. 50 seconds, 2 versus 5 in what feels like a near impossible situation. There's no Peach and Rafa pump the brakes and try to decide. Snappy going to call from the grave and hope to bail out this side, but what do we even do? We don't have the numbers. They need a hero.
Yeah, you've just got to hope somebody gives it to you.
And the normal hero, Snappy's dead. So we've got to take Raw Angels. And it's going to be a 2v2 fight on the site, but a third rotating over as Zello starts to get the inkling that it was a double pump fake. And they come. New box player not poking his head as Zello got the angle at range. They have a flash. It doesn't really affect Zello at all. Rafa, 1v5, ace clutch needed with 10 seconds on the clock. This one's done. Romania, by the finest of margins, will be taking Portugal's map pick, and it's none other than Zello to do it. His 25th kill at the end there in what was an incredible map to kickstart this final.
They can taste it now. They can feel it. They can see it within their grasp. Romania inch ever closer to lifting the trophy here at IESF WEC.
Yeah.
It's genuinely so difficult to put out Portugal.
Yeah.
So many opportunities for players like Rafa, players like No Peach, finding their ways in terms of impact. Even Snappy, right? Snappy was the reason why they're in overtime in the first place, right? And yet still, they stay strong. They don't give it up. They give time for BTN to cook up a storm. And it's just enough.
There's a couple of different factors to really like on both sides. I think the calling was excellent on both sides. Even though Snappy's numbers were pretty abysmal, the impact he had in the frags he did get, super important. Basically 3 rounds in a row, 2 of which got them to overtime, 1 of which gave them that first in overtime, were all off the back of him. I think both AWPers did incredible. Zello and Rafa had incredible amounts of impact, and then Crazy too. He looked super clean all the way throughout. It just wasn't quite enough, as Romania are a tough side to put down. And they take Portugal's map pick. It's going to put a spanner in the works. Let's see what the desk have got to say about this.
Well, holy smokes, that is one way to start a grand final, guys. So many words go around in my head. Carnage probably at the top of the charts. Multiple times in that map. You know, Romania looked in a fabulous position. It slips to overtime. They're winning unlikely rounds. They're losing unlikely rounds. I guess at the very end there in OT, they look the most stable team. But my God, did they have to work to win that map.
Yeah, no, it was absolutely nuts. I was about to get ready to talk about how Portugal, again, like we talked about prior to the game starting, actually eking out rounds they maybe shouldn't be winning, like the eco round that they won towards the end there. And I thought that was going to be the tone setter. I thought that was going to be the deciding factor that took Portugal to a map win as we started the finals. That obviously didn't happen. More crazy stuff just kept happening. And I mean, it was a cool back and forth by all means, but I don't understand how we got here. That's kind of what I'm left with. Felt like every time Portugal were in a difficult situation, somebody on their side seemed to have like a +1 buff, so they would always get like an additional kill more than what they were supposed to get and what would be, you know, what you could expect out of someone. But they kept just coming in clutch, and it obviously put Romania in a difficult situation. And I'm actually surprised by the fact that Romania didn't kind of tilt harder. Like if that was me, if I kept running into that wall that Portugal set up and kind of the, I want to call it like slight luck that they had going their way, I would have been tilted.
Yeah, some of the rounds ending up going down to time, some of the rounds going on to ridiculous moments, and a lot of the rounds kind of felt like they played out in a similar way. I don't know if either of these teams know about mid-round aggression on CT side or taking back the map at all. They either go aggressive early and hold it, or they would just sit back and give up so much of the map. And for me, when you are sitting back like that, you are kind of giving the Ts the complete run of the map. And as long as the nades are solid and their trades are solid, the T side should be favored in a lot of these rounds. And you kind of saw that happen. You saw these B splits come in. You saw so much space given over both ways. Again, Portugal just about scraping some rounds through. But I feel like Romania, yeah, they were given a lot of space and they were able to take advantage of it. We saw so many of those B splits, so many of these sorts of similar rounds play out. And yeah, Portugal hung on in there for the longest time. But Romania, they just about had it. And obviously Zello with a couple of big moments on that, or probably the flashiest player on the server, even if some of the Portuguese players also had their moments. But yeah, what a map to start the final.
Yeah, there we go. Like on the highlights there as well. The round that I thought would seal the deal for Portugal. Again, 10-10, you have 2 weapons saved, pistols on everybody else, and you actually get out of there scot-free. But then, yeah, Romania respond again. And it just was back and forth, just constantly. Crazy setups, crazy rounds. And here, like, nope. Yeah. How does he get that second person? I have no idea. I'll never understand. And yeah, it was quite the adventure, really, to follow them on Inferno. Yeah. So, I mean, I think we're gonna get more of the same also going into map 2. That's the wicked part.
Yeah. I mean, that highlight package was 10 minutes long, which tells you in and of itself some of the carnage that went down on map 1. How do we move on from there? I mean, that Inferno was so nuts.
Cool.
What made it so great? Let's start with this. What made that so bonkers? Was it the pressure of a final? Because for both of these teams, I'm not sure they've ever played for this sort of prize money before. And at the end of that game, they themselves would watch that demo back and say, we are doing some funky stuff here. And there has to be a reason for it.
I think it's a mixture of things. I think, yes, obviously the pressure makes you do things a little bit unorthodox or maybe like off the commonly beaten path. But I think also we got to see more out of the individuals, at least on Portugal's side, than we've done normally, at least more of them at the same time. So Nope having a good game, we've seen that before. Now we get to see Crazy having a bit of a turn up on his own right, and Rafa as well. So we have 3 players from Portugal actually being able to show up in rather big numbers, you know, from an individual point of view, and I think that's what leads us in. Like if you look back on the replay package, like a lot of the instances have those guys involved in some way, shape, or form. And even with Snappy, who I think was sitting at like 3 frags towards the tail end of the regulation, comes through in, I think it's second to the last round or the very last round, goes aggro banana, fires 30 bullets off into the wooden plate, somehow finds a double kill. That kind of just gets Portugal around that way. So it was just like a lot of craziness just off the back of the individual play. But I think both teams actually played like pretty like refined T-sides. But I do think that also comes into play from the fact that Hawka mentioned that they were given a lot of real estate. So it's not necessarily the hardest thing in the world to play a solid and strategical / methodical T-side on Inferno if you're just given real estate and map control, obviously. So
yeah, and I especially feel that may have been a mistake from the Portugal side, because Romania were allowed a lot of comfort here. And it's not only that, it's that you're really allowing them to get into a lot of these post plants. Even if you were to win the trades, Zello would get on the bomb site with an AWP, or you get players in good positions. And instead of Inferno being this structured map, you actually gave them the chance to have some of those individual moments, more so than maybe I would have expected. So I think Portugal will be a little frustrated by that. We were saying before the series, though, this second map is not necessarily a guarantee either. So I do not know what to expect after that one. I wish I could tell you. I wish I could. I feel a bit useless as an analyst right now. But what do you want me to do?
I still feel like, on balance, Nexus were the better team in that first map.
I'd say,
I do think more 50-50 situations went the way of Portugal, particularly in that second half. So I do think there are worlds where they clean that up, I don't know, 39 or something, and we just sat here in a much more ordered fashion. So I do have more confidence, I think, in them going into Dust 2. If you guys were part of that team, what conversation would you have as Romania between maps 1 and 2? Because I still think there is an angle where they need to calm down a bit. They need to relax and communicate a little bit better, because they do still have all the pieces here to clean up 2-0.
Yeah, again, I think this is going to be on BTN to kind of, yes, come down to the nerves for sure. But I think they should also be allowed to have a couple of minutes to enjoy the fact that they did take their opponent's map pick. It was hectic, but they still managed to kind of get through it. Not necessarily over-focused on the fact that we made things messy all the time. More like we got into a sticky situation and we managed to get out of it together. That's going to be kind of the theme that we follow going into Dust 2. This is going to be the mantra that we work with. Because what they did, obviously, with Cello kind of forcing things in the semifinals, that didn't necessarily pan out too well on Dust 2. So, you know, take a bit of a different approach than what you did versus Sweden. Do it more by committee than letting Zello be the sole star. Now he's had multiple occasions where he's actually had quite a bit of help. Like Adorn here, for instance, I think ends up on 25 frags as well. So, so there's more to play off of. I think Cello can take a bit of a breather. He can be more relaxed in it. I think that's just going to give some calmness to the whole team as well.
What's the game plan for Portugal?
For Portugal?
Yeah. How can they win this?
Keep this voodoo magic going.
Yeah, I think so. Have some of those tricks. You're going to have to try and shut down Zello in some way. I'm not sure how. Alan, why are you asking me this? I haven't known their win plan this whole tournament.
Because we've got to say something. I mean, is really their only path to victory here just creating absolute madness and carnage and afterplants and winning 1vx's and flanking and running down the clock? Is that really their best chance of winning this?
I will say, running down the clock, that's absolutely fair. I don't think they need to create chaos, honestly. It seems like chaos just kind of comes to them, and they handle it pretty decently. Yeah, I think they're fine with it. It seems like teams aren't necessarily as comfortable playing versus this like more laid-back passive approach, especially on the CT sides. Like, you do get into your own head thinking about, like, where should I save my utility for? Should I really, can I really, hard clear certain angles? Because you don't really know, you can't get a good read on how Portugal is set up in terms of their CT setup. So, yeah, I say just, kind of stay the course in many ways. Again, yes, they might have gotten a little bit more of the 50-50s going their way, and it still didn't end up in a map win here on Inferno, but I think that might be your best shot. Make things awkward.
Yeah, also, they're giving Romania a lot of space, but I think that's fine because I don't think Romania's executes are that refined, and the utility isn't good enough to punish, and that's why they're in a lot of those positions in the first place, where they're not getting blinded when they're having these site holds back late round. They're not getting mollied out, really. So I think it works in that sense as well when you get into those positions. So I think there is a little method to the madness.
We hope there is going into map 2. Next up, guys, is Dust 2. It's been crazy, it's been wild, but it's as simple as this. One more map for Romania, $100,000. Let's see what happens.
Well, map number 2 begins, and very potentially the final map here at WEC 2024. However, I've learnt my lesson. We've had 3 mappers in every single game here on the stream so far at Iesf. So my assumption is that that might be the same story. The only good news is that may dispel those doubts. It's Romania's map pick up next.
Yeah, and you know, look, I've got to give credit where credit is due. Portugal have stayed alive in so many of these games against such tough opposition, teams that we consider to be true dark horses in this tournament. But after all is said and done, you've got to look at the numbers. You've still got to favor Romania when you look at it. You talk about that quarterfinal against Germany. You talk about how down and out they were looking and how they just destroyed alternate attack / Germany to get into the semifinal.
Well, I mean, even like just the route that Romania have had to get here as well, it's definitely the harder side.
Strong.
They've beat all the best teams, right? They got the revenge against Sweden. You know, this is one of those where they've done everything right, and it's just about essentially one more map under their belt, no matter whether it's this one or the next one. We know Dust 2 is a very good map for them, and this is the kind of prime time for Zello. This is where he does a lot of his best work. Very tentative T-side pistol around here. No peach. Oh, the timing. Oh, that's brutal. No. And Zello can't punish.
Smoke in through CT though, the split will still come. A drone finds one through the smoke, sure, but the B bomb site is under fire, under scrutiny, and Crazy has found the necessary incision to open things up. Bomb will go down, pressure on Romania.
Barreling in, Raga needs more, and Jakarta will help him out. Yes, Raga falls, but TMKJ is running out of ammo. Final bullet, headshot on towards Zello. It's so messy, and TMKJ, how in God's name has he got away with that? Final bullet, gets that second kill, pulls off the reload, and with 4 points of HP, gets the third.
I mean, B-bomb side retakes are always going to be difficult, so Romania decide to kind of throw the playbook out the window and just send the bodies flying in through the choke points. And while they did find some necessary pushes back, TMKJ finds some necessary impact. Had a very quiet Inferno, all things considered. But as we've noticed in this series, he's been a key talking point as to how they've clawed back.
Oh, big double nade there. Snappy with a double kill with the Mac 10. That's money in the bank, baby. But a low buy, no buy for Romania doesn't really make too big of a difference. So, in towards this full buy, this is where we got to see them get going. And I guess the interesting thing is that when we looked in towards Inferno, it was Romania who were good on the pistol, good on these kind of lower buys, but the gun rounds in the first half were very favorable over towards Portugal. So, is the script flipped here, or is it going to continue with Portugal being very good on gun rounds, which actually could be a real problem for Romania, since they don't have that pistol.
They're going to need those conversions. They're going to need to find themselves 5v4s, and who better than to find those opening picks than Zello, up close and personal here, in middle, and head spotted, IGL down, but Crazy obviously going to be there for the refrag. Dink up onto a drone. Don't know if that's confirmed or not, but upgrades available here for the sniper. And Portugal back away. They don't want to commit to this, especially considering the bomb is alone in upper tunnels.
In a real awkward way, Zello actually couldn't get out of there, because they had the box behind him. He should have been spammed. So I think as much as it doesn't work out, the best thing he could have done is actually tried to fight there and get another. It just doesn't actually end up paying off. And anyway, beats out Utah once again, and TMKJ on a drive-by. What a shot, he gets both. That might be the round alone. I think Romania probably got a save.
That's more impact there from TMKJ. Deathless right now to start out Dust 2. And things are looking splendid here for Portugal.
I mean, 2 save rifles. It's okay. It's not great. Is that even the real issue? And it gives us now a bit of a predicament on the flip side, where now it's pistols, force, and gun rounds going the way of Portugal. On their opponent's map pick, they're looking very good indeed. So they're going to get an easy 3, probably 4-0 start. I mean, that in itself, pretty damn solid. If they're looking for a hunt at the end, I don't think they're going to get close enough. So it won't be an issue in that regard. A 3-0 for Portugal. I'm not really having to work too hard for it, I think is the worrying thing. TMKJ 8-0 in the first 3 rounds of action.
Yeah.
Pretty ridiculous stat line for him. Already making his presence known. He did it against Mongolia, and we touched on that quite a few times. He had so much impact there. Did go a little quiet in towards map number 1, but hey, this is a best of 3 and better late than never.
Yeah, he's found his redemption and then some. Rafa had the long spawn looking for a timing. Oh, they needed open as well, but Rafa finds his man regardless. It took a little bit of time, but Jakarta hits the deck. And Portugal have their 5v4 that they can rest on. And instantly, look at the response from Romania. They don't want to give up long control entirely, so they send 3 players to lean over. But now a hole spotted in middle, and Snappy has his eyes set on this B bomb site once more.
Portugal been so good at these numbers advantage situations in towards this map so far. B site is without a doubt where they're just trying to pressure on. And it's a Tron too, right? We actually spoke about this when we last saw them on Dust 2.
Yeah, it's
Same
true.
thing. They were putting all the pressure on towards a Tron, and my assumption is that Portugal maybe took a little look at the Vito or something of the sort, and they wanted to try and do exactly that. He was getting burnt to a crisp. He tried a couple of pop shots with the Deagle, and sure, a bit of damage dealt, but no kills, doesn't really matter.
Yeah, there's no way there's going to be a look in here, especially from these 2 rifles. Zello and BTN heading for the hills. Raga, any damage is great, but he'll have none of that confirmed. He can basically post up here at Car, and he'll get offered up a couple of kills for sure. At least you'd like to think if they're exiting from that end, but if Portugal are smart, they can even exit through lower considering that's been cleared out.
And this play with Snappy, he might actually be able to wrap in, cause a bit of a problem. Actually, I just don't know whether Rag is actually looking towards CT. Yeah, he is. So that's the issue. He's double scoping on it. Reactions are pretty pristine there.
He's going to try to pick it up.
Yeah, that's going to cost him his life. That's the real awkward thing. Unless he doesn't go for this. But if he does, probably he should die here. Oh, and he will. Yeah. And it got there in the end.
Well, look, he's been playing with house money there. He was always going to upgrade regardless of what happened. So it's no real issue in the long term for Romania. But either way, Portugal, dream start here on Dust 2, looking to claw this series back, this grand final. A ripe opportunity for both of these nations to claim a land trophy. An opportunity that doesn't come often. It's long control again here for Portugal. And instead of backing out after the pick from Rafa, instead they're just going to sit on this pit control.
Yeah, I love this. I mean, Crazy went flying out along there. He wasn't looking for anyone. There's a big gap in that smoke, actually. Hang on a moment. This flash through does net Jakarta 1. And the ability to get out. That's the most important thing. If he stuck around, that's an overextension. That could be quite costly.
Still a gap in this one, and it looked like Zello was watching that cross, but cannot connect the shots required. Rafa is there to take out Jakarta, and now Zello starts to feel a little bit of the heat. Bomb still not having gone down means BTN can fire down range. Minute left on this clock, and so there's plenty of time for Portugal, but they're bleeding bodies, and they need frags. Rafa hits the deck, but TMKJ, still deathless in this map of Dust 2, has to drag them a little bit further.
The unkillable king, it seems, head spotted, but with a whiff there, should be punished. Whether it's a Dren, a Dron, or most likely Zello, but an uncharacteristic miss. A dink, both of them, tag down low, time ticking, dwindling, 2 versus 2, re-aggressing, running out of ammo. And TMKJ bomb on his back, he's sprinting towards B. It's a foot race in which you'll win.
Yeah, and it's very clear to Romania that they think that he's still long, or maybe he's an Ellie. And they're quickly realize that he's already absconded the scene. Bomb confirmed. It's not an ideal plan for anything crazy, but he had to jump up instantaneously, and they're not aware that he could be at window that fast. Now onto a drone. The stand-in called upon, having to dethrone TMKJ, make him fall to pieces for the first time on this map too. But the matter of timing is beautiful here from TMKJ, and who other than him to just boost the efforts of Portugal here on map 2.
The unkillable king, 11-0. TMKJ just cannot seem to die, and Romania cannot seem to buy a round. How does he get away with another clutch like that? Another 1 versus 2, as he did just a few rounds ago, but this time it was of even less point of HP. It felt like an impossible situation, and he just somehow, some way, reads it like a book.
Long control established now for Portugal. And TMKJ gets out yet again. A lot of options that Portugal have gone through with here. Where they get pit control and they try to go flying through long smokes. And while it didn't actually work, it still netted them the round. Do they want to commit to that play again?
Yeah, what are we actually going to go for here?
They're considering that long crawl, and I don't think it's a bad play. They just can't miss that cross smoke, and this time it's nailed it. There is no gap.
That's it. There's a lot of bodies here for Romania, but then they're going to pull Zello away.
What?
Doesn't matter though, Chicago, that's spam. Just on instinct there, but it works. Molotov will come down, he'll reposition. It's causing a lot of problems towards Raga too. And jumping up on short box. It's Laban. TMKJ finally goes down. Not before he gets 12 kills in the 6 rounds played. Raga's still here. That's an audacious swing and one that doesn't pay off. Needing more from him and getting both. Adron making his presence known. Peach needs both of them himself, but he does damage towards one. That is Zello, but it's not enough. Romania finally get around and finally starts to get a little bit loud over here.
Yeah, and again, we draw comparisons to previous matches in this tournament. Keeping that energy up regardless of the scoreline and making sure that those tensions aren't there, that every comeback is possible. And it certainly is. You're still seeing potency out of these individuals. Chicardo finding impact. And now Raga and Adron chiming in as well. Instant timeout being called from Portugal, understandably so. They don't want to bleed any rounds off in this first half. They want to continue this death ball.
I mean, the way that Portugal started out in towards this map, we've probably got to be looking at them and sort of talking about and considering bare minimum 7, probably at least 8. This has been a really good T-side. There's been very few gaps in the armor. And even though that one falls flat, they're still going to be exuding confidence. They've still got money left in the bank as well for this one and the next. So, yeah, I don't think there's really a world in which they need to be too concerned. It's probably just about, all right, take a breather. They finally bit back. Just what do we do wrong? How do we just replenish that in towards the next?
Yeah, they're getting the long crawl. They're getting to ramp pretty safely.
Yeah.
Obviously, Chicardo gets a little lucky on the spam, but they've just got to find a way to deal with Zello in the back of the site. Of course, we'll review and re-review that play as it inevitably comes later on in this half. But for right now, Portugal trying to find an answer with Rafa in the upper tons. And with that not being found, they're going to slow this round down a whole lot more than they have for the rest of this game.
Yeah, first time where they really sort of out the gates of the round, pump the brakes. And evaluate what is actually the best point of action here. We've got very good control towards short. And I think they're probably a little bit perplexed because no mid presence, no short presence. So then they've got to be thinking something's up. They smell something fishy. It's just where.
Short control established for Portugal at this point. Mid also being a problem. Cross smokes through left and right, giving an avenue here for Snappy to find some answers. Unfortunately, nothing being given to them. Very stalwart is the CT defense. And actually, Snappy considering to go through. I think Raga is spotted. He's calming, moving his mouth as fast as possible. Brilliant. And there it is. Zello clips his wings. And now Rafa will hold the line. A little bit overzealous there from Zello. And now they've got to clear out the pit player. They do that just as well. VTN, the last man left on the site. And Adron's got to help out. He swings for the fences and Crazy's there. All these holes that could potentially have been an issue for Portugal all get quelled.
Last man, Raga tagged, dropped, Napij sealed the deal and right back to winning ways here for Portugal. And a real tilt of a round for Romania. I think they're just a little bit too angsty to really kind of force around in their favor. Like Zello, he gets that first on the CT player, that Raga comes over. There's no need to push there.
I think you tuck back into Ellie, right? That's
well,
it.
I think probably even for me, the way I would try and do that is fall back onto site to have a crossfire with Chicardo. Stop them swinging in towards Chicardo on picks. What happens is Zello dives to Rafa, and then Rafa knows Chicardo's in pit, and then swings and kills both of them. So they give 2 Ice to fight because they overextend, and because they actually don't peak at the same time.
Tough situation, but you've got to learn to roll with the punches and adapt, forgive and forget. Portugal now snapping the money once more of the CT side. Grinding this series back to a third. And of course, that would just be the most Portugal thing to happen, you know?
Yeah.
Get just eviscerated and heartbroken on the first map. Nearly getting it off across the finish line. And then just battle back. Relentlessly battle back.
At the very least, we knew it was going 3.
Yeah.
Going to be no other way.
Map picks don't matter.
Yeah, exactly. It should be one of those, you know, if you draw first blood and take the first map, you should just be like, oh, you've got to lose next one.
Over. It's over.
You've got to make this a best of 1 in the third map. Romania have got to dig incredibly deep in this map if they want any sort of a chance. I mean, I probably want to talk about them getting, at this point, because it's going to be a 7th, or it should be a 7th here, probably bare minimum 4 rounds. As wild as I say, it's better than nothing. It's the only thing that's probably going to give them a bit of a chance. Zello, backside, gets the support of his rifle at the very least, and Zello hasn't poked his head round, so he might get 1. That's the bomb. That's huge. Time of the essence. It starts to tick down, and BTN starts to make his name known. Big round, big eco for Romania. That's the sort of round that potentially flips the script.
I mean, great patience there from Zello. There's absolutely no need to swing out. Why would you expect a second player stuck in the site? It's so unlikely, and Zello capitalizes. As soon as the bomb is dropped, chaos ensues. Every player that can get to the scene of the crime has to pounce through. They go charging through the B door smoke. They go charging through window, and Jakarta lets it rip with the rifle picked up. What a round there to recover, and you spoke about having to dig deep. That's one of those key rounds to start that process.
Yeah, absolutely. That could be the difference maker. That could be the one. Player into lower. It's a missed shot as well from both sides. At least Rafa's down. That's an important kill because he's been getting a lot of leeway at range.
Good trade from Crazy though. Very necessary. You don't want Raga to spiral out of control and find a multi. And with that trade back, nobody really anticipating an opening gambit from Romania. They're very keen on just holding on to long via Chikardau and let the play come to them. I don't mind it at all. After all, CT side on Dust 2, it does come down to being a lot more reactive than proactive. And Chikardau is teed up for 1 here, maybe even 2.
If he plays as well, he could even get 3. It's just whether they clear him. I feel like they've got to clear him. This late in a round, it should get cleared. It will get cleared. He spots 1. He gets a half on towards Crazy. Yeah. But he will still fall all the same. So 3 versus 3. But honestly, a very doable one for Romania because of how low they are. BTN, he might even double back at the right time, and he leads by example with an important double. And the unkillable TMKJ is now starting to drop. They're running out of ammo. And BTN's had a really solid round. 3 kills to his name. To go positive for him and to bring some positivity towards Romania because they've broken the econ of Portugal. I said bare minimum 4, but
they can pull it all the way back at this point. I mean, omniscient is BTN there. The awareness, I mean, I'm not necessarily sure if he got the sound cue, that's a possibility, but still, just the fact that he isolates those 1v1s
I think he
is
heard
still
that
very
short
important.
player because he jumped up the stairs for some reason.
Right, yeah. Well, I think he's thinking that, oh, my long players have scaled. I've got to support in some way. I need to be there. It's a rock and a hard place type situation there for that short player, and unfortunately for him, BTN was just on one.
Yeah. Well, he doesn't do it all the time. We know he has it in the locker.
Oh,
BTN.
of course,
he has the odd map here or there where he can have a lot of impact.
And what a time other than map 2 of a grand final, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
You would love to have that.
Especially if Zello's playing, a little bit quiet in the early part by his standards. Oh my god, he was fighting a battle on 2 fronts there, 1 above, 1 below. Crazy trying to overwhelm. The Glock's not doing as much as they would have hoped. Pistol pulled out, it should be seen off, and it's flawless, just to make it even that much sweeter. And back-to-back 3Ks for BTN. He's a happy chappy.
Oh, absolutely. Cash flowing now for Romania. They're good for the rest of the half, for sure. If you want to get a little cheeky here, a little unorthodox, now's your time. You can play with that house money, and as we spoke about, 4 should be enough. If they can pull it all the way back, that would be fantastic, but if BTN has something in the locker, something in the playbook that hasn't been attempted just yet, now's the time to use it.
Oh, I wasn't far off for a flick. Zello's got a good angle here. He might get a chance. He misses it, though. Snappy, quite smartly, actually jumps past that angle.
Yeah.
But Jakarta full blind, or somewhat blind at least, gets crazy.
That's through a bit of util as well, I think, on the long side. Crazy falls. And now Portugal have got to find a way through. Snappy has made it all the way through. That is a free kill, but Snappy wants more, and he's heard the other player on this B bomb side on the other end. He's going to spin around a drone, or Raga rather, and he hits the deck. TMKJ is there, and a complete defensive collapse there for Romania, completely unaware that CT spawn could be open.
Do you know what's the big issue there? Zello pulls away from mid, so he just leaves it barren, and you know, it's a kind of a crazy decision, but Snappy just walks out. No util, full contact, but he gets so much info.
I just don't get how that happens, because you've got a double play in lower, right? You've got Raga or I think maybe Jakarta in lower alongside him. Maybe it's good enough, but they're really thinking about going for this.
Well, that won't help. Your own smoke, your lurk smoke, falling flat. And even when Zello's no-scopes aren't hitting, you know something's awry.
Yeah. BTN gets 3 there, and actually does a hell of a lot of damage to the Portugal economy. They don't get out of that one completely unscathed. So they won't have the prettiest purchase in the final round of the half, whereas Romania absolutely will.
Yeah.
So a 5th round here is still a possibility for the CT side. They would love that, considering how this half has started out.
Well, final round. At least they have that full buy. That's a silver lining off the back of what was a really uncomfortable round, ultimately. No Peach. Went for a little bit of a fight over towards Long. This time kept at bay. Zello gets another opener. Crazy's actually been struggling in these opening duels. He's over 3 in the last 3 rounds.
Yeah. Tough stuff. But it's always going to be difficult if Zello's in the server. Now, how do they play with this man advantage? Good flash to get Zello back on that line, and Rafa cannot find the necessary shot.
This time, Molotov comes down. So nobody's going to be creeping their way outdoors and getting the big flank on B. It's those sort of rounds, though, where it's a complete breakdown in comms, which does really sow the seeds of doubt and worry you about Romania a little bit. We know they like this map, but that's never a good sign. Top teams don't do that. Flash avoided the first, but Jakarta on the second. Not so much. It's a bit of damage, sure. A lot of earth on Zello. He's got to try and stop them on the cross. He does miss. Flashbang will come over. Again, pretty effective in all fairness, but it doesn't matter when no Peach rips heads. 3 versus 3, bomb planted. Missed shot from Rafa. It's real scrappy as Raga tries to fly into the fight. BTN got to do it all alone. He's been good on the 3Ks. This one feels, though, considerably more difficult. So many angles to clear, but he's surely got to expect that short player is supporting Rafa here on towards Gandalf. No, an audacious one there.
He's hoping
he can
can
spam
find
this.
him, yeah. Spam is possible, and the shot missed again. He's running out of bullets, but BTN's running out of time, and sure, he finds one, but the 8th is secured for Portugal. It gets a little scrappy there, and you get a little worried considering Zello's on ramp, that primo position where he's had so many highlights, and yet this time around, it's not possible. Portugal genuinely just eyeing up that 3rd map.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Romania, just like a complete shadow of their former selves. They had a lot of nice pro scores in towards Inferno, and it felt like, you know, even probably not the case because there's limited time to prep, and I don't even know if Romania would have expected Portugal to be here. I think we were expecting Serbia, right? So I'm going to assume prep was limited for this matchup, and a lot of the focus is just on yourself in these sort of back-to-back tournament formats. But if there was, maybe all the focus was on the map pick of Portugal, not their own map pick, and what Portugal can bring to Dust 2. Maybe a little too overconfident off the back of a grueling overtime. Snappy taking first contact. They're barreling out towards Long, but Crazy does very, very well to get a kill, get back. We don't need to fight here, especially because he's alone. He wants to buy time for rotations to come forward. He needs support. The only issue is they're overlooking him a little bit. Raga trusting his teammates to be able to isolate that fight. Thankfully for them, they are. Jakarta, Raga combine effectively to leave it all down to one man. And Rafa, the P2K, surely no chance. Jakarta, great round from him.
Decisive round there from Romania, just trying to barrel their way into that A side, making sure that they have short presence. And as soon as they get up that ramp, it's round over. They've isolated Crazy, regardless of him finding him a kill. And they make sure they never gets comfortable. And, you know, credit to Crazy for staying alive for as long as possible and allowing for the short players to come through. But the shots are just too clean there from the T side. They get that start that they're looking for. Portugal go for a complete save. They go for the Anders flash, and maybe they'll find a kill as well.
My favorite, or his favorite, I should say.
Well, his favorite can be your favorite too.
It's true, it's true. We can all have similar favorites. BTN making his way forward. Eve is a good flash here. BTN could farm, but I don't want him to go completely alone, but actually he's going to go contact. He spots the shadow as well. That allows him one more. Pretty nice work. He spots ahead. Pulls out the P250. Not bad in this spot. It's all about just combining together, isolating the fight. Sure, there's a consolation, but it doesn't matter in the end. 2-round game. And this is the big thing about finding a pistol in an 8-4 deficit. It's only one gun round the difference.
Yeah, absolutely. And now, I'm very curious to see what Portugal have in store. We've seen the amount of impact that Rafa can have on this AWP, and he had significant levels of impact across this first map and here on Dust 2 as well. But he won't have that to play those long lines in mid this time around. Romania have a real opportunity to lay down the law. ETN holds the scout in middle and actually cannot find anything. Instead, it's Zello to fall to no Peach.
Yeah, that's tough. I don't know where
Looks
that
like it
was.
over at long from the looks of it.
Just a long spam fight, basically.
I'm thinking, yeah.
That's tough. Oh, yeah, there you go. BTN will just pick up his AK. Now, Peach, a bit more of a spam for that smoke, but there is someone lurking there. The issue is, look at John. Oh, he spotted another. He does get the shot. Oh, my God. What a shot from a Tron. BTN actually just going to hold for a push. Oh, my God, BTN, he doesn't even realize he's in the best angle, and maybe even for both. BTN, that is bountiful. And now, all down to no Peach, surely, no chance.
No, not at all. He doesn't realize how boxed in he is at this point. He's got to fight his way out. And he's got to deal with this threat of the lurk in BTN. But BTN's not giving up any bit of this position.
Running out of ammo.
Oh, and now he's pinned.
Oh.
And he's bursted down as well. What a round from the captain. 20 kills the good. Wow.
Oh my God, he is carrying.
He wants it. He wants it so bad.
He's actually hard carrying right now. Because Zello is negative, which might be the first time this entire tournament.
Genuinely, yeah.
Wow. And funny enough, it's the old guard that are putting up the numbers, right? Because it's BTN and Raga, the two stalwarts of Nexus. And of the Romanian scene, are the ones putting up the bulk of the frags. This time, though, he may be able to out-aim, but sadly, he can't shoot nades.
Yeah, can't cheat death like that, but Zello will find a necessary pull back. Snappy hits the deck, and it's still a low buy. It's still a favored round here for Romania in this even keel position. And they just have to reset. They just got to find a different avenue of approach, and short seems to be that answer.
Yeah.
Now, a drone will take that first contact. He'll realize that there really is no pushback. It's just Rafa on the Deagle.
Yeah. So, moving their way up. Ooh, flash just missed there for the T side. Oh, they're going to move their way forward. Tap in from Raga. Important. As Rafa falls, they don't realize it just yet how much space they've got towards A, and also the fact that Portugal aren't giving this a go. This will be Romania tying this game up 8 apiece. And we might now somehow have a game on our hands. This was looking completely off the cards. But Portugal's CT side is showing a lot of holes, unfortunately. And Romania are starting to expose them.
It was never going to be easy for Portugal to push this through a third map. Resiliency has been the #1 kind of factor, I feel, throughout this tournament. Sweden couldn't overcome it. Germany couldn't either. And maybe Portugal can, but right now, the numbers and the eye test is making me lean Romania's way.
I'm with you. 4 for 4. Pistol, conversion, full buy, half buy. All of which go the way of Romania. But the thing that worries me most is that momentum is ramping up for this T side. They're in an incredible spot at the moment. This full buy back in place. And for Portugal, if they were to lose this, we could talk about Romania getting a 10-8 scoreline. Nade breaks open the smoke. Zello, he does get the tag on towards Rafa. I don't even know if he spotted him there, but the nade of Zello will. We spoke about BTN cheating Def, and Rafa meets the same fate. Def by HE. All the more awkward. They're going to ramp up towards a short play, and once again, 0 A presence for Portugal. Last time they had just one, and he died. That was Rafa, who died early in this one. So now Slappy will rotate back over, but they're already on the site itself, and he will fall. And it's too late. There's a long player here. But no Peach's impact's probably going to be incredibly minimal. Sure, he may make it the lurker of Chikard, but I don't think it's even going to make a grand difference. Oh, hang on.
Oh.
Yeah, he didn't spot it. The radar did, but he reacts too late.
Man, snapshot there from Chikard. And every individual that you were hoping to wake up definitely is now at this point. BTN has kept this team alive for so long, and now you can let the youngsters loose. You can let them have the kind of impact you were hoping for, and a drone rips away the last rifle as well.
He was waiting for it as well. On
he
short.
Absolutely was.
He was there for like 30 seconds. If he just goes for one peek to the left, and Jakarta was like the human flashbang.
Wow.
Another
and
timeout.
Now, yeah, Portugal, they can feel it. They can feel this game slipping away at the seams. And Nuke, so close yet so far at this point. And for Romania, just 4 rounds the difference between overtime or that trophy.
I know, crazy. 4 more rounds is all that Romania need. What a spot they put themselves in. 5 rounds in a row they've had here on this T-side too, just to make it all the more sweeter. And to make matters even worse, and leave a sour taste in your mouth, Portugal barely have a bye here. We've got a double MP9, double Scout, and a Deagle. This is one that doesn't really fill me with a lot of hope.
No, definitely not. I mean, this is also one of those rounds that could completely turn the tide of the game if they can somehow pull it off, right? It's that last boost of adrenaline they would need to kind of pull it back.
Same way Romania did earlier, right, on that eco.
Yeah.
When Zello got the P250 kill, they flipped the script. And this could be the one for Portugal. If there were any chance of flipping the script, it has to be here and now. But Raga looks like he wants to commit towards his long play. Snappy's rolling in towards top mid. He's got the right idea. I don't know if he knows there's someone there. It seems like the way he's clearing, he does. He will clear this, and he will find it. So that's a big kill towards BTN. He was that insurance policy who falls. They've quad stacked A now as well. They know they're coming here. So it's a bloodbath. It's just who's going to come on top. Scout, miss shot, spam, great. As Adron and Raga put a 2-piece together to give them some space to work with. And Jakarta gets a taste of it himself. All down to 1 man though. Pete in a 1 versus 2. One which feels very difficult. The body blocks, the corpse blocks it, so he doesn't spot no pigeon towards CT. That's the CS2 realism for you right there.
Immersion.
I mean, he still has so much to do, so much space to close down. With an MP9, no kit, and now spotted. They don't even need to fight. They might be tempted by it though, and they will jump on top. Assassin's Creed style as Raga sees it off. There's double digits, 3 rounds away.
The lead broadens now for Romania. Just a couple bye rounds away. It inches ever closer, and Portugal, the clock must strike 12 at some point. And that Cinderella story, it might have a cruel ending.
So close.
Double up. We're getting into desperation station at this point, Neo.
I mean, Rafa's not looked bad, but it's not been as lights out as it was towards map number 1. I mean, same for Zello too, right? Both AWPers have actually struggled on what is a very AWP-prevalent map. So after the rifling cores had to step up, Flash is so good. Snappy forced back. And the Molotov body can keep him there too.
A complete standstill now. Romania can sense that they've got Portugal on the ropes and that they'd be right. Who is the hero to step up for Portugal at this point? Who will crack it open? Snappy on this double op? No Peach, Crazy? I mean, all of these players have had their moments to claw things back, but
yeah,
they need somebody to find it.
It's got to be said, this double up here, right, it is, you know, we're talking about desperation, but it's also such a gamble. Because you lose this,
money,
we're
right?
probably talking about Romania getting 12, right? Map, series, grand final point. All could hinge off the back of just this round alone. And we're going back towards B. And if I'm right in saying, this is the first time we've been B on this T side.
Yeah, I don't think that they've really ended all too often here. Rafa posted up in the back of Plat. Has an opportunity to line up a couple here before the Molotov goes down. He sees the body, but he gets absolutely eviscerated. A drone hits the deck. TMKJ now on an island, and he finds nothing. Zello cuts off the mid-rotation. 15 seconds, it doesn't matter. Romania gets the bomb down. 2 more rounds to go.
Zello will fall though. 2 versus 2. I don't want to say round on, but Uto is thin and scarce over towards Romania, so they got to fight. Snappy, he's holding over towards back Plat. He might not clear this, smoke gonna come down, and that'll cost him his life as a Tron. What a round from the youngster. That is nothing short of special. That first shot on towards the back Plat player, the one tap of the AK, maybe one of the most ridiculous shots we've seen all tournament. That was a pre-fire of the umpteenth regard, and well, Romania off the back of stealing away a great round like that, they're gonna make them sit on it with a timeout.
What a sequence there from Adron. You know, I called it a bit premature because I'm thinking Zello probably lives there. But the fact that Portugal makes it close had me sweating. I'm sure Romania felt it as well. But Adron releases all pressure. The stand-in called upon mere weeks before this tournament. And found a way to let his presence be known here for this team. And now, just 2 rounds away. Destiny is calling, Neo. It couldn't happen in Yash. But maybe, just maybe, that second time is the charm.
Exactly. They've already got revenge over the enemy that felled them last year. Might be a bit more of a trophy on top of it. Zello wants to sit in that nade, but no P comes behind it. Look at the buy for Portugal too. Double the Eagle, 5-7, MP9. TMKJ on that M4. And I think it's safe to say TMKJ's kill, or his KD, is actually very representative of sort of actually how Portugal have been. He was 11-0 up when they were 6-0 up. And it started to dwindle, and he should have done bad, up to 18, but 13 more deaths have come in that span.
What a dramatic switch up here for Romania.
Yeah.
And now Portugal near head in hands, wondering who that saving grace will be, if there is a savior to be had. And right now, Romania, they want to keep it simple. They have short control. They have the utility. Here comes the execution. Rafa up to bat.
Raga, first, it's actually really labored. And it cost him. He gets his head off his shoulders with a lovely shot from Rafa. He's been relatively quiet throughout this map, but we don't clear the Goose player. Oh, the panic and the success. That is such a big mistake from Crazy. He had the chance to punish and maybe even get a second behind it, and it all starts to fall apart. Small mistakes that compound at a rapid pace have cost Portugal. And Romania find themselves at 12. There's no Peach. I mean, what can he actually even do? At the very most, a consolation kill. Maybe a rifle scooped up, but it does not matter. And we have now got them playing for overtime, and they've got to go 4 rounds in quick succession.
You know, they've had some crazy moments throughout this tournament, no pun intended, of course. but genuinely, this feels like a bridge that they cannot cross. It feels like destiny that Romania lifts the trophy here in Riyadh.
I think you're right. And only the one casualty too. So it's a last hurrah of a buy. We should have Rafa in towards the AWP. We're going to double it up with Snappy as well, but last time out wasn't pretty. Snappy couldn't get any impact. So it's one of those of, is this the right decision? Is Snappy going in with... Wait, he's not going to glass cannon.
I mean, surely it's not worth it at this point.
No.
Talk about putting all the chips to the center of the felt, man.
Glass cannon at this point in the game. They're going to go for the boost on, it does work. So, Rafa gets one. A big one towards Zello. Zello couldn't even spot him there.
Unorthodox boost there, and Snappy with a secondary AWP. Perhaps the risk would pay off. Instant 3v5 for Portugal. Maybe the clock hasn't struck 12. Maybe there's just a little bit more gas left in the tank.
Adron, he'll scoop up the big green, and he wants to try and wield it himself. He creeps his way forward. It's a peek that favors him on that right eye, but he drops down. So it's not quite as impactful here, but he's creeping under. Adron basically cost his teammate. There's BTN will also drop. He's going straight into the trap. He'll move back up. Bomb on his back, but what feels like quite an impossible 2 versus 5 here.
Yeah, it's just how much damage can they do to keep the economy honest if you're Romania. Another tag found for Adron, but no bags. And now Romania continue to bleed the clock. Portugal don't have to give too much away, and Rafa hits a great flick. These ops have found everything right now to keep Portugal in this. And Adron, while his days are numbered, he will find a couple more, maybe a little bit there. But got a little bit more to deal with.
It's going to hurt the econ.
Yeah, and I mean, those Glock kills actually will have reverberations for the rest of this game. Genuinely.
Someone's got to take a hit here. TMKJ can go in.
MP9?
Yeah, double MP9.
Crazy's got one too.
So that actually has big ramifications. Just those 3 kills at the end. Okay. Romania still just 1 step away. Portugal a less than adequate buy, but at least they still got that double AWP in play. Rafa sits just behind that molly actually. Takes a bit of a tag, but now got a strong angle. He knows that he's vulnerable towards lower, so he'll dip back. He doesn't have that support there.
We slow down. Aggression. Hold that thought. All the way through for the CTs to go straight at Raga. And he has an opportunity for a couple, but he decides to just hold on to this map control instead. The main point of attack here for Romania, coming on that long side. And again, respecting the utility, respecting the space. And it's really up to Raga here to maybe find an incision in middle.
If he peeks in towards CT, he could have got a kill, but that was before that smoke plumed. Got a minute to work with, an alert smoke from Raga dropped. Maybe they should try and draw a bit of attention. A double split in through B. One's pushing towards upper tunnels. So Snappy alone gained so much info. Rafa pushing, Rafa finding, and the bomb drop to make it better. But an answer back is Ella once more. The flash is sumptuous as Raga, his util usage alone in this round might have been the difference maker. The swing from Adron, who hits all the way for the home run. And with 30 seconds left, this bomb will go down. Zello up close, a swing and a find. A Snappy falls, and the IGL's the call from the grave. TMKJ went 11-0 to start off this map. And now has to find a 1 versus 4 with an MP9 at half HP. Surely an impossible situation, and not to be. Romania, revenge earlier against Sweden. And it tastes so sweet as they follow it up with a trophy. What a response, what a series, what a tournament. Romania, congratulations, man.
What a story. What a story after being destroyed in the top 4 at Yash. Finding an opportunity and capitalizing upon it in the most difficult of scenarios. 1,642 maps, 8 years and 4 months for BTN on Nexus. And it's been a long time coming here for this organization, but Romania, let me hear you. You're champions of Iesf. Congratulations, Romania.
As you can see, BTN, of course, you know, I'm super excited. I even messed up the name, man. That's how I was excited as well about that. How do you feel about this?
Well, I'm feeling amazing. I don't know, I have no words. I'm super excited. I'm really proud.
Everybody is pretty much right now. I know this has been a long one in the making. And now, right here on Saudi lands, you made it happen. The first match, overtime, and then the second one, we were like, what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? It's pretty much a close one, and you snatched the win. So anything you want to say back to your hometown, to your friends, family, and fans?
Well, I'm gonna say this in Romanian so everyone can understand me. Vă iubim mult de tot, vă mulțumim toți pentru susținere și hai România încă o dată!
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, your champions at the CS2 Open Tournament right here at WEC20 for Iesf Riyadh, Team Romania!
Congratulations indeed to Romania, a storming 2-0 victory in the end. And it's actually got to be said, that second half was probably the cleanest Counter-Strike they played in this grand final. We asked a lot of questions after map 1, but they were the team that stayed calm in the face of the absolute madness that was Portugal in these playoffs, and a well-deserved victory for Romania.
A well-deserved victory indeed, and again, it's a final map where we get to see, you know, funnily enough, the whole team contributing as well. Again, it wasn't the solo show to close this out, which is a nice way to do it. And yeah, I love the fact that they just went back to simplicity. They found something that worked, they stuck with it, and boy, did it ever work.
Yeah, BTN, oh my, some throwback maps. I don't even know a throwback to what, because I don't remember when this guy was a fragger, but wow, incredible from him. Absolutely great to see. And honestly, that second half was just such a superb way to win it. So dominant. They just kept rinse repeating that B site, abusing it time after time after time. Portugal simply didn't adapt, and Romania coming through. And as you said, Zello not the only player here in the final. Some of the others showed up in massive moments, and the first half was close, the second half was anything but.
Yeah, and it was looking pretty dicey as well, because Portugal got off to a pretty hot start in terms of what they found working for themselves. Again, like, they abused that B bomb site heavily. Yeah. We've seen that a lot actually this tournament. Teams getting towards B and making it work. Then they decided to have a little bit of a detour towards the bomb site, figured out that wasn't as much fun. So Romania did get a couple of rounds on the board, which gave them a little bit of a cushion, obviously, going into their second half of their own. But Romania, again, just finding something that works and abusing it to no ends is really the recipe for success. And again, if Portugal can't stop doing what you're doing to them, then there's no reason for you to.
I mean, it sounds so easy, but it's something nobody else in playoffs could do against Portugal. Nobody else could just stay calm, maintain their game, not make huge mistakes. Of course, the first map was par for the course. It was a map where Romania was slipping and sliding and making mistakes they shouldn't be making, but the composure here towards the end, under maximum pressure, probably the biggest prize pool these players have ever played for. And I'm serious, the last few rounds, they looked like the group stage. They were the ones being calm, and it was Portugal scrambling to stay in this final, and of course they could not. So Romania, the perfect time to come in clutch, and they did.
Yeah, I think they showed that grit in that first half when they went 5-0 down, and you heard the celebrations were almost ones of relief more than anything else, but they started to build off that, and I think they won it in that first half, just getting enough CT rounds, because I always had more faith in them on this T side, to be fair, with how they've played aggressively and with how they've grouped and just deathballed, because I think in this grand final, we saw it again from Portugal on this map. These static CT sides, sticking with the same setup over and over again. The only adaptation they seemed to have was trying to get that second AWP involved, but it didn't stop those B site plays and those B splits from coming in. And they just had so many rounds where they play 3A, 2B, so disconnected from each other, not taking info anywhere. And again, Romania, maybe they did their prep work, because it looked like Portugal were playing like this the whole time, just super far back on CT side, giving up all that space. Romania would take it, they take it quickly, and they had some really solid flashes, just really simple flash in, boom, let's go as a group. And it was nice to see they had that end goal in mind. The calling was just, we have this end goal, we're all going to commit to it. And they just couldn't stop. They simply could not be stopped in that second half.
Yeah, just generally you're doing a really good job of getting that Portugal side split up into two. So they were essentially playing, Portugal A and Portugal B, never Portugal as a whole 5, and never really had to deal with that issue. No, not necessarily worried about having quick rotations coming, etc. Because yeah, it felt like they kind of knew what they were dealing with. They knew that there's not going to be a whole lot of presence in the middle of the map for a majority, especially if they go through kind of their default parts of like potentially threatening towards catwalk first and these kind of things. So excellently played from Romania really throughout the entire T side.
And to their credit, there were a couple of rounds where I think it was Rafa trying to ult towards mid, and he actually got sort of tagged early and then naded by Zello, and then he gets taken out. And we even saw in the first half, Zello himself kind of struggle around those mid doors a little. It is awkward to play as an AWPer because you want to take those fights into mid, but then you know they could get into lower tunnels and swarm you up close, and if you don't have rifler support, you feel you're in trouble. So I think we saw both these teams kind of struggle with that, but I would say Romania were better set to exploit it, and they kept on exploiting it.
On both an individual and calling level, how much of this title do we need to credit to BTN?
A fair bit, honestly. Again, obviously, I think the default, obviously, 20% goes to him just by being a part of the team, obviously. But yeah, no, he's definitely had, his presence felt on the map, and I think once we got into playoffs as well, he started playing better and better and better. And again, there hasn't been a series that we've seen him in where he hasn't had significant impact on the decider maps, which is kind of what you want out of your leader, right? You need it the most. He comes out, he saves you, puts you on his back, puts you on his back, and leads you to victory. Like, perfect.
Genuinely, if Zello didn't have such an incredible tournament, BTN's probably MVP. He's probably second place in that race, which is crazy to say because this guy's 35 years old. He's not a fragger, but the calling and fragging combined, so good. And again, it does feel like just those experienced players seem to be holding up in these pressure environments, and there was a lot of pressure on this game, of course. So much money on the line, so much importance in rankings for a team like Romania, and so having him there spearheading the team, wow, like what a story. I would never have expected this.
Let's bring up that playoff bracket and reflect on Romania's run to the title.
The hardest
finals was Germany, one of the absolute favourites, played phenomenal in groups, swept aside. Sweden, next up, another strong favourite from groups, put to bed in the end by Romania in a very close fashion. And even though Portugal, of course, unexpected to be in this grand final, they earned their place by beating a team like Serbia. So, realistically, this couldn't have been much tougher for Romania in the playoffs.
Yeah, no, this was, realistically speaking, and in reality, the kind of vision we saw in front of us was Romania were meant to be out in quarters. They were meant to, obviously, put up a good fight versus Germany, then lose, and then would have the big battle between Sweden and Germany, and whoever won that semifinals would probably win the finals as well. Obviously, it didn't happen that way, which is really, really cool. And not only did Romania surprise us once by beating Germany, but again, they followed it up by beating Sweden as well. And I guess the common thing was that whenever they got to elimination point or, decider point, whatever you want to call it, they just stepped up their game. They played better than their opponent. It wasn't a wishy-washy type of victory. It wasn't something where you're sitting there struggling to figure out like, wow, how did Romania win? It was like, no, they demolished Germany 13-3 on Dust 2. Like, they just played straight up better. And you get the same kind of scenario for Sweden as well, or versus Sweden as well on that map 3. So just really, really fun to see that the Romanians were just stepping up when it mattered the most.
Yeah, sometimes you can get those runs at tournaments where people afterwards will say, oh, well, all the other favorites took each other out. Oh, that's a fraudulent tournament win. Complete opposite here. And by the way, you don't care if you get called that anyway. You still got the prize.
Exactly.
You still got the trophy.
Still
you don't really care. But it is nice to say that, yeah, they definitely deserve the win. They beat the best teams here, not only in terms of the pre-tournament favorites, but then the form team in Portugal. So there's literally no reason why you could come out of this and say Romania didn't deserve this. And yeah, so happy for them because these guys, they've grinded for a long, long time. And they are at that point where they've played a lot of these online tournaments. And you get to that point where you're just going through the motions a little bit. It doesn't feel like those tournaments, yeah, there's not as much to play for. You don't get to see your opponents. There's not as much prize money on the line. So that's why for these guys, probably their biggest tournament of the year. And that's why they clearly have put that effort in. And again, having LAN experience previously, it seemed like definitely helped this team massively today.
Let's leave MVP discussion for a moment.
Yeah.
We know who it is anyway, don't worry about that. Let's talk Portugal. They will be disappointed to lose this final. They'll definitely feel like map 1 slipped through their fingers, and maybe it did. But We've doubted them since the groups. We doubted them every single round in the playoffs. They made it to the grand final. They gave it a good go in the grand final. They might sting now, but they absolutely shouldn't think negative. They shouldn't think badly on this event whatsoever. They exceeded every expectation we ever could have had for them.
Yeah, again, I'd like to think that they will happily admit that. Obviously, as you said, it's gonna be sour to obviously not win the grand finals when you first make it there. But I think if you ask them prior to the tournament and you ask for an honest answer, not necessarily the wishy-washy dream scenario type of thing, then yeah, maybe semifinals. At least making it through groups and placing in the money, that's big for them. But to make it to a grand finals and potentially win, that's a tall order. But they showed us again. Just it felt like true grit and determination kind of pulled them through in so many of these scenarios, which is really, really cool to see. And they really did win as a unit, like as a whole team. That was everybody contributing at different times, and they managed to stay calmer than everybody else when things really got chaotic. And I think that they got rewarded for it as well.
Yeah, fragging by committee, oftentimes just trading who's top fragging map to map. It almost doesn't make sense in terms of structure, but it shows that they've got players that can perform under pressure, every single one of them, and you can see the belief. And I also actually think for some of these teams from this region, Portugal and Spain, for example, it always seems to me like their comms are always kind of hectic anyway. And I feel like that might help them coming into this sort of scenario where other teams potentially aren't used to it as much. Like, I can't imagine those Swedish
already
players.
at a set level.
Exactly.
Of
Like, we can't go that much higher than this. Whereas for the Swedish players, I wouldn't be surprised if they started to maybe calm a little too much and start to get a little too over the top. So I wouldn't be surprised if that was genuinely a good benefit to this team. And I also think something that they did here, which I would maybe think they would look back on and say they would be a bit disappointed by, is just that again, the CT setups here on Dust 2, it took them way too long to adapt. The only adaptation they made was going for that double AWP setup. And then finally, right towards the end, they went for some aggression towards B tunnels. That would be the one thing I would say maybe they would be disappointed by. They were very slow to adapt. They were constantly sitting back, and I wouldn't have minded just 1 or 2 more rounds where they took a bit of initiative instead of kind of allowing Romania to keep on running them over. That's kind of how it felt there when watching the game.
Yeah, they might have gotten a little bit too confident about the fact that it kind of worked out on Inferno, right? So they're thinking like, we'll flip the die, or like roll the dice and see kind of how that's going to pan out. Didn't necessarily work out too well, sadly, on that CT side. But yeah, overall, fantastic tournament from the Portuguese. They have every right to be proud and be happy about it. And I think that's going to be the case as well. Like a couple of days removed from now, once they've gotten, home from that flight, they're going to look back at this as pretty much just full-on positive experience.
Okay, let's surprise ourselves not very much and look at the MVP of the tournament. Bring up that graphic.
BTN.
Oh, wow. Big surprise. It's Zello. Let's give him his plaudits. Group stage was absolutely phenomenal. We feel that his team grew around him coming into playoffs. There's no doubt that this man is MVP. They're probably not even in the final unless he's the best player at this tournament. What else can we say? Zello deserves this title probably more than anybody else.
Yeah, I think it kind of embodies what MVP stands for, right? Like most valuable player, if you take him out of Romania and replace him with any other hopper from Romania, they're not making it to the finals. That's just simple as that. So played fantastically, even though he had a somewhat quiet finals for him. I say that even with him having 25 frags on the first map. He's just been by far the best player on their side, and obviously one of the better players. I think his total rating might not be at the very, very top now, but that's because he's played more maps than anyone else at the tournament as well. But he just didn't let his team down at any given point. He came through in the clutch on so many occasions, whether it's through finding openings or closing out rounds. He was the lifeblood of that team.
Yeah, I feel like he had the most highlights of this event too, where he's just hitting no-scopes, he's hitting flicks, he's winning rounds he shouldn't, just getting massive multi-kills. And yeah, maybe you didn't quite see it on that second map there, but overall in the playoffs, and especially the group stage, just dominating teams. And especially against teams where maybe their protocols and their nades were slightly missing, he'd just punish you. You know, he'd just like push up short on Inferno and take out 2 of you, which he shouldn't do with an AWP. You shouldn't be going so close quarters, but he'd get away with it seemingly every time. And you could just see his level of raw skill and raw ability. It's always been there for this guy. We've always known it, and it definitely delivered here.
So yeah, we're just buying a little bit of time. We're waiting for that medal ceremony to get underway. There's some stuff going on stage, so hopefully not too long until we're really cracking and going. Let's think about next year for these teams, guys. Obviously, this will do tremendous things for their rankings, especially Romania. Nexus in the more traditional circuit, they'll be zooming up the rankings. I guess top 40, that sort of ballpark at a minimum.
If not
so we're
higher.
looking at a lot of invites for online tournaments, maybe the odd offline tournament. They need to make use of this and build upon it, because the work actually might be to come, because they've got to play some really big events now and continue this sort of run of form.
Yeah, I guess for them, obviously, they're going to need to be able to, because I think it's fair to say that Romania has impressed us in the sense that they played well at LAN. And again, obviously at IECF last year as well, they played well at LAN there too. So maybe they need to do kind of the opposite of what teams normally have to do, which is replicate their online form into LAN form. They need to replicate their LAN form into online form, because we do see inconsistencies there with how they perform, etc. And while this is a great boost going into 2025 and what it'll do for your ranking in terms of invites and whatnot, you're not going to be able to coast off of that for the entirety of the year. So you do actually need to have some performances where you actually do shine. And where that has been an issue for Team Romania in the past, maybe this can be a bit of a turning point for them, where they, whether it's through build motivation or build focus or whatever it may be, we welcome it. We'd love to see more of Zello, for instance, on a big stage. So I'm hoping this does them, so much good, because it's well earned, and 2025 is going to present them with tons of opportunities they wouldn't have had otherwise if it hadn't been for this win.
Yeah, and especially when you see some of the qualifiers, the major qualifiers, for example, and some of the teams that have made it, there's no reason this team can't be competing there. There's no reason guys like Zello can't be. I think they would be in good steading there. They'd be absolutely solid. So, yeah, for me, Romania, definitely a team to watch out for.
The future is bright for Romania. 2025 could be a breakout year for them. Either way, that's it from us on the desk. Let's throw it over to the stage for that medal ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we are again for another moment of glory. But wow, oh wow, the match that I've seen. You've been doing a lot of CS2 events around the world. You tell me how you felt about that.
You know what, I love the fact that we went through a transitioning stage, right? When CS2 was first released, I think it's safe to say that there were a lot of haters, but coming to events like this, seeing the teams show up, we had a mix of 5-stacks, stand-ins, you name it. I'm liking the direction in which CS2 competition especially is heading in.
I totally agree with you on that, especially happening right here, ladies and gentlemen, as we're going to see our champions here at the CS2 Open Tournament World Esports Championship 2024 Riyadh Iesf. Well, Queen, the honor is all yours.
Yes, Queen, let's go ahead and get out our top 3 teams for our CS2 Open Tournament.
I can only imagine the thoughts in their heads right now, representing not only their teams, but their countries. Walking with pride, walking with prejudice, and knowing that they have the entire country right now rooting for them with all that they've done. Such a beautiful moment happening here, ladies and gentlemen.
The journey in which all of our players have gone through, traveling from all around the world here in Riyadh to stake their claim, walk away with some medals, and of course that sweet trophy that we saw as well.
You got that right. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor to present to you on stage the esports manager at Iesf, Mr. Igor Nedeski. Well, I guess we're ready for the crowning. You ready?
I was born ready. I keep saying it over and over again. We love some CS2 over here on the big stage. So let's go ahead and award our first set of medals.
Let's go, ladies and gentlemen, viewers around the world right now, coming in third place. Let's see it for Team Serbia! As they represented the spirit of resilience and determination From clutch plays to dominating strategies, they captured the heart of fans. Again, representing the pride of their nation. Please give it one more time with thunderous round of applause for Team Serbia.
Certainly a moment, a core memory, if you will, for every single one of our teams here at the WEC. But another round of applause, please, for your second place team walking away with a silver medal, Team Portugal. The 5-stack that entered the World Esports Championship from the West European qualifiers. With many unknowns surrounding their competition throughout this event, they have been no strangers to pressure. Between the overtime games and the hunger for national pride, Bara, out of the 24 teams representing their countries here in Riyadh, and walking away with a silver medal and $50,000 is an achievement that warrants applause and celebration all around. So please, once more everybody, join me in celebrating Team Portugal!
And now, ladies and gentlemen, viewers around the world, for the moment of glory, make some noise for your champions at the CS2 Open Tournament happening right here at the World Esports Championship 2024 Riyadh Iesf. Let's hear it for Team Romania! As this team has stunned us all with their flawless gameplay and tactics and unstoppable drive, they have risen above the competition to claim the ultimate glory. Again, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it from Riyadh to the world for Team Romania!
I want to give the biggest congratulations to all of our teams up here. But Bara, I think it's only right that we honor our winning team with the national anthem. Should we go ahead and do that?
You got that right. So ladies and gentlemen, please all rise for the national anthem of Romania. And ladies and gentlemen, one more time, let's hear it for your champions, Team Romania!
But I want to take this opportunity to thank all of our teams that we have up here on the podium, as well as every single team we have had showing up to the occasion, giving us some epic CS and battling their hearts out throughout the duration of the World Esports Championship. Everybody knows I love me some CS2, man, and every single one of you has absolutely delivered.
Well, you got that right. And ladies and gentlemen, we are not done yet. A lot is coming our way as well right here in our championship with MLBB and, of course, some Dota 2. But for now, I'm Bara Abdallah along with the amazing, fantastic, and beautiful Queen Yasmin right here from WEC 24 Iesf from Riyadh to the world. Thank you very much. God bless you and keep your game on.